Sword God Chapter 1438 to Chapter 1488. Whoosh! Whoosh! 1,000 meters away, Chu Zhongyang stopped in his tracks and stood with his hands behind his back. His golden-red robe fluttered in the wind, and an astonishing aura rose from his body. It was blazing to the extreme, like the rising sun in the sky, oppressing and sweeping through the ages. Chen Zong stopped, and a powerful aura gushed out from his body. He slashed out like an invisible giant sword. In an instant, Chu Zhongyang and Chen Zong's auras collided in the air. Like the rising sun and a giant sword, their auras were terrifying. Minze stepped aside and stared at Chen Zong and Chu Zhongyang with interest. Both of them were peerless geniuses who had just entered the Divine Dark Army and had broken the previous record. It seemed that they were going to fight. In the army, it was normal for soldiers to fight as long as there were no obvious casualties. Chu Zhongyang made the first move. He raised his right hand and stretched out 2 fingers. A shocking red light surged out like the rising sun and pierced through the air. The red light was as blazing as fire and as violent as wind. The wind and fire intertwined and instantly pierced through the sky. In a thousandth of a breath, it had crossed thousands of meters and shot toward Chen Zong. Chen Zong recognized this finger. It was the finger that had defeated and killed him in the Battle of Xianyuan Saint. Chen Zong remembered clearly how powerless and helpless he was when he faced this finger. He couldn't resist at all. All his sword lights were pierced through and shattered, and he was killed at an absolute disadvantage. In less than a year, he faced this finger again. It was the same finger, but its power was many times stronger than before. After all, Chu Zhongyang was only a high-level half-saint at that time, and the power he used was half-saint power and half-step Dao meaning. Now, he was using true saint power and true Dao meaning, and its power was more than 100 times stronger than before. However, Chen Zong was no longer the same as before. His cultivation had reached the late second heaven saint realm, and his half-step Dao intent had transformed into a true Dao intent. His strength had increased by several times compared to before. However, Chen Zong could also see that Chu Zhongyang's cultivation had also reached the late second heaven saint realm. In terms of cultivation, both sides were equal. However, Chu Zhongyang's cultivation technique was the Xianyuan dynasty's legacy technique, the top-grade Saint-grade Xian King world shocking art. This technique was considered one of the top-grade Saint-grade techniques, and it was much more profound than the relatively mediocre de Xianyuan art. Moreover, Chu Zhongyang had also cultivated the Xian King shocks the world to the 17th level. The purity of his saint power was even higher than Chen Zong's greater Xianyuan saint power. Besides that, the Wind Dao insight Chu Zhongyang possessed was the intermediate grade Violent Wind Dao insight, whereas his Fire Dao insight was the advanced grade Yang Flame Dao insight. The degree of fusion had attained a shocking 60%, and its might was terrifying to the extreme. Chen Zong's face was solemn. In an instant, he fully activated the 17th level of the de Xianyuan art. His pure and majestic greater Xianyuan saint power surged out of the saint vortex and poured into the gilded heavy mountain sword. Chen Zong had not chosen a saint weapon that he was satisfied with in the saint weapon tomb, so he had no saint weapon to use at the moment. He could only use the gilded heavy mountain sword for the time being. As for the Nirvana evil sword, Chen Zong was very wary of it. He did not dare to use it recklessly in the Divine Dark Army. He slashed out with his sword. Limitless Sword Prison. This move was created by the fusion of Heart Sword Dao Intent and Fire Dao Intent. It was also the most powerful move that Chen Zong had mastered so far. Chu Zhongyang's first move was such a terrifying move. Perhaps he had not used his full strength, but he had definitely used most of his strength to defeat Chen Zong and regain his reputation. Because of Chen Zong's record, many people believed that Chen Zong had surpassed Chu Zhongyang. They believed that Chen Zong was the true number one of the younger generation in the Xianyuan dynasty and would replace Chu Zhongyang. Naturally, Chu Zhongyang was unwilling to accept this. Although he did not value the title of number one in the Xianyuan dynasty, he was still unhappy that it had been taken away so easily. On the other hand, Chu Zhongyang knew that the conditions offered by the Divine Dark Army to recruit Chen Zong were even better than his own. He was also very unhappy. His unhappiness stacked on top of each other. By defeating Chen Zong, he had proved to the world that he was the strongest and the number one prodigy in the Xianyuan dynasty. He was unshakable. His finger collided with the limitless sword prison. In the blink of an eye, there were countless surges, and a terrifying aura burst out and rushed in all directions. Immediately, the limitless sword prison was penetrated, and the remaining power of the finger pierced through the sky and shot toward Chu Zhongyang. Chen Zong swung his sword and shattered the power of that finger. Using the absolute thunderbolt movement technique to its limit, he turned into a flash of lightning and closed in on Chu Zhongyang. As a Saint-class upper-class body movement technique, its power could only be exerted to the extreme by activating it with Saint power. Also, because of the active potential of his cultivation breakthrough, Chen Zong had cultivated the lightning flash body movement technique to the great accomplishment level and integrated it with the first revolution thunder will. His speed was even more shocking. His body turned into a flash of lightning, and as he rushed forward, he struck out with his sword. It was as if his body movement and sword art had merged into one. Chu Zhongyang narrowed his eyes and was secretly shocked. The speed of the sword was too fast, as if it was going to split him in half. Moreover, it was very strong. However, Chu Zhongyang's strength was very strong, and he was not afraid. He struck again in an instant. His finger trembled slightly, and the power of the finger pierced through the air and hit the sword. The tyrannical power immediately caused the gilded mountain sword to pause for a moment. In the next moment, another power of the finger shot toward him. After the finger force was unleashed, a blazing sun rose from Chu Zhongyang's body, emitting endless light and heat. It was as if it was illuminating the entire world. The terrifyingly high temperature threatened to burn everything in the surroundings into ashes. The light was extremely dazzling. Through the light, Chen Zong could vaguely see the blazing sun in Chu Zhongyang's hand, and he struck it fiercely. Extremely hot, extremely violent, before the blazing sun the size of a human head had completely struck, the shocking heat turned into a violent wind and blew toward Chen Zong. It made him feel as if he was being roasted on fire. His mouth and tongue were dry, and he felt as if his entire body was about to be burnt. Extreme heart sword style. Although the power of this sword was not as strong as the limitless sword prison, it was faster and purer. The Tao of the heart sword was completely integrated into it. The sword slashed out, piercing through the air and directly hitting the blazing sun in Chu Zhongyang's hand. The sword paused for a moment, and in the next moment, the blazing sun trembled unstably before exploding. An incomparably terrifying power spread out in all directions, as if the earth and sky were about to collapse. Countless ripples swept out like raging waves, surging endlessly. The astonishing heat turned the ground pitch black, and there were even cracks that seemed to have been slashed by the invisible sword qi. The terrifying power was like a wave of fire. Chen Zong could not help but retreat continuously, and there was the sound of something shattering. In this collision, Chu Zhongyang also retreated a few steps to avoid it. At the same time, he shot out a power of the finger that pierced through countless air currents, and once again attacked Chen Zong with shocking power. Chen Zong suddenly realized that a crack had appeared on the gilded mountain sword in his hand during that collision. It was the source of the sound just now. In the face of Chu Zhongyang's powerful finger power, Chen Zong could only protect the gilded mountain sword with his grand Xianyuan Saint force and swing it again. Boundless blood sea, the bloody light surged and surged endlessly. A tyrannical power rippled within it and blocked those terrifying finger attacks for a second. Boundless blood sea was an offensive sword technique, but Chen Zong used it as a defensive sword technique. Chu Zhongyang did not move. He opened his hands, palms facing up, and each of them held up a blazing sun that rose into the air. The aura they released became more and more terrifying and powerful. Then, with a shake of his hands, two fist-sized blazing suns released endless light and heat. They bombarded Chen Zong at an astonishing speed, and made his hair stand on end. Lightning flash, illusory net 9 changes, dodge, counterattack. A sword slashed through the air, and the limitless sword prison descended. Xianyuan King. Chu Zhongyang shouted in a low voice. An extremely shocking aura suddenly exploded from Chu Zhongyang's body, rumbling and surging. The qi of heaven and earth in all directions seemed to bow down to a king, obeying his command and surging to surround Chu Zhongyang, instantly compressing and condensing. Chen Zong's expression changed drastically. Celestial Crystal Tyrant Body, this was an 8th grade secret art that Chen Zong had cultivated to major completion. Even now, it could still enhance his strength. The major completion celestial crystal tyrant body could increase the strength of the late second heaven saint realm Qianzong by several times. A sword slashed out, limitless sword prison. The power of this sword was even more powerful. However, Chu Zhongyang's attack seemed to be even more terrifying. A shocking invisible force bound the surroundings, affecting the might of Qianzong's limitless sword prison. It was as if all the forces in the surroundings obeyed Chu Zhongyang's command. All the land under the heavens belonged to the king. All the land under the heavens belonged to the king, this was the feeling. The Xianyuan king shocks the world is too powerful. Minze couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Compared to the great mystery art, the difference was obvious. Shocks the world, as these two words rang out, the fluctuation of heaven and earth's origin energy became more intense and terrifying, as if something was brewing. It was as if an ancient vicious beast was about to awaken from its slumber, and once it woke up, it would destroy the heavens and earth. Qianzong's expression changed drastically. He felt that the heaven and earth's origin energy had completely gone out of control in front of Chu Zhongyang. It was as if the other party had complete control over it, and the power of his attack was directly affected. In addition to their own strength, Saint Realm experts could also control heaven and earth's origin energy and integrate it into their martial arts to enhance the power of their martial arts. It could be said that the power of a truly powerful Saint Realm expert's every attack was composed of their own saint energy, Tao intent, and heaven and earth's origin energy. Without any of these, the attack would be incomplete and its power would naturally be limited. Now, Qianzong was facing such a situation. The heaven and earth's origin energy had gone out of control, as if it was controlled by Chu Zhongyang, causing the power of his attack to decrease significantly. In an instant, he was at a disadvantage. How could he resist? Even his heart domain was obviously affected, and its power was not as strong as before. A thunderous roar shook the heavens and the earth. The huge ball of elemental energy in Chu Zhongyang's hand suddenly turned into a meteor and blasted out. The air exploded, and the terrifying aura directly hit Qianzong, trying to suppress him. The surrounding elemental energy was completely subdued and merged into the ball of elemental energy. As it rolled back, it seemed to form a vacuum. Countless streams of air rushed in from afar, causing everything within a few hundred meters to collide with the meteor-like ball of light. It was as if Chu Zhongyang was seeking his own death by colliding head-on. Qianzong's expression was solemn. He gathered all the energy in his body and pushed it to the limit. He did not hold back, because if he held back now, he would be severely injured even if he did not die. He used all his strength to attack, and the limitless sword prison descended. An ant trying to shake a tree. Chu Zhongyang's eyes shone with divine light. He gazed down at Chu Zhongyang like a king. Qianzong's expression became more and more serious. The power of this attack was too terrifying and difficult to resist. It made him feel as if he was fighting against the heavens and the earth. That's enough. Suddenly, a deep and vigorous voice rang out from all directions between heaven and earth. Immediately, the terrifying ball of elemental energy paused and fell apart. The battle was over. Chu Zhongyang fell from the sky, his brows furrowed as he stared at a certain spot in the air. His eyes shone with ancient divine light, and then he retracted the divine light. He looked coldly at Qianzong, then turned and left. Since he had been disrupted and could not continue the battle, he had to find another opportunity. However, even though the outcome of this battle hadn't been decided on the surface, Chu Zhongyang knew very well that he had the absolute upper hand. Especially that last move. If someone hadn't interfered, even if Qianzong hadn't died, he would have been seriously injured. That attack was the strongest move of the art of world-shocking king, and he had only just mastered it. It was his first time using it, but he did not expect it to be so powerful. The feeling of commanding the heavens and the earth was too wonderful. He was like the king of the world. After Chu Zhongyang left, Qianzong retracted his energy. A large number of cracks appeared on the gilded mountain sword, which quickly spread and then shattered. The battle just now had taken too much of a toll. The gilded mountain sword could not bear it. It seemed that he had to go to the saint weapon mound and choose a saint weapon as soon as possible. The art of world-shocking king of the Xianyuan royal family is the #1 cultivation method in the world. Minze walked over. As far as I know, There is no other cultivation method that can compare. Why is that? Chen could not help but ask. The same force cultivated by the mysterious king shocks the world is stronger than the Daxian art, but there's a limit to it. The same force cultivated by some of the top saint-tier cultivation techniques isn't any weaker. Minze said unhurriedly, but the Xian king shocks the world has a special characteristic, which is to control the qi of heaven and earth. A Xian king is a ruler. He commands and controls the world's energy for his own use. He indirectly deprives others of their ability to guide the world's energy. Chu Zhongyang has only reached the 17th level of the art of shocking the world. His ability to command the yuan qi of heaven and earth is not strong enough, but he has mastered the most powerful secret technique of the art of shocking the world. Once he uses it, he can directly command the yuan qi of heaven and earth within a few hundred meters. It was the attack just now. Hearing Minze's words, Chenzong suddenly understood. It turned out that it was because of this that he had the feeling that he was unable to use the world's origin qi, that he had the feeling that he was an enemy of the heavens and earth. Art of the mysterious king shocks the world. It was indeed a very domineering cultivation technique. With such characteristics, it was no wonder that it was ranked as the #1 cultivation technique in the world. Chenzong couldn't help but sigh with emotion. A powerful cultivation method would indeed make one's strength stronger. The great mystery art was indeed very ordinary. However, it was currently the best cultivation technique he could obtain, so he would cultivate it for the time being. Under Minze's lead, they passed through the void gate and arrived outside the sacred weapon mound. Once you enter through this gate, you will arrive at the sacred weapon mound. I will wait for you outside. Minze pointed to the front and smiled at Chenzong. He was now arranged to be Chenzong's guide so that Chenzong could familiarize himself with the Xianxia army. Okay. Chenzong nodded and strode forward. It was a pitch-black gate that seemed to lead to an abyss. It exuded an indescribably mysterious and strange aura. However, Chenzong was not afraid. He stepped into it and disappeared as if he had been swallowed up. As light and darkness alternated, Chenzong appeared inside the sacred weapon mound. A desolate and vicissitude aura filled the air and surged like an undercurrent, rippling around Chenzong. Vaguely, Chenzong seemed to hear countless voices in all directions. It sounded like a low chant, but also like an army of soldiers. The sacred weapon mound, this was the burial ground left behind by the countless masters of the mysterious heaven army. There were broken and shattered saint artifacts here, as well as complete saint artifacts. Every single saint artifact, regardless of its type or grade, had been used by its owner when they were alive. They were closely related to the owner, and after their owner's death, they were sent here. They more or less carried the owner's aura and beliefs when he was alive. It was said that many people had entered here and obtained sacred weapons. They also obtained the inheritances of the sacred weapons, such as martial arts or secret techniques. These were all left behind by the sacred weapons owner when they were alive. Those who could leave behind their sacred weapons and form their inheritances were usually very strong when they were alive. Of course, such sacred weapons were often very difficult to obtain. Chenzong did not care too much. He came here to choose a sacred weapon that was suitable for him so that he could display his true strength. That was all. In the transcendent realm, spiritual energy was called spiritual sense. When one's cultivation broke through to the saint realm, spiritual sense would also transform into divine sense. The gap between divine sense and spiritual sense was like the gap between the transcendent realm and the saint realm. Chenzong's spiritual sense was originally far superior to ordinary spiritual sense. It was infinitely close to divine sense. With such a transformation, it was also far superior to ordinary divine sense. Chenzong released his divine sense, and in an instant, a void storm swept out in all directions. At the same time, Chenzong stepped forward and quickly walked into the sacred weapon mound. There were few sacred weapons outside the sacred weapon tomb, and most of them were broken. Under the coverage of Chenzong's spiritual sense, there was not much of a reaction. Soon, Chenzong went deep into the sacred weapon tomb. The aura inside became more and more intense. Evil qi and murderous intent mixed together and surged endlessly. The owners of these sacred weapons were all masters of the mysterious heaven army. Each of them had killed countless void demons. Their sacred weapons were naturally stained with evil qi and murderous intent. Those who did not have a strong will would be constantly attacked and even lose their minds when they entered here. Therefore, in the past, early Saint Realm soldiers were not qualified to enter here. They had to be at least intermediate Saint Realm. Moreover, they could not go too deep. The reason why the mysterious Heaven Army General allowed Chenzong to enter the sacred weapon tomb now was that he believed that Chenzong was a peerless genius and had enough willpower to resist. Although this would impact one's mind, it was also a kind of tempering. As he went deeper, Chenzong felt that the impact on him was getting more and more intense. It was as if countless illusions were appearing. Vaguely, Chenzong seemed to see countless scenes of battle. He saw countless void demons charging at him. He saw broken limbs piling up like mountains and blood flowing like rivers. However, Chenzong's mind was extremely firm and unshakable. After all, Chenzong's soul strength was comparable to a late Saint Realm master. However, he was limited by his cultivation realm and could only use part of his potential. Now that he had truly broken through to the Saint Realm, his body and mind had transformed. He had completely unlocked the potential of his soul and strengthened it. Now, Chenzong dared to say that the soul strength of an ordinary peak Saint Realm master was about the same as his. Such powerful soul strength could not be shaken by the evil qi and murderous intent. Of course, it also could not be used as a tempering tool. However, it was not useless. In an instant, Chenzong let go of his resistance and even took the initiative to absorb the evil qi and murderous intent. It quickly surged from all directions and poured into Chenzong's body. It was so dense that it seemed to have formed a giant cocoon. Countless evil qi and murderous intent entered his body. Chenzong withstood it completely with his strong physique. The Azure clone in his knowledge C operated his cultivation method at full force and quickly absorbed and refined a large amount of evil qi and murderous intent. Chenzong did not expect that he would have such a great harvest when he came to the Saint Weapon tomb to look for a suitable Saint Weapon. Normally, the Azure clone cultivated diligently, but unfortunately, due to the lack of sufficient evil qi, his progress was slow. Now, he had only reached the peak of the first Heaven Saint Realm. After cultivating the Burning Evil Azure technique for a long time, he had only reached the 17th level. This was all because he did not have a good cultivation environment. Even if the Azure clone was strong, it was difficult to reverse the situation. Even the cleverest housewife could not cook without rice. No matter how outstanding the Azure clone's talent was, he could not create something out of nothing. Therefore, the speed of his cultivation was limited by absorbing the world's yuan qi. Of course, if the Burning Evil Azure technique did not rely on evil qi and instead relied on the world's yuan qi, the Azure clone's cultivation would be at least at the second Heaven Saint Realm, possibly even at the third heaven. The evil qi and murderous intent in the Saint Weapon tomb had accumulated for countless years and had become incomparably dense. In the past, those who entered here only resisted and did not absorb and refine the evil qi and murderous intent. It was as if they were waiting for Chenzong to arrive. The Azure clone continued to absorb and refine the evil qi and murderous intent. His cultivation rose layer by layer, breaking through. Early second Heaven Saint Realm, but this was only the beginning. Soon, the Azure clone's cultivation broke through again, reaching the mid-second Heaven Saint Realm, then the late second Heaven Saint Realm. The Saint Weapon tomb's evil qi and murderous intent was majestic, but it was mixed and needed to be refined before it could be absorbed. However, there was a lot of it, enough for him to absorb for a period of time. Chenzong did not waste any time. His divine sense spread out, slowly searching for a suitable Saint Weapon for himself. Peak second Heaven Saint Realm, the Azure clone's cultivation rose at an astonishing speed, surpassing the main body once again. Moreover, it continued to rise. Peak second Heaven Saint Realm, as his cultivation rose, so did the Burning Evil Azure technique. 18th level, the Burning Evil Azure Saint energy in his body became purer and stronger. The Saint Whirlwind spun madly, accumulating and absorbing large amounts of evil qi. With a slight tremble, he broke through again. The murderous aura within the Saint Weapon tomb turned into a black vortex that swept in from all directions. If Chenzong wasn't worried about being discovered, he would have released his Azure doppelganger and allowed it to absorb the murderous aura at a faster rate. Late third Heaven Saint Realm, in the end, the Azure doppelganger's cultivation stopped. This was his current limit. Of course, it wasn't impossible for him to continue breaking through, but it would only cause his foundation to be unstable. Although his cultivation couldn't continue to increase, he could continue to absorb the murderous aura here and store it for future breakthroughs. As time passed, most of the murderous aura in the Saint Weapon Tomb had been absorbed. Chen Zong felt that the light here seemed to be brighter and less oppressive. Next, he could wholeheartedly search for a suitable Saint Weapon. Suddenly, Chen Zong's eyes lit up as he saw a large forest of swords in front of him. It was a forest of swords stabbed into the ground. At a glance, there were more than 10,000 swords, and each sword emitted a shocking aura of sharpness. Chen Zong stepped into the forest of swords. It was as if he was surrounded by 10,000 swords. As he stood in the middle, he felt countless sharp rays of light slicing towards him, as if they wanted to pierce through his body. The owners of these swords had killed many void demons in their lifetime. These swords were stained with the blood of countless void demons and nurtured countless murderous auras. Under the impact, it seemed as if they wanted to cut Chen Zong into pieces. Chen Zong's eyes flashed. Suddenly, a shocking ray of light broke out of his body, shocking the world. Heart Sword Dao Intent, although it was only a first revolution, as a high-grade Heart Sword Dao Intent, it possessed shocking power. In an instant, the swords in the forest of swords seemed to have felt the fluctuations of the Heart Sword Dao Intent's aura. They vibrated and reverberated endlessly. The Heart Sword Dao Intent was a high-grade Dao Intent. Its sharpness was shocking, and it naturally resonated with the swords. Chen Zong carefully sensed the swords. He felt that the swords resonated with his Heart Sword Dao Intent the most and used it to choose the most suitable sword for him. Closing his eyes, Xianxia carefully sensed his surroundings. Every single sword was trembling, but the trembling varied in intensity. However, the strength of the trembling had nothing to do with the strength of the sword itself. Some of the sword auras were extremely shocking and could be said to be terrifying, while some of the sword auras were more ordinary. Chen Zong eliminated them one by one. As for the Azure doppelganger, it was in the sea of consciousness, consolidating its cultivation base that had advanced by leaps and bounds. Once it was fully consolidated, it would continue to absorb the baleful aura to break through. In the end, only 3 long swords resonated with the Heart Sword Dao Intent the most, and Chen Zong was allowed to choose. One of them was a thin sword, as thin as a little finger. Such a sword could only be used for stabbing, which was not in line with Chen Zong's swordsmanship. It was a sword with a width of 2.5 fingers and a length of 1 meter and 8 inches. The body of the sword was crimson red like a fiery hell, as if there were countless streams of magma flowing around it. The last sword was a heavy sword. Chen Zong had tempered his body, so logically speaking, he should have chosen the heavy sword. However, at this moment, Chen Zong hesitated. Because in terms of the Heart Sword Dao Intent and the perception of the heart, the second sword was the most intense, more intense than the other two. Although there was only a slight difference, it also showed that the second sword was the most suitable sword for him. Chen Zong could not help but ponder. Immediately, Chen Zong revealed a wry smile, secretly thinking that he did not understand and did not think it through. One should prioritize one's own will, and everything else came second. Moreover, one could control the weight of the sword according to one's will. In his heart, without any hesitation, Chen Zong reached out and directly grabbed the crimson longsword. When the sword entered his hand, it let out an earth-shattering hum, and a blazing sharpness gushed out, as if a volcano had erupted and a fiery hell had descended. At the same time, a faintly discernible thought also spread to Chen Zong's spirit sea. The so-called spirit sea was the transformation of the sea of consciousness. It carried the divine thoughts, hence the name Spirit Sea. Flaming Hell Sword, a 5th-grade divine weapon, Chen Zong muttered to himself. That message was the message that the sword itself had sent to Chen Zong. A divine weapon already possessed a stronger spirituality. Although it did not have much intelligence, it had already mastered some basic abilities. From the moment it was forged, the name it was given was branded on it. A 5th-grade divine weapon was not an ordinary 5th-grade divine weapon, but an elite 5th-grade divine weapon. Its power was comparable to that of a 5th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage genius. With my current cultivation base, a 5th-grade divine weapon is just right for me, Chen Zong thought to himself. The higher the grade of a divine weapon, the more powerful it was, but if one's cultivation base was insufficient, it would be difficult to control. The most important thing was that it was suitable. With the divine weapon in hand, the next step was naturally to go back and refine it. Only by thoroughly mastering it could it be compatible with him and truly unleash its power and strength. Leave. Qinzong left the Saint Weapon Tomb and appeared outside. Qinzong, how was it? Did you choose a divine weapon that you were satisfied with? Minze immediately asked. Qinzong nodded. Next, under Minze's lead, Qinzong went to an independent small tent. The Xianxia army was an army of cultivators. It was different from the armies of ordinary countries. In ordinary countries, the soldiers mostly lived in collective tents. However, it was not suitable for cultivators because they needed to cultivate. And it was best not to be disturbed when cultivating. Therefore, collective tents were not suitable. Only independent tents were suitable. Of course, independent tents were only an environment and were relatively ordinary. The advantage was that they would not be disturbed by the outside world and could cultivate well. Of course, there were also cultivation rooms in the barracks. Only then would they not be disturbed by the outside world. Qinzong had a month's time, so he could cultivate properly. In addition, he should also choose which of the 3 divisions of the Xiantian army to join. Combat Division, Imperial Division, Murder Division. The living quarters of the Xiantian army were very simple. Qinzong did not understand enough, so he did not make a choice directly. However, after asking Minze, Qinzong knew what he should choose. The Combat Division would lead the army and fight the Void Demons head-on. Imperial Division would defend and assist. In fact, all 3 divisions could fight against the Void Demons. It did not mean that the Combat Division was stronger than the Imperial Division. The only difference was in the formations. The Combat Division trained in head-on combat formations. The Imperial Division trained in defensive formations. As for the Murder Division, they trained in purely offensive formations. The difference between the Combat Division and the Imperial Division was that the Murder Division had fewer people. In other words, one could not enter the Murder Division just because they wanted to. Similarly, the people in the Murder Division had more freedom. Freedom, this was what Qinzong valued. Of course, this freedom was relative. After all, in the army, one had to follow the relevant military rules. However, compared to other armies, the Murder Division had the most freedom. After Qinzong understood, he naturally did not hesitate and made his choice to join the Murder Division. However, if Qinzong chose the Combat Division or the Imperial Division, then he could join directly. However, if he wanted to join the Murder Division, he had to go through an assessment. The assessment would be stacked with the recruitment mission 1 month later. However, everything would have to wait for 1 month. This month was Qinzong's 1 month of cultivation. He was refining the 5th grade sacred artifact, the Scarlet Hell Flowing Flame Sword. This sword had a strong reaction to the Tao Will of the Heart Sword, so the refining process was very smooth. In just 1 day, the Scarlet Hell Flowing Flame Sword was completely refined by Qinzong. It was completely compatible with Qinzong. Immediately, one image after another flowed into Qinzong's mind like flowing light. It was extremely clear. The primal chaos sky was filled with thick, grayish-black smoke. It surged like a great river, surging endlessly. With just one look, Qinzong felt shocked for no reason, a shock that came from the bottom of his heart. The vast land was covered with countless cracks. It was dry and dark like a ruin. It was filled with an indescribable smell of ashes. This was a battlefield. In front, there was a monster charging towards them. Qinzong could recognize that it was the Void Demon. On the ruined land, a crimson figure stood quietly. It was as if he was the only person in the world other than the Void Demon. The crimson light was blazing. It was as clear and bright as the lava in the Inferno Hell. His whole body seemed to have turned into a ball of fire that was burning fiercely. Through the fire, Qinzong could see the crimson robe on his body. He had crimson eyebrows and crimson hair. His long hair fluttered like a raging fire. His eyes emitted a blazing crimson light. He raised the sword in his hand and slashed out. Boom, the crimson light was like a flame that exploded in an instant. It turned into a long river. Like a volcanic eruption, magma surged out like a torrent. Wherever the flaming magma passed, the dry and cracked land became even more dry and scorched black. It was as if a raging fire had raged through it. It directly attacked the void demon. The void demon's body was hit by the flaming magma in an instant. It let out a furious roar. But in an instant, the defensive power of the void fiend was smashed apart in an extremely violent manner, and it turned into a charred corpse that was sent flying into the air and split into pieces. Qianzong couldn't help but be stunned. What a violent sword. It seemed to have abandoned everything. It was completely and extremely violent. The scene changed. It was the same person on the battlefield again. He was still holding the same long sword. Qianzong recognized it. It was the 5th grade sacred weapon, the red hell-flowing flame sword. The person held the sword and swung it again. This time, it wasn't the same violent sword as before. Instead, it was a red sword light. The highly condensed red sword light was extremely fast. It was like an aurora that pierced through the sky and shot out. Almost at the same time he swung his sword, the red sword light had already pierced through the void devil that was charging at him from head to toe. Fast, extremely fast, piercing through everything, the scene changed again. It was still the same person, the same sword, the same battlefield, and the same void demon. The third scene, the third sword, with a swing of the sword, a large ball of fire surged and hit the void demon. In an instant, it was as if oil had been added to the fire. The flames burned fiercely on the void demon's body. The extremely high temperature seemed to be burning the void around the void demon into a vacuum. In less than 3 breaths of time, the powerful void fiend had been reduced to ashes by the raging flames, dissipating in the wind. Then, the scene shattered and everything fell into darkness. It seemed like an instant, but also like a long time. Qianzong woke up and withdrew his gaze from the red hell-flowing flame sword. Dark Sky Military Camp, the Divine Dark Military Training Ground. The training ground had a radius of 1,000 meters and was surrounded by black pillars as thick as a burly man's waist. Each pillar was covered with marks. There were marks left by swords and sabers, marks left by fists and palms, holes left by finger techniques, and so on. These black pillars were the tools used by the soldiers to test the power of their martial arts. They were made from the black devil gold obtained from the void battleground. Not only were they extremely hard, but they were also terrifyingly tough. It was reasonable to say that such black devil gold should be an excellent material for forging saint weapons. Unfortunately, although the black devil gold was extremely hard and tough, it was also extremely heavy and could not conduct energy. Whether it was a spirit artifact or a saint artifact, it needed to be able to conduct energy in order to display its full strength. If it could not conduct energy, what was the use of it? Naturally, the black devil gold was reduced to a tool to test one's attack power. Each piece of black devil gold could withstand the full force attack of a peak Saint Rudiment stage master, but its attack power was not as strong as the full force attack of an ordinary peak Saint Rudiment stage master. It could only leave shallow or deep marks on its surface. Qianzong stood in the training ground. There was no one else besides him, so it was the perfect time for him to cultivate. Calm his mind and focus his mind. Qianzong's shut eyes instantly opened, as a wisp of blazing red light shot out. In an instant, the scarlet prison flowing flame sword was unsheathed, transforming into a wisp of red light. The red light was highly condensed and compressed, as it pierced through the air and shot towards the black devil golden pillar. A sharp sound reverberated in the air. The red light was shattered, and a small outline the size of a finger was left on the black devil gold pillar, but it was very faint. The crimson light sword focuses on speed. What it pursues is extreme speed. This sword only has the form, but not the essence. Qianzong did not attack again. Instead, he mumbled to himself. The scarlet hellish flame sword was a grade 5 saint artifact. Its previous master had used this sword to kill many void demons. Who knew how much faith he had poured into this sword, and over time, it was absorbed by the sword. Furthermore, its previous owner had intentionally imprinted his own self-created sword technique into the sword. After his death, the scarlet hellfire flowing flame sword possessed its previous owner's belief, willpower, and self-created sword technique information. The 3 sword moves that Qianzong saw earlier were the self-created sword moves created by the previous owner of the Scarlet Inferno flaming sword. Of the three sword moves, the first one was called Bursting Flames, the second one was called Crimson Light, and the third one was called Ashes. Strictly speaking, there was no difference between the three sword moves because they each had their own unique characteristics. For example, the Exploding Flame was extremely violent and would instantly erupt with an incomparably shocking power. The Scarlet Light was astonishingly fast. It pierced through the sky like an aurora, piercing through everything. It was like the Ashes, blazing to the extreme. The temperature was incomparably high, incinerating everything in the world, turning everything into ashes. Each of the three sword movements was powerful and perfect. Even with Chen Zong's experience and comprehension, he could only marvel at them after comprehending them. After comprehending them, Chen Zong knew that these three sword movements were created based on the Fire Dao intent. Its function was to unleash the power of the Fire Dao intent to the extreme. Moreover, the person who created these three sword movements was very creative and talented. His methods were brilliant as well. He split the power of the Fire Dao intent and created a move from each of them, unleashing its characteristics to the extreme. A thought suddenly appeared in Chen Zong's mind. Perhaps that was the correct method and correct path to cultivate and utilize Dao insights. Only in this way would he be able to cultivate Dao insights better, and only in this way would he be able to better utilize the might of Dao insights to the limit. At the end of the day, he had talent, comprehension, and sufficient foundation and experience, but he had only just broken through to the Saint Rudiment stage. Although he also had the Great Abyss King's memories, those memories were fragmented and very limited. There was very little information about the Saint Rudiment stage in the fragmented memories of the Great Abyss King and Honorable Xiao Luo. But no matter what, Chen Zong had to carefully comprehend these three sword movements after obtaining them. It was important to create one's own ultimate move, but it did not mean that one should reject the moves created by others. All flows to the sea, all swords to the origin. Only by comprehending all the sword techniques and sword principles in the world could one forge the purest, best, and strongest sword principles without any flaws. Moreover, by cultivating more suitable sword techniques, one could further enrich one's techniques. The more techniques one had, the more adaptable one would be in battle and the harder it would be to be restrained. After cultivating for a while, Chen Zong grasped the basics of the three sword movements and felt their profoundness more and more. The power of the three sword movements far surpassed the blood drop sword technique. In other words, it was because the three sword movements were created based on the Fire Dao intent, while the blood drop sword technique was not. Chen Zong also realized that the blood drop sword technique needed to be activated by the blood Dao intent to unleash its full power. Cultivating these three sword moves was equivalent to cultivating one's own Fire Dao insight. Fully excavating its potential and improving its level would allow one to attain the second transformation even faster, and it was even to the extent that one had a chance of finding a critical factor to break through into the intermediate grade Dao insight. Fire Dao intent, it was as if the fire of heaven and earth possessed the characteristics and power of fire. What were the characteristics of fire? It burned at high temperatures, it was blazing and violent, it was like a bolt of lightning, since the ancient times until now, since the birth of humans, they'd gradually discovered the profundity of fire. Using fire for warmth and cooking food, high temperatures and burning were certain, whereas blazing and violent flames were indeed extremely violent and shocking when they burned. As for flames that were like bolts of lightning, burning flames would emit flaming lights. The speed of light was extremely swift, and flaming lights could be considered to be a type of light. Of course, the characteristics of fire might not be limited to these three, but these three characteristics were the most common and the easiest to notice and grasp. The previous owner of the Crimson Hellflame sword had created these three sword movements based on these three characteristics of fire. Not only was it able to allow him to better excavate the potential of the Fire Dao intent and cultivate it more easily, it was also able to excavate the might of the Fire Dao intent to the limit and strengthen his own strength. It could be said to be killing two birds with one stone. In this way, it was equivalent to opening up Chen Zong's train of thought and understanding the direction of his cultivation in the future. It turned out that the ultimate moves he created when he was at the half-saint realm seemed to be so crude and shallow when compared to this. However, Chen Zong was not discouraged. When he was at the half-saint realm, he had only mastered half-step Dao intent, so its power was limited and he didn't know how to excavate much of his potential. Only when he stepped into the Saint realm and transformed half-step Dao intent into Dao intent could he understand the true profundity of it. Chen Zong had a feeling that the Saint realm seemed to be the true starting point of cultivation and the beginning of transcendence. Collecting his thoughts, Chen Zong swung his sword again. When the sword rose, a wisp of crimson sword light broke through the air like a stream of flames. In the blink of an eye, it pierced through the sky and hit the black demon golden pillar, leaving a sword mark on it. The speed of this sword was even faster than before. However, it was still not enough. Chen Zong could clearly feel that he hadn't truly grasped this sword and still needed more cultivation. As for the other two sword movements, he didn't have extra time and energy to cultivate them at the moment. In the cultivation room, every time Chen Zong swung his sword, he would pause for a dozen breaths to quietly comprehend and ponder before swinging his sword again. Time passed slowly. Chen Zong didn't seem to know fatigue. He kept cultivating, swinging his sword, and comprehending. After a day, the speed of his sword had increased a lot. After 2 days, the speed of his sword had increased again. After 3 days, the speed of his sword had increased. On the 4th day, the speed of his sword seemed to have reached its limit and it was difficult to increase it any further. Initiation, Chen Zong muttered to himself. The crimson light sword had finally reached the initiation level and could display its initial power. However, reaching the initiation level meant that he had reached a bottleneck. It would not be easy to break through. Chen Zong put it aside for the time being and cultivated the second sword movement, Bursting Flames. This sword movement focused on the fury of fire. Its terrifying power erupted in an instant and reached its limit, destroying everything in its path. Boom! Raging flames shot out like a ball of fire. It streaked across the sky like a stream of flames, blazing fiercely. It directly hit the black demonic golden pillar and exploded in an instant. Terrifying fluctuations of fire spread all around the black demonic golden pillar, constantly stirring up the sound of explosions. When the fire dissipated, there was a large hole and many smaller holes on the black demonic golden pillar. Chen Zong frowned slightly. The power was too scattered. He needed to continue cultivating. After another 3 days, the bursting flame sword struck the black demonic golden pillar and exploded. When the fire dissipated, there was a hole left on the pillar. Initiation, then, Chen Zong began to cultivate the third sword movement, Ashes. Ashes, ashes of the dying flames. When the raging flames had burned away, only a layer of ash was left. Ashes. Although there was no difference in the 3 sword movements, Chen Zong felt that Ashes was the most terrifying one. It turned out that Chen Zong was right. After 3 days of cultivation, he still hadn't mastered Ashes. It wasn't until the 6th day that Ashes was considered initiation. It was much more difficult than Crimson Light and Bursting Flames. At this point, all 3 sword movements had reached initiation and could display their power. In comparison, Chen Zong found that Ashes was more useful and practical than his Limitless Sword Prison. After all, the Limitless Sword Prison was created when he was at the half-saint level and was based on half-step Dao intent. Creating a unique skill is just a way to explore the path of cultivation, Chen Zong said to himself. What was the essence of cultivation? Survival, longevity, supremacy? None of them. None of them. At the beginning of cultivation, it was to master great power and survive better in danger. When one could survive, one would begin to pursue other things, such as longevity. When one could live longer, it was more than that. One hoped to surpass the shackles of lifespan and the shackles of heaven and earth and pursue eternity. The higher one stood, the further one could see. As for combat, it was only to serve cultivation. It would allow one to go further and stand higher, and ultimately surpass everything. After all, there were too many dangers on the path of cultivation. When faced with these dangers, one couldn't resist them without sufficient means and ability. If one couldn't withstand them, one could only die and become nothing. The sudden enlightenment shook Chen Zong's heart and soul. It was as if a storm had swept up in his soul. Vaguely, Chen Zong seemed to have understood something. He felt as if he had peeked into a mystery. However, his realm was too low and he couldn't really touch it. In front of him was a familiar vortex. Colorful light swirled around it. It was the void passage. Previously, Chenzong and the other geniuses had gone to the lesser void realm through this void passage to clean up the evildoers of the void. This time, Chenzong was going to the void battleground. The real void battleground, not the lesser void realm. Chenzong was full of expectations. There was an indescribable feeling in his heart. He seemed to be excited. The empty space battleground was originally just an empty space, but it was used to defend against the invasion of the empty space demons. In the end, it was formed by the collision of the stars in all directions, forming a line of defense for the spiritual martial sacred world. It was better to keep the empty space demons out of the spiritual martial sacred world and prevent the ancient bloody battles from happening again. That bloody battle almost caused the Lingwu sacred world to fall apart. If it happened again, the Lingwu sacred world might really be completely destroyed. The people would be plunged into misery and suffering, and they would suffer heavy losses. Chenzong naturally did not come alone. He was led by Minze. During this period, Minze was equivalent to Chenzong's guide. After showing their identities and verifying their identities, Minze and Chenzong stepped into the void passage and went directly to the void battleground. Inside the void tunnel, there were countless turbulent void turbulence, surging like waves, surging without end. Not long after, Chenzong and Minze saw the exit. With a leap, they rushed out of the void passageway like a kuanping and appeared outside. Desolation, embers, cold, this aura fell directly on Chenzong. Chenzong's breathing stagnated and his body trembled unconsciously. He only felt a piercing coldness that penetrated his soul. It was as if his body and soul were about to freeze. He hurriedly circulated his saint power to dispel this extremely terrifying void chill. He could not help but be surprised when he looked at it. The gray and dark sky was completely chaotic, as if the heavens and the earth hadn't been split apart. Countless gray and black-colored airflow surged endlessly like the water of a long river. Chenzong's eyelids couldn't help but twitch violently when he saw this, because the gray and black-colored airflows contained an extremely terrifying might that could easily tear him apart. He did not know if a Mastery Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse could withstand it. At a glance, the primal chaos heavens seemed endless and boundless. Chenzong's heart sank when he saw this. He withdrew his gaze and took a deep breath. He exhaled the oppressive feeling in his heart and felt relaxed again. Chenzong looked at the earth. The earth was continuous and undulating as far as the eye could see. It seemed to be black, but under the gaze of Chenzong's extremely sharp eyes, he could see that it was not black but dark red. It was the color formed after countless blood precipitated and dried. This land was stained with the blood of countless human powerhouses and void demons. Thinking of this, Chenzong could not help but feel heavy. It was this land that blocked the large-scale invasion of the void demons and protected the living beings in the Lingwu Holy World. Otherwise, all the living beings in the Lingwu Holy World would have died. The void demons were more brutal and bloodthirsty than the demon clan in Blue Wave's world's Earth Demon Abyss. They were more terrifying. The two were not on the same level at all. But Chenzong was not afraid. In the past, his strength was far from what it was now, but he still dared to break into the Earth Demon Abyss and kill countless demon clan experts. He even killed his way out of the Earth Demon Abyss and killed countless demon clan experts. He killed so many demon clan experts that they were chased back to the Earth Demon Abyss. Although everything back then couldn't be compared to now, it forged an extremely tenacious belief. Minze did not disturb Chenzong. He knew very well that anyone who arrived at the void battlefield for the first time would be shocked and shocked. It was the same for him when he arrived for the first time. Half a quarter of an hour later, Chenzong woke up. His eyes shone with a terrifying light, like a heavenly sword piercing through the sky. Minze's heart skipped a beat. He felt that Chenzong's gaze was too sharp. He's only at the peak of the second heaven saint realm, but he actually made my heart jump. Minze could not help but smile bitterly. Although he was at the seventh heaven saint realm, and his strength was far superior to Chenzong's, the sharp light in Chenzong's eyes seemed to be able to pierce through everything. It was also shocking to him. A peerless genius, as expected of a peerless genius. Although he was not as strong as him now, he would catch up sooner or later and surpass him. Although Minze smiled bitterly, he did not feel jealous. Speaking of which, his talent was not bad. He was a genius, but compared to a peerless genius, it was still not enough. The exit of the void passage was located at the back of the void battlefield. It was spacious and very safe because it was located at the back of the void battlefield. There was no way the void devils would come here. Minze led the way, and Chenzong followed closely behind. The two of them streaked across the blood-stained barren land, moving forward at an astonishing speed. After his cultivation had reached the peak of the second heaven saint realm, Chenzong had executed the lightning flash movement technique to the major success stage. His speed was not inferior to an ordinary peak third heaven saint realm cultivator. However, compared to Minze, there was still a huge gap. Therefore, in order to take care of Chenzong, Minze reduced his speed to the same level as Chenzong. As they continued to move forward, the barren and desolate aura filled the air, constantly washing over Chenzong's mind. It was as though he was undergoing a baptism. After about 2 hours, Chenzong saw a silhouette. It was a huge silhouette that seemed to stand at the end of the land. It was a city, an incomparably huge city. No, when Chenzong got closer, he discovered that it was not a city, but a fortress. A huge fortress that stood tall on the ground. The fortress was completely black, and it was incomparably sturdy and heavy. Countless golden patterns covered its surface, and those patterns seemed to form the shape of a flame. It burned fiercely and released a shocking amount of heat, covering a radius of 10,000 miles. Under the cover of the heat, the aura within 10,000 miles became stable and warm. There was no need to constantly circulate one's cultivation method to resist the bone-piercing chill from the void battlefield. This fortress was built by the ancestors of our mysterious Heaven Legion. Minze's eyes stared at the huge fortress in front of him. His voice was filled with amazement. This fortress was built to give the Xianxia army a place to defend against the invasion of the void demons. This fortress was built by the Xianxia army. It is the fortress of hope for the Xianyuan dynasty. The mysterious Heaven Battle Fortress, it was a very straightforward name. It was given this name because it was built by the experts of the mysterious Heaven Legion. As they approached the mysterious Heaven Battle Fortress, Minze introduced it to Chenzong. From the outside, the mysterious Heaven Battle Fortress looked like a huge beehive that stood tall on the ground of the void battlefield. Its structure was unique and had amazing defensive power. Moreover, its surface was covered with formations. Those small formations were interlocked and protected the entire mysterious Heaven Battle Fortress. Countless small formations eventually formed a super-large formation. Its power was even greater than the 9 Revolution Mysterious Heaven Dust Formation in the Mysterious Heaven Legion's headquarters. This formation was called the Great Void Heaven Dust Formation. Usually, this formation would not be fully activated. It would only be activated 1/10 of its power. Even so, it was enough to resist the attack of a Supreme Saint without breaking. Of course, 1/10 of its power was not enough to withstand the second attack of a Supreme Saint, but the Great Void Heaven Dust Formation would be fully activated in an instant. A fully activated Great Void Mystic Heaven Dispersal Formation could completely resist the attack of an Ultimate Supreme Saint. Moreover, it could trap and kill an Ultimate Supreme Saint. Once upon a time, a Holy Lord of the Void Infernal died to the Great Void Mystic Heaven Dust Dispersal Great Formation, Minze said proudly. A Holy Lord of the Void Malevolent Demon was equivalent to a Supreme Saint of the human race. In fact, he was slightly stronger overall. Chenzong was shocked when he heard that. How shocking was it for a Supreme Saint to die? At the same time, he was worried that even a Supreme Saint could die. According to Minze, the mysterious Heaven Battle Fortress was like a beehive. There were many passages and exits inside. It was very complicated. Without the guidance of the mysterious Heaven Legion, one would get lost inside. There was once a battle where the Void Malevolent Demon paid the price of a Holy Lord to break the Great Void Heaven Dust Formation, allowing the Void Malevolent Demon army to invade the mysterious Heaven Dust Formation. They wanted to slaughter the mysterious Heaven Legion and then open the Void Passage to invade the Xianyuan dynasty. Unfortunately, the Void Malevolent Demons did not know that there were many complicated passages in the mysterious Heaven Battle Fortress. They were not familiar with them at all. After entering, they were completely confused. Even if they were powerful, they were all killed by the Xianyuan dynasty soldiers. In that battle, it was said that there were more than 200,000 Void Malevolent Demons who had invaded. None of them escaped. There were many half-step Holy Lord demons among them. The Xianyuan dynasty's losses were very small. They only lost a few thousand people. Sacrificing a few thousand people in exchange for the deaths of 200,000 void malevolent demons was very worth it. If they fought in the outside world, they would have to pay a huge price to kill 200,000 void malevolent demons. That battle also caused great losses to the void malevolent demons and won 100 years of peace for the Xianyuan dynasty. However, after that, the void malevolent demons did not intend to invade the mysterious heaven battle fortress again. Of course, there were many small battles. Not long after, Qianzong and Minzai saw the patrolling Xianyuan dynasty soldiers. There were 10 of them. They were wearing black armor with silver patterns that looked like flames. This was the armor of the Heavenly Profound Army. These 10 people were from the Heavenly Profound Army. 10 extremely powerful auras instantly landed on Qianzong and Minzai. However, when they saw Minzai's attire, they withdrew their auras. This was because Minzai was wearing a black armor with golden patterns. It was the armor of the Divine Dark Army. There was a blood sword mark on it, indicating that he was from the Death Division of the Divine Dark Army. Although Qianzong was not wearing armor, since he was led by someone from the Death Division of the Divine Dark Army and did not have any strange aura, there was no need to stop them. If the void malevolent demons wanted to disguise themselves, the formation of the mysterious heaven battle fortress would recognize them and suppress them. Minzai exchanged glances with the 10 Heavenly Profound Army soldiers and nodded slightly as a greeting. Then, he led Qianzong forward. The mysterious heaven battle castle was like a beehive or an ant's nest. Without Minzai leading the way, Qianzong was sure that he would get lost and not know where he would end up. According to Minzai, there were many dangerous places in the mysterious heaven battle castle. Once one entered, one would be trapped or killed. Qianzong followed Minzai's footsteps while using his powerful memory to memorize. However, he found that it was a bit confusing. In the end, what he could remember was very limited. He couldn't help but marvel at the amazing methods of the ancestors of the mysterious heaven army. There were many twists and turns. Sometimes they advanced and sometimes they retreated. Sometimes they retreated and then advanced. It was very deceiving. Finally, Minzai stopped in front of a thick door. The door was completely black and covered with golden patterns. It was like a golden flame burning. Xianxian Army, this was the symbol of the Xianxian Army. This was the camp of the Xianxian Army in the mysterious heaven battle castle. After taking out the Xianxian Army token and verifying their identities, the door opened to let Minzai and Qianzong in. First, there was a huge round door. Qianzong estimated that it could accommodate tens of thousands of people at the same time without being crowded. At the edge of the round door, there were 3 doors. The doors were all black with golden patterns, but there were different symbols on them. The symbol on one door was the symbol of a long saber. The symbol on another door was the symbol of a shield. The last door was the symbol of a bloody sword. Battalion, Imperial Battalion, Murder Battalion. Minzai was a member of the Murder Battalion, so he naturally led Qianzong to the door of the bloody sword. Token, verification, and opening. Each token was closely related to one's life. If one died, the token would break and no one else could use it. Moreover, the mysterious Heaven Army's tokens were made through 3 different methods. It was impossible to decipher the mystery unless one was familiar with the forging methods. That was too difficult. After all, there would be many checks to prevent it from being leaked. Only the relevant person would know about any link, and no one else would know about it. This way, the secret would be prevented from being leaked to the outside world. Stepping into the God Profound Army's killing division, Qianzong could feel traces of faintly discernible killing intent in the air. That killing intent was not targeted at him, nor was it targeted at Minzai, nor was it targeted at anyone else, but it was everywhere. Gazes swept past Qianzong, which made Qianzong instinctively raise his guard. "You're not a member of the Murder Battalion yet. You can only get the token after passing the test," Minzai said to Qianzong as he led the way. Qianzong nodded. Finally, he stepped into the depths of the Slaughter Division and met the Slaughter Division leader. The commander was the strongest. The Murder Battalion was the strongest person in the battalion. The exterminator was wearing a mask, which was pitch black in color and covered in golden runes. It was impossible to see his face clearly, except for a pair of closed eyes. He was also wearing a wide black robe with golden patterns on it, making it impossible for others to see through him. Gender, age, appearance, Chen Zong didn't know anything. He was very mysterious. Standing in front of the commander, 100 meters away, Chen Zong felt an indescribable pressure. It was as if the person in front of him was not a person, but a killing blade. In an instant, the killer lord's closed eyes opened, and an indescribable light shot out from them. Chen Zong felt his hair stand on end. He felt as if he had been pierced by a pair of extremely bright and clear eyes. There was no murderous intent, but it contained an ancient murderous intent. The strange contradiction was even more frightening. No matter if you're a peerless genius or an ordinary genius, you have to complete the mission to enter the murder battalion first. A strange voice came from under the commander's mask. It was like a metal vibration. It was impossible to tell the commander's gender from his voice. He waved his hand. 3 black cards with the dripping blood sword logo flew out and stopped in front of Chen Zong. 3 missions. 9 deaths. Choose one and complete it. The commander's strange metal voice sounded again. Min Zai's expression changed drastically. 9 deaths, but he didn't say anything. He was not allowed to speak here. 9 deaths? Chen Zong mumbled in a low voice. He wasn't very clear about the meaning behind those words. However, from those words, he could feel that the difficulty of this mission was extremely high. It wouldn't be easy to complete it. Chen Zong glanced over and didn't think too much. After all, the 3 cards and 3 missions were at the same level. So, he didn't know what the mission was. He would just rely on his intuition. Chen Zong reached out and grabbed the card on the right. The other 2 cards flew back to the commander's hand. Complete the mission. Then you'll be a member of the murder battalion. As the commander's voice faded, he was surrounded by darkness and disappeared. Min Zai immediately left with Chen Zong. Outside, Min Zai gasped for breath. Then he said with a wry smile, "I didn't expect your mission to be so dangerous." Before Chen Zong responded, Min Zai said again as if he was talking to himself, "Missions are generally divided into 4 levels. The lowest level is life without death. As the name suggests, it's a simple mission. Usually, there won't be any casualties unless there's an unexpected situation. Above life without death is half life and half death. It means that there's a 50% chance of death. But such missions require more caution. The probability of death is very low, but most of the time, there's an injury. Above that, there's a 90% chance of death. You'll die if you're not careful. The probability of death is very high." Min Zai looked at Chen Zong with a wry smile again. He didn't expect that the commander would give Chen Zong such a difficult mission. After all, Min Zai's mission when he joined the murder battalion was only half life and half death. On the other hand, ordinary military missions were all about life and death. In fact, in the Void Battleground, even if there were life and death missions, there was still a lot of danger. So, one could imagine how frightening a mission with a 90% chance of death was. Now that the mission had been given, it couldn't be changed, unless Chen Zong didn't join the murder battalion. But Chen Zong was never a coward. If there were difficulties, he would go against the current. "What about the rank 4 mission?" Chen Zong asked. "Death without death." Min Zai spat out these words with great difficulty. Every single word was suffused with an indescribable heaviness. It was as if a huge hammer had been ruthlessly smashed down and heavily smashed onto Chen Zong's heart, causing him to involuntarily feel a strand of sorrow. Death without death missions rarely appear. But every time it appears, it means that many people will die. Min Zai took a deep breath and said solemnly. Under normal circumstances, missions with a 90% chance of death were the most difficult ones. Because death without death missions rarely appeared. "Let's see what your mission is." Min Zai changed the topic. Chen Zong picked up the card and looked at it carefully. The content of the mission was listed on the card. Pick a demon essence flower from the Demon Essence Valley. Min Zai read it out word by word, and his face changed immediately. Demon Essence Valley. Brother Min, where is the Demon Essence Valley? Chenzong couldn't help but ask. The Demon Essence Valley is a dangerous place in the Void Battleground. Minze replied, the Void Battleground is a general term. There are many dangerous places, and the Demon Essence Valley is one of them. The dangerous places in the Void Battleground are divided into 4 levels by S, low, medium, high, and top. Chenzong listened carefully because it was very important for him to complete the mission. The Void Demons are different from us. They are more chaotic. After they enter the Void Battleground, if they don't fight with us, they will be scattered everywhere and become dangerous places. Compared with the Void Demons, the human race was actually at a disadvantage. Because the Void Demons gave the human race the feeling that they were endless. As long as there was a need, they could come from the void of the universe. However, it seemed that the Void Demons were not only targeting the Xianyuan dynasty, so the number of Void Demons that came was always limited. If the Void Demons were compared to a huge army, then the Void Demons that attacked the Xianyuan battle fort were only a small part of it. The rest of the Void Demons would naturally attack other places. For example, there were 9 worlds in the Tianyuan sacred realm, and the Xianyuan dynasty was only one of them. In addition, there were 8 other worlds that were also resisting the invasion of the Void Demons in other places of the Void Battleground. The human race's experts were limited. If they fought the Void Demons to the death, it was inevitable that there would be heavy casualties. Therefore, they often fought the Void Demons in a tug-of-war and adopted a conservative strategy. As long as the Void Demons did not take the initiative to attack, the Xianyuan army would not send out a large number of troops. At most, they would hunt on a small scale with minimal losses. Some of the dangerous places formed by the Void Demons had void doors built by the Void Demons. Their purpose was naturally to make it easier for the Void Demons to reach the Void Battleground. Among the many dangerous places, the Demon Essence Valley was an intermediate dangerous place. Above it were advanced dangerous places and top dangerous places. However, a low dangerous place was dangerous for an early Saint Rudiment realm expert. An intermediate dangerous place was also dangerous for an intermediate Saint Rudiment realm expert. For an early Saint Rudiment realm expert, it was almost a death zone. It was no wonder that Chenzong's mission was so dangerous. Of course, this was relative. If this task was given to an expert at the peak of the Saint Rudiment realm, it would not be so dangerous. According to the military rules, the task can only be completed by you alone. I can't help you, Minze said. Chenzong nodded. However, you are not familiar with the Void Battleground at all, so I can provide you with a little help, Minze said again. This help was to let Chenzong know the direction of the Demon Essence Valley and how far it was from the Xianyuan battle fort. In addition, Chenzong also obtained a temporary Xianyuan army token. Moreover, he had a better understanding of the Demon Essence Valley, so it would be more convenient for him to complete this dangerous task. Then, Minze sent Chenzong out of the Xianyuan battle fort and watched as Chenzong left. Remember, you must come back alive, Minze whispered. Chenzong waved his hand and strode forward. He used the lightning flash movement skill and moved faster and faster. Soon, he turned into a bolt of lightning and disappeared from Minze's sight. The spirit array of the Xianyuan battle fort was still operating. It was not affected by the arrival or departure of anyone. It was like the sun rose and the moon set. The land of the void battlefield was dry and dry. Blood seeped into the ground. The sky was chaotic and turbulent. On the boundless land, a silver bolt of lightning flashed. It streaked across the land at an astonishing speed. If one looked closely, one could see a figure flying alone on the void battlefield within the lightning. A Saint Realm cultivator could fly in the sky and use the lightning flash, a Saint grade high-grade lightning flash movement technique that had reached the grand completion stage. After integrating the first revolution Thunder Dao Will, one's speed was much faster. At this time, Chenzong had flown out of the range of the Tai Chi Profound Heaven Dust Disintegration Array. The bone-chilling aura kept drilling into his body as if it wanted to freeze his body and mind. Chenzong had to use the ancient fire refining art to resist. Although the purple cloud black star flame had not transformed and could not provide any help to Chenzong, who was already a Saint Realm cultivator, it was still useful. For example, now that he was using the ancient fire refining art, heat swept through his body to resist the cold. At the edge of the mysterious Heaven Battle Fort, there were still mysterious Heaven Army soldiers patrolling. However, there were no patrols beyond that. All Chenzong could see was endless desolation and desolation. There were no people or void demons in sight. It was as if he was the only one between heaven and earth. Chenzong was on his way to carry out his mission. Demon Essence Valley, that was the location of his mission. Demon Essence Valley was an intermediate danger zone where a large number of void demons were stationed. The reason why the void demons were stationed in Demon Essence Valley was not only to establish a stronghold in the void battlefield, but also to obtain void saint herbs. The so-called void saint herbs were saint herbs that could only grow in the void universe. The void battlefield was also part of the void universe. These sacred void herbs were quite useful to the evil void demons. Naturally, the evil void demons would guard and protect them, because the human race was gradually able to use these sacred void herbs to refine pills. For example, one of the main ingredients in the mysterious spirit essence pill was a void saint herb. The 3 main ingredients in the mysterious spirit enlightenment pill were also void saint herbs. Chenzong was asked to go to Demon Essence Valley to pick a demon essence flower, which was a void saint herb. The demon essence flower was naturally located in Demon Essence Valley and was guarded by many void demons. If Chenzong wanted to pluck the devil essence flowers, he would have to enter the Devil Essence Valley and face the void fiend that guarded the Devil Essence Valley. Danger, it was very dangerous, it was a narrow escape. Even so, Chenzong had to go. He had to press forward without fear. He had to complete this mission no matter what. He also had to enter the Spirit Xian Army Slaughter Division. That was very attractive to him. The Xiantian Army and the God Mystery Army were choosing their own people. Com Chen. Edition OMOMOM. It was as cold as hell. Chenzong's figure paused, and he did his best to restrain his aura, not letting it leak out. He had come here alone with a sword. If he attracted the attention of the void demons, he would definitely attract a large number of void demons. He might be able to kill 1 or 2, but it would not be easy to deal with a large number of void demons. If he was not careful, he might die here and everything would be for naught. Demon Essence Valley, the Demon Essence Valley was right in front of him. Outside the Demon Essence Valley, there were some void demons roaming around as if they were patrolling. Chenzong concealed his aura and tried his best to hide as he pondered. The Demon Essence flower was located in the Demon Essence Valley. How could he pick a Demon Essence flower? If one was powerful enough, then one could indeed charge in with a sword. While killing the demons of the void, one could also pluck the Demon Essence flower, complete the mission, and officially become a member of the killing division. However, his current cultivation base at the peak of the second Heaven Saint Rudiment stage was not enough. Perhaps an ordinary peak second Heaven Saint Rudiment stage cultivator would not be a match for him. The same could be said for a void demon at the soldier level who was equivalent to a second Heaven Saint Rudiment stage cultivator. However, there was an even more powerful murderous weapon level above the soldier level. Above the murderous weapon level was the general level void demon at the intermediate Saint Rudiment stage. There was a huge gap between the early Saint Rudiment stage and the intermediate Saint Rudiment stage. Similarly, there was a huge gap between the soldier level void demon and the general level void demon. There was a general level void demon guarding the Demon Essence Valley. Chenzong pondered as he observed. However, under his observation, although the void demons outside the Demon Essence Valley seemed to be roaming around, they had sealed off all routes to enter the Demon Essence Valley. After many simulations, Chenzong discovered that no matter which route he took, he would not be able to avoid the void demons. At the very least, he would encounter one. Although there were some rocks outside the Demon Essence Valley, if a battle broke out, the aura would attract other void demons. At that time, he would be besieged by a large group of void demons. The consequences would be unpredictable. No wonder this mission is rated as a 9 out of 10 chance of survival. Chenzong could not help but think to himself. He was also aware of the difficulty of this mission. For a moment, Chenzong could not help but feel a headache coming on. What should I do? In fact, according to Chenzong's habit, the most direct method would be to charge in with his sword in hand. As soon as this thought appeared in his mind, Chenzong's eyes gradually sharpened as though they were going to pierce through the sky. His conviction grew stronger as well. Everyone had to master the art of adapting to circumstances. However, in a situation where one could not adapt to circumstances and had no choice, one could only resort to the most direct method. Since that was the case, he could only charge in. It was a good opportunity to test his current strength. Otherwise, would he continue to waste time here? One should know that this mission could only be completed by himself. No one else was allowed to help him. Fortunately, he still had a trump card. It was one of the trump cards that the 5 Dao Masters of White Cloud Mountain had given him. It was a trump card that allowed him to unleash the full strength of a 6th-level Saint Rudiment stage expert. Moreover, it was a large-scale attack. Other than that, he also had a one-time use secret treasure that allowed him to unleash the full speed of a 6th-level Saint Rudiment stage expert. Perhaps it would come in handy this time. Since that was the case, he would just have to kill. Since he had made up his mind, Qianzong did not act rashly. He continued to advance according to the best route that he had simulated. On this route, he would only encounter one void demon. As for attracting the attention of other void demons, there was nothing he could do. He could only charge into the Devil Essence Valley as soon as possible, pluck a Devil Essence flower, and leave quickly. Charge. In an instant, Qianzong executed the lightning flash movement technique to the extreme. In an instant, he felt as though he had broken through to the next realm. Fast, extremely fast, it was as though a real bolt of lightning had streaked across the sky. Although it was often said that a cultivator's speed was as fast as lightning, it was still a far cry from a real bolt of lightning. However, it seemed that it really did have such momentum. In an instant, Qianzong flew thousands of meters and rapidly approached the Devil Essence Valley. However, the moment Qianzong moved, the nearest soldier-level void demon also sensed it and immediately rushed over. It raised its pitch-black sharp claws and mercilessly slashed through the air, leaving scars in the void. A chill ran down Qianzong's spine and made his hair stand on end. The Nirvana Evil Sword was instantly unsheathed. The sword turned into a ray of red light and pierced through the sky. It was much faster than his movement technique. Almost as soon as the sword was unsheathed, the sharp red light had already pierced through the void demon's head. The extremely terrifying sword chi surged into the void demon's body and wantonly destroyed it, killing it in an instant. In an instant, the soldier-level void demon's life force was rapidly devoured by the Nirvana Evil Sword. In the blink of an eye, it was reduced to ashes, leaving behind a core that automatically flew up and fell into the storage ring. At the same time, the other void demons in the surroundings were also attracted. They roared angrily, their killing intent shocking the heavens. They were extremely ferocious. Black clouds rolled, and a murderous aura surged like a tide. Kill, one after another, the soldier-level void demons charged over. Elite soldier level, there was even one murderous soldier level. Qianzong ignored them and kept moving forward. The Demon Essence Valley was right in front of him. In the next breath, he would be able to rush into the Demon Essence Valley. However, a black light flashed in front of him. An extremely sharp blade light slashed across the sky, as if it could destroy everything in its path. This blade light, as if it could destroy all life force, was extremely ferocious. In an instant, Qianzong's hair stood on end and his hair stood on end. It was difficult to avoid. Then, there was no need to avoid it. Without hesitation, Qianzong made the quickest choice. A light flashed between his eyebrows, and a gray light burst out in an instant. The sound of metal clashing could be heard. In the next breath, the pitch-black blade light that could destroy all life force was shattered. The second attack was launched. An astonishing murderous aura surged, and a murderous aura soared into the sky. The soldier-level void demon was instantly cut in half. Azura's doppelganger, Xianxia, had arrived, after killing a soldier-level void demon, which was equivalent to a 4th-level Saint Rudiment stage void demon. Qianzong handed the Nirvana Evil Sword to Xianxia. Xianxia's figure flashed, and his sword pierced through the air, instantly killing his way into the Demon Essence Valley. As for Qianzong himself, he pulled out the crimson hellfire flowing sword and attacked the other void demons. The strongest void demon wandering outside the Demon Essence Valley was at the murderous soldier level, and there was only one of them. Kill, crimson light, the sword was like a crimson light that instantly pierced through the air. An astonishing aura of the Tao of fire spread out, as if it was burning the void. Bursting flames, the second attack was launched. Raging flame surged like a torrent, bombarding in all directions. The extremely violent power destroyed everything, and everything was blown to pieces. Ember, the third attack was launched. Raging flames burned fiercely, burning everything. One by one, the fiendish void devils were incinerated into ashes by the flames of ember. They were completely dead. So strong. Chenzong was secretly shocked. Previously, he had only practiced these 3 sword moves in the cultivation room, so he didn't know how powerful they were. Now that he was using them against the void demons, their power was fully displayed. They were indeed very strong. More than a dozen void demons, ranging from elite to soldier level, were all defeated in an instant. The murderous soldier level void demon was also injured. Crimson Light, another sword attack. Crimson Light pierced through the air, piercing through the body of the murderous soldier level void demon. Chenzong was also aware of his current strength. He was stronger than a 3rd level Saint Rudiment stage cultivator, but whether he could defeat a 4th level Saint Rudiment stage cultivator was still unknown. He needed more battles to prove it. Scarlet Light, the sword light was crimson red, like a bolt of lightning piercing through the sky. It was like a hot knife through butter, destroying everything in its path. The body of the murderous weapon level evil spatial devil was penetrated once again. The terrifying sword aura surged and tore everything apart. The murderous weapon level evil void demon was dead. Chenzong did not dig out the heart cores of the void demons because time was of the essence. Xianxia had already broken into the Devil Essence Valley with the Nirvana Evil Sword and was being intercepted by many void demons. Chenzong had to rush over and help as soon as possible. This was the first time the main body and the avatar had joined forces against an enemy. His true body rushed into the Devil Essence Valley, and his body shot out like a bolt of lightning. His sword brought about a scarlet light, and a fiery aura instantly filled the air, rippling endlessly. Scarlet Light, the speed of this sword was astonishing. It was as if it could break through time and space as it pierced through the head of a void demon. Innate Fiend Force Field, the innate ferocious force field that Xianxia's Azura doppelganger had unleashed covered an area of 1,000 meters. Inside the Saint Weapon Tomb, Xianxia had absorbed a large amount of baleful qi, and his cultivation had broken through to the late Third Heaven Saint realm. He had also absorbed and stored a large amount of baleful qi, slowly refining it. Now, his cultivation had reached the peak of the Third Heaven Saint realm, and his Burning Fiend Azura art had broken through to the 18th stage. The Tyrannical Burning Fiend Azura art, the Tyrannical Burning Fiend Azura sword art, Innate Fiend Force Field, Illusory Net 9 changes, combining all of these factors together, Xianxia's strength had become even more tyrannical. The general rank Void Devil couldn't even block a single strike of his and was instantly killed. Only the general rank Void Devil, whose strength was equivalent to a 5th Heaven Saint Realm Void Devil, was barely able to contend with Xianxia, but even then, it was killed in 3 strikes. It was Chenzong's first time seeing Xianxia's strength. Although this was his avatar and their souls were connected, there were still some differences. The Azura doppelganger was an independent life form, just like his true self. Azura's doppelganger was now much stronger than Chenzong's original body. It wasn't just the cultivation level, but also the level of the cultivation technique, the power of the sword technique, and the Tao intent. The heavenly baleful Tao will was a high-level Tao will, and it had been comprehended to the second revolution. The might of the second revolution heavenly baleful Tao insight was much stronger than the first revolution. Within the demonic essence valley, there were countless demonic void demons residing everywhere. At this moment, they were like sharks that had caught the scent of blood as they swarmed over from all directions. Chenzong and Xianxia were heavily surrounded, but due to the innate ferocious force field, the evil void devils were also affected. Their strength was greatly reduced, which in turn increased Chenzong and Xianxia's strength. On the other hand, Chenzong was inside the innate ferocious force field, but he was not affected in the slightest. Moreover, he had the heart domain. Therefore, the murderous weapon-level void devil could not withstand a single strike from Chenzong. Even if it was a general-level void devil, Chenzong could kill it with 3 strikes. Carefree, massacre, he continued to attack, and the red light pierced through the sky. The speed of the sword seemed to be getting faster and faster, and the red light became more and more condensed. Breakthrough, small accomplishment. The crimson light sword had reached small accomplishment. Its speed was faster and its penetrating power was stronger. Sure enough, this kind of life-and-death battle and slaughter was the best way to improve. Chen Zong wanted to immerse himself in this kind of battle, but his purpose in coming here was to complete the task of plucking a demon essence flower. Moreover, if he continued to fight, there would be more and more evil void devils approaching, which would be even more disadvantageous for him. His true body and doppelganger joined forces and slaughtered countless of them as they went deeper into the demonic essence valley. Suddenly, an extremely tyrannical aura rushed over with a loud bang. It was ferocious and brutal to the extreme. Heavenly General level void devils. This was a terrifying void devil that was equivalent to a 6th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage martial artist. It was much stronger than an ordinary 6th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage martial artist. In an instant, 2 Heavenly General level void devils charged directly into the innate ferocious force field, causing it to fluctuate violently like a surging tide. Chen Zong's face was solemn. His true body was no match for these void devils, even in the innate ferocious force field. The gap between them was too big. The gap between the Saint Rudiment stage was even more obvious than the gap between the Half-Saint stage. The difference in strength between each Heaven Saint Rudiment stage was not fixed at all. It could be normal, or it could be huge. This was because cultivation was not the only standard of strength, but also the combination of martial arts, Tao intent, and other aspects. For the truly powerful Saint Rudiment stage martial artists, Tao intent often accounted for a large part of their strength. Demon essence flowers often grew in the depths of the demonic essence valley, making it even more difficult to pluck them. However, since he was here, he could not give up no matter what. He killed his way out. Qin Shou drew his sword and blocked the 2 Heavenly General level void devils with his own strength. His true body quickly moved forward and went deeper into the demonic essence valley. However, he could not move an inch. The void devils continued to attack, causing Chen Zong to be in a difficult battle. Illusory Net 9 transformations. His figure split into 6, changing between real and illusory unpredictably as he dodged the void devil's attack. Bursting flames had broken through to the initial stage. The sword remnant burned everything, turning everything into ashes. Chen Zong's face was solemn as his strength was constantly being consumed. The yuan qi of heaven and earth in the void battlefield was very chaotic, making it difficult for him to absorb. In the middle of a battle, it was also difficult for him to quickly refine and restore his strength by consuming pills. A sharp claw pierced through the void and silently attacked Chen Zong's back. The speed of the attack was extremely shocking. Chen Zong's heart domain allowed him to catch a trace of a fluctuation and react quickly. However, he was still a bit too slow. The defensive power behind his back was instantly torn apart, and a terrifying chill invaded his body. Even though Chen Zong's body was tough, it was difficult for him to resist. Intense pain assaulted his body as the shocking power invaded his body, causing Chen Zong's expression to change slightly. Even though he was not weak, facing so many void devils, there were still times when he would be careless. The power of the void devils continued to invade Chen Zong's body and wreak havoc. Chen Zong had to divert part of his strength to resist, which caused his strength to decrease imperceptibly. Chen Zong's sword pierced through the void, killing the void devil that injured Chen Zong. After piercing through it, he killed the other void devils and alleviated Chen Zong's crisis. He used his own strength to help Chen Zong move forward and pluck the demon essence flower. The demon essence flower grew on a cliff, swaying in the wind. It was completely black, and its surface was crystal clear like a mirror. It was like a beautiful piece of art that was highly collectible. Countless chaotic yuan qi was constantly being absorbed by the demon essence flower. This kind of chaotic yuan qi was not good medicine for the human race. On the contrary, absorbing too much of it was harmful. It would cause one's strength to become impure and impure. However, to the void saint medicine, it was a necessary thing. It was just like how ordinary people needed to breathe air. Through the gaps between the void devils, Chen Zong saw the demon essence flower, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Illusory Net 9 changes, lightning flash, the 2 types of movement techniques were used alternately in an instant, and he quickly rushed forward. Qin Xiu also gave up on the two heavenly general realm void devils to protect his body and block the attacks of the void devils. The demon essence flower was right in front of him. He slashed out with his sword, dug up a demon essence flower, and put it into his storage ring. The void devils went crazy in an instant, as if they had exploded. The demon essence flower was a void sacred herb, and it was very useful to the void devils. One of the reasons why they guarded the demon essence valley was for these demon essence flowers. After the demon essence flowers matured, they would be plucked and sent back to the void devil army. Now, this batch of demon essence flowers had matured and were waiting to be plucked and sent away, but one of them had been plucked by a human. Although one demon essence flower was nothing compared to hundreds of them, it was a matter of pride. In the eyes of many void devils, the human race was just a weak race. If they wanted, they could send an army to flatten the void battleground and kill countless people. It was only because there were too many worlds to conquer that they were in a stalemate. Chen Zong was not overjoyed when he got the demon essence flower, because the mission had only begun when he got the demon essence flower. He had to leave the demon essence valley and return to the mysterious heavenly battle fortress to hand in the demon essence flower. However, the plucking of a demon essence flower had completely angered the void devils, and they charged at him like a raging tide. Qin Xiu unleashed his full strength, ignoring the consumption of his energy. Because Qin Xiu was a doppelganger, he was stronger and could withstand more attacks. Moreover, even if Qin Xiu was injured, he could still absorb the stored evil qi to recover. Moreover, Qin Xiu could also refine a large amount of stored evil qi to recover his energy. This was something that the real body could not compare to. Furthermore, the continuous killing of the void fiend devils would cause the malevolent qi to accumulate endlessly, which would then be absorbed by Qin Xiu. Unknowingly, Qin Xiu's cultivation state would be raised gradually. Fight, 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 the fierce battle was endless, just to break out of the encirclement. The void devils went berserk, and Chen Zong's expression was incomparably dignified. He had consumed most of his energy. Too weak, my strength is still too weak. Chen Zong thought. If he did not have the Azure Doppelganger as his trump card, he would not even be able to enter the Demon Essence Valley and complete the mission. Fortunately, he had the Azure Doppelganger. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to become a member of the Death Division. Is the Death Division's assessment really that difficult? No, it should be me. After all, Min Zhe had said that the difficulty of his mission was half life and half death, not 9 deaths and 1 life. He really thinks highly of me. There were more wounds on his body, but Chen Zong's expression became colder and colder, as if the pain on his body was fake. Of course, the wounds were real, and so was the power that was constantly invading his body. However, Chen Zong had to endure and endure. In an instant, Chen Zong burst out with all his strength and slashed out with his sword. The evil qi was like a violent thunderbolt that wreaked havoc and destroyed more than a dozen void devils, opening a way for Chen Zong to escape. Chen Zong took out a secret treasure. It was a life-saving trump card that one of the 5 Dao Masters of White Cloud Mountain had given him. It could release the full strength of a 6th heaven-entering Saint Realm expert in an instant, covering a large area. He threw the secret treasure behind him and it landed among the void devils. It exploded in an instant, and the terrifying power was like a volcanic eruption, destroying everything in its path. It directly affected a radius of 1,000 meters. The shocking roar seemed to come from the distant horizon, and it was deafening. Chen Zong only felt an extremely terrifying power that brought along a wave of destruction, rushing towards him like a violent wave. That power could completely destroy all of his defenses and destroy his body. Fast, even faster, charge. Charge. Rumble, an astonishing roar reverberated endlessly, and the chaotic yuan qi surged endlessly like a raging tide. A streak of silver lightning shot out from the pitch-black valley in an instant, and after the lightning, there was a surging tide of energy. Pfft. After the figure rushed out of the Demon Essence Valley, he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. After landing, he took a few steps forward and stopped. He couldn't help but look back. Chen Zong's expression was solemn, and there was a drop of blood at the corner of his mouth. The power of this trump card was beyond his expectations. It covered an area of 1,000 meters, and all 6th Heaven Saint Realm cultivators within 1,000 meters were struck by it. Even a heavenly general realm cultivator wouldn't be able to withstand it. Even if they didn't die, they would be severely injured. Although the power of this artifact was very strong, and the momentum it created was astonishing, killing many void demons, Qianzong knew that there would soon be other void demons chasing after him. Run, he had to run. As for Azura's doppelganger, Xianxia, he had taken a blow for him during the explosion. He had suffered heavy injuries and had returned to his knowledge sea to recuperate. Now, he could only rely on himself. He quickly took out some medicinal pills and consumed them to temporarily suppress the injuries caused by the tyrannical force. Then, he mustered all the strength in his body and executed the lightning flash movement technique. His body transformed into a bolt of lightning and swiftly fled into the distance. At the same time, a terrifying aura burst out from the Demon Essence Valley like a volcanic eruption. It was terrifying to the extreme. Killing intent, it was so ferocious that it couldn't be washed away even with all the water in the sea. The terrifying aura rushed from afar and quickly approached, giving Qianzong great pressure. It was the pressure of life and death. If he couldn't escape, he would die. Under the intense pressure of the crisis, a flash of lightning seemed to condense from the void and landed on Qianzong. His speed increased dramatically. Lightning flash movement technique. Perfection. The perfection of the movement technique increased Qianzong's speed by several times. He circulated the Dexian origin formula at full force, constantly refining the power of the pills in his body to heal his injuries and restore his strength. In his knowledge sea, Azura's doppelganger Xianxia was also doing his best to refine the massive amount of killing intent he had absorbed in the Saint Weapon Tomb. 900 li, the distance between the Demon Essence Valley and the mysterious Heaven Battle Castle was 900 miles. At his current speed, it would only take him about 6 hours to reach the mysterious Heaven Battle Castle. Persevere, quick, even faster, extreme speed, the speed of digging out all of one's potential. His aura continued to surge, rising and falling like the tide. Bit by bit, he expelled the terrifying energy that had invaded his body. His strength was also gradually recovering. Under the circulation of the mysterious ancient flame refining art, the purple cloud black star flame spread out and burned, eliminating all impurities and leaving no side effects. All of a sudden, a powerful aura surged out of Qianzong's body. Breakthrough, early third heaven saint realm. His cultivation had risen from the peak of the second heaven saint realm to the peak of the second heaven saint realm, and he had broken through to the early third heaven saint realm. Lightning flashed across the sky. With such speed, even a general-level void devil would have a hard time catching up. However, at this moment, there were warlords and heavenly generals chasing after Qianzong, and the distance between them was constantly shortening. I have no choice but to use this last artifact, Qianzong thought to himself. This was the one-time speed artifact that the Flying Cloud Sex Dao Master had given him. It could allow him to reach the sixth heaven saint realm for a short period of time. The ring on his finger appeared and shattered, turning into wisps of white mist that quickly spread throughout Qianzong's body. In an instant, Qianzong turned into a wisp of light, and his speed suddenly increased by several times. In an instant, he had pulled away from the heavenly general realm void devil behind him. He was as fast as lightning, and like a flowing cloud in the sky, he quickly approached the mysterious Heaven Battle Castle. With his original speed, it would take him 6 hours to cross 900 miles. However, after increasing his speed, he could cross the distance in less than 2 hours. He quickly pulled away from the pursuing void devil and gradually shook it off. After a while, the white mist gradually dissipated. The energy of the one-time use artifact had finally been exhausted. Qianzong's speed dropped again, and he returned to his original speed. However, a few minutes was enough to shake off the pursuing void devil. Even so, Qianzong did not stop and continued to move forward at full speed. Time passed slowly. Gradually, Qianzong saw the outline of the mysterious Heaven Battle Castle. He subconsciously heaved a sigh of relief. At least he was safe here. Even if the void devil chased after him, as long as it was not an army, there would only be one outcome, death. Following that, Qianzong also saw the patrolling team. Identity verification. This was necessary because void devils had disguised themselves as humans and infiltrated the mysterious Heaven Battle Castle in an attempt to cause damage. Fortunately, they were discovered in time, and the losses were not great. The mysterious Heaven Battle Castle was crucial. If it was destroyed, the mysterious Heaven Army would not be able to stop the invasion of the Void Devils. Therefore, no matter how careful they were, it was not excessive. Chen Zong had a temporary token from the Divine Xian Army Slaughter Division. After verifying it, he stepped into the range of the Tai Chi Mystic Dust Dispersal Formation and quickly headed for the mysterious Heaven Battle Castle. Did you complete the mission? Minze hurriedly asked. Yes. Chen Zong's eyes had a trace of tiredness. 9 deaths and 1 life, this mission was worthy of its name. If it were not for the Azure clone as a trump card, he would not have been able to complete this mission. Minze was shocked. 9 deaths and 1 life, the intermediate grade danger zone, Demon Valley, Chen Zong was able to complete the mission. It was really shocking. However, it seemed that the situation was not good. This was indeed the case. In order to complete this dangerous mission, Chen Zong's original body had suffered heavy injuries. Even though he had made a breakthrough in his cultivation and increased his strength in the face of death, his injuries were still there and had yet to fully recover. If they were not treated in time, as time passed, they would become stubborn and leave behind sequelae. In addition, the Azure clone, Xianxia, had suffered even more serious injuries. If Xianxia had a real body, he might have died already. 2 6th-level Saint Rudiment stage secret treasures had been used because of this. It had to be said that in order to complete this mission, Chen Zong had paid a huge price. However, he still completed it. Under Minze's lead, Chen Zong once again arrived at the Divine Xian Army Slaughter Division to meet the Slaughter Master. The Slaughter Master was still so mysterious. Chen Zong could not see through him. From now on, you're a member of the Divine Xian Army Slaughter Division. You're included in the Blood Soaring Division. The Slaughter Master's metallic voice rang out. Minze left with Chen Zong. Congratulations. We're real colleagues from now on. Minze smiled and patted Chen Zong's shoulder. Let's go. I'll take you to get your equipment. The so-called equipment was actually very simple. It was the Slaughter Division token and the mysterious god-killing armor. Chen Zong had just become a member of the Divine Xian Army Slaughter Division. His military rank was only a junior sergeant. In addition to Chen Zong's information, the mysterious god-killing token only contained the terrain of the mysterious Heaven Battle Fortress. As for the military merit, it was blank. As for the mysterious god-killing armor, it naturally belonged to the Divine Xian Army Slaughter Division. The mysterious god-killing armor was divided into 4 grades: Yellow Grade, Mysterious Grade, Earth Grade, and Heaven Grade. Yellow Grade was the lowest and Heaven Grade was the highest. Chen Zong's mysterious god-killing armor belonged to the Yellow Grade. However, even the Yellow Grade mysterious god-killing armor was a Grade 3 sacred artifact. The mysterious god-killing armor was a Grade 6 sacred artifact. The Earth Grade mysterious god-killing armor was a Grade 9 sacred artifact. As for the Heaven Grade mysterious god-killing armor, it was above a sacred artifact. The Slaughter Division of the Divine Xian Army is relatively free, but we still need to practice killing formations and cooperate with each other. I'll take you to see the Slaughter General Xueling first. Minze smiled. The Slaughter Division was a general name. There were also divisions. Xueling was one of them. The Slaughter Division of the Divine Xian Army was divided into 4 major divisions: Xianxia, Xueling, Badian, and Duanfeng. Each division was led by a Slaughter General. The 4 Slaughter Generals were directly under the Slaughter Master's command. In fact, it was the Slaughter Master's idea to bring Chen Zong to see the Slaughter Master. According to the previous rules, or rather, when Minze first joined the Slaughter Division, he was not qualified to meet the Slaughter Master. This was the difference between an ordinary prodigy and a peerless prodigy. Of course, it was said that only a few people who joined the Slaughter Division could be directly met by the Slaughter Master. This also showed that the Slaughter Master valued Chen Zong very much. Perhaps this was the reason why he gave Chen Zong such a dangerous mission and asked him to complete it. Xueling Division. The Slaughter General Xueling was wearing an Earth-grade mysterious god-killing armor. He exuded a terrifying aura. His killing intent was shocking. When he opened and closed his eyes, there was a faint bloody light. It was as if he was in azure purgatory. It was terrifying and terrifying. However, Qinzong felt that the slaughter general could not be compared with the mysterious slaughter master. The slaughter master's killing intent was restrained and hard to detect. Although the slaughter general Xue Ling's killing intent was restrained, it could not be compared with the slaughter master's. Part of it leaked out. This was the difference between their realms. The slaughter general Xue Ling exuded a terrifying killing intent. There was a faint red light in his eyes. He stared at Qinzong as if he wanted to see through Qinzong. From the slaughter general Xue Ling's eyes, Qinzong could vaguely see rivers of blood and corpses floating up and down. The 7th Brigade needs new blood. Qinzong will be in the 7th Brigade, the slaughter general Xue Ling said directly after thinking for a while. Minze immediately revealed a smile. He belonged to the 7th Brigade. The Xue Ling division had 10 brigades. Each brigade had 100 people and was divided into 10 teams. Lord Slaughter General, my 3rd team is short of a member. Let Qinzong join the 3rd team, Minze requested. Approved, the slaughter general Xue Ling said. Minze was even more delighted. He had been asked to pick up Qinzong, but it did not mean that Qinzong had to join his team. However, with Qinzong's extraordinary talent and potential, and the fact that he could complete a dangerous mission alone, it was definitely a good thing for him to become a member of his team. Although his cultivation was not high enough, he could grow. When he grew up, he would definitely become the pillar of the team. The stronger the member, the better it would be for the team. Qinzong did not have any objections to joining Minze's team. On the contrary, Minze had picked him up and had a good impression of him. The Xianxia army was the first among the 9 armies of the Xiantian army. On the other hand, the murder division was the more elite part of the Xianxia army. Not everyone was qualified to become a member of the murder division. It could be said that every single person in the murder division had outstanding ability and strength. Even among those of the same level, there were very few who could match them. Because it was difficult to enter the assassination division, there were not many members in the assassination division. Each of the 4 divisions had a maximum of 1,000 members. Those who exceeded 1,000 would become reserve members of the assassination division. The total number would not exceed 5,000. Of course, there were less than 5,000 people, but each and every one of them was a prodigy. Qinzong was originally going to be a reserve member of the assassination division. However, because he had completed a near-death mission, the assassination master thought highly of him and arranged for him to enter the Xue Ling division. The news of the change in members spread quickly. The other members of the assassination division would know about it sooner or later. In the assassination division, a group of people were discussing. The 3rd one. This is the 3rd person who skipped our reserve member and entered the 4 divisions directly. We can't help it. Who asked us to not be supreme talents? What can we do? It is said that the 3 of them were directly summoned by the assassination master and completed a near-death mission. Summoned by the assassination master. 9-death mission. Suddenly, everyone gasped. As a reserve member of the murder division, they could be considered as an official member of the murder division. It was just that they were not part of the 4 great divisions. However, they also had the murder division token, mysterious god-killing armor, and so on. They had also completed a mission to enter the assassination division. However, they had not been summoned by the assassination master and had not completed a near-death mission. At most, they had completed a half-death mission. A half-death mission and a near-death mission were only 1 level apart. However, the difference was huge. If they were sent to complete a near-death mission, they would really die and never return. Therefore, no matter how dissatisfied they were, they could only accept it. Unless they had the ability to complete a near-death mission. The assassination division had always been a meritocracy. Minze, the leader of the 3rd team of the 7th Battalion of the Xue Ling branch, came with Qinzong to meet the other 8 team members. Every member had to choose a title for themselves. These titles were left behind by the soldiers and generals of the Xiantian army. However, they had all died in battle and only left behind their titles and saint weapons. The sacred weapons were placed in the sacred weapon mound, but the titles were left behind, waiting for the new person to inherit them. These titles were passed down from generation to generation. They were a kind of spiritual symbol, a kind of spiritual inheritance. The titles left behind by the ancestors were distributed accordingly. The homicide division had its own title, and so did the 4 divisions. It was so detailed that each brigade had its own title. Chenzong belonged to the 7th Battalion of the Shueling Division. Naturally, he chose the title left by the 7th Battalion. There weren't many, only 6 of them. After all, the 7th Battalion had a total of 100 people and only 100 titles. 6 empty titles meant that they were still short of 6 people to be considered full. Out of the 6 titles, Chenzong did not have much of a choice. Without much hesitation, Chenzong made his choice in just a few breaths. Lifeless Sword. You actually chose the Lifeless Sword title. Yan Mo, one of the members of the 7th Battalion's 3rd Battalion, was surprised. The others also had strange expressions. It seemed that this title was not a small matter. Chenzong practiced swordsmanship. Among the 6 titles, only the Lifeless Sword had the word sword. It was natural for him to choose the Lifeless Sword. Captain, you didn't tell the new person about this title? Shuidao was surprised. Not yet. Minze smiled and looked at Chenzong. Chenzong, the Lifeless Sword title is similar to the other titles, but there are some differences. The similarity is that they are all titles. The difference is that the first person to have the Lifeless Sword title was the top 10 expert of the Shueling Division of the Xianxia Army's Homicide Division. In the Xiantian Army, other than the military rank, there was another way to determine one's strength. That was the seats. Generally speaking, there were only 10 seats. For example, in the Xianxian Army, there were a total of 10 seats. The Combat Division, Defense Division, and Homicide Division also had 10 seats. Naturally, the 4 divisions of the Homicide Division had their own top 10 experts. The 10 seats of the Shueling Division were under the Shueling Executioner. They could be said to be the top 10 experts under the Shueling Executioner. The first person to have the Lifeless Sword title was one of the 10 seats of the Shueling Division. He was ranked first, but he was killed in a big battle. Since then, those who chose the Lifeless Sword title did not live long. It was as if they were cursed. Not only were they unable to reproduce the glory of this title, but they would also die quickly. The shortest was 1 year, the longest was 3 years. Usually, they would die on their first mission. As a result, this title had not been chosen for many years. Unexpectedly, Chenzong chose it. Lifeless Sword, death without life, the symbolism was ominous. Minze was actually a little helpless. This was his negligence. He had not been aware of it and had not been in time to stop Chenzong. He had not explained it to Chenzong clearly. It's okay. Chenzong did not care. If he was going to die, he would die no matter what title he chose. A title was just a symbol. Could it be that if he chose the Lifeless Sword as his title, he would really die? No, the original name of the Lifeless Sword was used to kill his enemies, not himself. Since you have made your choice, you cannot regret it. I sincerely hope that you can reproduce the glory of this title, Iron Wall said in a low, muffled voice. All right, the title has been chosen. It cannot be changed. As long as we work together, I believe we can break this curse, Minze said. His title was Sky Halberd. Normally, accepting a new member was a process. However, Chenzong was a peerless genius who had completed a mission with a slim chance of survival. Therefore, no one rejected him. Instead, they accepted him psychologically. Even Swift Shadow and Dark Cold Spear, who were colder than the rest of the team, expressed their goodwill towards Chenzong. For the next month, our 3rd team will not accept any missions. Instead, we will work together, Minze said seriously, showing the spirit of a team leader. Chenzong was a newcomer. He had just become a member of the 3rd team. He needed to work together with the other team members so that they could work together better and display the overall strength of the team. This was the purpose of forming a team. Otherwise, there was no need to form a team. They could just fight on their own. A good team could make full use of their individual strengths. Not only would they not weaken others, but they would also strengthen each other and break through their limits. Lifeless, for the next month, you have to do your best to work with us and practice the mysterious God-killing formation. You don't have to be proficient in it, but you have to at least have a basic understanding of it, Sky Halberd Minze said to Chenzong seriously. Yes. Chenzong also showed the attitude of a team member. He did not treat it with pride because he had completed a mission with a slim chance of survival. This attitude satisfied everyone. Immediately, Minze introduced the mysterious god-killing formation to Chenzong. The 9 armies of the Xiantian army had their own formations. The mysterious god armies formations were called mysterious god formations. They were divided into 3 parts: mysterious god battle formation, mysterious god defensive formation, and mysterious god killing formation. These formations were very profound and mysterious. They could be formed by 2 people, 3, 4, 5, or even 10 or 100 people. Of course, the mysterious god-killing formation set by 2 people could not be compared to the mysterious god-killing formation set by 100 people. However, it was also much easier to master. After all, the fewer people there were, the easier it was to practice. The more people there were, the harder it was to practice. Chenzong learned the content of the mysterious god-killing formation. To practice, they naturally had to practice the mysterious god-killing formation with 2 people. This was the foundation. Only by mastering the foundation could they improve further. Soon, Chenzong grasped the foundation of the mysterious god-killing formation with his strong understanding and practiced it with Minze. Seeing Chenzong familiarize himself with it after a few practice, the other team members could not help but be speechless. Is this the ability of a peerless genius? Hong Yan's red lips were slightly open, and her face was full of surprise. Ordinary peerless geniuses do not have this ability. Snowblade's body was filled with traces of coldness, like ice and snow, and his eyes were as sharp as a blade. Snowblade is right. Ordinary peerless geniuses would need at least a day to grasp the foundation of the mysterious god-killing formation. However, Lifeless Sword is too amazing. He only practiced it 3 times. The first time, he was still unfamiliar with it, but the 4th time, he became familiar with it. It was as if other peerless geniuses had practiced it hundreds of times. Eagle Wing rubbed the stubble on his chin and squinted his eyes, which were as sharp as an eagle's. The higher the talent of Lifeless Sword, the better it is for our 3rd team. Swift Shadow's voice was fleeting, but he directly pointed out the essence of the matter. Lifeless Sword was now a member of the 3rd team. He was their teammate and colleague. The more outstanding his teammate was, the better he was. For the team, there were only benefits and no disadvantages. With such talent, he might be able to break the curse of Lifeless Sword and recreate the glory of the first Lifeless Sword. Minze practiced the foundation of the mysterious god-killing formation 10 times consecutively with Minze. From the beginning, he was unfamiliar with it, to familiarize himself with it, and then to master it. It was only 10 times, but Minze was shocked and stressed, but he was also very happy. According to this situation, it might take less than a month to complete the run-in of the 3rd team. At that time, they could first accept missions and engage in life and death battles to further deepen the run-in. After the 2-person formation practice, it was time for the 3-person formation practice. Only when 2 to 10 people were proficient in the formation practice could they be considered to have truly grasped the mysterious god-killing formation. Only then could they make the fastest response to various situations and form a formation to deal with the enemy. Of course, if they were alone, they would not be able to use any formation and could only rely on their own strength to deal with the enemy. However, he had the Azura Doppelganger as his biggest trump card. Chenzong thought that if he had already grasped the mysterious god-killing formation when he went to the Demon Essence Valley, then the Azura Doppelganger and his true body would form a mysterious god-killing formation. The increase in strength would not be as simple as 1 + 1. There were 10 members in the 3rd squad of the 7th squad of the Blood-Soaring Division of the Mysterious God-Killing Division. The strongest was the captain, Tianji Minze, who was at the late 7th Heaven Saint Realm. Snowblade was at the mid-7th Heaven Saint Realm, and Cold Nether Spear was at the early 7th Heaven Saint Realm. The other members were at the 6th or 5th Heaven Saint Realm, except for Chenzong. Chenzong's cultivation was at the early 7th Heaven Saint Realm, which made him the weakest person in the 3rd Heaven Saint Realm. His strength was also the weakest at this stage, and he couldn't compare to the other members. However, the other members didn't look down on Chenzong just because his cultivation was lower than theirs. In terms of talent, Chenzong was the most talented, and it was only a matter of time before he surpassed them. Moreover, whether it was completing the dangerous mission or his performance in the mysterious god-killing formation, Chenzong's ability was admirable, and they couldn't help but admire him. The third squad had their own living quarters. The entrance was like a beehive, and the interior was a circular space. There were 10 entrances on the walls, and each entrance corresponded to a room. The mysterious Heaven Battle Castle was huge, and its interior was extremely spacious. The third squad's living quarters had a hall that was 1,000 meters in radius, and each member's room was 100 meters in radius. Chenzong was cultivating in the room. There were 7 mysterious god origin essence pills left, and their effects were amazing. They were enough to increase his cultivation, and cultivation was an important part of one's strength. In addition, 3 mysterious god origin enlightenment pills were delivered to Chenzong, and the fire Dao Will stone was also delivered to Chenzong. Chenzong took out a mysterious god origin essence pill, and after consuming it, he circulated the Great Mystery Formula to refine it. The Great Mystery Formula was the most common top-grade saint-grade cultivation technique, and there were many better cultivation techniques in the mysterious Heaven Legion, but they required enough military merits to exchange for them. Chenzong could only cultivate the Great Mystery Formula for now. He circulated the 17th stage of the Great Mystery Formula to refine the mysterious God Origin Essence pill's energy. The pill's effects were amazing, and it was pure and boundless. It was easy to refine and absorb it, and convert it into his own strength to increase his cultivation. Chenzong's early Third Heaven Saint Realm cultivation was steadily increasing. Time passed, day after day, and Chenzong's cooperation with the members of the third squad went from unfamiliar to familiar. Whether it was 2 people working together, 3, 4, 5, or even 10 people working together, they all grasped it well. At the same time, Chenzong continued to refine the mysterious spirit essence pills. 1 pill, 2 pills, 3 pills, Cultivation Realm Breakthrough Intermediate Third Heaven Saint Realm, the Great Mystery Stage. The breakthrough in the Great Profound Origin Art allowed Chenzong's refining speed to greatly increase. 20 days later, the 7 mysterious spirit essence pills were completely refined by Chenzong. As a result, Chenzong's cultivation had increased significantly. Peak Third Realm. Since he had just stepped into the peak of the Third Heaven Saint Realm, his strength had naturally increased as well. In these 20 days, Chenzong Third Squad's cooperation with each other had reached a level of proficiency. It was as if they had worked together for a few years. Everyone was amazed. Wuxing, your cultivation has reached the peak of the Third Heaven Saint Realm. Heavenly Halberd Minze exclaimed, in 10 days, we will be accepting missions to temper our squad. You must be prepared. It's time to consume the profound underworld fruit. Chenzong thought to himself. Chenzong decided to keep the 3 mysterious God Origin Enlightenment pills for the time being. Previously, Xianxia had consumed 1 profound underworld fruit, and its effects were shocking. He had comprehended a high-grade Heavenly Fiend Dao intent. Now that his Heavenly Fiend Dao intent had reached the 2nd revolution, it was close to the 3rd revolution. Once it broke through to the 3rd revolution, its power would be even more shocking. Dao intents were at the all-creation realm and the 4th revolution. The higher the grade, the stronger the Dao intent. However, it was more difficult to raise the grade of a Dao intent. After 20 days, Azura's doppelganger Xianxia's injuries had healed and his cultivation had improved. After the profound nether fruit was taken out, Chenzong glanced at it a few times before consuming it without the slightest hesitation. The fire Dao Insight Stone appeared in his hand along with this, and he merely held it in his hand when traces of extremely hot and profound fluctuations suffused out, coiling around Chenzong's entire body while overflowing with the aura of the Dao. The taste of the mysterious underworld fruit was a little sour, making it difficult to swallow. However, Chenzong's expression did not change as he directly chewed and swallowed the fruit. A wave of cold energy immediately spread in his stomach, swiftly sweeping through every part of his body. Following which, it rushed towards his spirit sea like an endless river. As it poured into the divine sea, Chenzong's soul trembled. It was as if he could hear a profound and vast divine voice, faintly coming from the void, from the darkness. It came intermittently, as if it contained the ancient mysteries and charm of the primordial era. It was as if his soul had left his body and wandered into the dark and boundless void. In the void, it was empty and boundless, but it seemed to give birth to countless mysteries. Suddenly, it seemed as if wisps of aura were born from the void. They slowly gathered and rotated like wind and water. The trajectory was extremely mysterious, like a myriad of streams returning to their origin. Then, an astonishing sharp aura that originated from the heart and stopped at will was born. It was like a sword of the void that could pierce through and tear apart everything. The sharpness gradually condensed and appeared faintly in the dark void. It seemed to be motionless, but it was constantly changing. It contained an astonishing sharpness that could easily pierce through and tear apart everything. Then, a silver arc of lightning jumped out from the void like a strand of hair. As it meandered, it gradually thickened and turned into a silver electric snake. It swung its body and slithered in the dark void. There seemed to be the sound of wind whistling. Wisps of aura filled the air and gathered into a gust of wind that blew in the dark void. It was eternal and immortal. Finally, a dazzling red light seemed to explode from the void and gradually burn. Wisps of aura were born from the void and gathered from all directions and gradually poured into the red light. The red light gradually expanded and became a burning flame. The flame gradually grew from the size of a fist to the size of a palm. The vortex that was like a stream of air, the faintly discernible sharpness, the dancing silver electric snake, the incessant wind that blew in all directions, and the red light that burned for eternity were scattered all around the dark void. Chen Zong's consciousness could feel that every one of them was changing and seemed to be strengthening. However, the red light was strengthening at the fastest speed, as if it had received some kind of help. Moreover, strands and strands of profundity seemed like the convergence of countless streams, and they trickled into a river as they surged into his consciousness, causing him to gradually sense and grasp them. The mysterious underworld fruit was a sacred medicine. It was a rare sacred medicine that originated from ancient times. Its value was astonishing and its effects were astonishing. The more outstanding one's comprehension ability was, the greater the benefits one would receive from consuming the mysterious underworld fruit. Chen Zong's comprehension ability was very high. Naturally, the effects of the mysterious underworld fruit would be more thoroughly explored. What Chen Zong did not know was that in ancient times, the Xianming fruit was of great value to the Almighties. The Xianming fruit tree in the Xianming microcosm was something that the original owner of the Xianming microcosm had paid a great price to obtain. In the mysterious underworld dark void, there was no day or night, no sun rose or set, no flowers bloomed or withered, and no cycle of the 4 seasons. One couldn't feel the passage of time at all. Everything was gradually changing. It was a metamorphosis that originated from the dark void. Where's the lifeless sword? It's already the 3rd day. The flame demon frowned and asked, does he think that he doesn't need to practice with us anymore? I don't think so. Eagle Wing's eyes were extremely sharp as he said unhurriedly. He won't. Sky Halberd's tone was certain. Although they hadn't known each other for a long time, Min Zhe believed that he wouldn't misjudge a person. The lifeless sword Chen Zong wasn't a self-righteous person. Perhaps it was because of cultivation. After all, sometimes when cultivating, one just happened to find an opportunity to break through. It was normal for it to take a little longer. Just as they were discussing, the door to Chen Zong's room opened and a figure walked out. Numerous gazes fell on Chen Zong as if they wanted to see through Chen Zong. However, they couldn't see through him. Lifeless, you broke through again? Iron Wall asked in a low, muffled voice. I was lucky to break through, Chen Zong said modestly. Actually, it wasn't a fluke, nor was it a breakthrough. Instead, it was a huge breakthrough, a huge breakthrough. Compared to 3 days ago, his strength had more than doubled, perhaps even more. His cultivation was at the peak of the 3rd level Saint Realm, the 19th stage of the Grand Mystery Formula, the 2nd revolution of the high-grade Tao Intent, Heart Sword Tao Intent, the 2nd revolution of the low-grade Tao Intent, Lightning Tao Intent, the 2nd revolution of the low-grade Tao Intent, Wind Tao Intent, the 3rd revolution of the low-grade Tao Intent, Fire Tao Intent. It was fine if he didn't break through, but once he did, it was extremely shocking. Chen Zong hadn't completely grasped this breakthrough and converted it into strength, but he was 100% confident that his strength had more than doubled. If it was completely converted into strength, it would be more than doubled. Strong, even stronger. What came with stronger strength was stronger confidence. Since they knew that Chenzong hadn't appeared for 3 days because he had broken through in seclusion, everyone wasn't dissatisfied. Instead, they were happy for Chenzong. Currently, Chenzong's strength was the weakest among them. Although he could unleash more strength with the mysterious god-killing formation, he was still the weakest. He was the weakest link in the entire team. Usually, it wasn't a big deal. However, if they encountered true danger, it might become the weak point and affect the others. Therefore, Chenzong's cultivation needed to be raised, and his strength needed to be enhanced. There are still 7 days before we accept a mission to face the Void Devil. We'll use the Void Devil to strengthen the cooperation between us. Captain Tianji swept his gaze and said seriously, "Now, let's continue practicing and strengthen the cooperation between us. There's no such thing as the deepest, only deeper. It might save our lives at a critical moment, so we can't be careless." Everyone understood this principle. However, every time, Captain Heavenly Halberd would repeat it to remind everyone and strengthen their understanding of it. An army, that was a team, not a single person. Since they were a team, they had to have a sense of teamwork and couldn't be alone. Chenzong had always been alone, but now, he had made some changes. However, Chenzong didn't resist. The void battlefield was vast, desolate, and endless. 10 silhouettes flitted across the sky at a low altitude, as if a gust of wind had passed through, as if shooting stars had pierced through the sky, as if lightning had flashed past. These 10 figures were the members of the 3rd Squad of the 7th Squad of the Divine Mystery Army's Blood-Soaring Division. Captain Tianji and the other squad members were Snowblade, Cold Nether Spear, Flame Demon, Iron Wall, Swift Shadow, Eagle Wings, Hong Yen, Savage Dragon, and Lifeless Sword. After a month of training, Chenzong and the rest of the squad had a tacit understanding of each other. Now that Tianji had accepted a mission, he planned to use it to further strengthen their teamwork. The difficulty of the mission wasn't high. As long as they were careful enough, they could survive. Of course, other than personal factors, there were also external factors. No one could guarantee that they would survive. The location of the mission was located 1,700 miles southeast of the mysterious Heaven Battle Fort. It was a mid-grade danger zone called the Devil Swallowing Swamp. As for the content of the mission, it was naturally related to the Void Saint Herb. The Devil Swallowing Swamp produced 2 types of Void Saint Herbs. One was called the Devil Snake Bone, and the other was called the Black Devil Tree Fruit. There were also many Void Devils residing in the Devil Swallowing Swamp. They guarded the swamp while managing the Devil Snake Bone and the Black Devil Tree Fruit. The level of missions in the mysterious Heaven Army had always been relative. For example, the mission that Chenzong had completed previously was not a mission with a high chance of survival. If it was a Mastery Saint Rudiment realm, it would be a half-life, or even a half-life. Similarly, the mission to pluck the Devil Essence flowers from the Devil Essence Valley would not be a half-life mission if it was given to the entire squad. There was only one type of mission that was absolute, and that was a half-life mission. No matter the cultivation base of the target, it was a half-life mission. With the second revolution lightning Dao intent and the lightning flash movement technique at the perfect stage, Chenzong speed soared. He was much faster than before. An ordinary peak 4th Heaven Saint Rudiment Realm cultivator was not as fast as Chenzong. He was comparable to an ordinary 5th Heaven Saint Rudiment Realm cultivator. However, other than Chenzong, the weakest member of the 3rd Squad was at the late 5th Heaven Saint Realm. Moreover, they weren't ordinary cultivators. Therefore, they could only suppress their speed to match Chenzong's. To be honest, the feeling of suppressing one's speed and not being able to run freely was very unpleasant. Chenzong could also understand that. Therefore, the only thing he could do was to constantly stimulate his speed and make further progress. 1,700 kilometers was not too far for them, and they would be able to reach it in just a few hours. The Demon Devouring Swamp is a mid-level danger zone. According to our intelligence, there are Demon King-level void demons guarding it. Captain Tianji said as he led the team. A lower King-grade void fiend was equivalent to a 7th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. However, it was much stronger than an ordinary 7th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. Tianji's cultivation was at the late 5th Heaven Saint realm, and his strength was much stronger than an ordinary late 5th Heaven Saint realm powerhouse. However, he did not dare to underestimate a Demon King level void demon. If he was careless, he could be killed. Moreover, there was more than one void devil in the demon-swallowing swamp. There were hundreds and thousands of them. Let alone a small team of 10, even if there were a few more small teams, they could be drowned and killed. Therefore, they had to act according to plan and not recklessly barge in. Not only would it be difficult to complete the mission, but they might even be swallowed whole. When they were 50 kilometers away from the demon-devouring swamp, the third squad tried their best to conceal their auras and reduce their speed to avoid attracting the attention of the demon-devouring swamp. Yingyi's gaze was sharp as he stared ahead. He had cultivated an eye technique, and his eyesight was amazing. He could see very far away and could even see very small details. In this aspect, not even Shenzong could compare with him. Everyone had their own strengths, and only by cooperating with each other could they unleash their full potential. Yingyi's eyes shone brightly, and there seemed to be a wisp of brilliance swimming in the depths of his eyes like a spirit snake. He stared at everything in front of him and analyzed the path of the demon-devouring swamp. Then, Yingyi took out the pitch-black bow on his back and pulled the bowstring to its fullest. Like a full moon, a shocking sharp aura lingered on the arrow. As it pulsed, it emitted a terrifying sharpness that seemed to be able to pierce through everything. However, a trace of sharpness was locked onto the arrow, and it did not leak out. Only those close to it could feel it. Take aim, lock on, release. Vaguely, Shenzong seemed to hear an extremely sharp sound. The sharp arrow turned into a beam of light, piercing through the sky and shooting out in an instant. In the blink of an eye, it had shot out hundreds of meters, heading towards a demon-devouring swamp that was thousands of meters away. The evil void devil was a murderous weapon, but it didn't even have time to react before the arrow pierced through its body. The arrow didn't come out of the body of the evil void devil. Instead, it was stuck in the body of the evil void devil. Terrifying power exploded from the arrow and attacked the body of the evil void devil. The evil void devil was killed in an instant. Dozens of meters away, there were two other demon-devouring swamp that noticed the abnormality in an instant. However, another arrow pierced through the air and pierced through the heads of the two demon-devouring swamps. Demon-devouring swamp. Double arrow triple kill. Yingyi displayed his amazing archery skills as soon as he made his move. Shenzong thought to himself. He had once studied archery, but after that, he rarely touched the bow and arrow. He mainly used the sword, but his archery foundation was still there. It was not bad, but compared to Yingyi, there was a clear gap. If it were him, it would be impossible to kill 3 murderous weapon-level demon-devouring swamp without attracting the attention of the other demon-devouring swamp. Moving forward. Encountering another demon-devouring swamp, Yingyi made his move again. This time, the arrow did not shoot straight. Instead, it drew an arc and hit a demon-devouring swamp behind a withered tree, killing it. At the same time, in another place, a figure seemed to quietly emerge from nothingness. A pitch-black dagger that did not reflect any light silently streaked through the air. It also cut open the back of the demon-devouring swamp and went straight for its core. The core of the demon-devouring swamp was not only the condensation of its power, but also its weak point. Attacking the core directly, it used a special technique and force to destroy the demon-devouring swamp's soul and kill it directly. It was Swift Shadow. Swift Shadow was extremely fast and was good at hiding. Like an assassin, he waited for an opportunity to strike and kill with one strike. Every one of them had their own outstanding abilities. With Swift Shadow and Yingyi working together, one assassinated while the other attacked from a distance. The demon-devouring swamp continued to kill the demon-devouring swamp. After crossing 50 miles safely, they arrived at the edge of the demon-devouring swamp. However, there were more demon-devouring swamp. Even with Yingyi and Swift Shadow working together, they could not kill all the demon-devouring swamp in an instant. It was time for the others to make their move. Shenzong had the lowest cultivation and was the weakest. Naturally, he was at the back. The snow blade was unsheathed, bringing with it an incomparably bright blade light. It was like a waterfall, but also like a streak of flowing light in the sky. It was extremely fast, and a chill descended from the sky. One with the blade, a blade that could freeze the world. The snowy light shone in all directions. The dark cold spear trembled and a faint buzzing sound echoed. It turned into a beam of black light that pierced through the sky like an arrow, but it also had an indescribable domineering aura. The flame devil's staff swung down from the sky. The red staff was burning with raging flames, instantly engulfing a void evil devil. The red smoke seemed to turn into a red mist that spread out and spread through the body of a spatial demon. The spatial demon was covered in wounds, as if it had been dismembered. The iron wall shield was placed horizontally in front of him, blocking the void fiend's tyrannical attack. The terrifying impact caused the arm of the void fiend to shatter. Pushing the shield forward, the tyrannical force was like a mountain, smashing the void fiend to death. Each of them displayed their own techniques. Only the heavenly halberd Minze and the lifeless sword Qianzong did not make a move. Qianzong's eyes narrowed and flashed. Usually, when they were practicing, they would not use their full strength due to the conditions. After all, it was just a practice to train their teamwork. However, when they were carrying out missions in the outside world and facing strong enemies, they naturally had to use their true abilities. As soon as they displayed it, Qianzong was surprised. Not all Saint Rudiment stage cultivators could master Dao Intent. Many ordinary early Saint Rudiment stage cultivators did not master Dao Intent at all. At most, they had mastered a half-step Dao Intent. Qianzong noticed that not only did everyone master Dao Intent, but they had at least reached the second revolution. Even if it was a low-grade Dao Insight at the second transition, its might was not weak. Moreover, all of these team members had developed the potential of their own Dao Insights to an extremely profound degree. Every single one of their attacks fully displayed the might of their Dao Insights. This was exactly what Qianzong needed. With his own strong comprehension ability, the effect of the mysterious underworld fruit's power, and his foundation, Qianzong was able to comprehend something when he watched everyone attack. Countless ideas appeared in his mind, like a stream of light flashing across the sky. In less than 10 breaths of time, all the void evil devils in the periphery were cleared out. Moreover, they did not disturb the void evil devils in the swamp. In addition to everyone's outstanding strength, they were able to achieve this because of their tight cooperation. Otherwise, they would have attracted even more powerful void evil devils and fallen into a bitter battle. After killing the void evil devils and collecting their heart cores, the heart cores of the void evil devils contained energy that could be used to exchange for military merits. Not only could military merits be used to raise one's military rank, but it could also be exchanged for cultivation methods, martial techniques, secret techniques, treasures, and so on in the mysterious Heaven Legion. Fire Dao Intent. I have Crimson Light, Explosive Flame, and Ruin. I can tap into the potential of the Fire Dao Intent and fully display the power of the Fire Dao Intent, Qianzong thought to himself. However, the Hard Sword Dao Intent, Thunder Dao Intent, and Wind Dao Intent lack sufficient martial techniques. As for the fusion of Dao Intents, Qianzong temporarily put it aside. Only by fully tapping into the potential of the Dao Intents and considering the fusion would it be perfect. A skyscraper was built from the ground, tapping into the potential of Dao Intents was the foundation. The extreme heart sword style that I created earlier can actually be used as a method to tap into the potential of the heart sword Dao Intent. The sharpness of the main sword comes from the heart, penetrates everything, and breaks through all obstacles, causing the speed of the sword to reach the limit. As soon as this thought arose in his mind, Qianzong instantly felt the various profundities of the extreme heart sword style appear in his mind, and it gradually approached perfection. The strength of the sword, the sharpness of the sword could stab and slash, and its lethality was shocking. The demon-swallowing swamp stretched for thousands of miles and was surrounded by withered trees. The demonic snake bone and the black demon tree fruit grew in the swamp and were heavily guarded by the demons of the void. The 10 of them sneaked into the swamp without attracting the attention of the demons of the void. This required sufficient ability and skill. Apart from personal ability, it was also inseparable from the strict training they had undergone. From afar, Qianzong saw the so-called demonic snake bone and black demon tree fruit. The demonic snake bone was long and looked like a piece of bone. It was wriggling on the surface of the swamp. At first glance, it looked like a black snake wriggling its body. It was very strange, so it was called the demonic snake bone. The fruits of the black demon tree grew on the black demon tree. The black demon tree was a short, pitch-black tree with countless twisted branches. It looked very strange, and its appearance could scare a timid person to tears. It looked like a malicious spirit or a demon. Now that he was here, he could no longer completely conceal himself like before. He could kill the void demons guarding the devil snake bone and the black devil tree fruit without being discovered. This was going to be a tough battle. Their usual training and mysterious god-killing formations could be put to good use at this moment. Wu Xing, remember, this is not a drill, Captain Tianji reminded in a somewhat dignified tone. Chen Zong nodded, without the slightest bit of contempt. Everyone's eyes were sharp, and tyrannical power was circulating in their bodies. Let's go. Captain Tianji's cold voice instantly reached everyone's ears. The hidden aura gushed out in an instant. The 10 figures turned into 10 streams of light and flew forward at an astonishing speed. This mission was to obtain the demonic snake bone and black demon tree fruit. The more they obtained, the more military merits they would receive. Therefore, everyone had to give it their all. As Yingyi's figure shot forward, he drew his bow and shot an arrow. The sharp arrow pierced through the air and shot out like it could pierce the sun and the moon. It immediately killed a void demon. The void demons guarding the 2 void sacred medicines were at least at the murderous soldier level, and there were many at the general level. It could be said that the defense was very tight. This arrow directly killed a general level void demon. However, the death of the general level void demon alarmed the other void demons. When they saw Chen Zong and the others, they immediately became furious and pounced on them. These void demons were different from the ones Chen Zong encountered in the demonic valley. They were more orderly, as if they had undergone strict training. Although they charged, they were in an orderly manner and cooperated with each other. The pressure. In the blink of an eye, Eagle Wings repeatedly drew his bow, and one arrow after another pierced through the sky. His archery skills were astonishing, and his power was tyrannical. Every arrow would definitely kill a void devil. In just a blink of an eye, more than a dozen void devils were killed. As the weapons clashed, an extremely terrifying aura of savagery and brutality surged forth. Each of them set up a mysterious god-killing formation. Chen Zong felt his strength being drawn in, and his aura fused into the formation. It became sharp, like a sharp sword that could tear through anything. Murderous intent filled the air, shocking the sky, and overflowing killing intent. Once the killing formation was formed, there seemed to be traces of silver and blood-red aura spreading in all directions. Sometimes it was like a blade, sometimes it was like a sword chi. Kill! The 10 people shouted in unison. Their extremely terrifying killing intent soared and turned into a killing storm that swept in all directions. Chen Zong also saw the skill of the captain, Tianji. With a blood-red halberd in his hand, he swept it out. The crescent-shaped halberd was even sharper than a sword. It was incomparably domineering, as though it could slice through the heavens and earth. It was as though it could sweep through 1,000 armies, and directly sliced the 2 demons in half. Then, with a shake of his arm, layers of power fluctuations suddenly pierced forward. Vaguely, the sound of raging waves could be heard. That attack was like a dragon coming out of the sea. It was extremely domineering. The shocking impact seemed to be able to shatter everything. Tianji lived up to his name. Chen Zong was secretly shocked. Under such a powerful attack, the 3 void demons were directly penetrated. Under the terrifying power, the 3 void demons' bodies were shattered and thrown into the distance like broken cloth bags. Meng Long was a body cultivator. His body refining cultivation had reached the 6th level of the chaotic heaven realm, which was equivalent to the 6th level of the Saint Rudiment realm. However, his combat strength was so strong that he could completely crush an ordinary 6th level Saint Rudiment realm. His weapons were his body and his fists. He punched out with both fists, and the sound was like the sound of a heavenly drum. The shocking fist force shattered the vacuum, and it was as if it could smash a mountain. It directly killed the 2 void demons at the same time, and half of their bodies were shattered. Brutal, extremely brutal. Chen Zong could also feel that everyone was taking care of him. They did not let the general-level void demons come to him. Instead, they left a few soldier-level void demons for him to deal with. A sword swept across the sky and slashed horizontally. Several murderous weapon-level void demons were directly cut in half. To the current Chen Zong, the murderous weapon-level void demons were not a threat unless there were a certain number of them. Chen Zong did not use the Fire Dao Intent Sword technique. Instead, he tried to tap into the potential of the Heart Sword Dao Intent. The extreme Heart Sword style focused on the piercing of the Heart Sword Dao Intent and maximized its sharpness. In addition to piercing, it also had to slash. There were many ways to use the sword. However, Chen Zong did not need all of them. He only needed the essence. Offense was the best defense. Offense was also Chen Zong's favorite. Slash vertically, slash horizontally, slash at will, slash everything. Everyone was also paying attention to Chen Zong's situation. After all, this was Chen Zong's first time carrying out a mission with them. They could not allow any mistakes. They suddenly realized that Chen Zong's performance was better than expected. He was a good teammate. Under everyone's watchful eyes, a Do General level void demon charged towards Chen Zong. Chen Zong's eyes flashed as he slashed his sword across the sky. Conviction, the conviction to kill and slash everything into two was fused into this sword strike. The pure saint energy cultivated from the 19th level of the Grand Profundity formula surged into the scarlet hellflame sword. It flowed like fire and transformed into a wisp of shocking sharpness as it slashed through the air, leaving behind a perfectly straight sword mark. If it was before, Chen Zong would have a hard time killing a general-level void demon. It would be good if he could fight it, unless he borrowed the power of Azura's doppelganger. But now, a mere general-rank void demon was nothing to him. He could kill it with one slash. This was both a mission and a way to sharpen his sword. Suddenly, a black light shot from afar. It was as fast as a stream of light, piercing through everything. It made everyone's hair stand on end. It was as if they had been pierced through. Their faces changed. The black light shot out, but it was shattered by Captain Tianji. However, even more black lights were densely packed, shooting madly like a storm. It was like a swarm of locusts, trying to kill everyone. Everyone had a tacit understanding. They immediately changed their formation and quickly shrank inwards. Yingyi slung his bow on his back and pulled out the short sword at his waist. He immediately executed an impenetrable sword technique. Archery was Yingyi's forte, but if he was outstanding in archery, he would inevitably be in danger of being killed in close combat. Therefore, it was necessary to cultivate a close combat martial art. The close combat martial art that Yingyi had chosen was a sword technique. He had spent a lot of time on the sword technique and had cultivated it to a rather profound level. Chen Zong's eyes narrowed slightly as he released his heart domain. 100 meters, previously, his heart domain was only 10 meters wide. Now, it had expanded to 100 meters. Everything within 100 meters was clearly sensed by Chen Zong. 100 meters, completely enveloped the entire mysterious god-killing array. The densely packed black light was like a swarm of locusts passing through, flying over without mercy. Chen Zong swung his sword and instantly shattered the streaks of black light. He felt that every single streak of black light carried a terrifying power, causing the sword to tremble. However, Chen Zong's sword technique was superb, and his control of his own power had reached an extremely fine level. With the help of the black lights, he easily moved his sword and shattered each black light. Although the black lights were powerful, such power was nothing to everyone. The only thing worth noting was that the black lights were very dense, as if they were endless. They came from a kind of void demon that looked like a combination of a black bear and a hedgehog in the distance. Its body was constantly shaking as it shot out from its back. After a wave of shooting, another wave of black spikes immediately appeared, turning into black lights that pierced through the sky and shot towards the group. Among the void demon that looked like a hedgehog, there was a void demon that stood upright like a devil. Its eyes were red, and its face was filled with murderous intent. It held a black spiked spear in its hand and raised its arm with all its might. It was as if its body was a strong bow and the black spiked spear was a sharp arrow. Its scarlet eyes swept across the group and focused on Hong Yan. Hong Yan's cultivation base was higher than Chen Zong's, but compared to the others, she was the lowest. She was in the late 5th heaven saint realm. Logically speaking, this void demon should have targeted Qianzong. Unfortunately, it instinctively felt that Qianzong was not easy to deal with. The human with the smoke-like movement technique was the easiest to deal with. In an instant, the black lights intensified and became denser. The black spikes that it threw blended into the black lights and pierced through the sky towards Hong Yan. This attack was extremely subtle and no one noticed it. Hong Yan was the only one who had a bad feeling. A strong sense of danger was rapidly approaching her, causing her expression to change drastically. Hong Yan was wearing the low-grade divine mystical killing armor, which had the defensive power of a grade 3 saint artifact. In addition to her body's defensive strength, even a 4th Heaven Saint Realm attack would not be able to break through her defenses. However, she felt a strong sense of danger and a chill ran down her spine. In an instant, the black light pierced through the countless black lights and appeared in front of Hong Yan. It bloomed rapidly. Too fast, extremely ferocious, Hong Yan felt as though she had been pierced through, and there was no way she could dodge. Qianzong was the second person to notice it because of the coverage of his heart domain. His heart domain had become much more stable than before. However, when the black light pierced through the sky and shot into his heart domain, Qianzong felt the fluctuations in his heart domain. It was a powerful and terrifying attack. Hong Yan was afraid that she would not be able to withstand it. Danger! Without hesitation, Qianzong's figure changed as he executed the lightning flash to the extreme. He turned into a streak of lightning and shot out. At the same time, his sword pierced through the sky. Extreme heart sword style. Pinnacle of the sword, originate from the heart and end with the sword swept across the sky like an aurora passing through the sky. It was magnificent and unparalleled. Hit, the extreme heart sword style directly attacked the black long spear that tore through the air. Immediately after, that beam of dazzling sword light was shattered. Qianzong's body flew backwards, only to feel that his blood and qi were surging endlessly. That extremely terrifying power had penetrated his body through the sword and invaded his body, wantonly destroying it. He had no choice but to summon all of his power to resist and disperse it as he retreated. Qianzong's sword was not without effect. The tyrannical attack that wanted to kill Hong Yan paused for a moment, its speed and power weakened. Hong Yan pushed her movement technique to the limit and turned into a red mist that spread out in all directions. Within the mist, countless threads that looked like sword qi moved forward in a seemingly disorderly manner. They wrapped around the black spear, causing its speed to drop once more and its power to weaken once more. Hong Yan easily dodged the spear. Boom! When the black spear struck the ground, it immediately pierced through and exploded, creating a deep crater. Its power was astonishing, making Hong Yan tremble in fear. If she had been hit, she would have died. Fortunately, the lifeless sword had saved her. However, this was not the right time to do so. Kill! Tianji roared, his killing intent terrifying. As the leader of the mysterious god-killing formation, he seemed to have turned into the tip of a long sword. His halberd pierced through the air and led the group forward, closing in on the devil snake bone and the black demon tree. However, the nefarious devils of the void world continued to attack in an orderly manner, causing the pressure to increase dramatically. Fortunately, this was a middle-grade danger zone, and the most powerful void fiend here was only equivalent to a 7th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage Lesser King stage. Tianji Minzai's cultivation was at the late 7th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage, and he was even stronger than an ordinary early 8th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage cultivator. Naturally, he was not afraid of a Lesser King stage void fiend. Charge! With the 10 of them working together, they finally reached the devil snake bone. Lifeless, come and get the Saint Herb. Captain Tianji's voice sounded in Qianzong's ears. This was a special treatment for Qianzong. The others did not object. Qianzong did not refuse. He used the illusory net 9 changes. 7 illusory figures quickly gathered the wriggling devil snake bone. Naturally, the more sacred herbs there were, the better. They could be exchanged for more military merits. When the time came, the military merits would be distributed among everyone. Everyone would benefit. The other 9 people operated the mysterious god-killing array with all their might, blocking the attacks of the void demons so that Qianzong could collect the devil snake bones without any worries. Seeing that the demonic snake bones were being collected by the human one after another, the void demons were enraged. An extremely terrifying aura spread out from afar. It was the arrival of a lower king level void demon. This lower king realm evil void devil was surrounded by an extremely terrifying evil void force. It was extremely dense like rolling black smoke. It was incomparably shocking, and it immediately caused the pressure on everyone to increase greatly. As the mysterious immortal killing formation operated, it continuously countered the attacks of the evil void devils while also closing in on the black demon tree. Chen Zong drew his sword, and the black demon tree fruits fell to the ground one after another, all of which were collected by Chen Zong into his storage ring. Lifeless, enter the array. Kill our way out. Tianji immediately said as he felt the increasing pressure. Chen Zong made a prompt decision and immediately gave up on collecting the demonic snake bones and black demon tree fruits. His scarlet infernal flame sword carried an extremely shocking red light as it merged into the killing formation. The killing formation operated, and like a storm of sharp blades, it shot out of the swamp. The second lower king level void demon closed in on them, and the pressure increased once again. Chen Zong slashed out with his sword. His conviction was supreme, and his sword was extremely powerful. It seemed as if an extremely terrifying sharpness had merged into the body of the sword. It swallowed and spat out in all directions, tearing through the void, and slaughtering everything in its path. As this sword slashed out, an indescribable feeling of enlightenment emerged, and it allowed Chen Zong to have a deeper understanding of the heart sword Dao intent. This sword slash would be called the lifeless sword style for the time being. When the sword slashed out, there was no life. Chen Zong murmured to himself. Extreme heart sword style, lifeless sword style, this was the sword move that he used to unearth the potential of the heart sword Dao intent. It was also the sword move that he used to unleash the power of the heart sword Dao intent. Now, he only lacked the thunder Dao intent and the wind Dao intent martial arts. Captain Tianji blocked the attack of a lower king level void demon, but the other lower king level void demon had arrived. Its terrifying attack was like a black flaming meteor that fell from the sky with extreme destruction. It wanted to kill everyone. Such an attack was extremely powerful, and it caused everyone's heart to sink. It was extremely oppressive, as if they were about to be shattered. Heavenly Halberd would have to unleash all of his strength to withstand such power. But now, Heavenly Halberd was being held back by another lower king class evil void devil. There were still other general class evil void devils and soldier class evil void devils charging fearlessly. I'll do it. 2 words suddenly rang out. It was extremely sharp and cold. It was Snowblade. In the third team, 2 of the 10 people were women. One was Hong Yan, gentle and charming. The other was Snowblade, as cold as snow and as cold as a blade. As for Snowblade, she was second only to Captain Tianji in the team. Her strength was shocking, and her saber skills were tyrannical. The moment the voice sounded, an extremely terrifying saber light burst out. The white saber light rose up, and a saber slashed out against the sky. One could vaguely see thousands of layers of snow waves that were endless, turning into layers of saber light that pushed upward. Rumbling sounds reverberated as the 1,000 layers of snowy waves slammed into the black flaming meteor. After a slight pause, the layers of snowy waves shattered. The black flaming meteor continued to fall, but its speed was greatly reduced. Snowblade's cultivation had reached the mid-7th heaven saint realm, and her strength was tyrannical. Her saber skills were exquisite, and she had used her 4th revolution flying snow Dao intent to execute this attack. It could be said that she had used all her strength, but she was still unable to shatter the black flaming meteor. On the contrary, the 1,000 layers of snowy waves could only resist for a short while. At this time, thousands of black spear lights bloomed and gathered into a majestic ray that shot out towards the black flaming meteor. The cold nether spear attacked. The cold nether spear's cultivation was at the early 7th heaven saint realm, and he was the 3rd strongest person in the 3rd team. When he attacked with his full strength, the power was shocking. However, the black flaming meteor only paused for a moment before shattering into 10 rays of light. Even though their power was weakened, it was still shocking. They had never imagined that this attack would have such a backup. They had to deal with the attacks of the spatial devils from all directions, and they also had to deal with the tyrannical attack from the sky. The pressure on everyone increased. Tianji couldn't help but worry about the lifeless sword. Chenzong had the lowest cultivation and was the weakest. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to withstand this attack. However, at this moment, he couldn't help him, and the same went for the others. Shocking pressure pressed down from the sky, causing Chenzong's heart to sink. The surrounding spatial devils were charging towards him, and they wanted to tear him to pieces. His heart domain shrunk, covering a radius of 10 meters. In an instant, everything within 10 meters became clearer, and he could see everything clearly. His heart domain had shrunk from 100 meters to 10 meters. Other than being clearer, it had also become more stable. Chenzong had a strange feeling that as long as he grew stronger, he would be able to control everything within his heart domain. A trace of enlightenment appeared in his heart and soul. However, this wasn't a good time to comprehend it. Attack, lifeless sword style, a sword slashed through the sky, displaying the sharpness of the sword to the extreme. It seemed as though it could cut through anything. It drew an arc in the air, and the surrounding spatial devils were instantly sliced into pieces. A supreme and unparalleled belief was infused into the sword. After slashing through the surrounding void devils, the sword was filled with unparalleled killing intent as it spun and slashed through the air. Celestial crystal tyrant body, slash, 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 in a single breath, Chenzong slashed out 9 times. Every slash was the lifeless sword style. He unleashed his full strength without holding back. 9 dazzling sword lights scattered. Under the heart domain, they attacked different parts of the black fire meteorite, aiming for its weak points. With a boom, the black flaming meteor exploded like a black firework. Seeing that Chenzong had blocked the attack, everyone secretly heaved a sigh of relief. However, the rebounding force was extremely strong. Chenzong felt very uncomfortable and suffered internal injuries. Everyone didn't continue fighting. There were too many spatial devils, and 2 of them were lower king class. If they continued fighting, it would be even more disadvantageous for them. They retreated as they fought. Gradually, they retreated to the periphery of the demon-swallowing swamp. They retreated to the edge of the swamp, and were getting further and further away from the swamp. Sky Halberd forced the lower king class spatial devil back with a single strike. After blocking the second lower king class spatial devil, a fist-sized black ball appeared in Sky Halberd's hand, and he threw it out. Boom, the black ball landed in the middle of the group of spatial devils and exploded. Black light spread out in an instant, covering all directions. At the same time, everyone retreated rapidly after repelling the spatial devils. That black ball was called the Mystic Light Ball. It was a one-time use secret treasure of the Xianxia army. It had great power and could kill soldier-class spatial devils and injure general-class spatial devils. Of course, the biggest use of the Mystic Light Ball was to create black light to interfere with the aura. It could cover a radius of 10,000 meters in an instant, creating an opportunity for everyone to retreat. When the 2 lower king-class spatial devils led the group of injured general-class spatial devils out of the Mystic Light Ball's interference, Chenzong and the rest of the 10 had already retreated tens of thousands of meters and were far away. Even if they wanted to chase after them, they couldn't catch up. They could only roar in anger. After flying for 100 miles, everyone slowed down and stopped. They were all injured. Among them, Sky Halberd was the strongest, so he was the least injured. After all, it was already very impressive to be able to survive that kind of attack. It was inevitable to be injured. Everyone was used to it. These injuries could be healed in a short time. This time, it's better than I expected. Wuxing is very outstanding. It's beyond my expectations. Sky Halberd smiled. Everyone nodded. They thought that Wuxing would be at a disadvantage this time. They didn't expect him to perform so well. When they were on a team mission like this for the first time, they were far inferior to Chenzong. Even if they weren't injured, they were in a mess. Wuxing, thank you so much this time. Hong Yan walked to Chenzong and smiled gently. I can't repay you for saving my life. Do you want me to repay you with my body? Sure. Chenzong smiled faintly. Hong Yan was joking. Chenzong could tell that she was joking, so he answered in such a way. What's the name of that sword move just now? Snowblade suddenly asked. Wuxing sword style. Chenzong smiled. I created this move because I had some inspiration. Everyone was slightly shocked when they heard this. They were even more surprised and impressed. The void battleground was dark and chaotic, as if it had never been opened before. The 10 members of the third team of the Xueling branch were heading back to the Xiantian battle fortress. Not only had they completed the mission unscathed, but they had also gained a lot. Moreover, they had witnessed Chenzong's strength. He was a good teammate. Although they were injured, it was not a big deal as long as it was not fatal. On the way back, another team appeared in front of them. They were flying towards them quickly. When they were about to meet, both sides slowed down. Aren't they the third team of the seventh team of the Xueling branch? Why do they look so miserable? One of the 10 members said sarcastically. The others also laughed coldly. It's good enough that they can come back in one piece. Do you expect them to be clean? The other person's words were also quite sharp, causing another round of laughter. Only one person's expression did not change. Chu Zhongyang saw Chenzong, and Chenzong saw Chu Zhongyang. They were exchanging blows. Do you think the void demons are hospitable? You're so naive after coming to the void battleground for such a long time. Yan Mo sneered. Tianji, is this your new teammate? I heard that he completed the mission alone. He's not bad. However, the title of Lifeless Sword means that he won't live long. The leader of the other team glanced at Tianji and fixed his eyes on Chenzong. He smiled and said, Our team has a new member, Tianheng, Chu Zhongyang. The pupils of the third team shrank when they heard that. Chu Zhongyang, they've all heard of this name before. Because, before Chenzong, he was a peerless heaven's favorite who completed a near-death mission. Similarly, he was a peerless genius from the Xianyuan royal family and had a high status. Another point was that Tianheng's title was not ordinary. It was different from Lifeless Sword's initial glory. Tianheng's title was not eye-catching at the beginning, but as time passed, he gradually rose to fame and became the chief of the Grey Fong branch's 7th battalion. No flower would bloom for 100 days, no matter how powerful he was, he could still fall. After all, the void demons weren't weak at all. They were extremely savage. The title of Tianhen was passed down from generation to generation. Every person who inherited the title of Tianhen would most likely become the chief of the Ash-Tooth branch's 7th battalion. The more powerful ones would even be ranked in the top 3 of the Ash-Tooth branch's division. Now, this title had been chosen by Chu Zhongyang. Moreover, Chu Zhongyang's talent was shocking. Everyone was certain that Chu Zhongyang would be able to recreate the glory of Sky Scar. He might even become the chief disciple of the Ash-Tooth branch's 7th team. As for the title of Lifeless Sword, it was like a cursed title. There was only the initial glory, and every person who inherited this title would not live for more than 3 years. Curse, this title was like a curse. Of course, no one believed that this title was cursed. However, after such a thing had happened so many times, people began to feel apprehensive. Minze forgot to remind Chenzong because no one had chosen this title for a long time, so he himself had forgotten about it. Tianji, if I were you, I would let the newcomer stay in the mysterious Heaven Battle Castle and not go anywhere. Only then can he break the curse of the Lifeless Sword and live for a few more years. Ju Wu, the captain of the Ash-Tooth branch's 7th battalion's 3rd battalion, spoke again. His voice was cold and there was a hint of ridicule in it. I will live longer than you, Chenzong said unhurriedly. Ju Wu's pupils shrank when he heard this. He stared at Chenzong fiercely as if he wanted to pierce through him. Shortly after, a cold smile appeared on his face. Tianji, this newcomer doesn't know any better. Do you want me to teach him a lesson for you? His words are also my thoughts. Tianji raised his eyelids and replied. Unhurriedly. Where there were people, there would be conflicts. Where there were conflicts, there would be grievances. Before Tianji and Ju Wu had joined the Xiantian army, they had been rivals. They had fought many times and formed grudges. After joining the Xiantian army, they didn't join the Divine Black Army at first. Instead, they worked hard to become members of the Divine Black Army Slaughter Division. The two of them entered the Blood Soaring Division and Green Tooth Division respectively. Coincidentally, they entered the 7th Battalion's 3rd Division and became captains at almost the same time. They were originally opponents, but after repeated clashes and coincidences, they became sworn enemies. The mysterious Heaven Army had strict rules. They weren't allowed to attack members of the army unless they were traitors. Therefore, they wouldn't attack each other every time they met. However, it was normal for them to insult each other and belittle each other. Live well. You didn't lose completely in the previous battle. Chu Zhongyang's disdainful gaze fell on Chen Zong's face as he spoke slowly. When these words fell into the ears of the crowd, they were all shocked. Could it be that Chen Zong had been defeated by Chu Zhongyang before? If that was the case, his aura would be weaker. Whether I win or lose, we'll know in the future. Chen Zong didn't deny his previous defeat, but he also expressed his confidence. Who would win and who would lose in the future battle? How could it be determined now? He was calm in the face of defeat and confident that his future was limitless. This was the mentality that a cultivator should have. If Chen Zong denied his defeat, he would be looked down upon by others. After a round of verbal confrontation, the 2 3rd divisions separated. One returned to the mysterious Heaven Battle Castle while the other went out to carry out a mission. After returning to the mysterious Heaven Battle Castle's murder division, the captains handed over the mission while the rest went back to rest. Not long after, the captain, Tianji, returned with a smile on his face. He had gained a lot this time. Under everyone's protection, Chen Zong went all out and obtained 38 demonic snake bones and 35 black demonic tree fruits. Each demonic snake bone and black demonic tree fruit could be exchanged for 1,000 military merits, which added up to 73,000 military merits. As for the cores of the void demons, some were strong and some were weak, so they were exchanged for different amounts of military merits. In the end, there were more than 5,000 military merits. In this way, the military merits had reached more than 78,000. Everyone had contributed a lot this time, so naturally, it was divided equally. Everyone had obtained more than 7,800 military merits. According to the military rules, the members of the mysterious Heaven Army's murder division only needed to complete one mission per year. In other words, for the next year, they didn't need to take any missions. They could stay in the mysterious Heaven Battle Castle and cultivate or return to the mysterious Heaven Dynasty. My military merits are enough for the exchange. I plan to cultivate in seclusion and strive to improve my strength, Yan Mo said and went to exchange with his military merits. I also want to exchange for a mysterious Heaven Essence pill to break through, Yingyi said. In that case, I declare that we won't carry out any missions for the next year, Tianji said. Then, he glanced at everyone. As for whether you want to carry out a mission, it's up to you. But remember, act according to your ability and don't act recklessly. Don't worry, Captain. I feel that our team has a bright future. Meng Long glanced at Chen Zong and laughed. Everyone understood what Meng Long meant. He was optimistic about Chen Zong, so they smiled and agreed. One by one, they bid farewell to each other and prepared to use the next year to properly cultivate and strive to further improve their strength. Chen Zong also planned to use the 7,800 military merits to see if he could exchange for something useful. Chen Zong didn't know whether 7,800 military merits was a lot or not. The most important thing now is to exchange for something or martial arts that can further develop the potential of the Wind Dao Will and the Thunder Dao Will. Chen Zong thought to himself. The exchange here was very convenient as the mysterious Heaven Palace. Chen Zong was shocked when he checked. There were Dao Will stones in the mysterious Heaven Army, but the number of military merits required to exchange for a Dao Will stone was astonishing. 100,000, every Dao Will stone required 100,000 military merits to exchange. Chen Zong also saw some special Dao Will stones. The Dao Will contained in them was a mid-grade Dao Will, and their exchange value was even higher, reaching 1 million military merits. It was even to the extent that Chen Zong saw Dao Insight crystals. Dao Will crystals were more precious than Dao Will stones, and they required 10 million military merits to exchange for. Chen Zong couldn't help but smile bitterly. His 7,800 military merits were really too little compared to the Dao Will crystals. In addition, it wasn't easy to raise one's military rank. It required 10,000 military merits to raise one's military rank from low-grade sergeant to mid-grade sergeant. Of course, after one's military rank was raised, one's treatment would also be improved. For example, Chenzong was currently a low-grade sergeant, so he could receive one mysterious heaven condensing pill and one mysterious heaven small reversion pill every year. These were the basic cultivation pills of the mysterious heaven army. One was mainly used for cultivation, while the other was used for healing. Naturally, their value couldn't be compared to the mysterious spirit essence pill, but their effects weren't bad. If one was a mid-grade sergeant, they could receive 2 mysterious heaven condensing pills and 2 mysterious heaven small reversion pills every year. If one was a high-grade sergeant, they could receive 4 mysterious heaven condensing pills and 4 mysterious heaven small reversion pills every year. In terms of exchange, each mysterious heaven condensing pill and mysterious heaven small reversion pill required 1,000 military merits to exchange for. As for the mysterious spirit essence pill, its value was very high. It required 30,000 military merits to exchange for one pill. Chenzong recalled that he had previously received 10 pills, which were equivalent to 300,000 military merits. Looking at the mysterious spirit enlightenment pill, its value was even higher. 500,000, each mysterious spirit enlightenment pill could be exchanged for 500,000 military merits. He had 3 pills, which was equivalent to 1,500,000 military merits. Chenzong then looked at the other martial arts. Wind Dao Insight martial techniques and Thunder Dao Insight martial techniques had different exchange rates for military merits. Wind martial art, Thunder martial art, the name was very simple. Looking at the introduction, it was a martial art that was created based on the Wind Dao will and Thunder Dao will. Its main function was to allow the cultivator to better explore the potential of the Dao will and unleash its power. It was a basic martial art of Dao will. In terms of level, it was inferior to Chenzong's Scarlet Prison Sword technique. Other than the Wind martial art and Thunder martial art, there were also other martial arts such as the Water martial art, Fire martial art, and so on. Although they were basic martial arts, they weren't cheap. Each martial art required 3,000 military merits to exchange for. Without hesitation, Chenzong spent 6,000 military merits to exchange for the Wind martial art and Thunder martial art. The void battlefield was vast, barren, and endless. 1,000 miles to the east of the mysterious Heaven Battle Fortress, there was a forest called the Bone Demon Forest. The Bone Demon Tree Forest was filled with bone demon trees. They were a kind of plant brought by the void demons. They were grayish-white and looked like rotten bones. They grew like trees, and the taller ones could reach hundreds of meters. They were extremely thick. Although they looked grayish-white and decaying, they were extremely hard. Ordinary early Saint Realm cultivators would find it difficult to destroy them. Looking at the towering bone demon trees in front of him, if there were only 1 or 2 of them, it might not be a big deal, but when they were densely packed together, it was very creepy. It made people feel a chill run down their spines and sweep through their bodies. Although the Bone Demon Forest looked creepy, it was actually a low-level danger zone. The void demons living here were mostly at the soldier realm, and only a few were at the general realm. This was because the void saint herbs produced here were relatively ordinary. The mission Chenzong accepted was a life or death mission, which was the lowest level mission. The content of the mission was naturally related to the void saint herbs. Of course, Chenzong only accepted this mission for one purpose, and that was to find a chance to leave the mysterious Heaven Battle Fortress. The mysterious Heaven Army had a rule that soldiers could not leave the mysterious Heaven Battle Fortress for no reason. They had to accept a mission and go out to carry it out, or apply to go out and register. Only then would they know where to go. Since he was going to apply to go out, it was natural to accept a mission and earn some military merits. Outside the Bone Demon Forest, there was no one else but himself. A gray light flashed between Chenzong's eyebrows, and a figure appeared in front of him. Azure clone Xianxia. Immediately, the sword on Chenzong's back flew up and fell into his hand. Nirvana Evil Sword. At first, Chenzong was very resistant to the Nirvana Evil Sword because it was too evil. He couldn't see through it, and it was difficult to control. However, the Nirvana Evil Sword was like a sticky candy that he couldn't get rid of. Wherever Chenzong went, it would follow him and respond to Chenzong's threats with its thoughts. absorbing the vitality of the void demons to restore his strength first. However, Qinzong's main body was wary of this sword, so he left it to Azure clone Xianxia. Qinzong's main body could stay in the mysterious Heaven Battle Fortress and concentrate on his cultivation. When the time came, he would find an opportunity to go out and obtain the core Xianxia killed and exchange it for military merits. Qinzong was killing two birds with one stone. Qinzong clone Chen's main body. With the combined strength of the two of them and the mysterious god-killing array, as long as he did not seek his own death, he would be able to enter and exit the Bone Demon Forest 3 times. This was not because these void demons were weak. In fact, these void demons were much stronger than ordinary Saint Realm masters in the same realm. However, Qinzong was not an ordinary Saint Realm master, but a peerless genius whose strength was far greater than ordinary Saint Realm masters, so these void demons were naturally not his opponent. However, Qinzong wasn't complacent because these void demons were just ordinary void demons and not an elite army. The real elite void demon army usually stayed in the void, absorbing the void's power to cultivate and enhance their strength. Guarding the void holy herbs wasn't something that the elite void devils would do. Soon, Qinzong found some white jade bones in the bone demon trees. White jade bones were a type of void saint herb that only grew inside the bone demon trees. One had to break open the tree trunk to see them. The white jade bones were a jade-white color, as if they were formed from warm white jade. They were about the thickness of a finger and looked like bones, hence their name. However, not all bone demon trees could produce white jade bones. After spending some time, Qinzong found more than a dozen white jade bones. More and more void demons appeared, increasing the pressure. Qinzong and Xianxia broke through the encirclement. "Clone, I'll leave the Nirvana evil sword to you." "Stay alive," Qinzong stared at the Azure clone and said in a deep voice. "Rest assured." Xianxia smiled and sheathed his sword. After taking the white jade bones, Qinzong nodded at Xianxia and used his movement technique to return to the mysterious Heaven Battle Fort. As for Xianxia's clone, he roamed the void battlefield alone with his sword. With his early 4th Heaven Saint Realm cultivation, the 19th stage of the Burning Fiend Azura art, the 4th stage of the Burning Fiend Azura sword art, the 3rd revolution of the Heavenly Fiend Dao intent, and the Heavenly Fiend force field, Xianxia had enough strength to protect himself. With his strength, he could kill ordinary warrior realm void demons. He could even fight a heavenly general realm void demon. As long as he was careful and didn't seek his own death, he could definitely protect himself. Not to mention, the Nirvana evil sword was extremely harmful to void demons. Xianxia roamed the void battlefield alone while Qinzong returned to the mysterious Heaven Battle Fort. His main body and clone were separated. Although the clone could cultivate while staying in the main body's sea of consciousness, it was still limited. Only by roaming the void battlefield could it improve faster. Of course, without the Azura doppelganger, Qinzong was equivalent to having one less trump card. However, this was a choice. It was better this way. Within the mysterious Heaven Battle Fort, Qinzong began to comprehend. Wind martial and lightning martial. These were Dao intent foundation martial techniques. Moreover, they were very interesting martial techniques that weren't limited to weapons. There were 3 moves in the wind martial technique and 3 moves in the lightning martial technique. Each move was created according to the characteristics of the wind martial technique and the lightning martial technique. Regardless of whether the cultivator cultivated a fist, a palm, or a sword, they could all be used. For example, Qinzong could transform the wind martial technique and the lightning martial technique into sword moves. After memorizing the contents of the wind martial technique and the lightning martial technique, Qinzong began to comprehend them. Qinzong didn't plan on using the God Profound Enlightenment pill to comprehend a mere Dao intent foundation martial technique. One had to know that a single God Profound Enlightenment pill cost 500,000 military merits. He only had 3 of them, so he had to use them at a critical moment. If he used them now, he would be able to comprehend the wind martial technique and the lightning martial technique faster. However, it would be difficult to obtain the God Profound Enlightenment pill in the future. 500,000 military merits, Qinzong didn't know how long it would take for him to accumulate so many. Another reason was that he was confident in his own comprehension ability. At the Saint realm, the potential of his soul was further stimulated, which indirectly improved his comprehension ability. He began to comprehend. First, he started with the wind martial technique. There were 3 moves in the wind martial technique. The first move focused on the speed of the wind. It was called shadowless wind, which indicated that the move was as fast as the wind and was hard to find. The second move focused on the sharpness of the wind. It was called wind rend, which was as sharp as a sword and could tear through anything. The third move focused on the violence of the wind. It was called wind crusher, which was as violent as a gale, a storm, or a hurricane. It could destroy buildings and cities. It was extremely violent. For Chen Zong, this wasn't difficult at all. In just a few days, he had already comprehended the mysteries of the wind martial technique. After spending some military merits, Chen Zong rented a cultivation room. There were dummies made of black devil gold in the cultivation room. He could test the power of the wind martial technique. Staring at the black devil gold dummy, Chen Zong didn't take any stance. He unsheathed the red hellish flame sword, which turned into an extremely sharp red sword light that pierced through the air. The sword light faded halfway, and the moment it hit the black devil gold dummy, it became even fainter. Shadowless wind's move focused on speed. It didn't just focus on speed, it also focused on concealment. When this move was performed, it was not only fast, but its fluctuations were also subtle, making it difficult to detect. Chen Zong found that Shadowless Wind's move was not as fast as the Red Light Sword or the Extreme Heart Sword style in terms of speed. However, in addition to focusing on speed, the 3 moves were different. Shadowless Wind's move focused on concealment in addition to speed. Its fluctuations were weak. Red Light's move focused on speed. Flowing Light's move was more explosive. Extreme Heart Sword style's move was shockingly fast. Its sharpness could penetrate everything. Immediately after, Chen Zong performed the second move, Wind Splitter. It was a sword with the power of wind, capable of cutting through everything. The red sword light was like a gust of wind, but it was also like a crescent moon. It left a cut mark on the black demon gold dummy, and a wave of power continued to attack and cut, causing the cut to become deeper and longer. This move was also different from the lifeless sword style. The lifeless sword style focused on cutting. Its explosive power was shocking. It could cut through everything. Wind Splitter, on the other hand, focused on cutting. It had a continuous force that kept attacking. The third move, Wind Splitter. The moment the sword was swung out, a whistling sound rang out that instantly became ear-piercing. The whistling sound reverberated throughout the training room, shaking it endlessly with astonishing momentum. Countless strands of sword chi transformed into an extremely violent gale that swept forward, causing an incomparably shocking rumble as it struck the black demon gold dummy. The storm raged out, containing countless sword chi. The sword chi slashed at the black demon gold dummy like a hurricane, leaving behind countless densely packed marks. It was a shocking sight. In terms of power, the Wind Splitter was the most powerful of the 3 moves of the wind martial art. However, these 3 moves were easier to cultivate than the 3 moves of the Crimson Prison sword style. Chen Zong had already reached the beginner level. Of course, Chen Zong's cultivation level was higher. The higher one's cultivation level was, the easier it was to cultivate martial arts. After a few rounds of cultivation, Chen Zong stopped again. He took a deep breath and continued to comprehend in his mind. Soon after, he removed all distracting thoughts and closed his eyes. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, time passed. After 10 breaths, Chen Zong opened his eyes again. A sharp light shot out like cold lightning. It was as if the sword light could penetrate everything. He swung the sword, the crimson infernal flame sword turned into a crimson bolt of lightning that tore through the void and shot out. The first move of the thunder martial art, Lightning Strike. The will of thunder had speed, momentum, and shocking destructive power. The first move was the same as the Wind Splitter. It focused on the speed of thunder and was called Lightning Strike. It was like a bolt of lightning piercing through the void. Because of the Crimson Prison flowing flame sword, whether it was the wind martial art or the thunder martial art, it was naturally dyed red and carried the burning aura of the sword itself. The speed of Lightning Strike was faster than the Wind Splitter, and even faster than the red light. After all, the speed of thunder itself was shocking. In addition to speed, lightning strike also contained a terrifying power that seemed to be able to destroy everything. The Black Devil Gold Dummy's strength was amazing. No matter how Qianzong attacked, he could only leave a mark. He could not really destroy it unless Qianzong's attack power reached the peak of the ninth heaven Saint Rudiment stage. The second strike was accompanied by an extremely terrifying explosion. It was like the rumbling of heavenly thunder. The rumbling sound was endless and deafening, causing people to be unable to hear anything other than the extremely shocking rumbling of thunder. Furthermore, the sound was too intense and violent, causing them to feel dizzy. Boom! Thunder. Qianzong's expression was solemn for the last move. On the blade of his sword, there were faint red arcs of electricity leaping. He swung the sword. In the void battlefield, the land was vast. Xianxia wore a silver-gray robe, his expression cold and his eyes indifferent. His silver-gray hair fluttered as his body moved at high speed, like a burning void flame. The Nirvana evil sword was at his waist, ready to be unsheathed at any time. Although he had great strength, Xianxia did not take any risks. Instead, he wandered around the edge of various danger zones, constantly searching for void demons to kill, using the Nirvana evil sword to absorb their vitality and restore his strength. His main body cultivated in the mysterious heavenly battle castle while his doppelganger hunted void demons in the void battlefield. At the same time, he kept collecting heart cores for his main body to exchange for military merits. And the continuous killing of the void fiend devils and the continuous absorption of baleful aura had also allowed Xianxia's cultivation base to advance further. The Azura doppelganger was formed from the divine ability 10,000 forms Azura and was not a real body of flesh and blood. In essence, it was closer to the so-called Tao body and was blessed by the heavens in terms of evil chi cultivation. Therefore, as long as the environment was suitable, he could rapidly improve himself. Sword light broke through the air and instantly shot out. After comprehending and mastering the heavenly evil Tao will, the power of the burning evil Azura sword technique was unleashed to the extreme. Time flew by and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. In the mysterious heavenly battle castle, Qianzong had already cultivated his wind martial arts and thunder martial arts to the minor accomplishment. After accepting a life-or-death task, Qianzong went out again and met up with his doppelganger. He obtained a large number of void demon heart cores from his doppelganger and joined forces with his doppelganger to complete the task and return to the mysterious heavenly battle castle. With the reward of the task and the void demon heart cores, Qianzong received more than 30,000 military merits at once. Without hesitation, Qianzong immediately exchanged for the fire martial arts and sword martial arts. Although they were not as powerful as the red prison sword technique or his self-created extreme heart sword style and lifeless sword style, they were the foundation and would help him further improve his comprehension and mastery. After another month, Qianzong had cultivated both fire martial arts and sword martial arts to the minor accomplishment stage. His understanding of the fire Tao will and heart sword Tao will deepened. This was the foundation. Only by forging an incomparably solid foundation could one peek into the supreme Tao and become a supreme master. Not to mention, he had not yet gone to the king's tower. Every Saint Realm cultivator was eligible to enter the King Realm Tower to obtain a title. Generally, one had to do so within 10 years of breaking through to the Saint Realm. After all, for a Saint Realm master, the time to cultivate was much longer. 10 years was all about laying a solid foundation for the Saint Realm. If they exceeded 10 years, they would no longer be able to enter the king naming pagoda and obtain a title. Obtaining a title wasn't just a title. It also represented a deeper level of acknowledgement from this side of the world. It was more beneficial for one's future cultivation. Of course, not everyone was qualified to receive a title. Even if one entered the titled King Tower, if one's talent was not enough, one would not be recognized. However, it was still too early for him to enter the titled King Pagoda. Generally, one would only attempt to enter the King's Ceiling Tower when the 10-year time limit was almost up, but Yang Kai had only broken through to the Saint Realm less than a year ago, so he still had 9 years to improve himself. The sword, fire, wind, and thunder martial arts. Qianzong had grasped 4 Tao insights. One of them was a high-level Tao insight while the other 3 were low-level Tao insights. Cultivate, cultivate, cultivate with all your might. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. After cultivating for half a year, Chenzong's cultivation had improved greatly. His cultivation had reached the early 4th level of the Saint Realm and stepped into the mid-stage of the Saint Realm. The 20th stage of the Great Mystery Formula, the 4th revolution of the Fire Dao Insight, the 3rd revolution of the Wind Dao Insight, the 3rd revolution of the Thunder Dao Insight, the Heart Sword Dao Insight was a high-level Dao Insight. It was difficult to improve it, so it was still at the 2nd revolution. His heart domain had reached 200 meters. His sword, fire, wind, and thunder Dao insights had all reached the major completion stage. The Crimson Prison Sword technique had also reached the major completion stage. The Extreme Heart Sword style and Lifeless Sword style had also reached the major completion stage. Compared to half a year ago, Yang Kai's strength had improved greatly. He could easily defeat Yang Kai half a year ago. Time to move, Chenzong planned to accept another mission. This time, Chenzong did not choose a life or death mission. Instead, he chose a half-life, half-death mission. It was more difficult, but the rewards were higher. This mission required him to head 3,000 miles east of the mysterious Heavenly Battle Fort. There was a mid-grade danger zone called the Demonic Vine Sea. The mission was to investigate the situation, record the relevant images, and bring them back to the mysterious Heavenly Battle Fort. After making some preparations, Chenzong set off immediately. As for the other members of the 3rd team, they were still cultivating in seclusion. They were doing their best to improve themselves. As soon as Chenzong stepped out of the mysterious Heavenly Battle Fort, he ran into the 3rd team of the Grey Fang Branch's 7th team. Lifeless Sword, if you don't stay in the fort, you might not be able to return. One of the members of the 3rd team sneered. Due to the conflicts between the captains of the two teams, they had gradually become hostile to each other. As a result, it became a conflict between the two teams. Of course, every conflict was a verbal one. They did not actually fight. If I come back alive, kneel in front of me, Chenzong said calmly. His gaze was indifferent. The other party's expression froze, but he did not dare to reply. Young man, don't be too arrogant. Ju Wu, the captain of the 3rd team, said coldly. His late 7th Heaven Saint Realm aura was shocking. It was as if he wanted to make a fool of Chenzong. However, although his aura was strong, it could not shake Chenzong. So what if I'm arrogant? Chenzong retorted without fear. Very good. You have a lot of character. Let me tell you, those with character often die faster. Ju Wu sneered. Then, a sharp light shot out from his eyes. Go back and tell Tianji that I'm going to apply for a wagered battle. Let's see if he has the guts to accept. After saying that, Ju Wu left with his team. Before Chu Zhongyang turned around, he stared coldly at Chenzong. A wagered battle. Chenzong muttered. The mysterious heavenly army had military rules. They were not allowed to fight in private. However, if there was a conflict, they could apply for a wagered battle. After both sides agreed, they would fight. This was not a life and death battle. It was a battle with military merits as the wager. The winner would receive the military merits of the wager. The loser would have to pay the corresponding amount of military merits. If they did not have enough military merits, they would owe it to the loser. They had to obtain enough military merits within a set time. Otherwise, they would be punished. The most severe punishment would be a demotion in military rank. Chenzong estimated that if Ju Wu applied for a bet, with Captain Heavenly Halberd's temperament, he would most likely agree. However, a wagered battle was a wagered battle. So what, it was not certain who would win. However, if he rejected the wagered battle, he would lose a lot of momentum. If they met again in the future, he would definitely be mocked and ridiculed. It would be difficult for him to refute. After thinking about it, Chenzong did not return to the mysterious Heavenly Battle Fort immediately. His captain was still cultivating in seclusion. It was better for him to carry out his mission first. Chenzong executed his movement technique and unleashed his 3rd revolution lightning Dao intent. He turned into a streak of lightning as he sped through the sky. His speed was astonishing, and not even an ordinary 5th Heaven Saint Realm cultivator could compare to him. It would take less than half a day for Chenzong to travel 3,000 miles. Gradually, Chenzong sensed the existence of Azura's doppelganger. It meant that he was getting closer and closer to his doppelganger. Naturally, Azura's doppelganger also sensed Qianzong's doppelganger and changed directions to meet up with him. It was better to have Azura's doppelganger to carry out this mission. Not long after, Qianzong's doppelganger and Qianzong's doppelganger smiled at each other. Qianzong could sense that his doppelganger's cultivation had increased. Fourth Heaven Saint Realm, his doppelganger's cultivation speed was even faster than Qianzong's. The higher his doppelganger's cultivation was, the more useful it would be to Qianzong. "Let's go," Qianzong said. His doppelganger and his doppelganger immediately executed their movement techniques and rushed forward. A sea of demonic vines, Qianzong's scalp went numb at the sight of the intermediate danger zone. Countless black vines were entrenched on the ground. Some were as thin as a human's thigh, while some were twice as thick as a human's waist. They looked like giant black pythons entrenched on the ground, crisscrossing endlessly. These were demonic vines, a type of void devil plant. Similar to the black demon tree, these void devil plants were brought here by the void devil. The demonic vines could bloom and bear fruit. The fruit they produced was called the demonic vine thorny fruit. However, the demonic vine thorny fruit was not a void saint herb. Instead, it was an offensive weapon similar to a one-time use artifact. According to Qianzong's understanding, the demonic vine thorny fruit could not be touched or even approached within 100 meters of it. Otherwise, it would explode and shoot out powerful thorns. These thorns could easily penetrate the defense of an early Saint Realm expert and kill them. Even if an intermediate Saint Realm expert was trapped in the demonic vine thorny fruit, it would be very dangerous. If they were not careful, they would be killed. After all, there were not just one or two demonic vine thorny fruits, but dozens or even hundreds of them. In such a harsh environment, even the void devil would not be willing to guard it. After all, the demonic vine thorny fruit did not care if you were a human or a void devil. As long as you entered a certain range, you would be attacked and killed, regardless of life or death. The demonic vines came to the void battlefield to take root. Although they were seeds brought here by the void devil, it was also for the sake of better battles. Now, they had developed into a sea of demonic vines that were difficult to remove. This was not only a dangerous place for the human race, but also for the void devil. However, now that there was a disturbance, it attracted the attention of the mysterious heavenly battle fort. Therefore, it was listed as a mission and sent people to investigate. Due to the danger of the sea of demonic vines, this mission was classified as a half-life, half-death mission. Standing at the edge of the sea of demonic vines, Qianzong and Xianxia focused their eyes and scanned carefully to see if there was anything unusual. However, they did not find anything. The sea of demonic vines was very large and vast, so it was impossible to patrol around its edge. It would take a lot of time. After thinking for a while, Qianzong and Xianxia immediately used their movement skills and went inside the sea of demonic vines. The two of them moved quickly and were extremely agile. They passed through the gaps between the dense and crisscrossing demonic vines. Their eyes were also very sharp, so they immediately saw everything around them clearly. Qianzong also saw the so-called demonic vine thorny fruit. The demonic vine thorny fruit was dark, about the size of a fist, and round. Its surface was covered with thorns. The tips of the thorns glowed with a faint green light, which seemed to contain an amazing toxicity. In the sea of demonic vines, there were countless demonic vines that stretched endlessly like black dragons and snakes. Qianzong and Xianxia crossed each other and moved forward rapidly like two arcs of light. There were many demonic thorny fruits on the demonic vines. It was inevitable that they would be triggered within 100 meters. The heart domain spread out and covered a range of 200 meters. There was no need to see with one's eyes to clearly grasp everything within 200 meters. Qianzong saw the demonic thorny fruits expanding instantly as if there was an invisible force bursting and exploding from the inside. Suddenly, sharp thorns with paralyzing toxins shot out in all directions, covering the sky and earth. However, under the cover of the heart domain, there were hundreds of sharp thorns with extremely clear trajectories. They were all under Qianzong's control. He swung his sword. The sword looked simple and ordinary as it was swung out in a straight line. However, the sword light instantly zigzagged and jumped, covering all directions. In an instant, it blocked all the sharp thorns and smashed them all with a strong sword force. the smashed thorns turned into black ashes and scattered. Xianxia did not make a move. However, this was not the end. There were still demonic thorny fruits that exploded, shooting out countless sharp thorns. Xianxia also swung his sword, and a silver sword light swept across the 9 heavens. Under the combination of the 2 swords, all the sharp thorns could not break through and hurt the 2 at all. Moreover, with the heart domain, Qianzong tried his best to avoid the demonic thorny fruits. Even if he could not completely avoid them, he tried his best to choose a route with fewer demonic thorny fruits. There was an abnormality, or it was in the depths. The 2 figures kept going deeper and deeper. With their excellent swordsmanship and heart domain, Qianzong and Xianxia went deeper into the sea of demonic vines without any danger. The deeper they went into the sea of demonic vines, the thicker and longer the demonic vines became. They looked like dragons and emitted a shockingly cold aura fluctuation. It was extremely terrifying. It felt as if they had returned to the primordial age of desolation. The plants were so tall that they seemed insignificant when standing before them. Looking at the demonic vine in the middle, its thickness had actually reached the extent that it would take a dozen strong men to wrap their arms around it. Its entire body was pitch black, twisted, and terrifying. Qianzong and Xianxia also felt a strange aura fluctuating. They immediately raised their heads and looked up along the giant demonic vine. Their expressions changed drastically. The biggest demonic vine continued to entrench itself in the ground. It was like a giant python that was coiling itself up into the sky. At the very top of the demonic vine, there was a huge ball. If one looked closely, they would discover that it was a flower bud, a huge flower bud that had yet to bloom. The 2 of them estimated that the flower bud was at least 10 meters wide. It was huge, and from all directions, there were traces of aura gathering and flowing into the flower bud. Qianzong and Xianxia had extraordinary eyesight. They could vaguely see a trace of brilliance swimming in the pitch-black bud, like a dragon or a snake. The aura gathering from all directions was very weak. If one did not calm down and carefully sense it, it would be difficult to detect it. However, Qianzong and Xianxia's senses were very sharp. They were far superior to those of the same cultivation base, so they could sense it. Moreover, after careful observation, the 2 of them also noticed that waves of power were spreading from the demonic vine. It was as if the demonic vine was a transmission channel, pouring into the flower bud at the top. On the surface, the aura gathering was only incidental. Without hesitation, the 2 of them extended their bodies and immediately rushed up into the sky. They appeared in front of the huge black flower bud. Their sharp senses immediately sensed an indescribable threat from the flower bud. It was as if the flower bud was nurturing something inside, and it seemed to be a great threat to them. Was this the source of the abnormal movement? Qianzong was not sure, but he was somewhat certain. He took out the image recording stone that was required for the mission. This was a secret treasure forged by a blacksmith master. Its function was to record things within a certain range and form an image that could be viewed. Saint power flowed into the green image recording stone. Qianzong quickly circled around the black flower bud and recorded it clearly from every angle, including the surrounding environment. However, Xianxia was not recorded. This was Qianzong's trump card. He did not want others to know. After recording, Qianzong put away the image recording stone and carefully observed it again. He felt that the flower bud seemed to be nurturing an ancient ferocious beast. It was full of danger. Once it appeared, it would cause chaos. Divine thought spread out and enveloped the flower bud. Qianzong suddenly felt an indescribable chill invading him. It was as if his divine thought was going to freeze. To resist this chill, Qianzong kept controlling his divine thought to penetrate it, but it was very difficult. However, Qianzong's divine thought was extraordinary. It was not comparable to an ordinary Saint Realm cultivator's. He kept penetrating it, inch by inch. Immediately, Qianzong saw the outline of a door. The door was covered in a dim light. It was constantly absorbing energy from all directions, and it was constantly solidifying. This is... Qianzong's expression suddenly changed. This seemed to be a void door. It was a void door that transported void demons. Could it be that this door was the void door? If this door completely appeared, it would open a path for even more void demons to enter the void battleground. This was not good news for the Xiantian army. Without hesitation, Qianzong drew his sword. Lifeless sword style, this was the most powerful sword move so far. When the sword was drawn, there was no chance of survival. However, when the deadly sword light slashed the flower bud, Qianzong's expression suddenly changed. He felt that when the sword slashed the flower bud, it did not exert any force and just slid past the flower bud. With his sharp eyes, Qianzong could see that the flower bud was not completely unaffected. His sword had left a very faint sword mark. However, although the flower bud looked like a flower bud, it was extremely hard. It was even harder than black devil gold. Qianzong's sword could not break it. In addition, there was a layer of energy on the surface of the flower bud. It was very smooth, so the sword slid past the edge. Such a sword could not damage the flower bud at all. Even if he used a secret technique, it would still be the same. Immediately, Qianzong looked at Xianxia. Xianxia instantly understood what Qianzong meant. The Nirvana evil sword had always been more effective against void demons, but he did not know if it had any effect on the flower bud. Let's give it a try. Qianxia's sword slashed out. The silver-gray sword light condensed into a line, like the line where the sea met the sky. It had a beginning and an end, but also seemed to have no beginning and no end. It was extremely fast and straight, piercing through everything. The fourth level of the Burning Shura sword style. The Burning Shura sword style had a total of 5 levels. For Qianxia to be able to cultivate to the 4th level was enough to show his amazing talent. Apart from Qianzong's superb perception, there was also the fact that Qianxia had cultivated the myriad azure divine art. He was born with an astonishing affinity for the baleful aura. If Qianzong's original body had cultivated the Burning Shura sword style, even with his superb comprehension, he would at most be able to cultivate to the 3rd level. The difference between the 3rd and 4th levels was 1 level, but the difference in power was huge. It was more than double. This was also Qianxia's strongest sword move. Its power was much greater than that of the lifeless sword style. An extremely precise sword move, an extremely powerful sword move, and an extremely condensed sword move, piercing through the sky in an instant. A direct hit, a direct hit. This sword move did not miss. Instead, it stabbed into the flower bud and was blocked by the flower bud. Immediately, a terrifying sharpness burst forth. The shocking impact of the sword pierced into the flower bud inch by inch. A shocking suction force suddenly appeared. The Nirvana evil sword seemed to transform into an ancient giant beast. It opened its huge mouth and crazily swallowed the power in the flower bud, or rather, the flower bud's life force. This flower bud was a real flower bud. It was a flower bud formed by the demonic vines gathering all the essence of the sea of demonic vines. There was a void door inside. The void door kept absorbing the life force of the sea of demonic vines, waiting to open. And the Nirvana evil sword needed life force. The life force of the demonic vines was very similar to the demonic vines that came from the void of the universe. Therefore, this life force was also useful to the Nirvana evil sword. Absorb, 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 like a whale sucking in water, it kept absorbing, crazily absorbing. The life force in the flower bud kept flowing into the Nirvana evil sword. This life force was about the same quality as the demonic vines, but it was more majestic. The life force in the flower bud kept absorbing the life force of the sea of demonic vines. The sea of demonic vines was extremely vast. It was thousands of miles wide. One could imagine how majestic the life force was. Qianxia simply let go of his hand and let the Nirvana evil sword keep swallowing the life force. The flower bud also felt threatened and constantly emitted a tyrannical wave of energy, trying to shatter the Nirvana evil sword. However, the Nirvana evil sword did not budge no matter how much energy the flower bud exerted. Instead, it continued to absorb the flower bud's life force. Qianzong and Qianxia saw that the sea of demonic vines seemed to be moving. It seemed to be crying out. Their vitality was being continuously absorbed and devoured. In the distance that Qianzong and Qianxia could not see, at the edge of the sea of demonic vines, the weaker demonic vines slowly dried up. It was as if they had lost all their water. Their life force gradually dissipated, and they became dry and decayed like dead wood. Following that, the thicker demonic vines also withered. This withering process started from the outermost area and slowly spread to the innermost area. It was not fast, and one could not see anything at first. However, as time passed, it would be obvious. Devour, devour crazily, the Nirvana evil sword trembled slightly. It was very carefree. There had never been a moment when it could devour life force so freely. The sea of life force was like a vast sea. It felt inexhaustible, and it could absorb as much as it wanted. Strands of silver-gray threads grew on the body of the Nirvana evil sword. They swam slowly like spiritual snakes. Shenzong and Xianxia stared at the Nirvana evil sword as if they wanted to see through it. Both of them could see that the Nirvana evil sword was undergoing some changes. Perhaps this time, it would absorb enough life force to recover its strength and wake up. Then, Shenzong would know the true origin of the Nirvana evil sword and so on. At least, he would not be so confused if he knew the origin of the sword. The withering spread like a virus from the outermost area to the innermost area. 1 mile, 10 miles, 100 miles. The sea of demonic vines stretched for thousands of miles, but starting from the outermost area, it was as if their vitality was being sucked out by something, as they kept withering and surging towards the center. 100 miles, 200 miles, 300 miles, 400 miles, every single one of the vines contained an astonishing amount of life force. To the Nirvana evil sword, they were like a super delicious meal, and they were even filling. Shenzong and Xianxia's faces were solemn. The withering wave was quickly spreading from the outermost area, destroying all vitality and turning it into a barren wasteland. It was extremely terrifying. Usually, using the Nirvana evil sword to kill and devour the life force of the void evil devils was normal. But now, the Nirvana evil sword was devouring the life force of the void evil vines in a radius of a few thousand miles, causing the void evil vines in a radius of a few thousand miles to be extinguished, turning into a barren wasteland. Shenzong and Xianxia were even more wary of the Nirvana evil sword. Terrifying, extremely terrifying. What was the origin of this Nirvana evil sword? The resistance of the flower bud went from weak to strong, and then to weak again. The void door inside the flower bud collapsed and turned into pure energy that was absorbed by the Nirvana evil sword. The withering spread towards the giant demonic vine in the center, and it quickly withered, as if it would turn into dust if a gust of wind blew. Finally, the withering spread to the flower bud, and the black light on the flower bud rippled like water, continuously resisting. But that resistance only delayed it for a while, and in the end, it could not resist the Nirvana evil sword's devouring. The black color of the flower bud gradually faded, and it became grayish-white, full of wrinkles, and withered. In the end, all vitality was gone, and only an empty shell was left. Afterwards, an extremely powerful silver-gray light flickered within the Nirvanic evil sword and erupted. It was like an ancient volcano that had been accumulating for 10,000 years had erupted in a single day. It instantly erupted with extremely terrifying might, causing Shenzong and Xianxia's faces to change drastically. The silver-gray light was as strong as the sun, and its speed was shocking, like a torrent that swept across the ages, and there was no way to dodge. In an instant, the two were swallowed by the silver-gray light. Silver-gray, everything in sight was silver-gray, and traces of an extremely terrifying aura filled the surroundings, filled with nirvana, 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 and nirvana. Vaguely, Shenzong and Xianxia saw a figure appear in the silvery gray. That figure was silver-gray in color and had his back to the two of them. He was tall and slender, as if he was standing in the void of the universe, overlooking countless worlds. He was as tiny as a speck of dust. In front of this almost illusory figure, Shenzong and Xianxia only felt that they were insignificant as dust. After that, the silver-gray figure turned around and saw through the past and present with a single glance. It seemed to have seen through Shenzong and Xianxia, and it caused their bodies to tremble unconsciously while they felt a horrifying feeling of their souls collapsing and their vitality being extinguished. That gaze was filled with boundless vitality and deathly stillness. It was as if two beams of light had pierced through the air, piercing straight into the eyes of Shenzong and Xianxia. The two of them had no way to dodge. They only thought that their eyes had been pierced, and their divine seas had been pierced. At the same time, the silver-gray figure turned around with his hands behind his back. He gradually faded as if he had merged into the void. The silver-gray figure also retreated. Chen Zong and Xianxia floated quietly in the air, motionless, as if they had turned into two statues. That gaze was not meant to kill, but to convey a theurgy. Theurgies were divided into lesser theurgies, and greater theurgies. For example, Xianxia's 1,000 forms Azura, which was used to create the Azura doppelganger, was a lesser theurgy. The information transmitted by the silver-gray figure's gaze was also a lesser theurgy. The evil eye of obliteration, a lesser theurgy related to the eyes. Theurgies were divided into 3 levels. Lesser theurgies were the lowest, surpassing secret techniques and reaching the threshold of theurgies. They were also the most common theurgies. Lesser theurgies were the real theurgies. Their power and value were more than 10 times that of lesser theurgies. As for greater theurgies, they were rare in the world. Chen Zong and Xianxia never expected that the evil sword of obliteration would have such a change after devouring enough vitality. A lesser theurgy. One had to know that the Shura sect's lesser theurgy, 1,000 forms Azura, had caused many half-step great saints to betray them and suffer heavy casualties. If others knew that Chen Zong had obtained another lesser theurgy, they would be shocked to the core. Who knew how many people with bad intentions would be attracted to it, and how many life and death crises would be brought to him? Of course, Chen Zong would not tell anyone. The Shura doppelganger was also hidden. Other than himself, no one else knew about it. Chen Zong and Xianxia were completely immersed in the mystery of the lesser theurgy. The more they comprehended, the more shocked they were. This was a lesser theurgy that was completely different from the 1,000 forms Azura. The 1,000 forms Azura doppelganger was created, while the evil eye of obliteration cultivated the eyes. One eye was for life, one eye was for death. Not long after, Chen Zong smiled bitterly and helplessly. Because although this evil eye of nirvana minor divine ability was very shocking, he was unable to cultivate it. In other words, he had to pay a price to cultivate the evil sword of obliteration. If he had not learned the 1,000 forms Azura and created the Shura doppelganger Xianxia, perhaps Chen Zong would have made some choices and paid a price. But now that Xianxia was here, it was more than suitable for him to cultivate the evil eye of obliteration. With the 1,000 forms Azura and a body made of evil spirit, there was no need to pay any price to cultivate the evil eye of obliteration. It was as if it was tailor-made for him. Doppelganger, this lesser theurgy will be cultivated by you, Chen Zong said. Okay. Xianxia nodded. Of course, Chen Zong's original body could also cultivate it. The key was that he had to destroy his eyes first, then use this lesser theurgy to absorb a large amount of pure evil spirit and transform it into the power of obliteration to reforge his eyes. During this period, he would have to spend several years enduring constant pain and torture until his eyes turned into the evil eye of obliteration. Only then could he truly cultivate it. This was only the first price. After that, his body would gradually be affected and changed by the power of the evil eye of obliteration as he cultivated it. This required him to find a place with dense and pure evil spirit to cultivate in seclusion for several years. There was also one last point. The evil eye of obliteration was very unique. Only one person could cultivate it in every generation. As long as someone cultivated it, others would not be able to cultivate it. Then, he had to make the best choice between the original body and the doppelganger. Now, with Xianxia, he could cultivate it without paying any price. This was a great benefit. In the end, he was called Chen Zong, and the doppelganger was called Xianxia. But in fact, the doppelganger could also be called Chen Zong as they were the same soul. Sword, the original body's pursuit was the sword Dao. The doppelganger could fully utilize his advantages. As a lesser theurgy, it was unfathomable and mysterious. Even though Xianxia was very suitable to cultivate it, it was not something that could be cultivated in a short period of time. Temporarily putting down the evil eye of obliteration, the two looked and were immediately stunned. At this moment, the several thousand miles of demonic vine sea had already turned into countless gray smoke and dust, covering the ground in a thick layer. It was completely impossible to tell that this was once a sea of demonic vines, and it was like ruins after being burned by a raging fire. It was deathly silent and suffused with an extremely dense evil spirit. Evil spirit, it was slowly melting and merging into the air. Xianxia's entire body shook, and the blazing Azura technique was pushed to the limit. Like a whale sucking in water, in an instant, it madly absorbed the massive amount of evil spirit from all directions. The evil spirit surged like tidal waves, surging in from all directions, surging and mighty, turning into an enormous deep-sea vortex that wrapped Xianxia within and madly poured into his body. The evil spirit was extremely dense. For a moment, Xianxia also found it difficult to refine it with the blazing azure technique. But it was no matter, he could temporarily absorb and store it, and slowly refine it. Moreover, cultivating the evil eye of obliteration required a lot of evil spirit. Although Xianxia had a body of evil spirit and could cultivate it without modification, if there was a massive amount of evil spirit to supplement, he would not need to exhaust his own strength. Before long, the dense evil spirit in this several thousand miles was completely absorbed into Xianxia's body. A silver-gray longsword floated in front of Xianxia. Compared to Qianzong, Xianxia was obviously more suited for the evil eye of obliteration. Reaching out, Xianxia grabbed the evil eye of obliteration. Suddenly, a burst of light surged, enveloping the sword and Xianxia. This was the communication between the evil eye of obliteration and Xianxia. Qianzong could not feel it. After a while, the light dissipated, and the evil eye of obliteration returned to its scabbard, hanging on Qianxia's waist. Through the soul connection, Qianzong also knew what happened just now. The evil eye of obliteration had devoured the life force of many void demons, and also the life force of thousands of miles of demonic vine sea, and finally recovered a small portion of its strength. It was only a small portion, and not all of it. After recovering a small portion of its strength, the evil eye of obliteration was released from the evil eye of obliteration. This small skill would determine the true owner of the evil eye of obliteration. If Qianzong wanted to cultivate this small skill, then the evil eye of obliteration would truly recognize Qianzong as its master. But now that Xianxia wanted to cultivate it, it naturally recognized him as its master. The original body and the clone shared the same soul, but their bodies were separated. After recognizing its master, the evil eye of obliteration naturally revealed its origin. It came from the void of the universe, and its previous master was known as the Sword Master of the universe. The Sword Master of Obliteration was an unparalleled almighty, and his strength was many times more terrifying than the great saints of the Linggu holy world. He was a terrifying expert who could destroy the life force of a world with a single sword, and a terrifying expert who could split a star with a single sword. The evil eye of obliteration was the sword of such a terrifying expert, and its predecessor was a divine weapon of the universe. It was finally condensed from the power of the universe after countless years, and was obtained by the very first Sword Master of Obliteration, who refined it into a sword. However, there was an earth-shattering battle that shocked the universe. The Sword Master of Obliteration fell, and the evil eye of obliteration was severely damaged. It drifted in the turbulence of the void, and finally fell into the Blue Waves world, where it was obtained by someone who sacrificed his life force to increase his strength. After he was killed, the evil eye of obliteration was also suppressed. In the end, because of the destruction of the sect, Xianxia obtained the sword and killed the demons. Xianxia sacrificed his life force in exchange for power, and in the end, died, and the evil eye of obliteration fell into the hands of Qianzong. However, Qianzong did not sacrifice his life force, and instead, he was wary of the evil eye of obliteration. By chance, he stepped into the devouring devil-forbidden land, and only then did he discover that this sword could devour the life force of the void demons. Until today, the evil eye of obliteration finally recovered some power, and could communicate, and also reveal its origin. The void of the universe, the Sword Master of Obliteration. The so-called cosmic miracles were the natural condensation of some unknown phenomenon in the void of the universe. Its appearance was uncertain, but it often had unfathomable power. Similarly, the birth of cosmic miracles was not easy, and it was not easy to encounter one. Even if one could encounter one needed to be strong enough to obtain it. Cosmic miracles were still too far away from him because they were beyond the level of saint artifacts. They had risen to a whole new level, just like the difference between the saint rudiment stage and the great saint stage. In addition to that information, the Nirvana evil sword also gave Xianxia another piece of information, which was that somewhere in the void of the universe, there was the tomb of the past Nirvana sword masters. In other words, it was the final burial place and inheritance place of the past Nirvana sword masters. As for Xianxia, he would be the next Nirvana sword master. Of course, the current Xianxia was still far from it. Every Nirvana sword master was a supreme expert who stood at the top of the universe void. They were even more terrifying than great saints. Xianxia needed to enter the Nirvana sword tomb to receive the inheritance of the past Nirvana sword masters before he was qualified to be called the Nirvana sword master. This was also the path that every Nirvana sword master had to go through. However, the current Xianxia did not have the strength to enter the Nirvana sword tomb. In an instant, Xianxia turned into a stream of light and entered Shenzong's spirit sea from between his eyebrows. After absorbing a large amount of evil qi and obtaining the lesser divine ability, Xianxia needed to cultivate the lesser divine ability of the Nirvana evil eye with all his might. He wanted to cultivate the lesser divine ability of the Nirvana evil eye to the beginner level and master a trace of its power. Divine abilities originally belonged to the Great Saint stage, so it was very difficult for a Saint Rudiment stage to cultivate a lesser divine ability. A cultivator could not cultivate a divine ability just because they obtained it. They needed to be compatible with it and had to be sufficiently talented. Shenzong glanced at the ruins that were thousands of meters away. He turned into a bolt of lightning and flew toward the mysterious heavenly battle fortress at an astonishing speed. This is a matter of great importance. I have to give up on the mission, Shenzong thought to himself. Previously, he had recorded the image of the flower bud in detail with the shadow stone, but he could not erase it and record it again. Therefore, he could only destroy the shadow stone and turn it into dust. The shadow recording stone was not a valuable treasure, so it was normal for it to be damaged. It was just a half-life, half-death mission, so it would not be investigated. It was closely related to the Nirvana evil sword, the Nirvana evil eye, the Nirvana sword master, and so on. It was extremely important, and he absolutely couldn't allow others to know about it. He couldn't allow even the slightest chance to exist. As such, he could only give up on the reward of this mission. Of course, although the reward of the mission was quite a lot of military merits, compared to the harvest of this trip, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. One was like a true dragon in the ninth heaven, while the other was like an earthworm underground. In order to not leak any information and allow others to track down the slightest clue, no matter how cautious they were, it would not be too much. His state of mind was as calm as water in an ancient well, without any ripples. Nothing out of the ordinary could be seen. Shenzong calmly returned to the Shantian battle fort and reported that the sea of demonic vines had disappeared. He didn't find anything unusual and failed the mission. Shenzong also knew that there would be other people who would go to the Sea of Demonic Vines to further investigate the situation. After all, it was not a trivial matter for thousands of miles of the Sea of Demonic Vines to be turned into ruins. There must be a reason for it. However, that mission was half-life, half-death, and the Sea of Demonic Vines itself was not valuable, so the people sent to investigate would not be those top powerhouses. Everything was as Shenzong had guessed. The mission of the Sea of Demonic Vines did not attract much attention. After they sent someone to observe and record it, they did not pursue it further. After all, the Sea of Demonic Vines itself was like a malignant tumor. Now that it was gone, it was naturally a good thing. As for what caused the Sea of Demonic Vines to be turned into ruins, it was not clear. It needed to be investigated, but no one suspected Shenzong. After all, Shenzong was only at the intermediate Saint Rudiment stage. Even if he was a powerhouse at the peak of the Saint Rudiment stage, it was impossible for him to turn thousands of miles of the Sea of Demonic Vines into ruins. After Shenzong returned, he wholeheartedly cultivated. The experience of the Sea of Demonic Vines this time was also a kind of tempering. It shook Shenzong's bottleneck, allowing him to break through again. 7 days later, Shenzong finished his cultivation. His cultivation base had improved, but he had not broken through yet. His sword technique and other aspects had also improved, but he had not broken through yet. It was not that easy to break through. However, on the whole, Shenzong's strength had improved a little. Immediately, Captain Tianji also came out of his closed-door cultivation. His exit was somewhat passive because Captain Zhu Wu of the 3rd Squad of the 7th Battalion of the Grey Feng Branch had applied for a wagered battle with the Murder Division. Tianji had to make a choice. To fight or not to fight. Once such a wagered battle was applied, the entire Murder Division would soon know about it. Therefore, if Tianji refused, it would not violate the rules, but it would inevitably cause some discussion. Unknowingly, Tianji's squad was not as good as Juwu's squad. When they met in the future, they would have to lower their heads. Tianji also informed the other members of the third squad, and they came out of their closed-door cultivation one after another. Juwu's squad has applied for a wagered battle with us. What's your opinion? Tianji asked straightforwardly. He did not dictate. Although he could make the decision to accept or reject, that was not the appropriate way to do it. Asking for the opinions of his squad members was a sign of respect and importance to his squad members. Of course we fight. Yan Mo's temper was the most fiery. He said loudly without hesitation. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Tai Bai said in a low and deep voice. Snowblade didn't say anything, but her expression was cold and her eyes were sharp. She pressed forward like a sharp blade, revealing her determination. Let's fight. Hong Yan smiled. We can fight. Otherwise, Juwu's squad will think that we are afraid of him. Yingyi smiled coldly, his eyes becoming sharper. Wu Xing, what's your opinion? Captain Tianji's gaze swept across and landed on Chenzong's face. Although his cultivation base was the lowest, his talent was the strongest. They had to pay enough attention to him. Fight. Chenzong replied without hesitation. His tone was incomparably firm. Since they wanted a wagered battle, then let's fight. All right. Since everyone agrees, then let's fight. Tianji's heart was also inclined to fight. It was best that everyone had the same opinion. Let's fight and see who is stronger. Tianji's squad was definitely stronger. Captain, how many military merits are the wagered battle? Yan Mo asked again. The other party wants 500,000 military merits. Tianji said with a solemn expression. 500,000 military merits were not that easy to obtain. Currently, everyone in the squad only had slightly more than 10,000 military merits. After all, they had just used it. If they lost, they would have to work hard to repay their military merits for at least a few years. Of course, there were pros and cons. If they won, they would get 500,000 military merits. On average, each person would get 50,000 military merits. If it was carried out once a year, it would take at least a dozen years to get that many military merits. 500,000 military merits. We must win this battle, Meng Long said in a powerful and resonating voice. They must win this battle. Fighting spirit surged in everyone's hearts. They believed that they must win. No matter what, they must win. As long as they defeated the other party, not only would they get 500,000 military merits, but they would also be able to shut the other party up. They would no longer dare to mock and ridicule them. How satisfying would that be? Since they had decided to accept the challenge, Tianji went out and replied that the wagered battle would be held 7 days later. A wagered battle was not a big deal, but it was not a big deal either. Therefore, it attracted the attention of many people, especially those who were not out on missions or in seclusion. All of them would be there to watch the battle. The Xueling killers of the Xueling branch and the Xianxia killers of the Xianxia branch would also be there. After all, both sides of the wagered battle were under their command. As for the mysterious God Killer Division's killer master, he was very mysterious and rarely appeared. In the past, a wagered battle like this would not attract the killer master. It was only 7 days. Although it was a short period of time, the two teams were doing their best to improve themselves. Even if they couldn't improve their strength, they could at least maintain their spirit and energy at their peak. They could only win this battle. Defeat was not an option. That was what Tianji and the giant martial squads were thinking. These 7 days had also brought about an invisible pressure on everyone. Under this invisible pressure, their potential had been further squeezed out. Chenzong, in particular, had improved significantly in these 7 days. His cultivation was still at the early 4th Heaven Saint realm. He had not broken through to the mid-4th Heaven Saint realm. The great mystic art was also at the 20th level. His hard sword Dao intent had broken through to the 3rd revolution. However, Chenzong also knew that after the heart sword Dao intent reached the 3rd revolution, it would be much more difficult to break through to the 4th revolution. It would also take more time. However, the hard sword Dao intent was a high-grade Dao intent. After breaking through to the third revolution, its power was even stronger. The apex sword style and lifeless sword style, which were based on the heart sword Dao intent, were also stronger. As for the fire Dao intent, it was still at the fourth revolution, while the wind Dao intent and lightning Dao intent were still at the third revolution. His heart domain had also broken through from 200 meters to 300 meters. Overall, his strength had improved. Out of seclusion, the 10 squads gathered. Their essence, energy, and spirit had all reached their peak. Their eyes were extremely bright, like the edge of a sword that could pierce the sky. "Let's go." Captain Tianji waved his hand and said resolutely. His aura condensed as he advanced courageously. The 10 of them stepped out of their residences and immediately headed towards the center of the Divine Mystic Slaughter Division. Not only did they move, but the giant martial squads also moved. "We will definitely win this battle." Giant martial squad's eyes emitted an intense battle intent. "That's right. Beat them until they kneel and beg for mercy." One of the giant martial squads sneered. "That's right. Beat them until they tremble when they see us in the future." Another person laughed. They dared to take the initiative to issue a bet because they were confident in their own strength. Otherwise, they would not fight a battle that they were not confident in. Chu Zhongyang did not speak, but his expression was filled with confidence. Inside the mysterious God-Killer division, there was a huge formation. The formation was operating at the lowest consumption to conserve energy. Suddenly, the formation shone brightly as it operated at full power. It let out a shocking roar as the formation fluctuated. Originally, there was an empty land within the formation. However, under the operation of the formation, there was a rapid change. It was as if the sea had turned into mulberry fields. It was very magical. "I wonder what kind of terrain will appear this time." A general stared at the constantly changing terrain and asked curiously. "Won't you know when you see it?" Another general smiled. The terrain changed from slow to fast, and then from fast to slow again. Some people had already guessed what kind of terrain would appear. "It's really it." Immediately, many people were surprised. "Death ruins." Someone said solemnly. "It's actually death ruins. It can be said to be the worst terrain. This is going to be interesting." The transformation of the formation would give rise to many kinds of landforms. Some landforms were naturally more ordinary, but some were more special, or more dangerous. Among the most dangerous landforms, there was Death Ruins. The land was black, as if it was left behind after being burned by a raging fire. It was also giving off traces of heat. It was like a ruin. The mountains also seemed to have been burned by the raging fire. There was no sign of life. Many trees that were still tenacious under the raging fire and did not turn into ashes had also turned into charcoal. They stood tall, filled with sorrow and ashes. At the two ends of Death Ruins, there was a small fortress. There were 4 pillars in a radius of 1,000 meters around the fortress. One side was black, and the other side was white. The pillars were as thick as a muscular man's waist. At the top, there was a prism that was the size of a human head. It gave off a dazzling light that shone in all directions. The light was connected, forming a half-transparent black and white. It was like a huge bowl that was upside down, protecting the fortress. Between the two fortresses, there was a charred forest, a canyon where cold winds were howling, and a long river where magma flowed slowly. Other than that, there was a bottomless abyss. There were 3 paths that led to the fortress on the other side. "Tianji, have you prepared the 500,000 military merits?" Zhu Wu sneered. "Looks like you're ready." Tianji's face was indifferent as he replied in a neither fast nor slow manner. "You guys can only be proud now. Take advantage of this time to fantasize." The second strongest person in the giant martial team, Lei Kuang, sneered. Chu Zhongyang's gaze swept across the room and landed on Chenzong's face. There was a sharp glint in his eyes. Chenzong met his gaze without fear. This battle was unavoidable. At this moment, an indescribable aura quietly appeared, and it attracted the attention of some people. At some point in time among the spectator seats around them, a figure had appeared at the highest and most empty seat. The iconic silver-gray mask and long robe revealed his identity. Kill the master, everyone was shocked. The killer master had actually appeared. The leader of the mysterious god-killing division had unfathomable strength and an unfathomable identity. He rarely appeared. There were many people in the mysterious god-killing division who had never seen the killing master. There had been many betting battles in the past, but the mysterious god-killing master had never appeared. This time, however, he had appeared. It was surprising. It said that Tianheng and Lifeless Sword were both received by the killer master. Could it be that the killer master has appeared because of the two of them? Someone guessed. This guess seemed to be close to the truth. Naturally, the killer master would come and go as he pleased. He wouldn't explain anything to others, nor did he need to. But no matter what, the killer master's appearance made this betting battle even more significant. The killer master is here. I'll let you see with your own eyes that I, Chu Zhongyang, am the #1 Sky Pride. Chu Zhongyang looked over and thought to himself. Under the killer master's gaze, he would kill Chen Zong to prove himself. Otherwise, many people would think that he was inferior to Chen Zong just because of a breakthrough. And the best way was to defeat and kill Chen Zong in front of everyone, letting everyone know that he was stronger than Chen Zong in the past, in the present, and in the future. He would always be stronger than Chen Zong, and no one could surpass him. Especially when he defeated Chen Zong in front of a powerful leader like the killer master. It would be even more glorious. Sensing Chu Zhongyang's killing intent, Chen Zong's expression didn't change at all. Chu Zhongyang wanted to defeat Chen Zong, but so did Chen Zong. Then, they would use this battle to determine who was stronger. Both parties, enter the arena. A voice resounded. It was vast and mighty. Juwu smiled coldly at Tianji. Then, he swept his hand across his neck and took a step forward. He led his team members into the array. Their bodies were enveloped by the array's power. At the same time, Tianji and his team members also stepped into the array and were enveloped by the array's power. Chen Zong immediately felt a vast and mighty power enveloping every part of his body. It gradually condensed and formed an invisible membrane on the surface of his body. Chen Zong didn't know what this membrane was for. In the next moment, he felt as if he had traveled through time and space. When he reappeared, he saw a white fortress. Tianji's team all turned into rays of light and appeared in the white fortress. Juwu's team turned into rays of light and appeared in the black fortress. The rules of this battle are to break through the opponent's fortress. The vigorous voice sounded again. Only by breaking through the opponent's fortress could they win the betting battle. Thus, they had to take the initiative to attack and break through the opponent's fortress. Everyone has a formation membrane on their bodies. It can resist 3 deaths. After the formation disappears, they will be eliminated. Killing another person once will allow you to seize 1/3 of the formation membrane's power and turn it into your own, increasing your chances of dying. The words were simple, but everyone understood. In this betting battle, they could kill their opponents. However, due to the protection of the formation, they wouldn't truly die. Everyone had 3 chances of dying. If they killed another person, they could seize their chances of dying to increase their own chances of dying. Killing another person would increase their chances of dying by 1. However, if they didn't kill another person but fell into the abyss and died, their chances of dying would decrease. However, others' chances of dying wouldn't increase. Generally speaking, there are 2 methods, a general said. That's right. The first method is to divide a portion of our people to hold back all the opponents, while the other portion attacks the fortress. Once the fortress is broken through, we can win. The second method is to kill. Kill until the opponents are all eliminated. Then, the fortress can be easily broken through. Generally speaking, the second method was very difficult to achieve. Unless the difference in strength between the 2 sides was too great and they were in a state of complete suppression. If that was the case, the betting battle wouldn't happen. Even if one didn't know the difference in strength before the betting battle, once the betting battle started, one would know after a while. Knowing that they weren't a match for their opponents, they would often take the initiative to admit defeat to avoid being humiliated. Betting battles were usually evenly matched. Even if there was a difference, it wouldn't be that big. However, it was often because of this that the battles were more exciting. The betting battle begins. As the voice faded, a murderous aura instantly filled the battlefield of the ruins of death, as if it was extremely tragic. "Captain, shall we fight according to what we said?" a member of the giant martial team asked. There was a hint of excitement and malevolence in his voice. "That's right. Kill." Giant martial team sneered and roared. With a wave of his hand, he immediately led his team members and charged out. The giant martial team had already discussed their strategy. They would all move out and not stay behind. They would advance in 3 directions and take the initiative to attack. They would kill everyone in the Heavenly Halberd team until they were afraid and admitted defeat. If they didn't admit defeat, they would kill until they were all eliminated. Then, they would destroy the fortress and win. This method would often cause the opponent to be terrified and leave a psychological shadow. When they met in the future, they would feel fear. One had to admit that the consequences were very serious. Based on my understanding of giant martial team, they will definitely choose to attack with all their strength and try to kill them all. Heavenly Halberd sneered. Then let's fight. Let's see if we kill them or if they kill us. Flame Demon, who had the most explosive temper, shouted. Fight. At this moment, Snowblade's battle intent was shocking. Since that's the case, let's split into 3, Heavenly Halberd said. There were a total of 3 paths. Each path was different and needed people. Otherwise, it would only allow the opponent to directly break through the fortress. Then, how should the 10 of them be divided? Heavenly Halberd quickly made the division. Heavenly Halberd was the strongest, followed by Snowblade and Dark Cold Spear. The 3 of them each led a path. Qianzong's Cultivation was the lowest. He would follow Heavenly Halberd. Hong Yan also followed Heavenly Halberd. Heavenly Halberd, Flame Demon, Hong Yan, and Lifeless Sword would take one of the 3 paths, Lava Land. Snowblade, Savage Dragon, and Eagle Wing would take one of the 3 paths, Crying Ghost Gorge. Dark Cold Spear, Swift Shadow, and Iron Wall would take one of the 3 paths, Withered Forest. Everyone finished their discussion at a shocking speed. Without any hesitation, they immediately set off. This battle. Victory! Everyone shouted in unison. Their voices shook the sky. The color of the lava land soil was even darker. It was a shocking sight. The air was filled with a shockingly hot aura. It was as if an invisible flame was burning and roasting everything on the ground. It was as if everything was about to turn into ashes. Snowblade mainly cultivated the flying snow Dao intent. The coldness of the snow was incompatible with the heat of the lava land. Thus, if they were in the lava land, their strength would be affected and they wouldn't be able to use their full strength. Dark Cold Spear mainly cultivated the Frost Spear Dao intent. It was a type of Spear Dao intent. However, it also had the cold attribute and wasn't suitable for the lava land. Thus, Heavenly Halberd's 4-man team was the most suitable. After all, the Dao intent they cultivated didn't conflict with the heat of the lava land. Flame Demon had this title because of his attainments in the Dao of Fire. The lava land was incomparably hot, and such an environment was suitable for Flame Demon to use his strength. The scorched ground was filled with cracks. Through the cracks, a dazzling red light could be vaguely seen. That was the layer of lava under the ground. In some places, the lava was directly exposed and still. The red light was dazzling and illuminating the surroundings. It looked extremely shocking. In the lava field, the magma was like the sun shining in all directions. It was bright red, dazzling, and constantly emitting a blazing aura. The invisible blazing aura was like a hot wind that spread out in all directions, making people feel dry and scorching hot, as if they were burning from the inside out. However, no one here was an ordinary cultivator. Even among saints, they could be considered geniuses. They resisted the influence of this blazing aura and remained motionless. His figure brushed past like a gust of wind. He quickly ran across the lava ground and quickly headed to the opposite side. In this place, the air was forbidden and they could not fly. However, everyone could use their movement skills, so their speed wasn't slow at all. If they continued forward and didn't encounter the other party, Then they would charge straight in and attack the other party's fortress, destroying it and obtaining victory. However, things weren't so ideal. For small black dots appeared in front of them and rapidly grew larger as they approached. They were the 4 members of Zhu Wu's team. Zhu Wu, Yan Shan, Chuan Yun, and Tian Hen. What Zhu Wu used was a bronze battle axe with a long handle. It rested on his shoulder and looked very domineering and shocking. He had a knowing smile on his face as if he had everything under his control. He looked over with a domineering gaze and said, "Tianji, everything about you is under my control." Zhu Wu knew Tianji very well and judged that Tianji would choose this path. After all, he knew who was the strongest and second in Tianji's team. The snow saber and dark cold spear couldn't display their full strength in the lava field, so Tianji could only choose this path. Moreover, he had predicted that Tianji would bring along the weakest lifeless sword. Moreover, they would even form a group of 4. All of these were within his expectations. As for who the other 2 were, he wasn't sure. However, that wasn't important. What was important was that they could intercept Tianji here and decide who was stronger. So what? Tianji's expression didn't change. Zhu Wu knew him and would judge his choice. Then, how could he not know his opponent and know what his opponent would do? Everything was within each other's expectations. Tian Hen and Chu Zhongyang stared at Chen Zong as a trace of murderous intent gathered in their eyes. "Captain, I'm going to make my move." Yan Shan roared. His body was incomparably strong, and the weapon he used was a fiery red heavy blade. It emitted a blazing aura fluctuation, as if it was resonating with the scorching aura of the lava ground. Piercer's eyes were sharp to the extreme. He stared at Chen Zong's group of 4, sweeping his eyes over them one by one. He had the gaze of a hunter looking at his prey. He was just like Eagle Wing, using a longbow as a weapon. His archery skills were superb. "Heaven Halberd, accept your defeat obediently." Zhu Wu roared. Immediately after, he swung his long-handled battle axe. The astonishing axe light seemed to split the sky in 2. The axe heavily chopped down, instantly bursting with an incomparably astonishing power. It was as if the axe could split the heavens and earth apart, and it seemed as if it was going to destroy Heavenly Halberd. In the outside world, the most they could do was to spar. They were not allowed to use heavy blows, or else it would be a violation of military rules. However, there was no such concern here. He could attack without holding back and fight to his heart's content. Even if he killed his opponent, it would be fine. After all, he would not truly die. The moment Zhu Wu attacked, the heavenly halberd also erupted with power. The large halberd soared through the air and suddenly turned, bringing with it a violent, hurricane-like might as it ruthlessly shot out. A head-on collision, both of them were in the late 7th Heaven Saint realm, and their Dao meanings were both mid-grade Dao meanings. Moreover, both of them had comprehended the 5th revolution. Even if they did not use their full strength, the moment they attacked, it was still extremely terrifying. The scorching heat in the surroundings was suddenly stirred up, and a terrifying storm swept out, wreaking havoc. Everyone had no choice but to retreat, otherwise they would be affected. This collision was a collision between Heavenly Halberd and Zhu Wu, and also a collision between a halberd and a battle axe. An extremely terrifying sound reverberated in all directions, and the sound of metal clashing was extremely ear-piercing. It was as if metal had exploded beside one's ears, and the air shattered inch by inch. "Heavenly Halberd, take another blow from my axe." Zhu Wu suddenly roared. His voice was like a thunderclap, rumbling, and the sound waves were heavy. Immediately after, a terrifying light erupted from the giant axe, simple and profound, powerful and overbearing. Chop. "So what if it's 100 blows?" Tian Halberd sneered. His voice pierced through the air, and his halberd shot out like a mighty army on a battlefield. "Die for me." Yan Shan suddenly swung his heavy blade, and scarlet flames immediately ignited on the blade. He slashed through the air, and as if he could cut through a mountain, he directly attacked the 3 people. That blade light was scarlet, and was more than 10 meters long. It seemed like it wanted to cut the 3 people in front of it and burn them to ashes. "You're the one who's going to die." Yan Mo roared. His entire body emitted a shockingly scorching heat, as if he was about to combust. Soon after, he waved his hand, and scarlet-red palm imprints continuously bombarded. 10, 20, 30, every palm imprint contained a terrifying scorching energy, and when it shot out, it could shatter a mountain. In an instant, more than 100 palm imprints shot out. After shattering that dozen-meter-long blade light, they transformed into a long river of palm imprints that surged endlessly, incomparably scorching as they blasted towards Xianxia and Chu Zhongyang. Piercer had already used his movement technique to retreat. His strong bow was in hand, and he pulled the bowstring to its fullest. An extremely sharp arrow locked onto Xianxia from afar. Piercer's fingers loosened, and the arrow turned into a streak of light that pierced through the air. It shot towards Xianxia as if nothing could stop it. It made Xianxia's hair stand on end, and his eyebrows twitched. It seemed like his entire body was about to be pierced through. It was extremely frightening. "Leave it to me." A voice like smoke drifted into Xianxia's ears, calming him down. It was Hong Yan. She had made her move. As soon as she made her move, her long whip danced like a dragon snake. Her figure was like a red mist that rippled in all directions. The long whip transformed into countless threads, layer upon layer, and spread out like ripples in water. They wrapped around each other, and the arrow that seemed like it could pierce through the heavens and earth slowly slowed down. It was sent flying by Yan Mo's palm. Piercer immediately drew his bow and shot a second arrow. Chu Zhongyang raised his hand and pointed a finger. Immediately, a fiery red energy condensed from his finger and emitted a dazzling light like lava. It also emitted an extremely hot aura as it shot out in an instant, causing Chen Zong's expression to turn solemn. The last time they had fought was in the territory of the Profound Origin dynasty. At that time, both sides had just broken through to the Saint Realm. At that time, the martial arts that Chu Zhongyang used were also his own Dao fusion martial arts. But now, this finger was not. It was a finger of pure fire Dao intent, because Chu Zhongyang also understood that at this stage, he should focus on developing his Dao intent and not fusing them together. Only when he had continuously developed his Dao intent and truly grasped how to use it freely could he then fuse them together. Even though it was not a fusion of Dao intents and was only a pure fire Dao intent, the power of this finger was even more tyrannical. Moreover, this fire Dao intent was not a low-grade Dao intent, but a middle-grade Dao intent that had been comprehended to the fourth revolution. Its power was astonishing. In terms of fire Dao intent, although Chenzong had also reached the fourth revolution, it was only a low-grade Dao intent, so there was still a big gap between the two of them. Chenzong did not intend to prolong the battle with Chu Zhongyang, and he slashed out with his sword. Extreme Heart Sword style, this was the third revolution Heart Sword Dao intent. It was incomparably fast, like a streak of light piercing through the sky. As the sword rose, it came from the heart, and the speed of the sword was astonishing. This sword was extremely fast, so fast that it was incomparable. Moreover, its power was incomparably condensed. Chu Zhongyang's finger was penetrated in an instant, and the sword light shot towards Chu Zhongyang like a hot knife through butter. Chu Zhongyang's expression changed drastically. In terms of cultivation, Chu Zhongyang was currently at the early fourth heaven saint realm, the same as Chenzong. However, because of the secret art he cultivated, Chenzong's cultivation was slightly inferior to Chu Zhongyang's. After all, the grand mystery art was incomparable to the secret art of the Shan King shocks the world. But this sword made Chu Zhongyang's hair stand on end, as if his entire body was about to be pierced through. A high-grade Dao intent, Heart Sword Dao intent that had reached the third revolution was even more terrifying. True Sun absolute kill. As he shouted, Chu Zhongyang clenched his fist, and a ray of light lit up in the center of his palm. It was like a small ball of scorching sun, exuding shocking heat and heat. True Sun Dao intent, this was a type of Yang Dao intent, and it was a high-grade Dao intent. It had also reached the third revolution, and its power was not inferior to the Heart Sword Dao intent in the slightest. Boom, the True Sun Dao intent that was the size of an infant's fist blasted out in an instant, emitting an incomparably intense light that illuminated the surroundings. Chen Zong's figure flashed, and he executed the illusory Net 9 transformations. 8 figures intertwined, and it was difficult to distinguish between the real and the illusory. In an instant, they closed in on Chu Zhongyang. Scarlet Light, the fourth revolution fire Dao intense sword was shockingly fast, and it tore through the air like a streak of scarlet light. Vaguely, Qinzong felt as if the scorching heat in the surroundings was being drawn towards him. But right now, in a battle of life and death, he did not have the time to properly comprehend it. Compared to that day, Chu Zhongyang's strength had improved greatly, and Qinzong's strength had similarly improved greatly. Both of them were peerless geniuses of their generation, and both of them were people that had broken records. Their strengths were formidable, and their minds were tenacious. A fierce battle unfolded just like that. Qinzong had cultivated the martial techniques of wind, martial techniques of lightning, martial techniques of sword, and martial techniques of fire. Moreover, he'd cultivated all of them to the advanced realm. At this moment, as soon as he executed them, the might of every single move was extremely shocking, and he alternated them with ease. Shadowless wind, the speed of his sword was extremely swift, and the sound it produced was subtle, causing it to be difficult for others to notice. Stormbreaker, suddenly, its might erupted, and it was as if a hurricane had passed through and destroyed a city, and it was terrifying to the extreme. Thunderlight strike, every single move was used alternately, and it was fast, powerful, ruthless, and accurate. There seemed to be no flaw in the exchange of moves. Countless red, azure, and violet sword lights blasted out, and it caused Chu Zhongyang's expression to go pale. As a peerless genius of his generation, Chu Zhongyang was naturally clearly aware of the importance of one's foundation. He'd similarly cultivated 3 types of basic Dao intent martial techniques because he'd comprehended 3 types of Dao intent. True Yang Dao intent, Blazing Flame Dao intent, Raging Gale Dao intent, but Qinzong had actually comprehended 4 types of Dao intent, and at the same time that this caused Chu Zhongyang to be shocked, he also had an indescribable feeling. Moreover, Qinzong had shockingly cultivated all 4 types of basic Dao intent martial techniques to the mastery stage, whereas Chu Zhongyang had only cultivated 1 type to the mastery stage and the other 2 to the initial stage. In this aspect, he was completely inferior to Qinzong. "I'm unwilling." Intense unwillingness gushed out into Chu Zhongyang's heart. "I'm the strongest genius in the world, and no one is able to compare to me. How could a person of lowly birth have the qualifications to compare with me? How could he have the qualifications to surpass me? That was impossible." Death ruins battlefield. Withered forest, charred trees stood tall, and the ground was similarly charred black. Not a single blade of grass grew, as if it had been burned by the flames of destruction. Both of the dragon's arms swelled up, his muscles bulged, and his veins surged like dragons and snakes rising from the ground. He emitted an extremely tyrannical aura fluctuation. Behind him, there was even an illusory image of a dragon python that stood in the air, and it emitted an extremely terrifying aura fluctuation. Meng Long attacked with his full strength, his fists were like a drum that struck the heavens. 10 punches, 100 punches, those terrifying fists were filled with a layer of overbearing chaos heavenly force, as if they wanted to shatter the space in front of them. The terrifying fist energy brought about a storm that raged in all directions, directly destroying all the withered trees within a few thousand meters, turning them into dust. Snowblade's expression was cold as he unsheathed his long saber. Suddenly, a dazzling saber light shot out. The saber light was shocking, and a chill swept out. It was as if countless snowflakes had filled the sky, freezing everything in their path. Yingyi's eyes were extremely sharp, and his eyes were incomparably bright. It was as if he could see through all illusions. 3 arrows were knocked on his bow, and he locked onto the 3 members of the giant martial team. At the best time, he shot out his 3 most powerful arrows. In the crying ghost gorge, waves of wind blew. When they blew through the narrow space, they pressed against each other, as if ghosts were crying, causing one's heart to palpitate. The dark cold spear fluttered in the wind, bringing with it a mysterious black aura that pierced through the air, piercing through the waves of wind. Iron Wall held a giant shield in his hand, blocking the attacks for the dark cold spear. Swift Shadow's figure flickered as he wandered around, occasionally interfering and looking for an opportunity to kill in one strike. The giant martial team had applied for a wagered battle because they were confident in their own strength, but the Heavenly Halberd team wasn't weak either. In the end, their talents weren't bad, and they were all cultivating diligently. The gap between them wouldn't be so obvious, and victory wouldn't be so easily determined. In the lava field, Heavenly Halberd and Giant Martial Team were evenly matched, and they fought endlessly. Because these two men had the highest cultivation and were the strongest, there was no one else within a few thousand meters of them, making it impossible for anyone to interfere. After all, each of their attacks was so powerful that just the aftershocks alone were enough to seriously injure an ordinary 6th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage. Hong Yan and the Flame Demon worked together to resist Cloud Piercer's arrows and Yan Shan's attacks. For a moment, it was hard to determine the victor. In another place, Jinzong and Chu Zhongyu were fighting. Everyone could see the battle of heaven. From the looks of it, it won't be that easy to determine the victor, said one of the generals. Indeed, the strength of both sides is almost equal. Everyone's cultivation base was high, their strength was powerful, and their eyes were sharp. Naturally, they could see some things. Lifeless Sword Chinzong's perception is indeed extraordinary. To be able to comprehend 4 Dao insights, one's comprehension was extremely astonishing. After all, many Saint Realm cultivators had only comprehended 1 Dao insight. If they wanted to comprehend a second Dao insight, the difficulty would be many times greater. Only true peerless geniuses would have such a chance. Mastering 3 was even more amazing, and mastering 4 was unimaginable. Of course, amongst the 4 Dao insights that Chinzong had grasped, 1 was at the high grade, and the other 3 were at the low grade. On the other hand, amongst the 3 Dao insights that Chu Zhongyang had grasped, 1 was at the high grade, and the other 2 were at the mid grade. Chinzong's sword seemed to be assisted by the gods. Every strike was exquisite, and every move was executed perfectly. Chu Zhongyu couldn't do anything about it. Chu Zhongyu had to use all his strength to resist. Even though it was a basic Dao insight martial technique, its level was low, and its might couldn't be considered to be strong, but when executed under Chinzong's sword, it was extremely terrifying. Extreme Heart Sword style, the sword pierced through the sky, and its power was terrifying. Chu Zhongyu had to use all his strength to block the sword, and he was furious. Mysterious King. Chu Zhongyu erupted, and the world's yuan qi in the surroundings surged and gathered. It was completely out of everyone's control. Chinzong's pupils shrank to the size of needles. Mysterious King's world-shocking strike, Chu Zhongyu was going to use that attack again. He had faced that attack before, and it was difficult to resist. If it wasn't for the Xianxia army's commander, he would have been injured. Now, he had to face this attack again. An indescribable sense of helplessness arose. It wasn't that Chinzong hadn't thought about it, but he hadn't found an effective way to resist this attack. Unless he didn't need to use the world's yuan qi to execute his martial arts. But that was impossible. If he didn't use the world's yuan qi to merge into his martial arts, its power would be reduced by a lot. If his strength was much greater than his opponent's, he could ignore it. But now, he didn't have an advantage over Chu Zhongyu. Facing the Mysterious King's world-shocking strike, even if he used all his strength, he wouldn't be able to block it. How could he break it? Chinzong's thoughts turned as fast as lightning. The world's yuan qi surged and gathered in Chu Zhongyu's arms. It became docile, like a tamed tiger, completely under Chu Zhongyu's control. It condensed and became more and more terrifying, and the aura it emitted became more and more terrifying. World-shocking, as Chu Zhongyu's name exploded from his mouth, the world's yuan qi became denser and more condensed. Terrifying, incomparably terrifying, it was even more terrifying than that day in the Xianxia army camp. Because of the lava field, it was filled with an indescribable heat. The Xian King shocking the world technique is too powerful. That's the #1 cultivation technique in the Xianyuan dynasty. It's incomparable. Yes, the Xian King shocking the world attack is extremely overbearing and unparalleled. The generals sighed. There was nothing they could do about it. Sometimes, the difference in cultivation techniques could be fatal. Xueling, this time, it's been proven that Tianheng is more outstanding than Lifeless Sword. General Xianxia's voice rang out with a smile. Not necessarily. General Xueling said coldly. However, he wasn't confident. The Xian King shocking the world attack was too powerful. Chu Zhongyu's eyes were blazing, and his killing intent was like the sun as he stared at Chinzong. He swore to kill Chinzong with this attack. Chinzong's heart sank, but he wasn't afraid. At most, he would die. Disregarding life and death, the only thing left was to stimulate one's own potential in the midst of life and death, allowing oneself to improve even further. Qianzong knew very well that the path of cultivation was about fighting for a lifetime, not just a moment. A moment of victory or defeat didn't mean anything. As long as he didn't die, there was hope for him to improve. He had to accept defeat with a calm mind and rise in the face of adversity, going against the current. Whether he succeeded or failed, it was a kind of training for him. If he won, he wouldn't be arrogant. If he lost, he wouldn't be discouraged. He had to be refined, pure, strong. Since there was no way to defend against it, then he would explode with all his strength and use everything he had to resist this attack and seek survival in the midst of death. The 20th level of the Dexian art was fully activated, and he didn't hold back at all. The celestial crystal tyrant body was also activated to the extreme. His aura filled the area. The dowel of the heart sword was also pushed to the extreme. It was extremely sharp, as if it could pierce through everything and directly attack one's mind. This kind of sharpness made Chu Zhongyang feel shocked, and he was even more determined to kill Qianzong this time. Although this attack wouldn't be a true death, it could still further cultivate his confidence and condense his aura. Attack! The last word resounded in all directions. Chu Zhongyu's body floated in the air, and the light condensed in his hands was as vast as the sun. Boom! The light of the sun, like the end of the world, descended, turning the surroundings into a vacuum. Qianzong couldn't breathe. Juwu and Tianji also paused in their battle, shocked by this attack. It was too shocking. Although Chu Zhongyu's cultivation was only at the early 4th level of the Saint Rudiment stage, this attack could threaten and even kill an ordinary 6th level Saint Rudiment stage cultivator. Flame Mountain, Flame Demon, Hong Yan, Cloud Piercer, the 4 people's expressions changed drastically. They felt that if they were in Chu Zhongyu's place, they would be severely injured even if they didn't die. This was especially true for Hong Yan. Her cultivation was not even at the 6th level of the Saint Rudiment stage, so she probably wouldn't be able to block it. In that instant, the Xian King's world-shocking strike transformed into a terrifying force that shattered the vacuum. The dead magma seemed to be attracted by it and shot up into the sky. It was a magnificent and terrifying sight. In the blink of an eye, a sudden change occurred. Hong Yan burst out at full speed, turning into a wisp of smoke that quickly spread out. With a shake of her long whip, a powerful force burst out. It seemed to have turned from soft to hard as it lashed out at Qianzong. She was going all out. This was unexpected. Hong Yan. Qianzong, who was mobilizing all the energy in his body, was shocked. You saved me that day. This time, it's my turn to save you, Hong Yan's voice rang out as her whip collided with the Xian King's world-shocking strike. Although Hong Yan's cultivation was at the 5th level Saint Rudiment stage, her strength was not weak. She could reach the level of an ordinary 6th level Saint Rudiment stage cultivator when she unleashed her full strength. The earth-shattering collision instantly exploded. The terrifying force spread out in all directions. The roar was vast and mighty, as if the earth was breaking apart. Hong Yan's strength was not weak, but the Xian King's world-shocking strike seemed to be even more terrifying. Under that attack, Hong Yan immediately vomited blood. Waves of light flickered on her body as if she was about to be extinguished. That was the power of the formation membrane. If the light was extinguished, Hong Yan would die. Fortunately, Hong Yan's strength was strong enough and withstood it by the skin of her teeth. However, at this moment, an extremely terrifying light burst out in an instant, piercing through the void. Before anyone could react, it pierced through Hong Yan. An arrow, it was a sharp arrow that had been shot by the Cloud Piercer. In an instant, Hong Yan, who had been pierced, turned into a ray of light and disappeared. Die! Qianzong exploded with all his strength. His speed was extremely fast, and he shot out like a bolt of lightning. Lifeless sword style. As for Chu Zhongyang, who had used the Xian King's world-shocking strike, he had an extremely short time to recover. In this fleeting moment, Chu Zhongyang's reaction and resistance were the weakest, and Qianzong happened to catch him. The sword cut through space and extinguished all life. There was only death. Kill. Lifeless sword style. When the sword was drawn, there was only death. The sword light filled the sky, and the killing intent was earth-shattering. What a powerful sword move. There is only death. It's a good sword move. The generals nodded in agreement. They could tell whether the sword move was good or not. Even though Chu Zhongyang had unleashed another attack, he was still a fraction slower. That fraction of a second was the difference between life and death. Chu Zhongyang's body trembled, and his expression froze. The formation around him flickered, and he turned into a streak of light, flying away. At the same time, Chen Zong's body also flickered. Hong Yan reappeared in the White Fortress's camp. She immediately rushed out of the fortress and rushed towards the lava field. Chu Zhongyang also reappeared in the Black Fortress's camp. His face was cold, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Dead, he had actually been killed once, and it was by the lifeless sword Chen Zong. Even though he couldn't block or dodge the attack, it was still humiliating to be killed by his opponent. Chen Zong, I'm going to torture you to death. Chu Zhongyang's eyes were like a ghost, and his voice was as cold as a knife. Ever since he was born, his life had been smooth sailing. Among his peers, no one had been able to contend with him, let alone injure or even kill him. Now, he had been killed by someone from a small place. Even though it wasn't a true death, he had used up one of his chances of dying. If it had been a real battle, he would have died. Unforgivable, boom, a terrifying aura erupted from Chu Zhongyang's body, and it soared into the sky. It was as if it wanted to shatter the heavens. Boom, in an instant, his aura broke through the limit and reached a new height. Mid-fourth heaven saint realm, Chu Zhongyang's cultivation had advanced by a small level due to his anger and murderous intent. In terms of cultivation, Chu Zhongyang was already superior to Chen Zong. Now that he had broken through, he was even more superior. Everyone watching the battle suddenly looked amused. Earlier, Chen Zong had been able to kill Chu Zhongyang because Hong Yan had blocked the mysterious king's attack for Chen Zong. Otherwise, Chen Zong would have used up one of his chances of dying. However, for cultivators, while the process was important, the result was even more important. Victory or defeat, life and death, everything was that simple. As for the process, with his own strength, or did he borrow the strength of others, that wasn't the most important thing. Being able to borrow the strength of others or have others lend a helping hand was also considered one's own ability. Of course, it would be best to rely on oneself. After all, external forces were still external forces and could not be borrowed for a long time. Only one's own strength was the most real and permanent. Chu Zhongyang, whose cultivation had broken through to the mid-fourth heaven saint rudiment stage, was even faster. Like a streak of sunlight, he shot towards the lava field. Inside the lava field, the battle between Tianji and Zhu Wu began once again, and it was extremely intense. Yan Shan swung his blade towards the flame demon, while Cloud Piercer, who had killed Red Smoke, once again drew his bow and shot an arrow towards the flame demon. As long as the flame demon was killed, the remaining lifeless sword would be quickly dealt with. At that time, he could use his archery skills to reinforce Captain Giant Warrior and kill Heavenly Halberd. However, the flame demon's strength was tyrannical. Under his full strength, he was able to resist the combined attack of Yan Shan and Cloud Piercer for a while. As for Chen Zong, he seemed to have turned into a statue as he stood there without moving. His eyes were focused in front of him. That was a lake of magma. Because of the Shan King's world-shaking attack, it had erupted. Although it had calmed down at this moment, there were countless bubbles emerging and bursting, releasing shockingly hot waves. At the same time, countless lights seemed to appear in Chen Zong's mind. It was as if the bubbles were growing and bursting. The Tao of fire surged endlessly, turning into a scorching aura that spread around Chen Zong. Instantly, the scorching aura of the lava lake seemed to be drawn towards Chen Zong, wrapping around Chen Zong. Like wisps of smoke, they seeped into Chen Zong's body. Rise, scorching heat rose, like a raging inferno that wanted to burn everything. The Tao of fire stone on his chest also released an extremely mysterious aura. This kid. This scene of Chen Zong instantly attracted the attention of many people. Traces of ripples appeared in Kill Master's calm eyes. However, no one noticed. A large amount of the scorching aura of the lava entered his body, and the Tao of fire stone blossomed. For a moment, Chen Zong's Tao of fire underwent a transformation. Scorching, burning, Chen Zong seemed to see a ball of flames become scorching, burning fiercely, and covering the heavens and the earth, transforming into a sea of fire. A tyrannical aura also suffused the air. The transformation of the Tao of Fire. Earthly Fire Tao Intent. The Earthly Fire Tao Intent was an intermediate-grade Tao Intent. Although they were both at the fourth revolution, the might of the Earthly Fire Tao Intent was much stronger than the Tao of Fire. In this way, it was equivalent to increasing Chen Zong's ability. Earthly Fire Tao Intent. Chen Zong restrained his scorching aura, and his eyes emitted a bright light. That bright light was like a raging inferno burning the sky. In an instant, Chen Zong grasped the Earthly Fire Tao Intent. Compared to the Tao of Fire, the Earthly Fire Tao Intent had some changes. But Chen Zong still wasn't completely clear of the specific changes, and he needed to use it to know. Since he'd already broken through, then it was time to make a move now. Kill, executing lightning devastation, Chen Zong transformed into a bolt of lightning that flashed through the sky and approached Flame Mountain. This method was the same as Hong Yan. It wasn't that Chen Zong didn't attack Piercing Cloud, but Piercing Cloud had a cultivation at the 6th level of the Saint Rudiment stage. His strength was tyrannical, and his movement technique was superb. It was difficult to approach, and even if he approached, he might not be a match for Piercing Cloud with his current strength. Chen Zong's addition instantly relieved the pressure on the Flame Devil. Heart Domain, a 300-meter heart domain spread out, covering the surroundings. Instantly, everything within a 300-meter radius was under his control. Piercing Cloud's arrow tore through the sky and arrived, entering the range of the heart domain, and was instantly captured by Chen Zong's perception. A sword tore through the sky, crimson light, the sword's speed was shocking, and when it struck the arrow, a rebounding force rushed over, causing Chen Zong's arm to tremble. However, the arrow also deviated from its course and failed to hit the Flame Devil. Executing Crimson Light with Earthly Fire Tao Insight, its power and sword speed didn't increase significantly, Chen Zong thought to himself. Then, he attacked with his sword. Exploding flames, it was another sword attack powered by Earthly Fire Tao Insight. As soon as he attacked, the blazing red sword light blasted out in an incomparably violent manner, filled with extremely shocking explosive power, mercilessly blasting towards Flame Mountain. This sword attack was under the heart domain, and it just happened to blast towards Flame Mountain's weak point. The Heavenly Halberd team had practiced and had a tacit understanding of each other, so in an instant, the Flame Devil also seized this opportunity and blasted out with both palms. Bright red palm prints burned with boundless raging flames, blasting towards Flame Mountain. Flame Mountain's expression changed drastically. Although Chen Zong's sword attack was powerful, it wasn't much of a threat. The real threat was the Flame Devil's attack. However, if he ignored Chen Zong's attack and was hit, it wouldn't feel good either. He would more or less be affected, and it would be disadvantageous to him. After the first attack, Chen Zong immediately attacked with the second attack. Ember. With this attack, the flames of Ember burned even more terrifyingly than before, as if it wanted to burn heaven and earth into ashes. Immediately, Chen Zong knew the difference between Earthly Fire Tao Insight and Fire Tao Insight. Earthly Fire Tao Insight focused more on burning and high temperature, and it was shockingly blazing. Therefore, it didn't improve Crimson Light, but it improved exploding flames and Ember very obviously. The power of those two sword techniques increased by several times. Earthly Fire, the flames that originated from the earth were filled with shocking explosive power and high temperature, burning everything. Ember's attack instantly caused Flame Mountain's expression to change again. He brandished his heavy saber, and in an instant, more than a dozen saber lights shocked the world. After shattering exploding flames and Ember, another saber slashed towards Chen Zong, while the other saber lights all shot towards the Flame Devil. Chen Zong's silhouette flickered unceasingly as he executed the illusory Net 9 transformations to the limit, barely dodging the saber strike. All of a sudden, his hair stood on end as an arrow pierced through the air, bringing with it an extreme killing intent. It was Piercer. However, Chen Zong's expression was calm, and he wasn't surprised at all. When that arrow shot towards him, it was already within the range of his domain of heart, and was sensed by Chen Zong. Sword, sword, sword. In an instant, Chen Zong brandished his sword many times. The sword lights were blazing and incomparably powerful, and they all slashed at the arrow, causing the arrow's speed to decrease slightly, and he narrowly avoided it. He took a step forward, and his shoulders shook slightly as he once again charged towards Flame Mountain. Extreme Heart Sword style, this attack was extremely fast, as if it was aimed directly at the mind, causing Flame Mountain's mind to tremble slightly, and he was momentarily distracted. Seizing the opportunity, the Flame Devil's power erupted, and blazing flames ignited around his body. As the flames rose, they instantly condensed into a 3-meter-tall flame giant, and he abruptly attacked. Flame Devil Art, this was the reason why the Flame Devil chose this title. Executing the Flame Devil Art also meant that the Flame Devil had exploded with all his strength. One attack. Boom, it was earth-shattering, causing Flame Mountain's expression to change greatly. He could only give up on Xianxia and attack with all his strength. Frightening power poured into his heavy blade, and the blade light was scarlet red as it slashed through the air. At the same time, Piercer's arrow pierced through the air, shooting towards Xianxia. Compared to Eagle Wing, Piercer's arrow was sharper and more frightening. Of course, Eagle Wing's arrow was more nimble. A long whip suddenly shot out from the side, and with a sudden shake, it burst forth with astonishing power, as if a dragon or snake was dancing, causing the air to explode. It was Hong Yan. Hong Yan had already rushed to the lava grounds, and was just in time to act, intercepting Piercer's killing arrow. With Hong Yan's strength, she didn't need to block it, and only needed to make the arrow's trajectory shift. Lifeless sword style, Xianxia ignored the arrow, and exploded with all his strength, using Celestial Crystal Tyrant Body, and completely attacking with his sword. It was an absolute certainty that there was no chance of survival. This sword immediately caused Flame Mountain's hair to stand on end. Because at this very moment, he was exploding with all his strength against the Flame Devil, and had no strength to resist this sword. Piercer also had Hong Yan to block it, and Chu Zhongyang was a bit slower. Kill, Lifeless Sword style attacked, breaking through Flame Mountain's defense, and the extremely shocking sword edge immediately cut into Flame Mountain's body. The extremely frightening sword chi wreaked havoc, crazily twisting and turning within Flame Mountain's body. With Flame Mountain's strength, it was enough to resist, but unfortunately, he was now facing the full-strength attack of the Flame Devil. Light flickered, and Flame Mountain turned into a ray of light, quickly leaving. Death once, but this time it wasn't Xianxia who killed him, but only injured him, and was killed by the Flame Devil. Thus, the Flame Devil increased his chances of death by 1. First, Chu Zhongyang had died, and now Flame Mountain had died. This was different from what he had expected. Even though his will was strong, Jiwu's heart couldn't help but waver. Great halberd soared through the air, breaking a mountain in one strike. Like a flood dragon emerging from the abyss, it soared into the sky, controlling the 9 heavens. It was ferocious beyond compare, crushing everything in its path. Piercing Cloud's complexion suddenly changed. His strength was far inferior to heavenly halberds. If he was struck, he would undoubtedly die. Even if he was only touched, it would be difficult for him to survive. The arrow shot out, but it was instantly shattered. Piercing Cloud pushed his movement technique to the limit, leaving behind layers upon layers of afterimages. It was like a gust of wind blowing in all directions, endlessly revolving around him. Boom, Piercing Cloud barely managed to dodge this attack. It crashed into the lava lake, immediately exploding. A torrent of lava soared into the sky, reaching several hundred meters. It was incomparably terrifying, swallowing everything. Piercing Cloud trembled with fear. The temperature of the lava was absolutely terrifying. If he was caught up in it, even with his own strength, he would be thrown into confusion. Dodge, dodge again, but suddenly, the whip lashed out, making an incomparably ear-piercing sound, like thunder exploding in his ears. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of the shadow of the whip. It was like a flood dragon swinging its tail, enough to shatter a mountain. He pushed his movement technique to the limit, almost turning into nothingness, narrowly avoiding this attack. But a hair-raising sense of danger pervaded from the depths of his heart. Lifeless sword style, extreme killing intent, incomparably swift and fierce, filled the air. His movement technique had already been pushed to the limit. He could no longer use it. He forced himself to turn around, holding his bow horizontally in front of him, blocking Xianxia's sword. Xianxia's full-strength sword strike might not be able to kill Piercing Cloud, but it still posed a considerable threat. Seizing this opportunity, Hong Yan lashed out again. Piercing Cloud could no longer resist this attack. He was directly struck, and a terrifying power erupted. Piercing Cloud was sent flying. Flame Demon's palm struck, causing Piercing Cloud to vomit blood again and again. Sword light flashed, cutting through the air. It was extremely violent, burning wreckage. Smoke Dragon's 9 rotations. Hong Yan shouted. Her whip trembled, and as if it had transformed into a red smoke dragon, it instantly spun 9 times, exploding with full strength. It directly struck the heavily wounded Piercing Cloud's chest. Under this attack, Piercing Cloud's body violently trembled. The light barrier on his body flickered endlessly. Only Jiwu was left. Jiwu, what do you have to compete with me? Heavenly Halberd took the opportunity to ask. His words were like sharp blades that stabbed into Jiwu's heart. Originally, he had been brimming with confidence when he applied for the gambling match, but he hadn't expected that the difference would be so great. First, Chu Zhongyang had been killed. Then, Yan Shan had been killed. Now, Piercing Cloud had been killed. Although they managed to kill one of their opponents, it was obvious that they were at a disadvantage. At the same time, Chu Zhongyang also hurried over, just in time to see the scene of Piercer being killed. If he hadn't wasted any time in the White Fortress, perhaps Chuan Yun wouldn't have died. However, Chu Zhongyang didn't feel much. At this moment, there was only an extremely sharp killing intent in his heart as he stared at Chen Zong. However, due to the disparity in numbers, Chu Zhongyang stopped in his tracks and did not rush over directly. After all, he was only one person. If he rushed over, he would face Chen Zong, Hong Yan, and the Flame Devil. There was no doubt he would die. Kill! The Flame Devil roared. Taking the lead, he transformed into a ball of blazing flames and rapidly rushed forward, closing in on Chu Zhongyang. Chu Zhongyang's expression changed slightly. His 5 fingers clasped together, and a ball of blazing sunlight condensed. He suddenly flung it out, directly striking the Flame Devil. At the same time, he rapidly retreated. I'll help you. Yan Shan's voice sounded, rapidly approaching, causing Chu Zhongyang's heart to settle. With Yan Shan's arrival, the two of them working together wouldn't be so easily killed. Piercing Cloud would also quickly rush over. Yan Shan's blade slashed forward, his eyes fixed on the Flame Devil. Just now, he had been killed by the Flame Devil. This time, he would definitely kill his way back. In the blink of an eye, the 3 of them formed a formation. Chen Zong, the Flame Devil, and Hong Yan laid down a mysterious god-killing formation, rushing towards Yan Shan and Chu Zhongyang. Yan Shan and Chu Zhongyang also laid down a mysterious god-killing formation. A piercing cloud arrow pierced through the air, and then, an extremely sharp sound rang out. It was Piercing Cloud. As soon as he appeared in the fortress, Piercing Cloud immediately rushed over at full speed. With Piercing Cloud's addition, the pressure on Yan Shan and Chu Zhongyang immediately decreased sharply. Chen Zong, do you dare to fight me? Chu Zhongyang's words were sharp. Then let's fight. Chen Zong's eyes shone with an incomparably sharp brilliance, fearless. Even if he couldn't block Chu Zhongyang's mysterious King's world-shocking strike, should he retreat and be afraid because of it? No, if he blindly retreated, then it would be even more difficult to face him in the future. A swordsman should be fearless. Chu Zhongyang didn't directly use the mysterious King's world-shocking strike. That was an ultimate move, and it wasn't that cheap. Moreover, now that his cultivation had broken through to the intermediate Saint Rudiment stage, his strength was even more powerful. Even if he didn't use the mysterious King's world-shocking strike, it was enough to suppress and kill Chen Zong. As soon as the attack arrived, Chen Zong's sword slashed through the air. Earth Fire Dao intent, exploding flames, the sword light was blazing and extremely violent, causing Chu Zhongyang's expression to change instantly. He felt that the sword was much stronger than before. Ashes, when the second sword attack came out, Chu Zhongyang felt his hair stand on end, as if he was about to be burned to ashes. How could this be? Could it be that Chen Zong also had a breakthrough when he broke through to the intermediate Saint Rudiment stage? Did he become even stronger? The two of them fell into a fierce battle once again. Every attack was extremely powerful. Sword chi swept out, causing the lava to explode and surge up again and again. The surrounding temperature gradually rose. Chen Zong realized that when he used the Crimson Hell Sword technique in this high temperature, it was like adding wings to a tiger. Not only was the speed at which he condensed energy faster, but the power had also increased slightly. The earth-fire Dao intent had a more obvious effect on the surrounding lava's heat. This was the geographical advantage. Under the heart domain, the trajectory of Chu Zhongyang's moves could be clearly grasped. Finger technique, palm technique, Chu Zhongyang continued to use his moves and changed them. Every attack was light and heavy, and the strong and weak intertwined freely, displaying an unfathomable attainment in martial arts. However, Chen Zong's sword technique was even more brilliant. Every sword attack came naturally, and no matter how Chu Zhongyang attacked, he was able to block them all and counterattack. The more they fought, the more gloomy Chu Zhongyang's expression became. All kinds of martial arts were displayed, but they were unable to do anything to Chen Zong. The only move that could threaten Chen Zong was that one move. Xianxia Startling Strike. Did he have to use Xianxia Startling Strike every time to defeat his opponent? In the end, he still had too few moves. Some of the moves that he had cultivated in the half-saint realm could no longer keep up. His time in the saint realm was too short. The yuan qi of heaven and earth suddenly surged. Chen Zong's eyes narrowed slightly. He immediately knew that Chu Zhongyang was going to use Xianxia Startling Strike again. One move to dominate the world. If he didn't have a way to defend against it, then he still wouldn't be able to resist this attack. The yuan qi of heaven and earth surged from all directions and gathered. It quickly condensed in Chu Zhongyang's hands, and the light was dazzling. The higher Chu Zhongyang's cultivation, the stronger the Xianxia Startling Strike would be. The higher the level of the Xianxia Startling Strike, the stronger the Xianxia Startling Strike would be. Retreat. In an instant, Chen Zong, who felt the blazing yuan qi of heaven and earth gathering toward Chu Zhongyang, quickly retreated. Under the Xianxia Startling Strike, his attack would only be broken down. He wouldn't be able to hurt Chu Zhongyang at all, unless his strength was much greater than Chu Zhongyang's. But if his strength was much greater than Chu Zhongyang's, he could still resist with his own strength. Since he couldn't resist the Xianxia Startling Strike head-on, then he would temporarily avoid it and look for an opportunity to counterattack. This was the only method that Chen Zong could think of at the moment. After all, although the Xianxia Startling Strike was powerful, the amount of yuan qi of heaven and earth it could absorb was not infinite. There was only a certain range. Chu Zhongyang's Xianxia Startling Strike was only at the entry level, so it was even more limited. As he retreated, Chen Zong felt the astonishing yuan qi flowing past him. Suddenly, a thought occurred to him. Could he also control the yuan qi of heaven and earth and gather it for his own use? Normally, when he used martial arts, the mysteries of martial arts would naturally gather the yuan qi of heaven and earth into the power of heaven and earth. He didn't need to take the initiative. But the Xianxia Startling Strike was absorbed by his own will. It was more domineering and powerful. Then, could he do it? Others might not be able to, but it was possible for him. Heart domain. Chen Zong retreated rapidly, out of the range of the Xianxia Startling Strike. He retreated to the side of the lava lake and immediately compressed his heart domain. 300 meters compressed to 200 meters, and then to 100 meters. Within a 100-meter heart domain, Chen Zong instantly felt the yuan qi of heaven and earth within a 100-meter radius become increasingly clear and intense. He even had a feeling that he could control it. Immediately, Chen Zong mobilized the Dao intent of earth fire. With the Dao intent of earth fire as a guide and the heart domain exerting force, the blazing yuan qi within a 100-meter radius immediately gathered. This feeling of control was very wonderful. The blazing yuan qi within a 100-meter radius instantly gathered on the scarlet hellfire flowing sword, covering it and turning it into a faint flame that burned. Immediately, the blazing aura from the lava lake surged into the 100-meter heart domain and was once again absorbed by Chen Zong. This scene attracted the attention of many people. Once, twice, thrice. Time after time, the blazing yuan qi was absorbed and condensed. The flames on the scarlet hellfire flowing sword became more and more intense and gradually flowed. Chu Zhongyang leaped high into the air and approached Chen Zong. A ball of blazing energy condensed between his hands, and the light was as intense as the sun. Boom, a strike blasted out. It was as if the true sun had fallen, shattering and burning everything. Chen Zong's eyes suddenly focused as he slashed out with his sword. Ember, this was the most powerful strike of the Scarlet Hellfire sword technique. At this moment, after absorbing a large amount of blazing yuan qi, its power seemed to have increased by quite a bit. Boom, the two rays of light collided. It was as if flames were colliding and instantly exploded, bursting forth with unparalleled power that destroyed everything. Ember's sword was only able to resist for a moment before it was shattered. The remaining power of the Shan King's startling strike carried with it a terrifying power. The yuan qi of heaven and earth in all directions was also disturbed, becoming chaotic and difficult to control. Chen Zong took a deep breath. His sword moved violently. The sword and sword connected, and the sword qi turned into a long river that surged with boundless heat. Slash, 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 every strike was shattered, but every strike was also weakening the Shan King's startling strike bit by bit. When the Shan King's startling strike's power arrived in front of him, Chen Zong immediately used the illusory Luo 9 transformation technique, and the 8 figures dispersed. Boom, the 8 figures were engulfed by the terrifying red light. That was the power of the Shan King's startling strike. Even though most of it had been neutralized, it was still extremely terrifying. Everyone couldn't help but stare with their eyes wide open. They wanted to see if Chen Zong could withstand that blazing red light. He still couldn't withstand this strike. Light surged and thousands of elephants galloped. The aura was blazing and violent like a hurricane that swept in all directions without stopping. Chu Zhongyang's face was filled with shock and disbelief. How could this be? The first time, the Shan King's world-shocking strike failed to hit Chen Zong because of the red smoke. But this time, there was no interference from others. It also hit Chen Zong, but it failed to kill him. The formation membrane on Chen Zong's body flickered for a while and then retracted. This meant that the power of that strike was not enough to cause fatal damage to Chen Zong. Chen Zong also secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He had blocked it. His sudden inspiration allowed him to use his heart domain to absorb the heaven and earth yuan qi into the remnant sword. In the end, he blocked the Shan King's world-shocking strike. Of course, this was also because Chu Zhongyang's Shan King's world-shocking strike was only at the entry level. If the Shan King's world-shocking strike was at the entry level, Chen Zong would not be able to block this strike at all. He would be instantly destroyed. Although the Shan King's world-shocking strike was powerful, it had a flaw. It could not be used continuously. After using it once, the user would be stunned for a short period of time and would need some time to recover before being able to use it again. Therefore, it was often used as a trump card. Taking a deep breath, a blazing aura surged into his lungs and surged in his body. His qi and blood surged violently. His strength was like vast water and surging magma. Swinging the sword light struck the air. It was blazing and extremely fast as it flew towards Chu Zhongyang. Chu Zhongyang's eyes narrowed. His eyes seemed to turn into burning true suns. He raised his arms and the true suns blazed with boundless true suns. One after another, surging, shooting, piercing through everything. As Chen Zong swung the sword, he controlled his heart domain to compress it to 100 meters. He took the initiative to absorb the heaven and earth yuan qi and condensed it into the sword, increasing the power of his sword technique. Sometimes, it was not that he did not know how to do it, but that he did not think of it. The so-called epiphany was to let him understand that he actually knew more than he did. Before this, Chen Zong had never thought of using his heart domain to absorb the heaven and earth yuan qi. For a moment, Chu Zhongyang became Chen Zong's practice partner. The heaven and earth yuan qi is vast and has many attributes. However, the fire yuan qi is the main element here. If I only absorb the fire yuan qi and use the red hell sword technique, it would be better, Chen Zong thought to himself. Stripping away the heaven earth yuan qi and only absorbing the pure fire yuan qi, this undoubtedly required even more effort to control. Fortunately, Chen Zong's mind was strong enough. He didn't force himself at all, but he was a little slow. However, as time passed, he gradually became more relaxed and at ease. His speed of absorption also became faster and faster. Chu Zhongyang's expression grew more and more serious with each strike. He used all his martial arts techniques, but he couldn't do anything to Chenzong. Vast and mighty Xian Yuan, only I am king. Chu Zhongyang formed a seal with both of his hands. Instantly, an endless amount of heaven and earth yuan qi surged into his body. His aura grew exponentially, and his entire person seemed to grow taller. Secret technique, Xian King Battle Body. This was a secret technique that came with the Xian King's World Shocking Strike apart from the Xian King's World Shocking Strike. The Xian King World Shocking Strike was an attack type, while the Xian King Battle Body was an amplification type. This was also the first time Chu Zhongyang used the Xian King Battle Body in a battle with Chenzong. Since the Xian King World Shocking Strike was blocked by Chenzong and couldn't be used again, then he could only use other methods to strengthen himself. Using the Xian King Battle Body, Chu Zhongyang's entire body was filled with crimson energy. It was like the light of the sun, like the fire of the sun. His aura grew exponentially, and so did his strength. He became even more terrifying. Attack, the power of each strike was amplified by the Xian King Battle Body. It increased by at least 30%, and some by 50%. With such strength, even a 10% amplification was very obvious, let alone a 30% or 50% amplification. Instantly, Chenzong felt the pressure increase greatly. Sky Halberd and Giant Warrior fought fiercely without rest. They were evenly matched. Even if they used powerful ultimate techniques, they could only push back the other party. They couldn't defeat or kill the other party, and the other party would quickly adjust and attack again. It was hard to tell who was better. Cloud Piercer and Flame Mountain teamed up, and Hong Yan teamed up with Flame Demon. They were also evenly matched. Chu Zhongyang and Chenzong were also evenly matched. As for the battles in the Withered Forest and Crying Ghost Gorge, there were deaths on both sides, but overall, they were also evenly matched. This kind of battle was the most difficult to determine the winner. Attack, attack, attack. The origin chi of fire in the 100-meter heart domain was completely controlled by Chenzong, and it condensed on the sword in an instant. Immediately, Chenzong expanded his heart domain. In other words, he gradually let go of his control over his heart domain. 200 meters, the larger the area, the stronger the origin chi of heaven and earth it covered. However, because the area expanded, Chenzong's speed and efficiency of absorbing the origin chi of fire decreased again. However, this was only temporary. Because of the decrease in efficiency, Chenzong was gradually at a disadvantage under the attacks of Chu Zhongyang's Xian King Battle Body. However, he stubbornly held on, using Chu Zhongyang's pressure to train himself. Gradually, Chenzong's speed of absorbing the origin chi of fire increased again. It'll be difficult to determine the winner between these two teams. General Yi shook his head. I feel that the winner will be determined, but it's hard to predict. Indeed. In my opinion, the key to victory may lie with those two. Immediately, numerous gazes gathered and landed on the two young figures who were fighting fiercely. Although their cultivation was the lowest in the two teams, and their strength was also the lowest, their talents were also the highest. Not only were they the highest in the two teams, but they were also the highest in the entire Xianxian killer division. Even the entire Xianxian army and Xiantian army could be considered the highest level. Such outstanding prodigies were filled with countless possibilities and uncertainties. No one knew when they would suddenly explode and increase their strength greatly. For example, it hadn't been long since the battle started. The other's strength basically didn't change much. Only these two people either had a breakthrough in their cultivation or a transformation in their Dao intent. Improvement, whether it was Chenzong or Chu Zhongyang, they were both improving slowly in the battle. Chu Zhongyang had already died once and had 2 chances left. Chenzong had 4 chances to die. If Chu Zhongyang used up his 2 chances to die, he would be eliminated. At that time, Chenzong would have no opponent. He could help his teammates, and he could also directly attack the opponent's fortress and obtain victory by destroying the fortress. The key to victory was Chenzong and Chu Zhongyang. It was in their battle. One was a peerless prodigy who had shown amazing talent since young. He was the pride of the Xianyuan dynasty. The other was called Trash since young, but due to a fortuitous encounter, he constantly improved himself and broke through countless obstacles. He was a person who came from a humble background. Heart domain, 300 meters, Chenzong completely released the compression of his heart domain. Under 300 meters, the origin chi of fire was controlled and condensed. However, the efficiency dropped again. Chenzong was once again at a disadvantage. However, Chu Zhongyang wasn't happy at all. It was like this just now. Not long later, Chenzong turned the tables again. Zhenyang. With a low shout, Chu Zhongyang's aura became stronger. Heat gathered from all directions and condensed behind his head, emitting layers of halos. After a fierce battle, Chu Zhongyang had a breakthrough and his strength increased. He suppressed Chenzong and forced Chenzong to retreat. Chenzong's expression was serious and calm. His eyes were sharp. With a sword in hand, he kept blocking Chu Zhongyang's attacks. He kept controlling the origin chi of fire in his heart domain. He kept familiarizing himself with it and improving his control. Finally, all the fire origin energy within the 300-meter radius was under Chenzong's control. It was as easy as moving his fingers. Boom, the origin chi of fire was instantly condensed by Chenzong and added to his sword. It turned into a burning flame. Every time he swung his sword, the power became stronger. Bursting flame, remnant, the power of these two sword moves would be much stronger, and he would be able to turn the tables on his opponent. Xianxia. Chu Zhongyang condensed the origin chi from all directions again. He could use Xianxia's world-shocking strike again. This time, he must kill Chenzong. However, this time, Chenzong didn't retreat. The origin chi of heaven and earth in his heart domain was completely under his control. It wasn't affected by Chu Zhongyang. Suddenly, many people were surprised. What kind of ability was this? He actually had the ability to resist the overbearing Xianxia's world-shocking strike. Although the Xianxia's world-shocking strike was much weaker than the Xianxia's world-shocking strike, it was enough to show that Chenzong already had the ability to break or resist the Xianxia's world-shocking strike. This meant that the Xianxia's world-shocking strike wouldn't be as effective against Chenzong as before. Earth fire, Chenzong shouted in a low voice as well. The origin chi of fire within the Xianxia's world-shocking strike instantly went berserk. In Chenzong's mind, the profundities of the three sword moves, Crimson Light, Bursting Flame, and Remnant, as well as the three moves of the basic Dao Insight martial technique, Fire martial technique, emerged in succession. They were stripped away under Chenzong's superb comprehension ability. It was as if the essence was stripped away and then fused together. All the spiritual lights became intense, and all the thoughts became clear. Heaven burning. At the same time that the last two words sounded out, Chu Zhongyang's last word also sounded out. Xianxia's world-shocking strike, an incomparably terrifying strike instantly blasted out. It was as if a true sun was descending, bringing along the power to destroy everything as it descended. It was peerlessly overbearing, and it was known as the king of the world. Earth fire burning. This sword was a sword formed by gathering the essence of the fire martial technique and the crimson prison sword technique. It was comprehended by Chenzong with his powerful soul and superb comprehension ability. It used the Dao insight of earth fire as the foundation, the essence of the two sword techniques as the branches, and the origin chi of fire controlled by the heart domain as the leaves. It was a sword that surpassed all the power of the past. Even though it was only at its initial stage, it burst forth with incomparably terrifying power in an instant when it was used for the first time. The sword slashed out horizontally, and blazing flames burned fiercely on the sword. It spread out in the blink of an eye, burning fiercely and becoming exuberant, as if it wanted to cover the earth and burn through the sky. The terrifying True Yang strike also descended, bringing destruction and destruction. Falling to the ground, soaring into the sky, up and down, a collision between the strong and the strong. The earth shook, and the sky seemed as if it was about to collapse. The magma in all directions was drawn and exploded into the sky, as if purgatory was about to destroy everything. Blazing red light, raging inferno skyblast, rumbling sounds reverberated in all directions, like the roar of a raging wind, rippling in all directions. When the flames dissipated, two figures appeared before everyone's eyes. Chenzong, Chu Zhongyang. He blocked it again. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. Chu Zhongyang's face twitched. He blocked it again. His Xianxia's world-shocking strike was much stronger, but it was blocked again. Chen Zong's expression was cold, his eyes sharp. He blocked it. The Xian King's world-shocking strike that he felt helpless against was blocked by him for the second time. Moreover, he felt more relaxed than the first time. If it could be said that there was some luck involved in blocking it the first time, then there was no luck involved in blocking it the second time. Of course, it was still difficult to block it this time. Other than the heaven-burning earth sword, he had to slash out several times to completely neutralize the Xian King's world-shocking strike. Chen Zong estimated that if he wanted to completely block the power of the Xian King's world-shaking strike, his heart domain would have to cover a radius of at least 500 meters. In an instant, he would be able to gather the fire origin energy within 500 meters for his own use and execute the heaven-burning earth fire sword. However, if the Xian King's world-shocking strike was stronger, then a heart domain of 500 square meters was not enough. No matter what, he had finally found a way to resist the Xian King's world-shocking art and Xian King's world-shocking strike. Although it was not easy, it was better than nothing. An indescribable panic suddenly rose in Chu Zhongyang's heart. That panic was small at first, but it grew like wild grass, spreading and entrenching. Chu Zhongyang's heart was in chaos. Since his birth, he had been accompanied by a vision of heaven and earth. Born extraordinary, he grew up under all kinds of admiring, envious, and admiring gazes. He did not know when it started, but he was called the #1 heaven's pride of the younger generation in the Xianyuan dynasty. At that time, there were many people who were unconvinced and challenged him, but they were all defeated by him. This further confirmed the fact that he was the #1 heaven's pride of the younger generation. As time passed, Chu Zhongyang also believed that no one in the same generation could be compared to him, whether it was inside or outside the capital. If there were, it would be in the other worlds. However, Chu Zhongyang was also confident that he could defeat the #1 prodigies of the other 8 realms. However, he did not expect that there would be a person from a small place who was not his match at all in the beginning, but who would grow so quickly that he could threaten his position. His heart was in a mess. Take this. Chen Zong also keenly noticed the change in Chu Zhongyang's eyes. His heart was in a mess, so he shouted to remind him. Both of them were heavenly legends. Although it was a gambling match, they were not enemies in essence. Nor was it a real life-and-death battle. Out of respect for his opponent, Chen Zong reminded his opponent that he was about to use his sword. Chu Zhongyang immediately reacted. Facing him was a beam of scarlet-red sword light. The next sword. Heaven-burning earth fire, the fire origin energy within 300 meters surged and gathered. As the sword was swung out, the earth fire burned fiercely and rapidly spread out. It was filled with violent blazing heat and incomparably high temperature, as if it wanted to turn everything into ashes. This sword could barely resist Chu Zhongyang's Xian King's shocking strike. Its power was extremely strong. Chu Zhongyang used all his strength, but could only barely resist it. Chen Zong transformed into a flash of lightning and closed in on Chu Zhongyang in an instant. Illusory Net 9 transformations, extreme heart sword style, lifeless sword style. When the sword was swung out, there was no life left. Chu Zhongyang was hit by the sword. The formation membrane on his body flickered non-stop. Everyone's eyes widened. However, the flames around Chu Zhongyang's body burned fiercely and suddenly exploded. He retreated in an instant, leaving behind a trail of fiery silhouette. It was as if he had died in his place. First level of origin ring. Chen Zong reacted extremely quickly. The 5 fingers on his left hand formed a seal. His origin energy surged. With the help of the heart domain, a origin ring was formed instantly and flew forward, attacking Chu Zhongyang. 5th level of origin ring secret technique, Chu Zhongyang dodged quickly. However, under the cover of the heart domain, Chen Zong's control of the origin ring was beyond imagination. It was extremely agile. It quickly circled around Chu Zhongyang's right arm and suddenly shrank. Chu Zhongyang's expression changed. He immediately unleashed all his strength and poured it into his right arm to resist the origin ring and shatter it. Heaven-burning earth fire. At the same time, the killing move arrived. The earth fire burned fiercely, burning heaven and earth. The formation membrane flickered intensely. Then, Chu Zhongyang transformed into a stream of light and flew away. Second death. Chen Zong received another chance to die. A total of 5 times. Chu Zhongyang appeared at the fortress. His expression was cold and his gaze was extremely cold. Second death by Chenzong. The first death was because someone else had blocked the Xianxia shocking strike for Chenzong. In the end, it led to his own death. It was partly an accident. However, this time, there was no external interference. It was a battle between the two of them. Could it be that he was really inferior to Chu Zhongyang? No, I am the strongest. Chu Zhongyang roared. His astonishing aura soared into the sky with an unyielding and indomitable aura. Flames burned fiercely and condensed in the sky. A true sun's shadow occupied the sky. A mighty aura was born. Defeated but not discouraged, his shoulders shook unnoticeably. He transformed into a stream of red light and rushed toward the lava again. After killing Chu Zhongyang head-on, Chenzong's aura became more condensed and tyrannical. He leaped up and rushed out like lightning. His sword swept horizontally. Heaven burning earth fire, this sword was aimed directly at Yan Shan. Damn it! Yan Shan's expression changed greatly. The power of this sword was more tyrannical than the first time. It could already threaten his life. Ju Wu, you will lose for sure. Tianji attacked with his halberd and sneered. Ju Wu's expression darkened. He didn't know how the other two battles were going, but he estimated that even if they had the upper hand, it wouldn't be by much. As for him, he was already at a disadvantage. This feeling was very unpleasant and uncomfortable. He originally thought that he had an 80% chance of winning this battle, but now it seemed that there was a great danger of losing. Chenzong's sword arrived. The pressure on Yan Shan increased greatly. The red smoke blocked Piercing Cloud's arrow. The flame demon seized the opportunity and erupted with full strength again. Flame demon art. An extremely powerful attack was launched. Sword, 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 sword after sword, berserk, sword after sword, life after life, kill, 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 kill. Chenzong didn't fight Yan Shan head-on. Instead, he continuously used the illusory Net 9 transformation technique. He didn't want to kill the enemy. He only wanted to disturb the enemy and disperse some of the enemy's strength. Die, flame demon explosion. The flame demon roared. The tyrannical burning flame demon instantly rushed out. Its incomparably strong arms suddenly hugged Yan Shan. Like a giant python coiling around him, it instantly exploded. Boom, it was like a volcano erupting. The power was terrifying to the extreme. Under this kind of explosion, even Tianji and Ju Wu were a threat. Yan Shan was directly blown to death, turning into a stream of light and disappearing. Piercing Cloud's expression changed greatly. Was the previous scene about to play out again? Retreat. Without the slightest hesitation, Piercing Cloud used his movement technique and rapidly retreated. However, Piercing Cloud didn't leave. Instead, he relied on his brilliant movement technique to wander around. From time to time, he would fire arrows to stall for time. It had to be said that Piercing Cloud's movement technique was truly astonishing. However, the Red Smoke's movement technique wasn't weak either. She quickly chased after him. Chenzong and the Flame Demon split up, flanking him from the left and right. When Piercing Cloud passed by the lava lake, Chenzong slashed out with his sword. The sword light slashed the surface of the lake. Immediately, the lava exploded. It was pulled, turning into countless lava. It was like a torrential rain that covered the sky and covered the earth as it attacked Piercing Cloud. Piercing Cloud continuously dodged. What greeted him was the tyrannical palm of the Flame Demon. The Red Smoke's figure was like smoke. Her long whip shook, striking the sky. Earth fire burns the heavens. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chenzong also slashed out. The sword light swept across the surface of the lava lake, bringing with it a wave of lava. Die. Piercing Cloud couldn't dodge. Determination flashed through his eyes. He poured all of his strength into this arrow. The light was resplendent to the extreme. It was incomparably dazzling. Then, it quickly retracted and condensed into an ordinary arrow, returning to its original state. This arrow was aimed directly at Chenzong. Of the three, Chenzong's cultivation was the lowest. Moreover, this was also because of Chenzong. If he wanted to kill, he had to kill this person first. Only then would he be happy. Chen Zong's hair stood on end. A chill rose from the depths of his heart. This was a powerful attack, a decisive attack. It was a mutual destruction attack. Even if he died, he would drag one down with him. Retreat. Without hesitation, Chen Zong used lightning flash away. He transformed into a bolt of lightning and rapidly retreated. At the same time, he slashed out with his sword. Earth fire burns the heavens. The arrow was like a bolt of lightning, instantly piercing through the blazing flames. Under his heart domain, Chen Zong felt apprehensive. Retreat, retreat, retreat. The sword light was endless. Sword after sword violently bombarded. Using all of his strength. After shooting that arrow, piercing cloud was immediately struck. The formation membrane flickered. His entire body transformed into a streak of light as he rapidly fled, reappearing in the fortress. That arrow carried piercing clouds killing intent. It pierced through the sky, breaking through the layers of sword light. In the end, it shot towards Chen Zong's heart, wanting to pierce through it. Sword horizontal, the sword blade immediately blocked the arrow. The terrifying power seemed to want to pierce through the scarlet hell-flowing flame sword, but it was blocked by the scarlet hell-flowing flame sword. However, that power seemed to have pierced through the sword, making Chen Zong feel as if his heart had been pierced. Clenching his teeth, he used all of his strength to block this arrow. In the end, Chen Zong still managed to block this arrow. When the arrow powerlessly fell to the ground, it also shattered due to the collision of power. Chen Zong felt his sword-wielding right arm weaken. His entire body felt uncomfortable, as if all of his strength had been exhausted. The great profound origin art circulated at full force, rapidly absorbing the surrounding energy of the world to recover his strength. Titan Death Art. Suddenly, the giant weapon completely erupted. An incomparably terrifying power erupted like a 1,000-year-old volcano, soaring into the sky. A scarlet light condensed and blossomed on the giant axe, symbolizing inauspiciousness and death. A deathly stillness pervaded the air. It was berserk and blazing, like fire and blood. As the axe chopped down, Sky Halberd's expression greatly changed. He raised his halberd to block, but that axe's power was completely unexpected. It was tyrannical and incomparably tyrannical, barbaric and unreasonable. Sky Halberd was instantly shattered. The axe chopped down with unstoppable momentum. A crack appeared on the ground, rapidly extending for several hundred meters. It was as if the earth had collapsed. Countless streams of lava gushed out from the crack, soaring into the sky and falling down like a rain of fire. Total annihilation, the power of that axe was terrifying beyond compare. As it swept across, it was unstoppable, and there was nothing it could not destroy. Flame Demon, Hong Yan, Chen Zong, the three of them were unable to resist and were swept by the axe. Their energy barriers flickered rapidly as they turned into streaks of light and fled. A smile appeared on Ju Wu's face after killing 4 people in a row. His energy barrier flickered as he also turned into a streak of light and fled. Giant Spirit Death Art. This was a terrifying secret technique that Ju Wu had obtained through a fortuitous encounter in the void battlefield. It was a true secret technique that could end one's life. It was fine if he did not use it, but once he did, he would die. Of course, he would die, and the price he had to pay was extremely great. Its power was also extremely terrifying, and even the heavenly halberd that was on par with him couldn't resist it in the slightest. It was directly killed, and the remaining force even killed Chen Zong and the other 2. Even a powerful 8th Heaven Saint Rudiment Stage Cultivator would die if they were careless, let alone Tianji. It was a good deal to exchange 1 life for 4 lives. In this way, Ju Wu got rid of 1 chance to die and gained 4 more chances to die, making a total of 6 chances. Chen Zong originally had 5 chances, but now he only had 4 left. Inside the White Fortress, Chen Zong and the other 3 exchanged glances with each other. Their expressions were solemn. They were all dead. Ju Wu's attack had killed all of them. Its power was so terrifying that it left a lingering fear in their hearts. However, the moment they died, they saw Ju Wu turn into a streak of light and flee. They died as well. This was a true mutual destruction move. I'll block Ju Wu. The 3 of you work together and kill the other 3. Tianji's expression was solemn. Even though he had been killed once, he was not afraid at all. If they were far enough away, Ju Wu's attack would not have hit Qinzong and the others. Therefore, Tianji planned to lure Ju Wu further away from Qinzong and the others. Moreover, they needed to be more vigilant. That was why they had been killed in an instant. It was also because he did not expect Ju Wu to use such a desperate move. Now that he knew, he needed to be more careful. Qinzong was greatly affected by the formidable power of the axe. Suddenly, Qinzong felt his heart soar down intense surge as if he had just experienced life and death. The sharpness gushed out, becoming more and more intense. Tianji and the other two were bewildered and then overjoyed. Qinzong made another breakthrough. You broke through? Tianji couldn't help but ask. Qinzong nodded. All right. Tianji and the other two were overjoyed. Now that Qinzong had made a breakthrough, his strength would be even stronger, and he would have a greater chance of winning. Heart Sword Dao Intent. Fourth Revolution. The Heart Sword Dao Insight was a high-grade Dao Insight, and once it attained the fourth revolution, its might would become even stronger. Attack. The four of them set off once again, flying towards the lava path. Remember, I'll stall the four of them and kill them with the gigantic spirit death art. You three, break through the fort. Ju Wu said to Chu Zhongyang, Yan Shan, and Piercing Cloud. In the beginning, their strategy was to kill the Heavenly Halberd team until they were terrified. At that time, the fortress would collapse on its own. But now, the situation was different. It was very dangerous. If they were careless, not only would they not be able to win, but they would also be defeated. They were the ones who proposed the wager. If they lost, they would be mocked and lose 500,000 military merits. Most importantly, they would not be able to raise their heads in front of Tianji in the future. In order to win, this was the only way. Yan Shan and the other two also understood this point. Although using this method was not very glorious, it was better than losing. The four of them set off once again, heading straight for the lava path and starting a new round of battle. Tianji took the lead and attacked with his halberd at an extremely fast speed. With Tianji's strength, only Ju Wu could resist. The other three were no threat at all and could almost be ignored. This time, Tianji attacked with all his strength. He would only use up one chance to die, so what was there to be afraid of? After letting go of the scruples in his heart, Tianji's threat to Ju Wu became even greater. Every attack was at full strength, as if breaking through a vacuum. Kill. 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 For a moment, Ju Wu also felt a lot of pressure. However, Qinzong and the other two did not rush over. Instead, they stood in the distance and watched. At such a distance, even if he used the giant spirit death art, he would only be able to fight to the death with Tianji. As for Piercer, he shot an arrow at Tianji. The arrow was extremely fast and powerful, but it was easily shattered by Tianji. The difference between the late 7th Heaven Saint Realm and the 6th Heaven Saint Realm was not just a difference of one heaven. The difference between the mid-7th Heaven Saint Realm and the late 7th Heaven Saint Realm was even greater. Not to mention one piercer, even 2, 3, or 4 piercers would not be able to do anything to Tianji. As for Yan Shan and Chu Zhongyang, they could not even get within 100 meters of the two, so how could they help? For a moment, Ju Wu's face was gloomy. This was not in line with his plan. He wanted to force Tianji back, but Tianji quickly attacked again. Chu Zhongyang, do you dare to fight? Qinzong stared at Chu Zhongyang from afar and said unhurriedly. His long sword was sharp, and sword chi shot out, cutting open the ground and leaving long sword marks. The corner of Chu Zhongyang's eyes twitched, and his face sank. Such provocation, what should he do? Go. Ju Wu transmitted his voice. At this point, the plan could not keep up with the changes. This was the only way. Yan Shan and the other two immediately used their movement techniques and rushed toward Qinzong's group. The battle between Chu Zhongyang and Qinzong began once again. Scarlet light, bursting flames, ashes. In an instant, Qinzong used 3 sword moves in a row, each of them powerful. Heaven burning earth fire burned everything, forcing Chu Zhongyang to retreat. Chu Zhongyang used the mysterious monarch battle physique to increase his strength, blocking Qinzong's sword. But facing heaven-burning earth fire, he still felt helpless. The power of that sword move was very strong, especially in the lava field, where endless fire origin chi pervaded. It was like adding wings to a tiger. Extreme Heart Sword Style. The Extreme Heart Sword style was used with the 4th Revolution Heart Sword Dao intent, and its speed was raised to another level. It was shockingly fast, and its penetrative power was even more terrifying. Chu Zhongyang was horrified. He used all his strength to barely dodge this sword move, and a strand of hair was cut off. Horrifying, his hair stood on end. Chen Zong's strength seemed to have increased again. In terms of power, the Extreme Heart Sword style could not be compared to heaven-burning earth fire, but its special feature was that the sword was extremely fast, and its penetrative power was shocking. Lifeless Sword Style. A tragic aura spread out, and the killing intent was shocking. When the sword moved, it was as if it could destroy all life. Chu Zhongyang's face was filled with horror. There was nothing he could do, he could only use the mysterious monarch's world-shocking strike again. A strike was launched. Heaven-burning earth fire. Chen Zong also attacked with his sword. Following that, raging flames spread, collided, and exploded with a terrifying power, devouring everything in the surroundings. Extreme Heart Sword Style. Lifeless Sword Style. 2 powerful sword moves were used alternately, blocking the aftershock of the mysterious monarch's world-shocking strike. The mysterious monarch's world-shocking strike was blocked again, and Chu Zhongyang's face became gloomier. Second layer of primordial rings. In an instant, Chen Zong formed 2 primordial rings and flew toward Chu Zhongyang. Chu Zhongyang shattered one primordial ring, but he could not avoid the second one, and his arm was bound again. Although the primordial ring was shattered in an instant, Chen Zong had already seized that slight opportunity to attack with his sword. Suppress. After losing the initiative in one move, under Chen Zong's Scarlet Inferno Flame sword, it was difficult to turn the tables. Kill. In the end, Chu Zhongyang was still unable to withstand Chen Zong's sword, and was killed again. The third time, Chu Zhongyang died for the third time. He had already exhausted himself, and was directly eliminated. It's over. When Zhu Wu, Yan Shan, and Chuang Yin saw this scene, their hearts immediately sank. With Chu Zhongyang dead, there was no one else to hold back Chen Zong. Soon, Yan Shan and Chuang Yin would follow in his footsteps. At that time, even if he risked his life to kill Tianji, what could he do? Chen Zong did not care about this. He took a deep breath, and attacked Yan Shan with his sword. No matter how unwilling Yan Shan was, it was useless. Die. Next, Chuang Yin was also killed. This was also Yan Shan's third death, and he was eliminated. Chuang Yin still had one more chance to die. In the fortress, Chuang Yin did not leave. Instead, he stayed in the fortress, preparing to stand guard. Chen Zong, Flame Demon, Hong Yan, the 3 rushed forward without hesitation, rapidly crossing the lava field and approaching the opponent's black fortress. Seeing the 3 figures rapidly approaching, Chuang Yan's expression was incomparably solemn. He knocked an arrow on his bow, and locked onto his target from afar. Zhu Wu gave up on resisting, and was killed by Tianji. He instantly transformed into a stream of light and fled into the distance, using this method to return to the fortress. Then, he directly charged out, attacking Chen Zong's group. Tianji immediately rushed over 1,000 li facing Zhu Wu. Chen Zong's group was not his opponent even if they worked together. It was difficult for them to escape. Die, die, die. The 3 were killed by Zhu Wu one after another. With me here, don't even think about breaking through, Zhu Wu roared, his momentum surging like thunder, surging in all directions. The giant axe swept across the sky, one man holding back 10,000 men. See how I break through you. Tianji smiled coldly. Another person died and appeared in the fortress. Seeing that the situation was not right, he immediately stayed behind to guard the fortress. Following that, several figures flickered and appeared in the black fortress. They were the members of the giant martial team. Where are Yan Shan and Tian Hen? They were eliminated. Chuang Yin shook his head. What? What happened? Everyone was shocked. How could Yan Shan and Tian Hen be eliminated? This was not what they had planned. In short, the situation is not good for us. Stay behind and guard the fortress. Chuang Yin said. The 8 members of the giant martial team stayed behind to guard the fortress. Tianji arrived, Snowblade arrived, Dark Cold Spear arrived, Chen Zong's group, who had been killed, arrived once again. The 4 pillars outside the fortress each possessed astonishing defensive and offensive power. They would shoot out a ray of light at a fixed frequency. The ray of light was black, and its power was at the early 7th Heaven Saint realm. In other words, without the strength of a 7th Heaven Saint realm, it was impossible to resist. Although 2 members of the giant martial team had been eliminated, they were now in a defensive position. With the cooperation of the 4 pillars, it would be difficult to break through. The 10 members of Tianji's team gathered together, but they were not in a hurry to attack. Instead, they stood 1,000 meters apart. 1,000 meters was the attack range of the 4 pillars. Lay down the killing formation. The black light pillar will shoot out black death rays every 10 breaths of time. Snowblade, Han Ming, and I will defend against the black death rays, Tianji said. You guys try to break the black light pillar. I will hold Jiwu back. Remember, Jiwu has a desperate move. If we maintain the killing array, we have a chance to resist it. Tianji added. One had to admit that Jiwu's desperate move was terrifying. If he used it at close range, the entire Tianji's team would die. 10 people in a formation, the killing formation was activated, a terrifying killing intent filled the air. The 10 people's strength seemed to be condensed into one and pushed forward. Tianji was the tip of the sword, while the snow saber and dark cold spear were the flanks. Among Tianji's team, these 3 had the highest cultivation and were the strongest. Jiwu and the others had also set up the mysterious god-killing formation. With the help of the 4 black pillars, they had a high chance of blocking the attack. However, they had been forced to give up attacking and defend. In fact, they were already at a disadvantage. However, the outcome of the battle depended on whether the fortress could hold. Therefore, it was not a big deal to be at a disadvantage for a while. When they were close to 1,000 meters away, the 4 black pillars were activated. The top of the pillars flickered and shot out a ray of black light. It was as if the sun had pierced through the sky and shot towards them. This was a tyrannical attack that could kill an early 7th Heaven Saint realm cultivator. Chen Zong and the others were shocked. Fortunately, Tianji and the other 2 attacked and shattered the black light. 10 breaths, to them, this was a short period of time, but it wasn't short either. It was enough for them to close in and attack. Giant Spirit Death Art. Without hesitation, Jiwu executed a desperate attack. He wanted to use one of his chances of dying to kill all of his opponents. After all, if he died once, he would get 10 chances to die, and he would be able to kill 10 people from the other side. It was a great deal. After a few more times, all of his opponent's chances of dying would be used up. At that time, he could easily destroy the fortress and win the bet. Return to 1. Shouted Tianji in a low voice. Immediately, the strength of the 10 cultivators started flowing towards Tianji in a mysterious way. Tianji's eyes emitted a cold light as he sensed the tyrannical strength of the 10 cultivators. It was as if he was piercing through the sky as all his strength was channeled into the great halberd. The great halberd shone with a dazzling light as if it was a sun hanging in the sky. Boom, Tianji shatters mountains, a powerful attack was launched. His own strength and the strength of his 9 team members erupted in an instant. This attack was powerful to the extreme. Hearing the words return to 1, Jiwu's expression changed. The group of generals outside the formation were also stunned and astonished. What was returned to 1? It was the combination of everyone's power, and through the mysterious guidance of the formation, it condensed on one person, instantly erupting with extraordinary power. The mysterious god-killing formation, or the other formations of the mysterious heaven army, was divided into 5 levels. The first level was beginner, the second level was proficiency, the third level was control, the fourth level was unity, and the fifth level was limitless. The first level of mastery was the easiest, and the second level of mastery was not difficult either. The third level of mastery was much more difficult. Generally speaking, the majority of the mysterious god-killing division's 4 divisions were proficient in the mysterious god-killing formation. Only a few could reach the third level of control. For example, the Heavenly Halberd team from before was at the third level of control. As for those who had reached the 4th level, there were very, very few. As for the 5th level, there was none. The main reason why the Heavenly Halberd squad could cultivate the mysterious god-killing formation to the 4th level was because of Chen Zong. Chen Zong's perception was outstanding, and he quickly grasped the mysterious immortal killing formation. With his incomparable coordination, under his influence, the mysterious immortal killing formation unexpectedly broke through its limits and reached unity before the battle. The halberd and axe clashed, and a terrifying power surged in all directions, wreaking havoc and shattering the ground. Heavenly Halberd retreated, and his body trembled. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and the formation membrane on his body flickered. After a few breaths, it quickly calmed down. He was not dead, Heavenly Halberd was not dead. Jiwu unwillingly turned into a stream of light, and with a flash, he appeared in the fortress. The moment Jiwu died, the Heavenly Halberd squad activated the mysterious god-killing formation, but they retreated instead of advancing. Even though Heavenly Halberd did not die after blocking Jiwu's attack, he was in great pain and needed some time to recover. The Heavenly Halberd squad retreated 1,000 meters away, and they were in a stalemate again. Jiwu still had 4 chances to die, and he did not immediately charge out. 8 against 10, he did not have any advantage, and after his ultimate move was blocked by Heavenly Halberd, hesitation inevitably appeared in his heart. Without any advantage, he could only take a defensive stance, and he did not dare to take the initiative to attack. The result was that Heavenly Halberd's power was rapidly recovering, and he attacked again. "All of you, attack Heavenly Halberd with me," Jiwu said in a deep voice. His attack had killed Undying Heavenly Halberd, but if the others attacked, they would definitely be able to kill him. Giant Spirit Death Art. Return to 1. They clashed again, and as expected, the Giant Spirit Death Art was blocked by Heavenly Halberd again. Jiwu turned into a stream of light and appeared in the fortress. At the same time, the other 7 members of the Giant Martial Squad all attacked Heavenly Halberd. In an instant, Heavenly Halberd was defeated and killed, turning into a stream of light and disappearing. However, the Heavenly Halberd squad reacted extremely quickly. Even though the 7 members of the Giant Martial Squad reacted quickly, they were still attacked by the full force of the 9 members in an instant. Apart from Piercer, who was hiding in the fortress, the other 6 were all killed. In an instant, another 2 were eliminated. There were only 6 people left who could defend the fortress. The balance of the situation tilted even more. Jiwu's eyelids twitched, and his cheeks twitched. After the 9 members of the Heavenly Halberd squad killed the 6 members of the Giant Martial Squad, they didn't continue fighting. Instead, like assassins, they quickly retreated far away from the attack range of the Black Light Pillar. They retreated even further and waited for Heavenly Halberd to arrive. The remaining 6 members of the Giant Martial Squad didn't dare to pursue. Especially Jiwu. If it was before, perhaps he would risk his life and kill the other 9 members of the Heavenly Halberd squad. Then, he would take advantage of the time difference to rush over. This way, not only would he be able to kill more people and reduce their chances of dying, he would also have more chances of dying. It had to be said that the Giant Spirit Death Art was very cheating. After all, under normal circumstances, it would be a mutual destruction move. However, because of the death substitution rule of the formation membrane, it became terrifying. Fortunately, he had to return to 1 array realm to resist it. And Snowblade's strength was second only to Heavenly Halberd. If he used Return to 1, he would have a chance of resisting Jiwu's Giant Spirit Death Art and perish together. Jiwu hesitated, while Heavenly Halberd rushed over. After dying once and reappearing, his strength would recover to its peak. A peak Heavenly Halberd was undoubtedly very strong. Jiwu, admit defeat. From 1,000 meters away, Heavenly Halberd waved his halberd, creating a ravine on the ground. It was a shocking sight. His eyes were overbearing and sharp as he stared at Jiwu and said unhurriedly, "Heavenly Halberd, you only have 1 chance of dying left." Jiwu's voice was deep and vigorous, like the roar of a trapped beast. "So what?" Heavenly Halberd asked back indifferently. "Even if you can kill me again and eliminate me, you will still have to pay a price. At that time, how many of you will be left? If you continue to fight, it will only be a futile struggle." Heavenly Halberd's words were as sharp as a sword, stabbing into the hearts of Jiwu and the others. Ruthlessly stabbing their hearts. Humph, Heavenly Halberd, no matter what you say, it's useless. If you have the ability, then break through the fortress. Jiwu quickly adjusted himself, angrily staring at Heavenly Halberd as he shouted. His voice was like thunder. How could a firm will be shaken by a few words? If so, how could they fight against the void evil demon? Heavenly Halberd also knew this, so he wasn't dispirited. If they had to fight, they would still fight. This was a tough battle. Since they weren't going to admit defeat, then they would continue. Kill, the mysterious god-killing array was activated again, approaching once more. Although the black light pillar's attack was powerful, it couldn't do anything to the other party. Jiwu's expression was solemn. Currently, other than the gigantic spirit death art, there was no other move that could threaten Heavenly Halberd's team. But that move couldn't kill Heavenly Halberd. Although it could attack others, Heavenly Halberd was the strongest. There wasn't much meaning in killing Heavenly Halberd. What should they do? 6 against 10, the difference was even greater. Take this opportunity to destroy one of the black light pillars, Heavenly Halberd said. The 10 of them approached one of the black light pillars. Attacking the black light pillar was left to Chenzong and the other 6. As for Heavenly Halberd, Snowblade, and Dark Cold Spear, the strongest 3, they were on guard. If one of the black light pillars was destroyed, the defensive power of the fortress would drop by a quarter, making it easier to break through. Thus, the black light pillar couldn't be destroyed. They had to defend it. Gigantic spirit death art, left with no choice, Jiwu once again used his ultimate move. The other 5 immediately followed suit and charged towards Heavenly Halberd. But this time everyone was on guard. Snowblade and Dark Cold Spear attacked with all their strength. Everyone also took advantage of the 10 breaths of time between the black light pillars and attacked the 5 members of the gigantic halberd. Jiwu died and Heavenly Halberd was injured. The other 5's attacks couldn't hit Heavenly Halberd and were blocked. One of them was also killed. Eliminated, 5 members of the gigantic halberd were eliminated. Only 5 remained. At the same time, Heavenly Halberd's team retreated cautiously. 5 against 10, the situation was even worse for the gigantic halberd's team. Jiwu, are you still going to struggle and resist? Heavenly Halberd sneered as he recovered his strength and injuries. Jiwu was silent. The other 4 were also silent. What should they choose? Continue fighting, admit defeat? Based on the current situation, there was almost no hope of winning if they continued fighting. Jiwu himself only had 2 chances to die. If he used the gigantic spirit death art again, he would die again. But it would be difficult to kill Heavenly Halberd. On the contrary, someone from his team might be killed again and be eliminated. And the black light pillar that was attacked before was starting to show cracks. It would be destroyed after a few more attacks. How should they fight? Silence. Jiwu was only silent. Everyone stared, waiting for Jiwu's decision. Admit defeat, or continue to fight and struggle? The decision was in Jiwu's hands. Jiwu's heart was under great pressure. Then, he raised his head and looked deeply at Chenzong. Originally, this battle should have been won by his team, but an accident happened. And the accident happened to be this person. Lifeless Sword, the weakest person in Heavenly Halberd's team, had unexpectedly become the key to the outcome of this gambling battle. One sword determined the outcome. He defeated and killed Chu Zhongyang, increasing his strength step by step until he finally suppressed Chu Zhongyang and killed him. This was the first accident. The second surprise was the array formation of the Consolidation Realm. Zongheng will have their annual meeting in a few days. I'll be gone for 8 or 9 days and won't be able to write. Dominator of 6 Paths has been working overtime day and night to finally save enough manuscripts so that he won't fall into the predicament of not being able to update. The withered trees stood tall and motionless. In the canyon, the chilly wind was still. In the lava field, the magma calmed down and the heavens and earth were silent. Jiwu was silent. The 4 members behind him were also silent. The situation was clear. How should they choose? Soon after, Jiwu's expression fluctuated as he heavily exhaled. A bitter smile surfaced on his rough face as he opened his mouth and spat out 2 words with great difficulty: I admit defeat. As soon as the two words came out, Jiwoo seemed to have lost all his strength. His huge and strong body became hunched. The four members behind him had their shoulders slumped and looked dejected. They lost. They were full of confidence in this battle. They had taken the initiative to initiate the battle. However, they did not expect to lose in the end. Moreover, they did not look good. Hearing Jiwoo admit defeat, Sky Halberd and the others smiled and heaved a sigh of relief. It had to be said that this battle was very difficult. Jiwoo's team was really strong. They were not weaker than Sky Halberd's team. However, they were not lucky. After winning this battle, Jiwoo's team would not be able to mock Sky Halberd's team like before. They would also have to pay 500,000 military merits to Sky Halberd's team. This battle ended with Jiwoo's team admitting defeat. Sky Halberd's team won. The three words lifeless sword resounded once again. Although it had been less than 3 years and he had not broken the curse, he was much more outstanding than the others who had inherited the title of lifeless sword. Maybe he can recreate the glory of lifeless sword. Maybe he can surpass it. It has not been 3 years. It's still too early. No one knew when, but Killer Master had already left quietly, and no one knew. Green Tooth, how was it? My team won in the end. Xueling Killer laughed. It was just a temporary victory. Green Tooth Killer pretended to be calm as he replied. It doesn't matter if it was a temporary victory or a lifetime victory. Xueling Killer's tone was domineering. Where there were people, there would be competition. As the highest authority of the mysterious God Killer division, there would naturally be competition between them. Jiwoo's team's team. And by 2. In addition, they also needed military merits to exchange for their own cultivation. 2. Compared to the giant martial team, the Heavenly Halberd team was naturally overjoyed and returned. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. Their victory was thanks to Chen Zong's increase in strength. After killing Chu Zhongyang, he joined forces with Yan Shan and Chuang Yin to kill Yan Shan and Chuang Yin. Finally, the disparity between the team members gradually widened, establishing the foundation of their victory. If not for Hong Yan's help, I would have been defeated and killed by Chu Zhongyang. Chen Zong smiled slightly. I also think that Wu Xing contributed greatly to our victory this time, Hong Yan said with a charming smile. The victory was not due to me alone. Chen Zong shook his head and said, if it was really due to me alone, then everyone should have rested in the fortress. Everyone couldn't help but laugh. Chen Zong's words made sense. The victory was not due to any one person, but due to everyone's efforts and concerted efforts. Of course, it was undeniable that Chen Zong had broken the balance and deadlock. It was also because of Chen Zong that they had cultivated the mysterious God Killer formation to the consolidation realm. Therefore, it could be said that Chen Zong had contributed greatly. I propose a toast to Wu Xing. Tianji raised his glass and said loudly. A toast. Everyone raised their glasses in unison. To the Heavenly Halberd team, to be invincible. Chen Zong also raised his glass and said at the same time, his voice like iron. To the Heavenly Halberd team, to be invincible. Everyone also shouted. They raised their glasses and drank to their heart's content. There were very few opportunities to let go of all worries and drink to their heart's content. This was because most of the time, they were either out on missions and on the edge of life and death, or in secluded cultivation, trying their best to improve themselves so that they could live longer. After all, no one knew if they would come back alive after going out on a mission. It was possible that they would be separated forever. Missions had different levels of difficulty, but it was not absolute. It was just that most of the time, and there were some accidents. This drinking session lasted for a full day and night. For everyone, ordinary wine would not make them drunk at all. Of course, the wine they drank was good wine, which was also effective for Saint Realm cultivators. If they drank too much, they would also feel drunk. However, it was only a drunken feeling. After the banquet ended, everyone returned to their rooms. Chen Zong lay quietly on his bed. He didn't circulate his cultivation base to dispel the drunkenness. This kind of drunkenness made him feel light as a feather. It was very wonderful, very relaxed, very comfortable. It was very rare, and he shouldn't have left it so quickly. He did not think about anything and ignored everything. Gradually, unknowingly, his eyes closed. He fell into a deep sleep. It was as if he was lying quietly in the clouds, soft and comfortable, floating to an unknown place. It was as if he was lying in a gurgling stream, allowing the cool water to wash off the dust from the top of his head. Time passed by unknowingly, like flowing water and dust. Chen Zong's closed eyelids trembled slightly and slowly opened. They were as clear as the bottom of a stream, without a trace of dust. Drunk, asleep, and dreaming. When he woke up, his mind was clear and bright, reflecting in all directions. With a flash of inspiration, Chen Zong released his heart domain. 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters, huh? It was not the limit yet. There was still energy left. 400 meters, Chen Zong's heart domain spread to a range of 400 meters before it stopped, reaching the limit. Chen Zong was stunned. His heart domain actually improved after drinking and sleeping. If that was the case, then if he drank a few more times and slept a few more times, wouldn't the range of his domain of heart slowly increase? Then, Chen Zong could not help shaking his head and laughing softly. That was impossible. If it were that simple, would he need to put in so much time and effort? One of the reasons why he was able to improve this time was probably because of his accumulation. The second reason was that he had gained a lot from this gambling battle. The third reason was that after drinking wine, he had let go of all his thoughts and only wanted to be relaxed. A rest where he had let go of everything allowed his heart to empty. The heart domain was related to one's heart and mind. No matter what, increasing the range of his heart domain to 400 meters gave him more benefits. Firstly, with the heart domain covering him, he could sense danger earlier. Secondly, with the heart domain covering him, he could instantly absorb more spiritual energy. There were only benefits and no downsides. However, he still needed to cultivate for a while and strive to completely grasp the heart domain covering a range of 400 meters. He would be able to instantly gather spiritual energy within that range. After resting, it was naturally time to train hard. Chen Zong trained hard, and so did the rest of the Heavenly Halberd team. They worked hard and did their best to improve themselves and become stronger. As for the giant martial team, after some adjustments, they had recovered and regained their morale. Now, they had accepted a mission and were preparing to go out to carry it out. There was no helping it. They still owed 400,000 military merits, which was not a small amount. Of course, if they were lucky enough, they would be able to pay it off in a few years. However, if their luck was average, it would take them 10 years. Thinking of this, they could not help but feel a little bitter. All right, cheer up. We will strive to obtain enough military merits to pay it off in the shortest time possible, Giant Martial Team shouted. Everyone was energized and immediately set off, stepping out of the mysterious Heaven Battle Castle. Chen Zong, I will definitely defeat you. Chu Zhongyang strode forward. He was not discouraged by his defeat to Chen Zong. Instead, he was reinvigorated and full of fighting spirit. A true prodigy would not be afraid, discouraged, or shrink back because of failure, setback, or hardship. All hardships, setbacks, and failures would become sharpening their swords. Chu Zhongyang not only had outstanding talent, but also outstanding willpower. He was worthy of the title of a peerless prodigy. If he had not met Chen Zong. Unfortunately, he had met Chen Zong. Chen Zong, Chu Zhongyang. Sumubai stood there quietly. Chu Zhongyang was a peerless prodigy of the current generation. Previously, he was the #1 prodigy of the Xianyuan dynasty and was very strong. On the other hand, Chen Zong came from a humble background and was much weaker than Chu Zhongyang in the past. Chu Zhongyang had never imagined that Chen Zong would rise so quickly during the Xianyuan Sacred Assembly. In such a short period of time, Chen Zong had surpassed Chu Zhongyang and defeated him. Sumubai, who had just returned from a mission, did not personally witness the wagered battle between the two teams. He also did not personally witness the battle between Chen Zong and Chu Zhongyang. However, from what he had heard, it was very clear that there would be no exaggeration. In other words, Chen Zong's current strength had most likely surpassed Sumubai's. Sumubai remained silent. It was not that he could not accept the fact that someone had surpassed him, but he felt that it was too sudden and he could not react in time. Immediately, Sumubai's lips curled into a smile. It was always a good thing to have an opponent. It always made one feel excited. Otherwise, it would be lonely at the top. Chu Zhongyang, Sumubai would surpass him. Perhaps he had already surpassed him. As for who was stronger between him and Chenzhou? Even if you are stronger than me now, I will still surpass you. Sumubai clenched his fists. His eyes shone with unparalleled confidence. Chenzhou was unaware of all this. At this very moment, Chenzhou was training hard. His heart domain covered a radius of 400 meters. He could feel the yuan qi of heaven and earth in the surrounding area. Immediately, with a thought, he immediately absorbed the yuan qi of heaven and earth from all directions. It surged like 100 rivers returning to the current and instantly condensed. It's not fast enough. Moreover, it's very heterogeneous, Chenzhou thought. Compared to the lava land, the difference was huge. The yuan qi of heaven and earth in the lava land was mainly fire yuan qi. However, the yuan qi of heaven and earth in the void battlefield was chaotic and heterogeneous. The yuan qi of heaven and earth absorbed and condensed by the heart domain of 400 meters was not as powerful as the heart domain of 300 meters in the lava land. The difference was very obvious. However, Chenzhou could not do anything about it. It was completely due to the environmental factors. Heaven burning earth fire, heaven and earth origin energy within a 400-meter wide heart domain surged and merged with the sword. Raging flames burned in all directions as they struck the black devil gold dummy. It was as if they wanted to burn it to ashes. Explosions rang out continuously from the flames. It was extremely violent and destructive. I've already mastered it, but it's still not strong enough, Chenzhou muttered to himself as he looked at the marks on the black devil gold dummy. Unfortunately, the heaven and earth origin energy in the void battlefield could not be compared to the lava field. The heaven-burning earth fire technique required the origin energy of fire to reach its peak. Now, although the origin energy of heaven and earth in the air had become majestic and pure due to the formation, it was also mixed with various origin energy of different attributes mixed within. He did not have the ability to convert them into a single origin energy. Convert. As soon as this thought appeared, it was as if a flash of inspiration had appeared. However, Chenzhou did not immediately grasp this inspiration. He felt helpless. After pondering for a while, he still could not come up with anything. He could only give up for now. However, this thought remained in his mind, as if it had taken root. If he could convert origin energy, then no matter where he was, he would be able to convert the heaven and earth origin energy into the attribute he needed. At that time, all the heaven and earth origin energy would be converted into fire origin energy. He would be able to push heaven-burning earth fire's might to its peak. Since he did not have a clue, he could only put it aside for now. From the time he won the bet to the time he came out of seclusion, he had spent a whole month. His cultivation had also broken through to the mid-fourth heaven saint realm. At this time, a piece of news arrived. The assassin master had summoned him. The assassin master summoned me? Chenzhou was slightly surprised. He did not know why the assassin master had summoned him. Without any delay, Chenzhou immediately set off. When he arrived at the assassin master's location, Chenzhou discovered that he was not the only one who had been summoned. There were several others. Sumubai was also present. He had arrived earlier than Chenzhou. When Chenzhou arrived, Sumubai stared at him. There seemed to be a black and white light flashing in his eyes, becoming deeper and deeper. Chenzhou suddenly felt a chill in his heart. Very strong, Chenzhou thought to himself. Right now, he felt like he could not see through Sumubai. He did not know what level Sumubai's strength had reached. However, it didn't matter. No matter how powerful Sumubai was, he would still surpass him, just like how he had surpassed Chu Zhongyang. Other than Sumubai, there were 3 other strangers. It was Chenzhou's first time seeing them. These 3 people all had one thing in common: they looked very young. There were 2 men and 1 woman, and they all wore different armors. Through the armor, Chenzhou was able to identify the other party's identity and background. These 3 people were from the Heaven Bestowing branch and the Broken Peak branch. The eyes of the two men and the woman were also fixed on Chenzong, shining brightly. Before long, another person arrived. It was Chu Zhongyang. Chu Zhongyang was slightly stunned when he saw Sumubai and Chenzong. Shortly after, his eyes shone with an intense light as traces of battle intent seeped out. After a month, Chu Zhongyang's strength had grown even stronger. Even though he had been defeated by Chenzong, his confidence and belief had not been affected. Instead, he had become even more courageous. Chenzong realized that Chu Zhongyang's eyes contained a trace of indescribable simplicity and profoundness. Previously, Sumubai and Chu Zhongyang had used some kind of eye duel, and it had ended with Sumubai's defeat. However, Chu Zhongyang had not used it during the wagered battle. For some reason, Chenzong did not know. In the end, a total of 8 people were summoned by the Killer Master. 2 people from each of the Green Tooth Branch, Blood Soaring Branch, Heaven Bestowing Branch, and Broken Peak Branch had come. Among the 8 people, there were 6 men and 2 women. The 8 people were at a loss. They did not know why the Killer Master had summoned them. Before the Killer Master appeared, one of the 8 people, who looked slightly older and was as fat as a ball, took the initiative to introduce himself with a gentle smile on his face. "Hello, everyone. I am Yuan Guang from the Green Tooth Branch." The fat young man had eyes that were like mung beans. He looked a little funny. Yuan Guang. Chenzong and Sumubai were slightly stunned. Naturally, Chenzong, and Sumubai were not the only peerless prodigies in the Mysterious Spirit Kill Division. There were other outstanding young people who had joined the Mysterious Spirit Kill Division a few years earlier than Chenzong and Sumubai. Before Chu Zhongyang's arrival, Yuan Guang was already known as the #1 prodigy in the Green Tooth Branch. However, Chu Zhongyang's arrival had overshadowed him. Perhaps Chu Zhongyang was the #1 prodigy in the Green Tooth Branch, but Yuan Guang's strength was not weak at all. With his 5th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage cultivation base, coupled with his outstanding innate talent, his strength was terrifying. Other than Yuan Guang, there was also the #1 prodigy in the Blood Soaring Branch where Chenzong was from. His name was Xue Chao. He was a young man with long blood-red hair and an indifferent expression on his face. However, Chenzong noticed that the way he looked at him was not friendly. Perhaps it was because Chenzong's arrival had stolen the glory that originally belonged to him. Who could truly see through fame and fortune, even a supreme eminent saint stage powerhouse could not avoid it. Chenzong did not mind Xue Chao's behavior. He would treat those who were willing to treat him with sincerity. However, he would also ignore those who had opinions about him. However, if the other party did not only have opinions about him, but also harbored hostility and killing intent, he would not sit still and wait for his death. However, Xue Chao's cultivation base was not low either. Just like Yuan Guang, he was also at the 5th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage. Sumubai was from the Broken Peak Branch. Similarly, his arrival had replaced the #1 prodigy in the Broken Peak Branch, Zi Tianluo. The ends of Zi Tianluo's hair shone with traces of purple light. When his eyes moved, a faint purple light could be seen. It was unknown whether he was born this way or cultivated this way. Although Zi Tianluo was from the younger generation, he had an indescribable charm to his appearance. He could be considered a peerless beauty. If one did not have a strong will, they would definitely be attracted to him. Zi Tianluo's aura was ethereal and deep. Chenzong could vaguely sense that he was at the 5th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage. However, he did not know exactly what level he was at. The last 2 members of the Broken Peak Branch were Chong Kong and Heya. Chong Kong was a young man with slightly squinted eyes. He had a strong body and a cynical smile on his face. There was a faint domineering aura that flashed across his body. Heya was a woman with a cold expression. Her eyes were dark and there was a scar on her face. Her aura was extremely cold. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of everyone. He wore a silver mask and was dressed in a silver robe. He was extremely mysterious. "Kill Master." "Greetings, Kill Master." The 8 of them bowed in unison. No need for formalities. The Kill Master's voice overlapped. It was very mysterious and difficult to distinguish. Up until now, it was said that no one in the mysterious god Kill Master had seen his real body. No one knew whether he was a man or a woman. After the 8 of them bowed, they stood up one after another. Regardless of their temperament, they held their breaths in front of the mysterious Kill Master. They were waiting for him to speak first. Why did he summon them? Many of them had never seen the Kill Lord since they joined the mysterious Divine Killer Division. Naturally, the Kill Lord wasn't someone that anyone could meet. If they were summoned, there must be something going on. Moreover, it wasn't a small matter. If it was a small matter, there was no need for this. The Tianyuan sacred region is divided into 9 realms. The Xianyuan realm is only one of the 9 realms. The Kill Master said, "Now, the Lingwu sacred ground is about to open, but the number of people who can enter is limited." Chenzong and the others pricked up their ears to listen. The Lingwu sacred ground, where was that? If the Kill Master mentioned it in such a serious tone, it must be very important. The Lingwu sacred ground. Only those who are less than 100 years old can enter. The Kill Master said again, "There are a total of 10 people who can enter." The 8 of them suddenly changed their expressions. 10 people. The Tianyuan sacred region had a total of 9 realms, but only 10 people could enter the so-called Lingwu sacred ground. Moreover, there was an age restriction. No more than 100 years old. However, what exactly was the Lingwu sacred ground? Chenzong vaguely felt that it had a lot to do with the Lingwu sacred world. After all, this world was called the Lingwu sacred world, and the Tianyuan sacred region was only a part of the Lingwu sacred world. The 10 people will be competed for by the peerless talents of the 9 realms. Before the peerless talents of the 9 realms compete, the peerless talents of this realm will compete for the spots first. The competition in the Xianyuan realm will be jointly carried out by the Xianyuan dynasty, the Black Palace, and the Wuchen Palace. In the Xianyuan realm, the most powerful force was the Xianyuan dynasty, followed by the Black Palace and the Wuchen Palace, which were not under the jurisdiction of the Xianyuan dynasty. The real talents of the Xianyuan dynasty were basically in the Shantian army and the Jinyuan guards. Naturally, they would be selected from the Shantian army and the Jinyuan guards. Now, they would be selected from the Shantian army. After a certain number of people were selected, they would form a team with the peerless talents selected by the Jinyuan guards and compete with the peerless talents selected by the Black Palace and the Wuchen Palace. Then, they would compete with the peerless talents selected by the other 8 realms and obtain the last 10 places to enter the Lingwu sacred ground. Chenzong and the others were all excited. He had to compete with the geniuses of the Shantian army, the geniuses of the Jinyuan guard, the geniuses of the Dark Absolute Palace and the Wuchen Palace, and finally, the geniuses of the other 8 realms. This kind of competition was a great training for them. Even if they could not obtain the last 10 places to enter the Lingwu sacred ground, they would definitely gain a lot and their cultivation would be higher and their strength would be stronger. Just the thought of it was enough to make one's blood boil. Now, the killing division of the Xianxia army had selected 8 peerless talents. In addition to the killing division, the Xianxia army also had the combat division and the defense division. They would also select 8 peerless talents, making a total of 24. However, the Xianxia army was only one of the 9 armies of the Shantian army. The other 8 armies would also select peerless talents to participate in the competition. In fact, there was no rule on how many people each army could select. 8, 10, or 20 could be selected. However, the selected people must be strong enough. Otherwise, if they were not strong enough, they would only be selected as a formality. Because of this, the killing division of the Xianxia army only selected 8 people. These 8 people were the most talented and powerful people under the age of 100. Naturally, the other armies followed the same criteria when selecting candidates. However, the Xianxia army had the least number of people, so there were not many people selected. The other 8 armies had more people, so the selection ratio was naturally higher. However, no matter how many people were selected in the end, they would have to compete for the spots in the end. Although luck was important, it was not the most important thing. Currently, the demons of the void hadn't invaded on a large scale. They only wandered around on a small scale to test the waters. Moreover, the interval between each attack was relatively long for Chenzong. Normally, there wouldn't be any small-scale battles in a year. Even if there were, the Divine Black Army would be able to suppress them directly. Therefore, the Shantian army had the time and energy to hold a selection. Also, it was related to the Lingwu sacred ground. The Lingwu sacred ground had another name. It was the number one sacred ground and the number one opportunity in the world. At least, it was the number one sacred ground in the world. As for whether there were other sacred grounds hidden in the dark, no one knew. But no matter what, everyone who knew about the Lingwu sacred ground was filled with desire to enter. However, the Lingwu sacred ground only opened once every 1,000 years, and those who entered couldn't be older than 100 years old. All sorts of conditions limited the majority of people. Only an extremely small number of people could enter. 10 people, they were destined to be the most outstanding prodigies and were destined to be peerless. Rumor had it that everyone who entered the Lingwu sacred ground had their cultivation increase rapidly. As long as they didn't die, they were all terrifying figures of their generation. 8 people from the Divine Black Army. 8 people from the Divine Black Army. 8 people from the Divine Black Army. 24 people from the Divine Black Army. In addition, the 8 armies of the Xianxia army selected at least 30 to 40 people. In the end, there were as many as 280 prodigies in the Xianxia army who met the conditions. The oldest of the 280 prodigies was 99 years old. After all, they were only 100 years old. If they participated in the competition, they might be older than 100 years old in a year. At that time, even if they got a spot, they wouldn't be able to enter the Lingwu sacred ground and would become a joke. Inside the Xiantian battle castle, the 9 generals appeared one after another. The experts under them also appeared. For example, the battle master of the Divine Black Army was an old man wearing domineering armor. His hair and beard were white, but his eyes were extremely sharp. A terrifying battle intent condensed on his body, as if it was going to break the clouds. The commander of the Spirit Xian army was wearing heavy armor. He looked like a towering and majestic iron tower, indestructible and unbreakable. His aura was like that of an ancient mountain. The battle master of the Divine Black Army was wearing a silver mask and a silver robe. He exuded an extremely mysterious aura. These were the 3 strongest experts under the battle master of the Divine Black Army. The generals of the other 8 armies and their strongest subordinates also appeared one after another. This was a matter of great importance, so all those who did not go out or cultivate in seclusion for a long period of time would appear. The 9 generals moved in unison, forming hand seals. Each hand seal had a different shape and color, and the aura they exuded was different as well. However, they were all extremely majestic and mighty. Immediately, under the 9 mysterious hand seals, the array was activated and began to operate at full power. One must know that the 9 supremes were all half-step great saints. A formation that required 9 half-step great sage experts to work together to activate. How astonishing would that be? The formation was in chaos, as if the world had just been created. Boom, the sound of thunder exploded and reverberated in all directions, as if it was the first divine thunder that opened up the chaos between heaven and earth. Everyone could see that an extremely mysterious bolt of lightning that seemed to be gold, silver, and various other colors streaked across the chaos within the formation. Instantly, the chaos within the formation roiled and surged like a surging ocean, and it was vast and without end. Everyone stared at him, their gazes fixed. Gradually, the chaos in the formation separated. The turbid aura gathered and sank, while the clear aura gathered and rose. Clear at the top and turbid at the bottom, heaven and earth. Shenzong stared at it with his eyes wide open. Of course, this was not the real creation of heaven and earth. It was just a simulation, but it still contained a trace of wonder. It gave him an indescribable feeling. However, the feeling was so weak that he did not feel anything special. It was as if a seed had been planted, waiting for the right time or opportunity to grow. Heaven and earth were separated. Bolts of lightning swam in the sky and struck directly. The ground was bombarded continuously. In some places, the ground rose rapidly, while in others, it sank rapidly. It rose as a mountain, and sank as a valley. A trace of blackness grew and spread, turning into rolling dark clouds. Lightning flashed like dragons and snakes dancing. Torrential rain fell from the sky. Countless raindrops flowed and gathered in the valley. They gathered at the fissures in the ground. The water level gradually rose, forming lakes and rivers. Seeds broke through the ground, and trees grew. They rose to the sky and stood tall on the ground. In a short time a world was formed in the formation. However, this was not the real creation of heaven and earth. It was just a trace of mystery with the power of the formation. However, Qianzong had a thought. If the formation was powerful to a certain extent, could it really create heaven and earth? At this moment, the world in the formation was completed. Mountains stood tall, forests were dense, and rivers flowed. A true sun slowly rose into the sky, and its light shone in all directions. Looking from outside the formation, the world inside seemed to be clearly visible. Immediately, the 9 generals of the half-step Great Saint Army formed hand seals again. Suddenly, the sky in the Xiantian chaos formation lit up and fell from the sky to the ground. This time, the Xiantian army will choose 10 people based on the momentum of competition. They will represent the Xianyuan dynasty with the 10 chosen by the Xianyuan guards and the peerless geniuses cultivated by the royal family. They will compete with the peerless geniuses of the Black Absolute Palace and the Wuchen Hall. They will represent the Xianyuan realm and compete with the other 8 realms, the Tianqian general said in a clear voice. You, the 280 chosen peerless geniuses, will compete for the top 10 in the Xiantian chaos formation. After entering the Xiantian chaos formation, everyone will receive the power of the formation membrane and have 3 chances to die. If you are killed, you will have 1 less chance to die. If you use up all 3 chances to die, you will be eliminated. However, killing others will increase your chances of dying. However, there are many opportunities within the Xiantian primordial chaos formation. These opportunities are secret treasures. The secret treasures are divided into 3 grades. There are 88 low-grade secret treasures, 28 mid-grade secret techniques, and 8 high-grade secret treasures. Obtaining those secret treasures will be of great help to you. If you obtain a secret treasure, you will not be able to conceal your aura. The more advanced the secret technique, the more powerful your aura will be, and it will be easier for others to sense you. Remember, only 10 people can represent the Xianyuan dynasty. The time limit is 1 month. The 10 people who are not eliminated in the end, or the 10 people who have died the most times when the time is up, will be qualified. Immediately, the 280 chosen peerless geniuses of the younger generation stepped into the Xiantian chaos formation. Qianzong felt a wave of energy flow over him the moment he passed through the formation membrane, covering every part of his body. This feeling was even clearer than during the gambling match. This was also the feeling of everyone who stepped into the Xiantian chaos formation. Immediately, light flashed and the 280 peerless geniuses were transported to different places by the formation's power. The sky was clear and the earth was clear. Qianzong stood at the foot of a mountain and looked up. The mountain was thousands of meters high, and the trees were lush and full of vitality. Birds chirped continuously, crisp and pleasant. The mountain breeze blew past, and the leaves swayed. Countless rustling sounds filled the air. It was really a beautiful place. There was no one else around. Qianzong spread out his divine sense and swept out, covering tens of thousands of meters in an instant. However, he did not find anyone within tens of thousands of meters. Outside the formation, the world inside the formation did not seem big and everything could be seen clearly. However, when he entered, he felt that the world was vast and boundless. Taking a deep breath, he felt refreshed. Qianzong used his movement technique and turned into a bolt of lightning, flying out. He did not know where to go. It was all up to him. Not only were there 280 peerless geniuses, each of whom would become his enemy, but there was also the so-called opportunity. Secret treasures. Qianzong knew his situation very well. His cultivation base of the mid-4th heaven Saint Rudiment stage was very low among the 280 peerless geniuses. After all, he had just broken through to the Saint Rudiment stage not long ago. Among them, there was no lack of 5th heaven Saint Rudiment stage cultivators, and even higher were 6th heaven Saint Rudiment stage cultivators. As peerless geniuses, the gap between each cultivation base was obvious. Moreover, those who had broken through to the Saint Rudiment stage earlier had more time to improve and had a better chance. Therefore, his strength did not have much of an advantage among the 280 peerless geniuses. What was worth being happy about was that the Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi here was very pure and majestic. There was a 1-month time limit for the competition to prevent endless battles from happening and missing the opening of the Linwu Holy Land. The way to obtain a slot was to eliminate the other 270 peerless geniuses and directly obtain a slot for the last 10. The other way was to obtain more chances of dying, and the final result would be determined by the number of deaths. If one wanted to obtain the number of deaths, they had to kill others with their own hands. As a result, some people dispelled the idea of fishing in troubled waters. If there were no such restrictions, some people might find a secret place to hide after entering and obtain a slot in the end. This method was equivalent to reaping without sowing. In a place like the Xianxia army, it was completely prohibited. If one wanted to obtain something, they had to pay the price. They had to fight, kill, and fight. No wishful thinking was allowed to exist. Chen Zong's luck was not bad, but it was not good either. This was because those who were lucky would be teleported to the site of the opportunity as soon as they entered and obtain it without any danger. Those who were unlucky would be teleported to places with harsh environments. For example, they would fall into lava and almost die an unnatural death, wasting a chance to die for nothing. Regardless of whether it was joy or danger, everyone had a strong will. After quickly adjusting, they all found a direction that they thought was not bad and used their movement techniques to advance. Find other opportunities, find other peerless geniuses to kill. The sky was clear and bright, blue, and boundless. Wisps of white clouds drifted along with the wind. It was quiet and soundless. It was as beautiful as a painting. Chen Zong used the lightning flash movement technique to fly forward. At the same time, he spread out his divine sense to cover a radius of several tens of thousands of meters. In essence, his divine sense was a level higher than other Saint Rudiment stage experts. Therefore, even those with a greater range of divine sense would not be able to detect his divine sense. Circulating the great mystery art, he continued to absorb the world's origin energy from all directions into his body and rapidly refined it. At this moment, there were as many as 4 saint spirals in Chen Zong's GC, representing his 4th heaven Saint Rudiment stage cultivation base. If one didn't have the assistance of external forces, then one could only slowly improve one's cultivation, and one couldn't remember it. On the other hand, the comprehension of Tao insights wasn't necessarily the same. Sometimes, it required a long period of ceaseless comprehension before it was able to improve, and sometimes, one could obtain sudden enlightenment in a single day. The world inside the mysterious sky primordial formation was vast and boundless. There were mountains, rivers, and forests. It was a world of its own. Before he knew it, Chen Zong had already flown several hundred miles away. However, he did not encounter any other peerless prodigies. His divine sense covered a radius of several tens of thousands of meters. Suddenly, Chen Zong sensed a trace of a strange aura. Chen Zong's expression changed slightly. He changed his direction slightly and quickly flew towards the source of the strange aura. The strange aura in this world was not ordinary. It might be the so-called opportunity. If there was an opportunity, he had to obtain it. It might increase his strength and give him the capital to compete with other peerless prodigies. Chen Zong's speed was extremely fast. It did not take long for him to cross the distance of several tens of thousands of meters. Immediately, Chen Zong sensed another aura rapidly approaching from another direction. Chen Zong quickly calculated in his mind. He knew that he would encounter the other party at the source of the strange aura. The other party had obviously noticed Chen Zong as well. The aura became stronger. Heart domain. Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Zong instantly released a heart domain of 400 meters. Immediately, it absorbed the heaven and earth yuan qi within a radius of 400 meters. It rapidly condensed into an origin ring and rapidly solidified. This was the primordial ring of the 5-layered primordial ring mystic technique. After such a long period of cultivation, even though he hadn't reached the grand completion stage, he had cultivated to the 3rd primordial ring. It was just that he needed some time to execute it. In the midst of a battle, this kind of time was not easy to obtain, but it could be prepared in advance. This was something only Chen Zong could do. After all, Chen Zong was capable of multitasking and had the control of his heart domain. Of course, the existence of Yuan Huan had to be controlled at all times. If it was used in battle, it would undoubtedly disperse and weaken his strength in disguise. But now, Chen Zong quietly condensed 3 primordial rings and waited for his opponent to approach. They were only a few thousand meters apart. Through the forest, they could see the silhouettes of both parties. This person was clad in battle armor, which was the style of the Heavenly Profound Army. He was none other than the Heavenly Profound Army's prodigy. Mysterious God Army Killing Division. The other party also saw Qianzong, and recognized the mysterious God-killing armor on Qianzong's body, and was slightly startled. The Xianxia army was the most elite of the 9 armies, and the Slaughter Division was the most elite of the 3 divisions. It could be said that the Slaughter Division of the Xianxia army was the most elite of the mysterious Heaven Army. Immediately, the Heavenly Profound Army's prodigy sneered. "Watch how I kill the so-called most elite member of the Slaughter Division of the Xianxia army." There was intense competition between the 9 armies of the mysterious Heaven Army. Although there was no hatred, they were secretly competing with each other. Turning into lightning, he rapidly approached his opponent. The Heavenly Profound Realm's prodigy also approached Qianzong like a gust of wind. In an instant, both parties approached each other, and the other party also entered the range of his heart domain. The heart domain was formless, colorless, and soundless. It was difficult to detect. "Go." Qianzong waved his hand, and the 3 primordial rings behind his back flew out at an astonishing speed. Under the heart domain, the 3 primordial rings were completely controlled by Qianzong, and they became more agile. When Qianzong attacked, his opponent reacted very quickly, and immediately attacked with his saber. The long saber broke through the sky, and the saber light was chilling. It was only one saber, but it slashed towards the 3 primordial rings, even though the 3 primordial rings weren't in a straight line. Just this one saber strike had displayed his extraordinary attainments in saber techniques. However, under the heart domain, the trajectory of his opponent's saber strike was completely grasped by Qianzong. Although his cultivation was higher than Qianzong, it wasn't by much. He was only at the peak of the 4th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage. At the same time, Qianzong slashed out with his sword, and the sword light was shocking. This sword happened to block his opponent's saber strike, and the 3 primordial rings rapidly fell towards his opponent's arm and neck. He tried his best to avoid it, but he couldn't completely avoid it. His left arm was bound by one of the primordial rings, and it instantly contracted. A terrifying force seemed to want to break his left arm. The Heavenly Profound Army's prodigy had no choice but to use all his strength to break free from the primordial rings. At the same time, Qianzong attacked with his sword. Lifeless sword style. Although the speed of this sword wasn't as fast as the extreme heart sword style, it wasn't slow at all. Moreover, the murderous intent was extremely intense, and it was so dense that it couldn't be dispersed. It was like a torrential river, or a 1,000-year-old volcano erupting in a single day. There was a difference in cultivation, but in terms of strength, the Heavenly Profound Army's prodigy wasn't as good as Qianzong, let alone under the heart domain. Kill, this sword couldn't be avoided, and it directly slashed through his neck. The light suddenly lit up, and a ray of light shot towards Qianzong, instantly rippling like water. In an instant, the Heavenly Profound Army's prodigy turned into a ray of light and flew far away. No one knew where he would appear as it was completely random. Qianzong's chances of dying increased to 4 times. This could be considered a good start. Moreover, not far away, there was a ball of light quietly waiting in the crevice of a rock. The light was silver in color, and it emitted traces of a strange aura. A secret treasure, Qianzong's figure flashed, and he directly grabbed the silver ball of light. The light shattered, revealing the item within. It was a silver arm guard. The design was simple and streamlined, and the lines on it were like rays of light sweeping across the sky. At the same time, a message was transmitted to Qianzong's mind. Silver light arm, mid-grade secret treasure. Contains the power of silver light. After activation, it can double the speed of attack for 3 breaths. It can be used once every 6 hours. There is no need to refine it. This secret treasure can be used directly. In an instant, the silver light arm turned into a ball of light and covered Qianzong's right arm. It fit perfectly and was very comfortable, and it was covered by the sleeve of his long robe. However, traces of the secret treasure's aura continued to spread from it, and a faint silver light also filled the air. This was a reminder to others that Qianzong had a secret treasure, and it was a mid-grade one. This was the price one had to pay to obtain a secret treasure. However, the power of silver light after activation of the silver light arm could double the speed of attack for 3 breaths, which was undoubtedly very shocking. Unfortunately, the duration was too short, and the interval between uses was too long. Nevertheless, it was considered good to obtain a mid-grade secret treasure. Increasing one's chances of dying and obtaining a mid-grade secret treasure, this trip was considered a great harvest. However, the aura of the silver light arm spread too far. It could be felt within a radius of 30 miles, and faint traces of silver light could be seen in the air within 30 miles. Chenzong collected his thoughts and did not try the power of the silver light arm. After all, after using it, it could only be used again after 24 hours. If he encountered a strong enemy, it would be a pity if he did not have the power of a secret treasure to use. 10 places, I must get one, Chenzong thought to himself. Although his cultivation was at the bottom among the 280 skyprides, his strength was not necessarily the same. Now that he had obtained a mid-grade secret treasure, it could increase his strength at a critical moment. There were 280 skyprides this time, but there were not that many secret treasures. There were 88 low-grade secret treasures. There were 28 mid-grade secret treasures. There were 8 high-grade secret treasures. In total, there were 124 secret treasures. At most, only 124 people could obtain a secret treasure, but it was also possible that some people could obtain more than one secret treasure. For example, if he was lucky enough, he could obtain another secret treasure. Since mid-grade secret treasures were so good, what about high-grade secret treasures? Thinking quickly, Chenzong's footsteps did not stop as he quickly flew forward. Everywhere, other skyprides found secret treasures, and other skyprides encountered each other, and fierce battles broke out. When Chenzong turned into a bolt of lightning and passed through a valley, he suddenly felt a strong fluctuation of yuan qi in the valley. It was very rich, so he immediately descended to search for it. What a dense and pure yuan qi of heaven and earth! Chenzong couldn't help but exclaim as he looked at the exuberant vegetation before him. Then, a bright light flashed across his eyes. I can use the yuan qi here to break through my cultivation technique. It had been some time since he reached the 20th level of the Dexian origin formula. During this time, his potential had been constantly unearthed through the gambling battle. Now that he had comprehended the mysteries of the 21st level, with the rich yuan qi here, he could break through. In a flash, Chenzong immediately stepped into the valley. His divine sense covered tens of thousands of meters, but he did not find anyone else. He immediately focused on operating his cultivation technique, absorbing the rich and pure yuan qi around him to help him break through his cultivation technique. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, along with the circulation of the grand profundity art, violent winds whistled and boundlessly vast as boundless energy of the heavens and the earth converged from all directions and surged towards Chenzong. His heart domain was 400 meters wide, and a large amount of yuan qi was compressed and condensed into his body. As a result, his absorption speed was much faster. A figure flashed across the sky like a bolt of lightning and entered the range of 100 miles in an instant. Then, the figure landed on the ground. This aura. There was a small scar at the corner of this person's eye, and he looked a little fierce. His expression changed as he carefully sensed the aura in the air. His sharp eyes could also distinguish the faint silver light in the air. A secret treasure. It should be the aura of a secret treasure. Joy appeared on the face of the youth with the scar at the corner of his eye. He immediately identified the source of the aura and flew out at an astonishing speed. The aura of a fifth heaven saint realm expert spread out. The person was heading in the direction of Chenzong. 100 miles, this was not a long distance for a fifth heaven saint realm prodigy. He could cross it in a short time. Among the 9 armies of the Xiantian army, the Xinxian army was ranked first, but it had fewer people. The other 8 armies had more people, and there were many talented people among them. Even when compared to the elites of the Xinxian army, they were not inferior to them. The young man with a scar on the corner of his eye was from the Wan Xinjun army. His name was Li Wu Yuan. The other 8 armies of the mysterious Sky Army were different from the Divine Black Army. In other words, they were different from the Divine Black Army Slaughter Division. The Divine Black Army Slaughter Division did not talk about names, only code names. On the other hand, the Combat Division, Imperial Division, and the other 8 armies called each other by name. Li Wuyuan stared at Chen Zong with a sinister smile on his face. At the same time, he said in a low voice, "Elite of the Divine Black Army Slaughter Division, let me see what you're capable of." The Divine Black Army Slaughter Division was often known as the gathering place of the mysterious Sky Army's elites. Naturally, it would arouse the dissatisfaction of some talented and arrogant people. They felt that they were not weaker than Li Wuyuan and might even be stronger. Moreover, Li Wuyuan had a secret treasure on him. Regardless of whether it was a low-grade, mid-grade, or high-grade secret treasure, it was useful to them. In an instant, Li Wuyuan's movement technique erupted. He turned into a gust of wind and let out a terrifying roar that shook the heavens and earth as he charged towards Chen Zong. Wherever he passed, the grass and trees on his left and right were smashed into powder by the gust of wind. The ground was torn apart, and sand and stones flew into the air before turning into powder. He was like a violent tornado that charged forward. An ordinary 5th-level Saint Rudiment stage cultivator would not be able to resist such an aura. However, Chen Zong was still cultivating and had no intention of getting up. A ferocious look flashed across Li Wuyuan's face. From the looks of it, Li Wuyuan was at a critical juncture in his cultivation. If he forced himself to get up, he would be devoured by his cultivation technique. No matter what he did, he would not be able to escape death. Kill. Li Wuyuan had no intention of waiting for Li Wuyuan to finish cultivating. He would not have such an opportunity to fight the spatial fiend devil on the battlefield. That would be courting death. Even if they were both members of the mysterious Sky Army and were not enemies, they were still enemies at this moment. They were enemies who were competing for opportunities, so of course, he would not hold back. Kill. The wind howled, destroying everything in its path. Li Wuyuan then blasted out with his palm. The wind immediately condensed and turned into an angry dragon, intending to kill Chen Zong in an instant. Li Wuyuan's cultivation was at the early 5th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage, and the cultivation technique he cultivated was also a top-grade Saint-grade cultivation technique. His strength was much stronger than an ordinary early 5th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage cultivator. This attack was enough to kill an ordinary early 5th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage cultivator. At the moment when the raging wind dragon was about to hit Chen Zong's eyes suddenly opened, emitting a cold light. There seemed to be a vast expanse in the depths of his eyes. The scarlet infernal flame sword struck out in an instant. Lightning mountain cleaving, the sword light turned into an incomparably violent thunderbolt, as if it was going to shatter a mountain. It was extremely violent. Although the sword strike was very powerful, it still couldn't block Li Wuyuan's raging wind dragon attack. After all, Chen Zong's attack was a little hasty. However, he didn't need to completely block it. He only needed to block it for an instant. Lightning leaves the dust, illusory net 9 transformations. Chen Zong executed 2 different movement techniques consecutively. He dodged the raging wind dragon and struck out with his sword. Extreme Heart Sword style, the speed of this sword strike was extremely fast and shocking. Even Li Wuyuan was surprised. "You're quite capable." Li Wuyuan sneered. The long saber on his back suddenly jumped up and slashed down. The saber light was extremely fierce and contained endless killing intent. This saber strike seemed to be able to split the void in front of it and annihilate everything. Li Wuyuan didn't plan to hold back when he attacked. It was as if he treated Chen Zong as a void demon and attacked with all his might. One strike to kill. Chen Zong's hair stood on end as his killing intent surged forth, sending chills down his spine. As expected of a selected peerless Skypride. It was really shocking. The reason why the Skypride from the Heavenly Profound Army was defeated and killed so quickly was because he had unexpectedly used his Yuan ring. Otherwise, it would be inevitable that they would have to exchange blows to determine the victor. Lifeless sword style. An intense killing intent surged and condensed on the sword. It struck out violently like a bolt of lightning. The saber and sword collided in an instant, and an extremely terrifying force vibrated through the sword. Chen Zong couldn't help but take 3 steps back. In terms of cultivation, the gap between him and his opponent was obvious. If he hadn't broken through to the 21st level of the Dexian art in time, causing his saint energy to become even more majestic and pure, he probably wouldn't have been able to withstand the saber strike. Li Wuyuan was even more surprised that his saber strike had been blocked. However, his reaction was extremely fast. Without any hesitation, the saber light flashed and turned into 9 violent saber lights. In an instant, the 9 saber lights turned into 81 saber lights and covered Chenzong from head to toe. Every saber light was extremely sharp and had an astonishing killing intent. It was a pure saber of slaughter without any extravagance. The saber light tore through the void as if it wanted to tear Chenzong into pieces. It made Chenzong's hair stand on end. In the blink of an eye, Chenzong shrunk his heart domain to 100 meters. When it shrunk from 400 meters to 100 meters, everything became clearer and was completely controlled by Chenzong's perception. 81 saber lights, 81 trajectories. Chenzong's expression was solemn. With a sword in hand and covered by his heart domain, he used his heart to control the sword in his hand. The speed of his sword was extraordinary. In the blink of an eye, Chenzong swung his sword. It looked like an ordinary sword, but there were 81 swords that blocked the 81 saber lights. Every saber light was so powerful that Chenzong had no choice but to quickly divert the force. The ground was shattered by the impact of the guided force. This move was blocked by Chenzong again. Li Wuyuan was even more surprised. His cultivation was obviously not as high as his, but he was able to block his saber strikes. Was this the ability of an elite from the Divine Xian army? No, he was definitely not weaker than an elite from the Divine Xian army. The long saber pierced through the air again. Chenzong's figure kept changing and circled around. The figures overlapped and the saber lights intersected, forming an inescapable net and a purgatory of saber lights. 9 sabers, 9 sabers, 81 sabers, 81 sabers. Then, they turned into 9 figures again. 9 sabers attacked. It was even more mysterious, unfathomable, and peerlessly fierce. However, under the heart domain, all the trajectories were under Chenzong's control. There was nowhere to hide. Although it was very difficult, Chenzong blocked all the attacks in the end. He blocked all of them. Li Wuyuan was extremely shocked. Although it seemed that it was not easy for Chenzong to block them, he still managed to block them. Take this. His words were cold and filled with killing intent. An extremely terrifying chill erupted in the blink of an eye. A saber strike that gathered all the strength in his body. It was an extremely terrifying saber strike. Kill. Chenzong's hair stood on end. Under the heart domain, he could clearly feel the terror of this saber strike. It was as if it was going to split the heart domain, split the heavens and earth, and split himself. Heaven burning earth fire. Without hesitation, Chenzong used his most powerful strike. The origin chi of fire in the 100-meter heart domain was instantly absorbed and integrated into the sword. The fire was bright and blazing. It was extremely violent. The high temperature burned fiercely and turned it into ashes. This strike caused Li Wuyuan's expression to change drastically. He felt a great threat. The sword and saber collided countless times in an instant. The terrifying power swept out in all directions and shattered with a loud bang. The copious and irresistible impact caused Chenzong to retreat continuously. Li Wuyuan could not stop himself from retreating. Every step he took shattered the ground and left a deep pit. However, as the two of them retreated, they attacked at the same time. The saber and sword struck out, and the sword light and saber light pierced through the air. Chenzong paused his footsteps. His figure flashed rapidly and he waved his long sword. Wind martial art, 3 strikes were launched consecutively. In an instant, they turned into thunder martial art moves. The moves were continuous and sword light filled the air. Even though the might of his sword moves was inferior to heaven-burning earth fire, there were no flaws in his sword moves. They were continuous and varied, and for a time, Li Wuyuan could only block them. But Li Wuyuan's saber technique was exquisite to the extreme. Every single saber strike pursued extreme lethality. It seemed simple, yet it was profound and shocking. It was a saber technique that he'd tempered from numerous life and death battles with void devils. His adaptability was swift, and he ceaselessly blocked Chenzong's sword techniques while waiting for an opportunity to counterattack. Chenzong wasn't anxious. His opponent's strength was formidable. Moreover, his saber technique was exquisite and peerless, and his saber insight was formidable. He was a very good opponent to temper himself with. Chen Zong relied on the pressure Li Wuyuan gave him to ceaselessly temper himself and arouse his potential. He intended to make himself reach a higher level of enlightenment. But Li Wuyuan's thoughts were different. He wanted to kill Chen Zong as soon as possible and seize Chen Zong's secret treasure before killing even more people. Wind martial art, Chen Zong executed this basic Dao insight martial technique over and over again without end. Under the pressure of the life and death crisis from Li Wuyuan's saber technique, he felt that he'd improved once again. Lightning martial art, fire martial art, sword martial art, the 4 basic Dao insight martial techniques were executed alternately, but every single time they were executed, their order would be disrupted. They were executed casually and at will. They were sometimes slow like a cool breeze, sometimes violent like a raging inferno, and sometimes sharp like a heavenly blade. The more they fought, the more unsightly Li Wuyuan's expression became. His cultivation was obviously much higher than his opponent, yet he was unable to kill his opponent. Humiliation, he took a deep breath, and the energy in his entire body was agitated without end. It was violent and shocking, and his aura shot into the sky to condense into the image of a saber in the sky, and it emitted a terrifying aura of annihilation. Spirit Slaughter Absolute Saber. Without the slightest hesitation, Li Wuyuan executed an offensive secret technique, an extremely strong saber strike. This saber strike seemed as if it could annihilate all living beings in the heavens and the earth, and it caused Chen Zong to be astounded to the extreme. The might of this saber strike was at least 50% stronger than Li Wuyuan's other saber techniques and saber moves. Chen Zong's hair stood on end, and he felt a chill run down his spine. His eyes narrowed as a speck of cold light shot out from the depths of his eyes. The might of this saber strike seemed to have exceeded the upper limit of what he was able to resist. Silver light energy. Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Zong directly utilized the strength of the mid-grade secret treasure, Silver Light Arm, and a wisp of silver light instantly suffused out and covered his right arm like flowing water. Chen Zong felt that when his right arm was covered by the silver light, an extremely strange energy suffused his entire right arm. Instantly, it seemed as if his right arm had lost all weight, and it became extremely light and nimble. Silver light energy, this could only be maintained for the time of 3 breaths. 3 breaths was actually very short, and it passed in a flash. But 3 breaths couldn't be considered to be short to an expert, and it was sufficient for him to execute many moves. Lifeless sword style, extreme killing intent, extreme sword stroke, extreme purity. This sword stroke was only for killing, this sword was unleashed for the sole purpose of slaughter. The power of silver light could double the attack speed, which was equivalent to doubling the speed of the sword stroke. Double, this was a terrifying concept. Chen Zong's sword stroke was already very fast. With the doubling of the speed, it became even more shocking and terrifying. If he used the power of silver light to activate the extreme heart sword style, the sword stroke would be extremely fast. But he didn't. Chen Zong chose the lifeless sword style. Although the speed of the lifeless sword style was not as fast as the extreme heart sword style, it was much more powerful. With the power of silver light, the sword stroke speed was doubled. The sword stroke speed was much faster than the extreme heart sword style. It also had terrifying power. Moreover, the power of the slash was increased with the support of the high speed of the sword stroke. Only with such power could he break the weak point of Li Wuyuan's attack. Kill. The power of silver light caused Chen Zong's sword stroke to increase rapidly. In an instant, it slashed through Li Wuyuan. When the saber light dissipated, Li Wuyuan stood still with his saber in his hand. His face revealed a look of disbelief. He was actually killed. Then, as the light flickered, one of them shot towards Chen Zong. Li Wuyuan lost 1 chance to die, so he only had 2 left. However, Chen Zong had 1 more chance to die, so he had 5. Li Wuyuan turned into a beam of light and fled. Chen Zong did not rush to act. He stood still with his eyes closed and fell into silence. In the valley, a gentle breeze blew. It blew his hair and clothes, making Chen Zong feel as if he was going to fly with the wind. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and a sharp light shot out like lightning. The scarlet hellfire flowing flame sword was also unsheathed and slashed out. The sword stroke was subtle and the sword shadow was light. It was Feng Wuiying. Its speed was amazing, and the sword energy was continuous like the wind. Immediately, the second stroke was slashed out. A shocking sharpness spread out. Wind splitting strong, with the last stroke, a fierce wind rose. The hurricane roared and destroyed everything. Wind City destruction. Chenzong swung his sword again and again as if he was enlightened. He kept practicing his wind martial arts. Inside the valley, a cool breeze blew gently. Sometimes, it would become stronger and turn into a gale that whistled endlessly. Chenzong's sword paused. He focused his eyes and sensed with his heart domain. A trace of comprehension suddenly surged in his heart. He swung his sword, the sword seemed to have disappeared, blending into the wind of the valley. Sword after sword, over and over again. Suddenly, Chenzong laughed heartily. So that's how it is. Another sword slashed out. Wind rose, surging in all directions, graceful to the point of berserk. Wind martial arts. Perfection, wind martial arts, thunder martial arts, fire martial arts, sword martial arts. Chenzong had obtained these 4 basic Dao insight martial techniques for a period of time, and he'd cultivated all of them to the mastery realm, yet none of them had attained perfection. The difference between great perfection and great perfection was 1 level, but there was an obvious difference. Perfection meant that one's martial arts had reached the pinnacle, becoming one with it. There were no obvious flaws, and it also meant that one had comprehended it to the highest level. Perfection meant that the might of one's martial arts would increase along with it. Countless comprehensions gushed out and filled his mind. Chenzong unconsciously swung the sword in his hand. Every sword strike seemed to be disorderly, yet every sword strike was filled with profundity, as if they'd merged into the wind and moved with the wind. This was a miraculous state that caused Chenzong to be completely immersed in it and forget everything in the outside world. 15 minutes passed, 30 minutes passed, an hour passed. The valley was filled with boundless wind that swept out endlessly. Wind Dao insight. 4th circulation. Chenzong never imagined that when his wind martial arts attained perfection this time, even his wind Dao insight would break through from the 3rd circulation to the 4th circulation, causing its might to be even stronger, and his ability to go against his enemies would be even stronger. I'll seize this opportunity to continue breaking through. Chenzong didn't hesitate in the slightest to immediately withdraw Enlightenment Pill and consume it. The Enlightenment Pill was capable of increasing one's comprehension ability for a short period of time. The best was naturally to enter into closed-door cultivation in a suitable and safe place in the outside world. But Chenzong felt that after his wind martial arts broke through to the perfection stage and his wind Dao insight broke through to the 4th circulation, it didn't stop and instead had a feeling of wanting to continue. Thus, he had to seize this opportunity. Consuming the Enlightenment Pill to increase one's comprehension ability could speed up this process and shorten the time. The energy of the Enlightenment Pill dissolved. Instantly, Chenzong felt his mind become completely clear, and his entire body felt extremely light as if he was about to rise into the sky. All distracting thoughts vanished, and his mind was incomparably concentrated as if it was infinitely magnified. The comprehension related to the wind martial arts and wind Dao insight gushed out ceaselessly like spring water. The Enlightenment Pill started to display its shocking effect, and it even increased Chenzong's comprehension ability that was already extraordinary by 20 to 30%. An increase of 20 to 30% directly broke through the original limit, and its effect was extremely shocking. Countless bright lights gushed out, and lights flickered endlessly within Chenzong's eyes. The lights seemed like a gentle breeze, yet also seemed like a howling gale, yet also seemed like a roaring storm. Wind, 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 there was only wind in his mind, in his eyes, and in his heart. Wind was everything. Wind filled the heavens and the earth, and it was boundless and everywhere. So long as there was aura, it would form wind. Wind would be gentle. Wind would be mighty as well. Wind would be even more violent. Wind would be sharp as well. When it was gentle, it passed by slowly, and it fluttered his hair. When it was mighty, it whistled and surged, causing sand and rocks to fly. When it was violent, it roared in the heavens and the earth, and it destroyed everything in its path. When it was sharp, it was like a heavenly blade that tore everything into pieces. Even more inspiration gushed out. Chenzong felt that no matter if it was gentleness, mighty, violent, or sharp, they were all the characteristics of wind, and they were the profundities contained within the Wind Dao insight. If he was able to completely master these 4 profundities and merge them into one, then he would be able to push the Wind Dao insight to the limit and evolve it into an even higher level Dao insight. Perhaps, it would become a high-level Dao insight. But when Qinzong wanted to carry it out, he instead had a feeling of powerlessness. He instantly understood that his accumulation was insufficient and was unable to allow the low-level Wind Dao insight to evolve into a high-level Wind Dao insight. But he was unable to evolve it into a high-level Wind Dao insight, yet he had a chance of evolving it into a mid-level Wind Dao insight. The Earthly Fire Dao insight was a mid-level Dao insight, and it mainly contained the 2 profundities of violence and blazing. Then, the mid-level Wind Dao insight naturally contained these 2 profundities as well. Of course, a Wind Dao insight was all-encompassing, and its profundities weren't limited to just those 4 types. But those 4 types were something that Qinzong was able to clearly comprehend. Then, how should I choose the 4 types of clear profundities that I'm able to comprehend? Without much hesitation, Qinzong made his choice right away. The profundities of the violent wind, the profundities of the sharp wind, his comprehension ability erupted as he comprehended with all his might. Instantly, the surrounding wind was guided and affected by the profundities, and it gradually became violent before transforming into a gale that howled and roared endlessly as it raged through the surroundings, seeming as if it wanted to destroy everything in the surroundings. Qinzong's entire body was enveloped within the gale, and he seemed as if he wanted to fly up into the sky, and his long hair fluttered wildly. After that, strands of sharp energy condensed out from within the gale, and they were sharp like blades as they sliced through everything. They became one with the gale as they madly minced and became terrifying to the extreme. It was a gale that tore apart everything and shattered everything. Rumble, the heavens and the earth shook, and the gorge was vast and mighty. Sand and rocks flew out from all directions, and they transformed into dust and powder. Qinzong's body was within the eye of the gale, and he slowly soared into the sky along with the gale that swept out, and he relied on the strength of the gale and not his own strength. His figure ceaselessly rose and rose. 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters. 400 meters, 500 meters, soon after, his body stopped, and he stood still in the void along with the roaring gale. Countless rays of light swirled in Qinzong's eyes. In an instant, Qinzong let out a low roar that sounded like the sound of heaven and earth. Then, he unsheathed his sword and slashed downwards. Rumble, this sword move was extremely mysterious, and the gale that surrounded it in all directions was instantly guided by this sword and blasted towards it. The ground of the gorge was shattered, and countless plants and trees flew up and turned into powder that merged into the gale, making the gale even more terrifying and destructive. The tremor lasted for more than 10 breaths before it quieted down. A huge gully that was at least 100 meters wide and thousands of meters long and more than 10 meters deep appeared in the gorge, demonstrating the terrifying power of Qinzong's sword move. The power of a sword move that covered a large area was extremely terrifying, and it was not inferior to the heaven-burning earth sword move at all, and its range was even wider. 1 sword move, 2 sword moves, 3 sword moves. Qinzong swung his sword 10 times in a row, and 10 terrifying gale sword chi roared in all directions, wantonly passing through the gorge. Kill! 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 After the 10 sword moves, the entire gorge was almost shattered, as if it was a ruin. This destructive power was simply too shocking. The power is indeed strong, but the power is too scattered. Qinzong thought to himself. While the effect of the God Mystery Enlightenment Elixir was still in effect, Qinzong continued to comprehend, modifying and perfecting this sword move, and striving for a better result. If the power was too scattered, it naturally had to be gathered and condensed. Although he could slowly comprehend it, Qinzong did not have that much time. Hence, the most direct method was to use the heart domain to assist. The heart domain was indeed useful. Within the range of the heart domain, everything was under the influence of the user, and he could easily perceive and even guide everything within the heart domain. Referring to the heaven-burning earth sword, Qinzong suddenly had an idea. In an instant, he absorbed the origin energy of wind within a range of 400 meters. This was not a lava land, nor was it a place with high temperature. Hence, the origin energy of heaven and earth was much more abundant in the origin energy of wind than the origin energy of fire and water. The density and purity of the origin energy of wind was fused into this sword move, and then it was swung out. Kill. At the beginning, it was only an extremely sharp sword light that emitted a slight sound. In the next instant, it became violent as if it had absorbed the wind of the heavens and the earth, and it commanded the wind to converge to transform into a tempest before transforming into a gale. The gale was violent and sharp, and it was the combination of the two. It was also because Qinzong's Wind Dao insight had transformed into the intermediate stage Gale Dao insight. The might of the Gale Dao insight naturally surpassed the Wind Dao insight greatly. Using the Gale Dao insight to drive it, fusing the essence of the Wind Dao insight, fusing it with his own comprehension of martial techniques and the heavens and the earth, he finally created this sword move that was closely related to the wind. The sword move was like a gale that easily destroyed everything, and it was all-powerful and violent to the extreme. This type of violence was different from the violence of the heaven-burning earth sword, but they both possessed terrifying destructive force. The Six Dao is about to enter the capital. From now on, please don't call me Little Six. Call me Lulu. The heaven's pride of the Mingxian army was astonishingly fast. Like a gust of wind, he traversed thousands of meters in the blink of an eye. His body came to a halt in the blink of an eye. His expression was solemn as he stared ahead with a frown on his face. A cold light flashed in his eyes as his mid-fifth heaven saint rudiment stage aura surged out from his body. Clang clang clang, the sound of metal clashing rang out continuously, and it was extremely pleasant to the ears. The three parts of the short spear and short staff on his back instantly combined into a long spear. The long spear was bronze in color and looked extremely heavy. However, the tip of the spear radiated an unparalleled sharpness, as if it could pierce through everything in the world. His aura fused with the long spear in his hand. His battle intent soared to the heavens, as if it wanted to pierce through the 9 heavens. At this time, a figure came from afar like a ghost and appeared in a flash. When this person saw the person holding the spear in front of him, the corners of his mouth suddenly hung a cold smile, and a trace of extremely fierce killing intent bloomed in his eyes. His ghostly figure didn't stop at all as he quickly closed in on his opponent. When enemies meet on a narrow path, the stronger one wins. This was a battle of life and death, and it was a fight for fortune and a fight for a spot. So, he couldn't hesitate or hold back in the slightest. Kill. The bronze spear was as heavy as a mountain and astonishingly sharp. It instantly pierced through the air and suppressed the air in front of it, making it seem as if it had collapsed in an instant. There was an extremely terrifying rumbling sound. Countless streams of air flowed in from all directions, like an extremely astonishing cyclone that crushed everything. However, his ghostly figure flickered and seemed to have turned into nothingness. He directly penetrated the spear radiance and closed in on his opponent. He waved his left hand at an indescribably fast speed, and a faint light appeared in the air. There was no way to dodge, even his reaction was a step too slow. The mid-fifth heaven saint realm prodigy's neck was instantly sliced by the black light. His body flickered as a ray of light separated from his body and was absorbed by his opponent. Then, he quickly fled into the distance. One strike, with just a single strike, he had killed a peerless prodigy at the mid-fifth heaven saint realm. This was a terrifying display of strength. 8 times. This person's feminine face was suffused with a wisp of a sinister smile, and his voice was low. The number of deaths had reached 8, which meant that 5 people had died under his sharp blade. Unfortunately, there are no secret treasures. The man continued in a low voice, but even if I don't get the treasure, with my strength, I can still get a spot. Strength, with strength came confidence. The stronger one was, the greater one's confidence would be. As one of the 280 peerless geniuses who participated in this competition, his cultivation level was undoubtedly one of the highest. Naturally, his strength was also one of the strongest. His figure flashed, and he quickly left like a ghost without making a sound. You are no match for me. Stretch out your neck and let me kill you. The long-haired young man held a light blue longsword in his hand. The blade was thin and extremely sharp. His indifferent eyes stared ahead at the person who was mobilizing all his strength to resist him. It's not certain who will live and who will die. The other party coldly snorted. Immediately, his 2 blades swept up an extremely terrifying blade storm, crazily sweeping out to kill. A futile struggle. A cold light flashed across the indifferent young man's eyes. He swung his sword. The seemingly casual strike instantly released a terrifying aura, as if it could split a mountain and cut a river in half. With just one strike, the terrifying blade storm was split open, and the other party's body was slashed through, leaving a long sword scar that extended for hundreds of meters. The blade chi dissipated, and the two blades fell to the ground. The other party stared blankly ahead. How could the difference be so great? If you can survive one strike from me, I'll let you go this time. The young man, whose body was as strong as a mountain, laughed loudly. His body suddenly leaped into the air, like a dragon soaring through the sky. In an instant, he descended like a ferocious tiger leaping over a mountain stream, bringing with him a terrifying aura of a dragon and a tiger. Boom! The end of the long staff instantly became as thick as a person's waist. It smashed down with a loud bang, as if it was smashing a mountain. Under the impact of the huge staff, the ground caved in and cracked, and countless cracks spread out rapidly. Under the attack of the staff, the peerless prodigy with a late fifth heaven Saint Rudiment stage cultivation base lost all his defenses in an instant. In an instant, a ray of light separated from his body and shot towards his opponent, while he turned into a streak of light and fled into the distance. Strong, these people were the strongest among the 280 peerless prodigies. All of them were at the 6th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage. To reach the 6th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage within 100 years of age, not only did one need extraordinary cultivation talent, but one also needed extraordinary opportunities. In the valley, the vegetation had been reduced to dust, and the ground was covered with countless cracks. It was a ghastly sight, as if a hurricane had wantonly destroyed the place. Chenzong stood in the valley. The energy of the Spirit Mystery Enlightenment Pill had completely disappeared. He had reaped great benefits from this cultivation. First, he had broken through to the 21st stage of the Great Mystery Art. Secondly, his Wind Dao intent had broken through to the 4th revolution, and his Wind Martial had reached perfection. In the end, his Wind Dao insight had broken through and transformed into the intermediate grade Oblivion Wind Dao insight. Moreover, he'd created an even stronger sword move based on the Oblivion Wind Dao insight and the Martial of Wind, and Chenzong named this sword move Citadel Ravager. After taking a deep breath, Chenzong calmed himself down. His figure flashed, and he immediately turned into a streak of light and flew out of the valley. You actually have a secret treasure as well. Hand it over obediently, and I'll give you a quick death. The prodigy and the dragon profound army's armor stared at Chenzong, his eyes gleaming brightly. The battle shoes on his feet emitted a faint bronze glow, and the aura of a secret treasure emanated from them. A low-grade secret treasure. The opponent's battle shoes were a low-grade secret treasure. At this moment, the prodigy was staring at Chenzong's right arm. He could see a faint silver glow, and he could feel the aura fluctuating from it. A mid-grade secret treasure. He felt that he was lucky to have met someone with a mid-grade secret treasure. As long as he killed the opponent, the mid-grade secret treasure would be dropped, and he would be able to obtain it and use it for himself. If he obtained the mid-grade secret treasure, he would have more trump cards, and it would be more advantageous for him in this battle. Of course, he was also a little wary. After all, it was a mid-grade secret treasure. Moreover, he did not know what kind of secret treasure it was and what kind of power it possessed. It would be better if the opponent was threatened and voluntarily handed it over. If not, he would fight and kill the opponent. Chenzong narrowed his eyes slightly. Naturally, he would not hand over the silver light arm to the opponent. However, this person would be a strong opponent. His cultivation was at the peak of the 5th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage. He was much stronger than Chenzong, who was at the middle of the 4th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage. Moreover, the opponent had a low-grade secret treasure, which was a pair of battle shoes. Chenzong did not know how effective it was. A strong opponent, Chenzong did not know if he could defeat the opponent. However, no matter what, this battle was inevitable. If that was the case, then let's fight. The Scarlet Infernal. Flame sword was unsheathed, and a streak of sword light shot out. The sword chi was violent and swift. Kill. You're courting death. Yang Ming was enraged. He was only at the middle of the 4th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage. How dare he take the initiative to attack him? Kill. Yang Ming's cultivation at the peak of the 5th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage erupted. Saint energy surged out like waves. It was extremely powerful and ferocious. He punched out like a dragon. The ferocious fist shattered the scarlet sword light and continued on to Chenzong. It was as if it wanted to smash Chenzong into pieces. Illusory Net 9 transformations. In an instant, 9 figures flickered. This was the mastery of the Illusory Net 9 transformations. The Illusory Net 9 transformations was a saint-grade superior movement technique. It was more profound than the lightning flash and was especially suitable for battle. Now that Yang Ming could transform into 9 figures in an instant, he had cultivated it to the mastery stage. However, there was still the perfection stage above that. The 9 figures rapidly closed in on Yang Ming, and the scarlet infernal flame sword shot out in unison. Child's play. Although Yang Ming shouted coldly, he did not dare to underestimate Yang Ming. This was because this movement technique was so profound that it was difficult for him to find a flaw. However, there was no need for him to find a flaw. All he needed to do was to break it with brute force. Boom. Boom, boom. In an instant, Yang Ming threw out a series of punches. His punches spread out in all directions, attacking everything around him. Chenzong felt as if he was a small boat in a turbulent sea. He was swaying and could be destroyed at any time. Heart domain. Yang Ming compressed it to a radius of 100 meters. He continued to compress it until it was 50 meters. 50 meters was the limit that he could compress it to. He needed to put in a lot of effort to maintain it. At the same time, everything within the heart domain became clearer. It was 10 times clearer than when he was 400 meters away. The feeling of being in control of everything became stronger and more obvious. Dodge. Chenzong pushed the Illusory Net 9 transformations to the extreme. He dodged his opponent's punches by a hair's breadth and slashed out with his sword. Yang Ming was shocked. His opponent could actually dodge his punches and attack him at close range. It was unbelievable. However, such an attack was not strong enough to deal with him. Chenzong was also helpless. Even though he had compressed his heart domain to a range of 50 meters and was able to avoid the other party's punch and attack, the huge gap in their cultivation made it impossible for his sword to truly injure the other party, let alone kill him. Even if he activated the power of the silver light arm, it could only increase the speed of his sword. With the increase in speed, the power would increase correspondingly. However, it was still difficult to kill his opponent. Moreover, it only lasted for 3 breaths. With a thought, Chenzong dodged Yang Ming's punches and quickly retreated to open up the distance. Futile struggle. Yang Ming couldn't help but smile coldly. He was sure that although his opponent was strong, there was still a gap between him and Yang Ming. He was only a threat. However, as long as Yang Ming was alert enough, he could defeat and kill him. At that time, his opponent's mid-tier secret treasure would belong to him. Realizing that his strength was enough to defeat his opponent, Yang Ming wasn't in a hurry to pursue. A cold light flashed in Chenzong's eyes. Immediately, his heart domain spread out again, covering a radius of 400 meters. With a thought, the fire Yuan Qi was drawn out and condensed on the sword. The scarlet hellfire flowing sword immediately burned. What you see now is what Lulu wrote day and night for more than a month. It will be updated regularly. Heaven burning earth fire, the flames were violent and ferocious like a raging tide. Among the materials used to forge the scarlet infernal flame sword, many of them were of the fire attribute. They contained an astonishing amount of heat. The higher the temperature of the sword, the more violent its power would be. However, Chenzong also knew that this sword was not enough to kill his opponent. At most, it would only be a threat. The second sword. City-destroying hurricane. Yang Ming was slightly surprised. His fist technique became violent. Countless fist forces turned into a majestic and mighty force, like a rolling river flowing east. It broke the violent burning heaven and earth fire and blasted toward the mighty hurricane like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. The hurricane was then defeated. Yang Ming's tyrannical fist energy also collapsed. What other tricks do you have? Take them out. Yang Ming sneered. The elite of the Spirit Xian army. Today, he would beat him into submission. Chenzong's face was solemn. His eyes were as sharp as swords. His thoughts flashed like lightning. His opponent's cultivation was clearly much higher than his. If his opponent was just an ordinary fifth heaven Saint Realm cultivator, he wouldn't be a match for him at all. However, his opponent was a peerless genius, a one-in-a-million peerless genius. His cultivation method was top-grade Saint grade, and his martial arts were top-grade Saint grade. His talent was outstanding, and his combat experience was abundant. No matter what, he was impeccable. His opponent was strong, and there was an obvious gap between their cultivation. How could he fight? Chen Zong's thoughts flashed like lightning. Could it be that he was going to die once? Moreover, the silver light arm would also fall. Would it be obtained by his opponent? In front of him was the light shadow that was penetrated by his opponent's punch. There was fire and wind, and it was gradually dissipating. However, the wind and fire intertwined and turned into a cyclone. It seemed to contain an amazing power. In his mind, there seemed to be a flash of lightning that tore through the darkness. Suddenly, Chen Zong's eyes lit up. Wind, fire, wind helps the fire, fire lends itself to wind, wind and fire did not conflict. On the contrary, they complemented each other. Chen Zong's superb comprehension ability was once again put to good use, and he instantly understood. His heart domain covered the entire area, covering an area of 400 meters. Immediately, Chen Zong performed heaven-burning earth fire again. His sword turned into a violent flame and blasted out. Immediately after, he performed city-crushing hurricane. However, Chen Zong performed the two moves one after the other. Although his sword was very fast, there was a time gap. Moreover, his sword was shattered by Yang Ming's terrifying fist strength and could not take shape. Is that all you've got? Yang Ming shook his head, seemingly a little disappointed. He was different from Chen Zong's previous opponent. He was more talkative. The more he talked, the more opportunity he created for Chen Zong. Heart domain, half of it was absorbing fire elemental energy, while the other half was absorbing wind elemental energy. Heaven burning earth fire, city destroyer hurricane, the two moves were performed seamlessly. Heaven burning earth fire spread out violently. As the hurricane blew, the intensity of the fire suddenly increased by several folds. It became more violent and blazing, burning everything and destroying everything. It was unstoppable. However, there was a difference between the two moves before and after. Only a small part of it could really enhance the intensity of the fire with wind. Even so, its power was directly increased by 50%. Yang Ming's expression suddenly changed. The power of this move was even more powerful. It already made him feel threatened. The power of wind and fire, the Tao of wind and fire. The fist strength exploded, and the momentum was shocking. It was like a furious dragon roaring, and also like a ferocious tiger coming out of the forest. That punch made Chen Zong's hair stand on end. If his opponent had performed this punch before, he would have been defeated. It was also fortunate that his opponent was so talkative. Being talkative was not an advantage. Seeing that it was effective, Chen Zong attacked again. He still divided his heart domain into two. He still performed heaven-burning earth fire and city destroyer hurricane one after another, striving to be faster. Yang Ming could also feel that the power of Chen Zong's swordsmanship was increasing. At first, it was a little rusty, but now, it was becoming more and more familiar. In his heart, he could not help but feel a little regretful. With this kind of power, if he was not careful, he would be injured. In the beginning, the fusion of heaven-burning earth fire and city destroyer hurricane was only 10%. Only 10%, but that 10% fusion was 50% more powerful than heaven-burning earth fire and city destroyer hurricane. Now that the fusion had reached 20%, the power had increased further. A sword attack was already enough to contend with Yang Ming's violent fist aura. Chen Zong's eyes were extremely bright. Light burst out, but deep inside, it was crystal clear. At the bottom, there were countless flowing lights. Those flowing lights were red and green. Red like fire, green like wind, the red and green lights intertwined and gave birth to countless spiritual lights. Chen Zong realized that he seemed to have found the right path. The power of speed. Yang Ming roared. Immediately, the combat shoes on his feet lit up with a bronze light. It became more and more intense and quickly spread to cover his legs. His legs became light, and so did his body. But at the same time, he felt that his legs were full of amazing power. In an instant, Yang Ming's speed increased by 50%. He disappeared from Chen Zong's sword and appeared behind Chen Zong in an instant. He punched out. The fist force was highly condensed. The surface of the fist was like a drill that spun crazily, cutting through everything. Chen Zong felt a chill on his back and his hair stood on end. He turned around and slashed out with his sword. When the sword and the fist collided, Chen Zong felt an extremely terrifying force bombarding him. It passed through the sword and hit his body. He retreated continuously. He felt the sword vibrate, his arm tremble, and his chest tighten. A mouthful of blood rushed out and was about to spit it out. Chen Zong forced himself to swallow the blood. If he spit it out, his momentum would drop instantly. It would be even more disadvantageous. With the help of the terrifying power of the punch, Chen Zong flew back. The sword light broke through the air. Heaven burning earth fire, city destroying hurricane. You're too slow. In an instant, Yang Ming disappeared from Chen Zong's eyes and from under his sword. His voice reached Chen Zong's ears from the side. He attacked again. Chen Zong was attacked again. Although he reacted quickly to resist the attack, he was still injured. His qi and blood were in turmoil. If Chen Zong had not refined his body and his physique was much stronger than ordinary Saint Realm cultivators, he would not have been able to withstand the attack. Under the cover of the heart domain, Yang Ming's speed suddenly increased by 50%. However, he was still caught by Chen Zong. His speed was so fast that it exceeded Chen Zong's reaction. Silver Light Force. Without hesitation, Chen Zong immediately activated the power of the Silver Light Arm. His right arm became extremely light in an instant, causing the speed of his sword to increase. He only had 3 breaths of time. It was very precious. Chen Zong's eyes flashed with a fierce light. He slashed out with his sword. Heaven burning earth fire, city destroying hurricane. Due to the doubling of the sword speed and Chen Zong's conscious adjustment, the fusion rate of the two moves increased instantly. 30%, with a fusion rate of 30%, the power was even more terrifying. The wind and fire destroyed everything. This sword was not only extremely powerful but also astonishingly fast. Yang Ming could not avoid it like before. He could only burst out with all his strength to resist. However, Chen Zong seized the 3 breaths of time to perform heaven-burning earth fire and city-destroying hurricane again. Kill, rumble, wind and fire rushed to the sky. Yang Ming was surrounded by wind and fire and was bombarded crazily. The pair of combat shoes could only last for a limited time. His speed was reduced, making it harder to dodge. Lifeless sword style, Chen Zong's eyes flashed. He seized the last opportunity of the silver light force and slashed out. The sword edge directly tore the sky, leaving a long sword mark that quickly spread out. Yang Ming was trying his best to resist the fusion of heaven-burning earth fire and city-destroying hurricane. It was difficult for him to defend against the lifeless sword style. Slash, Yang Ming's face was full of disbelief. He was obviously stronger than his opponent, but in the end, he was the one who was killed. It did not make sense at all. He did not know that if he burst out with his strongest strength at the beginning, he would have a chance to kill Chen Zong. Unfortunately, he talked too much and did not use his full strength at the beginning. The result was that Chen Zong found an opportunity to improve in the battle. His strength increased and he killed Yang Ming. Chen Zong got another chance to die. Now he had 6 chances. Yang Ming, on the other hand, had 1 less chance to die. He turned into a stream of light and quickly fled, leaving behind a pair of combat shoes. These combat shoes naturally belonged to Chen Zong. When he put them on, they immediately fit his feet. They were extremely comfortable. Chen Zong felt that the strength of his feet seemed to have been strengthened and more condensed. Rapid combat shoes. This low-rank secret treasure could activate the rapid power every 2 hours and increase the movement speed by 50% for 5 breaths. Compared to a mid-rank secret treasure, the power of this low-rank secret treasure was limited, but it was still very good. Being able to increase one's movement speed by 50% would undoubtedly make one's movement technique faster. However, it only lasted for 5 breaths, which was a little short. Therefore, it was only suitable for chasing or fighting. If one wanted to use it to escape, it would inevitably be a little unsatisfactory. But no matter what, with this pair of low-grade artifact combat shoes, he would be able to display the power contained in them at a critical moment, which would be of great help to him in battle. But my greatest gain this time should not be the low-rank secret treasure, rapid combat shoes, Qianzong said to himself. His eyes were extremely bright. What was his greatest gain? It was fusion. It was the fusion of the two sword moves, heaven-burning earth fire and city-crushing hurricane. Or to be more thorough, it should be the initial fusion of the Tao of wind and Tao of fire. Of course, this fusion method was still a little rough, but Qianzong felt that this was the right path. It could truly fuse the two moves and increase their power by a lot. If they were completely fused, their power would at least increase by 2 times. But Qianzong also knew that the difficulty of completely fusing them was extremely high. The initial fusion is a good start, Qianzong said to himself. His gaze was extremely firm. After looking at the surroundings, Qianzong's figure flashed. This was not a good place to practice the sword. There was a month's time. It wasn't long, but it wasn't short either. He should seize every opportunity to improve his strength. Only then would he be able to obtain a better result in this competition that was slightly disadvantageous to him. His rank was not important. The most important thing was to obtain one of the 10 positions. Only in this way would he have the hope to compete with even more peerless geniuses and have the hope to enter the supreme holy land of Lingwu. At this time, Lu had already finished walking the red carpet. She felt like a superstar. Outside the Black Sky Chaos Formation, the Black Sky Army's upper echelons and powerhouses stared at the world within the formation. Mountains, rivers, and vegetation formed a forest. Figures flew and weaved within the formation, fighting fiercely without end. Every peerless genius that had been selected had extraordinary abilities. Whether it was cultivation talent, comprehension, or other aspects, they were all outstanding. Moreover, every one of them had been through hundreds of battles, lingering on the edge of life and death many times. Their will was tenacious, and their means were abundant. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. There was only half a month left until the end. In this half a month, Qianzong's strength had increased significantly. After experiencing many life and death battles, his potential had been further developed, and his cultivation base had advanced to the late 4th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage. His hard sword Dao intent was still at the 4th revolution. His lightning Dao intent had broken through to the 4th revolution. His earth fire Dao intent had broken through to the 5th revolution. His hurricane Dao intent had also broken through to the 5th revolution. It had to be said that Qianzong had gained a lot in this half a month. Of course, he was able to break through so much because of his superb comprehension ability and the accumulation and consolidation he had accumulated in the past. Accumulation and consolidation might not be effective immediately, but there were only benefits and no disadvantages. In the future, it would play a great role. Just like now. Moreover, the fusion of heaven-burning earth fire and hurricane city-crushing hurricane had reached 50%. 50% was the limit Qianzong could reach now. Qianzong still had 2 secret treasures. One was the mid-grade secret treasure, Silver Light Arm, and the other was the low-grade secret treasure, Flash Sky Pearl. As for the low-grade secret treasure, Swift Combat Shoes, Qianzong had lost it because he had encountered an early 6th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. The difference in cultivation base was too great, and it led to the difference in strength. After a short battle, he had been killed. Fortunately, he had only lost a low-grade secret treasure. The mid-grade secret treasure, Silver Light Arm, was still there. That defeat and death had allowed Qianzong to gain enlightenment. The Earthfire Dao intent and Hurricane Dao intent had broken through to the 5th revolution, and his strength had increased. By now, Qianzong had already died 23 times. If he didn't die once, he would have died 24 times. As for the Flash Void Bead, this low-grade artifact, he had obtained it after killing a powerful enemy. The lake had a radius of 100 miles, and the green lake water was rippling endlessly. A ball of golden light was rising and falling in the center of the lake, emitting an incomparably alluring aura. That was the fluctuation of an artifact. Gold, it was the aura fluctuations of a high-grade artifact. There were only 8 high-grade artifacts derived from the Xianxia primordial chaos array. The effects of the mid-grade artifact's silver light arm were already so obvious. What about the high-grade artifacts? Chenzong stared at the golden light in the middle of the lake. His eyes flickered endlessly. His body did not stop at all. He immediately turned into a bolt of lightning and flew out, rapidly approaching a wide lake. The distance from the shore to the center of the lake was only about 50 miles. This distance was nothing to Chenzong. Close in, they were rapidly closing in. All of a sudden, Chenzong's eyes sharpened, because there were also people rapidly approaching from the opposite side. The aura of an artifact. Chenzong also sensed the aura of an artifact. A bronze light filled the air. It was the light and aura fluctuations of a low-grade artifact. Yao Miao was a peerless prodigy of the divine Black Army. Her cultivation had reached the early 5th heaven saint realm. Her body was surrounded by a blue aura that fluctuated endlessly. It resonated with the lake water below, as if it was about to become one. Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he quickly flew across the water surface, even faster than flying in the air. The aura of a high-grade artifact. Yao Miao's beautiful eyes flashed with excitement. Although her strength was not bad, she was only considered average among the 280 peerless prodigies. However, she wanted to fight for one of the 10 spots. After all, as long as she had the heart to continue cultivating, she would be unable to resist the temptation to continue advancing on the path of cultivation. She wanted to compete with even more peerless prodigies for a spot in the Lingwu Holy Land. The Lingwu Holy Land, it was the #1 holy land in the Lingwu Holy World. Since ancient times, anyone who entered the Lingwu Holy Land would be extremely powerful as long as they did not die prematurely. One should know that the Lingwu Holy Land was also known as the Millennium Holy Land. It meant that it would only open once every 1,000 years. Most of the secret realms opened once every 10 years or even once every 100 years. It was rare for it to open more than 100 years. Only the Lingwu Holy Land would open once every 1,000 years. It was rumored that some of the higher-ups of the Black Heaven Army and the Zhenyuan Guards had entered the Lingwu Holy Land. Since ancient times, some eminent Saint Realm powerhouses had also entered the Lingwu Holy Land. After coming out of the Lingwu Holy Land, as long as they did not die prematurely, they could at least become a half-step eminent saint. Moreover, they could be ranked among the top half-step eminent saints. However, with her current strength, Yao Miao knew very well that it would be extremely difficult to obtain a spot in the Lingwu Holy Land. However, if she could obtain a high-grade artifact, she might be qualified to fight for one of the 10 spots. A high-grade artifact, she had to get it. Moreover, she could feel that another person was approaching. He had a low-grade artifact and a high-grade artifact. Yao Miao and Chenzong approached the high-grade artifact at the same time. They could vaguely see a golden light floating in the water. Someone from the murder division. Yao Miao's beautiful eyes were like water ripples. Her gaze was like water vapor surging. Chenzong also recognized the armor on the other party. It was the armor of the Divine Xian Army. Although they were both from the Divine Xian Army, they belonged to the War Division and the Murder Division. Moreover, even if they belonged to the same military division, they would not hold back. Kill. At the same time, Yao Miao and Chenzong attacked. Yao Miao waved her hand. Suddenly, a blue aura filled the air and condensed the water of the lake. In an instant, it turned into a violent wave. It surged and rolled up with a loud bang and smashed towards Chenzong. Yao Miao's top-grade saint-grade cultivation method was of the water element. In a place like the lake, she could display an even more shocking power. However, Chenzong did not. He had not comprehended the Tao of water, and the cultivation method he cultivated was not of the water element. Instead, he cultivated the neutral and peaceful Daxian art. In this aspect, he did not have an advantage. On the lake, the might of the Tao of fire could not be fully displayed. However, Chenzong was not afraid. With a sword in hand, he was invincible. With a slash of his sword, the sword light was dazzling and blazing as it tore through the air. In an instant, the waves under Yao Miao's control turned into water spears. They pierced through the sky and shot towards Chenzong with an extremely shocking power. At the same time, under Yao Miao's control, a hand condensed from water quietly reached out from the bottom of the lake and grabbed at the ball of golden light, However, under the envelopment of Chenzong's heart domain, this scene could not be hidden. Chenzong raised and lowered his foot as if he was trampling on everything. Amidst the rumbling sound, an extremely terrifying power was transmitted through the water and directly hit the hand, shattering it. Citadel Crusher, the origin energy of wind condensed and slashed out, transforming into a violent hurricane that shattered everything and seemed as if it wanted to turn everything into powder. The terrifying blade hurricane swept out, causing the heavens and the earth to rumble as a large amount of lake water was swept up along with it. It was like a waterspout that connected the heavens and the earth, and it was extremely terrifying and possessed shocking might. It simply wanted to annihilate everything in the heavens and the earth. Chenzong and Yao Miao were both shocked. Chenzong had never imagined that this strike would develop to such a degree and be so formidable. Unfortunately, if he had comprehended and grasped the Tao of water and cultivated the water martial technique, he would be able to allow the might of this sword strike to increase explosively. However, his time and energy were limited. Comprehending the Tao of water wasn't an easy thing, and he could only think about it for now. The Citadel Crusher's might was peerlessly formidable and terrifying to the extreme. The waterspout connected the heavens and the earth with a powerful imposing aura that shook the heavens and the earth. A bright light flashed within the depths of Chenzong's eyes, and he immediately utilized the strength of the low-grade secret treasure, Skyflash Pearl. The Skyflash Pearl's only use was to flash within an area of 1,000 meters. However, it could only be used once every 2 hours. Utilizing the Skyflash Pearl's strength, Chenzong instantly flickered and appeared beside the golden light. His movements were incomparably swift, and he immediately grabbed the ball of golden light. Bang! Like the wrath of the water god, Yao Miao erupted with her full strength, and it was as if she had mobilized the power of the entire lake. She released an extremely terrifying power, and it made Chenzong feel as if he was fighting against the entire lake. Chenzong was extremely shocked in his heart. This feeling was too shocking. Not wanting to continue fighting, Chenzong swung his sword without hesitation, and an astonishing power erupted from his sword. He continuously executed the lifeless sword, and a crack was opened in the monstrous waves. Lightning flashed and dust disappeared. His figure flashed, and he transformed into a bolt of lightning. However, he was caught in the heavy impact of the waves. A terrifying pressure continuously pressed down from all directions, and it was as if it wanted to crush Chenzong's body. Swinging the sword, swinging the sword, swinging the sword, with the sword in his hand, he broke through layers upon layers of obstacles, and all obstacles would be shattered under the sharpness of the sword. With a boom, Chenzong finally broke out of the encirclement of the waves, and flew towards the lakeside. Fighting in the middle of the lake was disadvantageous for him, but advantageous for his opponent. "Don't even think about escaping," Yao Miao shouted coldly. She waved both of her arms, and immediately brought up layers upon layers of terrifying waves, as if the entire lake was furious, venting its anger. Countless waves surged violently, and countless streams of water rapidly rose from the bottom to the sky. They continuously gathered together, and formed a huge water giant that was at least 100 meters tall. Countless water ripples surged on the water giant's body, and the water flowed back and forth like waves. Roar! The water giant let out a furious roar, which represented Yao Miao's anger. It suddenly waved its huge arms, and thousands of water spears shot out. Its power was extremely shocking, and it was extremely terrifying. Heaven-burning earth fire, city-destroying hurricane, Chenzong immediately performed the fusion of the two unique skills. Even though they were at the lakeside, where the water yuan qi was rich, and the fire yuan qi was insufficient, the fusion of the two skills had reached 50%, and its power had increased by a lot. With a strike of the sword, a terrifying tornado of wind and fire, which could destroy everything, directly bombarded the water giant's body, and caused an extremely violent collision. Endless water vapor surged, and turned into white smoke that soared into the sky, covering the sky and the earth. Water mist filled the air, covering the sky and the earth. Rumbling sounds reverberated in all directions, shaking the heaven and earth. Layers of violent ripples surged, expanding, extending, and crushing everything in their path. Chenzong extended his divine sense in all directions. His heart domain covered a radius of 400 meters, sensing everything. When the mist dissipated, the water giant collapsed with a loud bang. Although it had the geographical advantage of the lake, it was still hard for it to withstand the combined attack of the heaven-burning earth fire and city-crushing hurricane. Even if it was replenished in time, it still couldn't reverse the situation. All it could do was buy some time. The remnants of the wind and fire wreaked havoc on the crumbling water giant. Yao Miao's figure could be vaguely seen inside the water giant's body. Yao Miao's expression was solemn. She was trying her best to circulate her cultivation technique to stop the crumbling water giant. However, Chen Zong's attack was too powerful. The remnant power continued to invade her body. She couldn't withstand it for the time being and could only delay it. Chen Zong's eyes flickered as he drew his sword once again. Heaven-burning earth fire, city-crushing hurricane, once again, the two moves merged to 50%. The terrifying power once again bombarded the crumbling water giant. In an instant, all of Yao Miao's resistance was broken. The water giant crumbled, and Yao Miao was killed. After Yao Miao died, she turned into a stream of light and flew away. Her only low-grade artifact fell into the water. Chen Zong's figure flickered as he caught the low-grade artifact. It was a bronze bracelet covered with mysterious patterns. The Yuan Gathering Ring was a low-grade artifact. It could increase the speed of absorbing and condensing heaven and earth yuan qi by 10%. Chen Zong immediately put on the bronze bracelet on his left wrist. He immediately felt that the yuan qi of heaven and earth around him seemed to have become more lively and active, actively circulating his cultivation method. Immediately, the yuan qi of heaven and earth from all directions gathered at an even faster speed and was absorbed by him. 10%, the speed of absorption and condensation increased by almost 10%. From the looks of it, the artifact didn't only provide a short-term boost. It could provide a permanent boost. However, the percentage of the permanent boost was relatively low. The low-grade Yuan Gathering Ring wasn't anything special. What was important was the high-grade artifact. The mysterious high-grade artifact wrapped in golden light appeared in front of Chen Zong. A round bead. It was a round pearl that was almost transparent but had countless clouds and mist surging within it as if it contained a sea of clouds. It was about the size of an infant's fist, and it emanated an indescribably marvelous fluctuation. This kind of fluctuation made Chen Zong feel very comfortable. Yuan Burst Heavenly Bead, a high-grade artifact, could be fused into one's body to activate the Heaven Pearl's Yuan Burst power, which could increase one's cultivation by 1 level. It could also be deactivated at will, and the Heaven Pearl would automatically absorb Heaven Earth Yuan Qi to replenish its energy. The information from the Primordial Burst Heavenly Pearl was very direct, but Chen Zong did not know how long the power within the Primordial Burst Heavenly Pearl could last. In an instant, Chen Zong integrated the exploding Yuan Heavenly Pearl into his body and activated it with his mind. In an instant, a powerful and extremely pure energy surged out from the exploding Yuan Heavenly Pearl and merged into his own saint energy. Chen Zong felt that his cultivation base seemed to have broken through some kind of shackle and limit as it was forcefully raised. Late 4th Heaven Saint Realm, peak of the 4th Heaven Saint Realm, the peak of the 4th Heaven Saint Realm, early 5th Heaven Saint Realm, intermediate 5th Heaven Saint Realm, late 5th Heaven Saint Realm. In the end, his cultivation base stabilized at the late 5th Heaven Saint Realm. With his cultivation base rising by 1 level, the increase in his strength was very obvious. Chen Zong felt as though his body was about to explode as a terrifying power surged through his body. This was a power that surpassed his original limits. Fortunately, Chen Zong's cultivation base was very high, and his divine sense was powerful. His control over his own strength was also very precise. Therefore, he was able to quickly familiarize himself with this kind of surge in strength. Chen Zong stood motionless. In just 3 short breaths, the feeling of his body on the verge of exploding disappeared. It was as though his cultivation base had really risen to the late 5th Heaven Saint Realm. Chen Zong could also clearly feel that the clouds in the Primordial Burst Heavenly Pearl were slowly decreasing. The rate of decrease was not fast, but it was not slow either. If the clouds in the Primordial Burst Heavenly Pearl were considered the Heaven Pearl's Yuan Burst power, then according to the current rate of consumption, Chen Zong felt that it would not be less than an hour. However, with a thought, Chen Zong immediately slashed out with his sword. The energy in his body surged, and the sword light pierced through the sky like a crescent moon tearing the earth apart. The power of this sword attack had increased exponentially with his cultivation base at the late 5th Heaven Saint realm. However, Qinzong could also feel that the energy in the primordial burst heavenly pearl was being consumed more rapidly. Qinzong estimated that if he fought with all his strength, the primordial burst heavenly pearl's energy would not be able to last for half a quarter of an hour. It might even be shorter. Immediately, he shut down the energy in the primordial burst heavenly pearl. In an instant, his powerful aura fell rapidly, and he fell back to the late 4th Heaven Saint realm. The feeling of suddenly gaining strength and then losing it made Qinzong feel a little uncomfortable. However, Qinzong was also very clear that this was not his true strength. It was just a temporary boost. After quickly adjusting to it, Qinzong also felt the origin energy of heaven and earth gathering from all directions. It seeped into his body and flowed into the primordial burst heavenly pearl. The clouds in the primordial burst heavenly pearl also became denser and gradually recovered. However, the speed of recovery was a little slow. In any case, the primordial burst heavenly pearl was a high-grade artifact that could increase his cultivation by 1 heavenly layer in a short period of time. His cultivation would not be inferior to most people. Only a few people's cultivation would surpass his. However, with his mastery of the 5th Heaven Saint Rudiment Stage cultivation base, Qinzong was confident he could even fight a 6th Heaven Saint Rudiment Stage cultivator head-on. It was only now that he had the ability to fight for the top 10 spots. Otherwise, his cultivation would be his shortcoming, and it would limit his strength. With great strength came great confidence. Qinzong immediately used his movement technique and flew away. Now that he had 2 low-grade artifacts, 1 mid-grade artifact, and 1 high-grade artifact, it could be said that he was extremely powerful. The aura of a high-grade artifact would spread to a radius of 500 miles. It was easy for others to sense it. 500 miles was not a small area. Soon, someone sensed the aura fluctuation and approached rapidly. Xianxia was the #1 prodigy in the Heavenly Profound Army. His cultivation was at the early 6th Heaven Saint realm, and his strength was terrifying. He could be said to be one of the top few among the 280 prodigies. The early 6th Heaven Saint realm was the highest cultivation among the 280 prodigies. This aura. It's a high-grade artifact. Xianxia grinned as his cultivation base transformed into a terrifying aura. With a leap, he soared high into the sky and disappeared from the world. Qinzong paused and looked up at the sky. His eyes were solemn. With his powerful senses, Qinzong could feel danger approaching rapidly. The danger was so strong that it could threaten his life. Soon, a small black dot appeared in the sky. It was rapidly enlarging and falling. Gradually, Qinzong could see a fiery red color. It was like a meteorite falling from the sky at an extremely fast speed, bringing about extremely terrifying destruction. It was very strong. The aura emitted by the figure within the crazily burning flames was extremely tyrannical and shocking, causing Qinzong to feel terrified. Moreover, the terrifying aura had locked onto him, as if it wanted to destroy him. A gaze pierced through the burning flames and stared at Qinzong. The murderous intent in the gaze was unparalleled. It was as if the gaze wanted to pierce through him and burn him to ashes. This gaze increased the pressure on Qinzong. Vaguely, Qinzong seemed to hear a terrifying voice pass through the void. Die. In an instant, an extremely terrifying force turned into raging flames and separated from the large mass of raging flames, bombarding down from the sky. It was earth-shattering. Taking a deep breath, Qinzong did not hesitate to activate the power of the exploding Yuan Heavenly Pearl. After absorbing the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth for nearly a day, the exploding Yuan Heavenly Pearl was filled with clouds and mist. Its power had reached its peak. In the face of such a strong opponent, if he did not use it now, when would he? A tyrannical, vigorous, majestic, and extremely pure energy surged out from the exploding Yuan Heavenly Pearl in an instant. It was like a torrent that had burst a dam, surging and surging in a mighty manner without end. Charge, sweep, diffuse, a tyrannical aura spread out and shook the surroundings. Late 5th Heaven Saint Rudiment Stage. The gap between the late 5th Heaven Saint Rudiment Stage and the early 6th Heaven Saint Rudiment Stage was much smaller than the gap between the late 4th Heaven Saint Rudiment Stage and the early 6th Heaven Saint Rudiment Stage. Qinzong's heart domain covered a radius of 400 meters. In an instant, Qianzong mobilized the origin qi in the air and condensed it into countless cyclones that revolved around the sword, spinning unceasingly. Hurricane City Crusher, Qianzong struck out with all his strength. The sword light turned into a violent storm of sword blades. It turned into a destructive hurricane that roared in the sky. It slashed upward, destroying everything in its path. A hint of surprise appeared on Xiaomingjia's face. With his sharp senses, he could sense that his opponent's cultivation had risen by a large realm in an instant. His strength had also increased tremendously. The power of that sword strike was so tyrannical that it made him feel threatened. It was as though it could kill him. However, this strike alone was not enough to deal with him. Boom! The huge flame that fell from the sky collided with the hurricane. Instantly, an incomparably shocking aura burst out and wreaked havoc in all directions, shattering everything in its path. Xiaomingjie immediately penetrated the hurricane and flame layer and fell at an even faster speed. His aura was even more terrifying. Kill! An incomparably shocking battle cry reverberated throughout heaven and earth. A long flaming spear condensed in his hand. Raging flames burned fiercely as it descended with an extremely destructive aura. It wanted to destroy Qianzong's faith and fighting spirit. The earth-shattering attack caused Qianzong's expression to change drastically. He felt as though his entire body was about to be destroyed by this attack. Heaven-burning earth fire, Hurricane City Crusher, the two moves were executed one after the other. The combined power was extremely terrifying. It turned into a flaming hurricane that swept across heaven and earth. Everything in the world would be destroyed by this terrifying flaming hurricane, turning into ruins and nothingness. Lulu's unscrupulous editor actually wants me to explode. I've worked my heart out, I'm a serf that's being bullied by the landlord. The sky was vast and mighty, and it covered everything as blazing flames burned fiercely, burning everything into ashes. Xiaomingjie's expression changed greatly as he was greatly shocked. How could the might of this strike be so formidable? It was simply terrifying beyond compare, and it caused him to clearly feel the assault of death. His eyes instantly stared wide open, and his pupils seemed to have instantly turned crimson red, as if there were blazing flames that wanted to burn the heavens and the earth. Descent of the heavenly flames. A low shout abruptly sounded out from Xiaomingjie's mouth. It was weak at the beginning, yet it became vast and mighty as it shook the heavens and the earth, and it was peerlessly grand, vigorous, and domineering. The blazing flames on the spear burned fiercely as if it wanted to burn everything into ashes, and the space around the spear became warped as if it had been burned through and transformed into a vacuum. Bang! The spear struck down from the sky with extremely terrifying might, and it transformed into a crimson red, incomparably dazzling and majestic red light that instantly tore through space and descended, bringing along destruction and slaughter. Qianzong was horrified. Even though the blazing flames and high temperature hadn't completely descended and were still far away, it had already caused him to have the feeling of being completely burned into ashes. The Dao insight that Xiaomingjie primarily cultivated was the high-grade heavenly flames Dao insight, and its might was much more formidable than the earthly flames Dao insight. Moreover, he'd immersed himself in the heavenly flames Dao insight for many years and was incomparably profound, so he was able to fully bring out the potential of the heavenly flames Dao insight. The collision between the sky and the ground, the collision between the sky and the earth, the collision between the flaming tornado and the descending heavenly flames, in only an instant, an area of a few tens of thousands of meters was covered by boundless flames, and it burned wantonly and madly, as if there was nothing in the world that couldn't be burned. Numerous flames ceaselessly struck down, and it was like a meteor shower that destroyed the world as it struck down onto the earth. Rumbling sounds ceaselessly resounded out as Qianzong ceaselessly swung his sword to shatter numerous meteors that fell from the sky. Dong! The earth shook endlessly as Xiaomingjie fell to the ground. The ground beneath his feet shattered and countless cracks appeared, and the cracks swiftly spread out like lightning. Burn, burn, burn! Xiaomingjie's entire body was burning with an incomparably blazing flame. The flame was crimson, but gradually, it seemed to be dyed with a trace of white. The surrounding temperature rapidly increased as the color changed bit by bit. As a result, the air around Xiaomingjie was completely burned and became distorted. It looked as if Xiaomingjie was in another time and space. This was a phenomenon caused by the high temperature of the flames. Qianzong's expression was grave as he stared at the ball of distorted vacuum raging fire hundreds of meters away. Heavenly Fire. Not only did Xianxia grasp the Heavenly Fire Dao insight, he even possessed a type of unique flame of the heavens. The power of the heavenly flame was often very terrifying, especially Xianxia's heavenly flame, which had been cultivated for a long time, was already extraordinary. On the other hand, Xianxia's heavenly flame Dao insight was actually comprehended from the heavenly flame that he possessed, and it was extremely compatible with the heavenly flame. When executed together, its might would increase explosively by a great deal. The energy within the primordial burst heavenly pearl was constantly depleting. Qianzong knew that he had to deal with his opponent as soon as possible. Otherwise, once the energy within the primordial burst heavenly pearl was depleted, it would be very disadvantageous for him. However, his opponent's strength was very strong. Lightning flash. In an instant, Qianzong turned into a bolt of lightning and approached Xianxia, his sword piercing through the air. Extreme heart sword style, fast, an extremely fast sword light with incomparably condensed power. The sword light was extremely dazzling and eye-catching. It was as if the sword light was the only thing that was eternal. Xianxia narrowed his eyes slightly, his pupils reflecting the extreme sword light. A cold smile hung on the corner of his mouth. With a shake of his long spear, a raging fire burst out, forming a terrifying power. It turned into a large ball of rotating flames, crazily blasting forward. No matter how fast you are, no matter how many changes you have, I will only use my strongest power to break through everything. Celestial Crystal Overlord Body. In an instant, Qianzong displayed the 8th grade secret realm that had reached perfection, increasing his strength and greatly increasing the power of the extreme heart sword style. It pierced through the flames and collided with the tip of the spear. A terrifying power instantly exploded, impacted, and annihilated everything. Qianzong only felt that the power was too strong, to the extreme. It was as if it wanted to destroy him through the sword. It was unbearable. Retreat. The sword vibrated, dispersing all the impact power. Xianxia shook his long spear, dispersing the power as well. Then, he pierced through the air again. The tip of the spear was burning with blazing flames. The flames burned the sky and suddenly exploded, covering the sky and covering the earth. It was about to swallow Qianzong. The sword light was dazzling and red spread out. It was like a blooming firework, blocking Xianxia's long spear. Xianxia displayed a powerful and mysterious spear technique. Every strike was fatal. It pierced through the air, trying to pierce through and kill Qianzong. However, Qianzong blocked all his attacks. Even though Xianxia's cultivation was higher than Qianzong's, in this kind of close combat, Qianzong had the upper hand. Qianzong's swordsmanship was already superb. After countless life and death experiences, he kept improving. With the help of the heart domain, he was even more brilliant. Suppress. Xianxia discovered that he was actually being suppressed in close combat and was gradually falling into a disadvantageous position. Skyfire Spear. Xianxia shouted again. The Heavenly Fire Spear was a set of powerful spear techniques that Xianxia had created by combining his own incomparably vigorous accumulation and countless life and death battles. This spear technique was extremely terrifying when combined with the heavenly fire that he possessed. As soon as the Skyfire Spear was displayed, flaming spear radiance broke through the air. Qianzong's face changed greatly, as if he was about to be smashed into pieces. Strong, very strong, under the Skyfire Spear, Qianzong displayed all his swordsmanship to barely resist it. Chance. Qianzong was waiting for the best chance. It was the only chance to kill his opponent. If it still failed, he would be killed this time. Not only would he have one less chance of dying, but he would also drop a secret treasure. The drop of a secret treasure after death was random. It could drop a low-grade secret treasure, a mid-grade secret treasure, or even a high-grade secret treasure. If he was unlucky, then all his secret treasures would be dropped upon death. The loss would be disastrous, and he would be eliminated from the top 10. In this battle, he could only win, not lose. Qianzong displayed all kinds of swordsmanship to resist Xianxia's Skyfire Spear. He felt the power of the exploding Yuan Heavenly Pearl flowing away. After a fierce battle, the exploding Yuan Heavenly Pearl's power had been depleted by more than half. Although it kept recovering, the recovery speed could not keep up with the speed of consumption. Xianxia shot out his spear. Sky fire raged like a fire dragon destroying the world. The blazing fire dragon was 100 meters long. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws, destroying everything in its path. It instantly swallowed Qianzong's body. There seemed to be a flash of light within the fire dragon, causing Xiaomingji to squint his eyes. Suddenly, a figure flickered and appeared behind Xiaomingji. Flash Void Pearl. Even though it was a low-grade secret treasure, the Flash Void Pearl's ability was to appear within 1,000 meters in an instant. Its speed was extremely fast, completely unexpected, and impossible to guard against. Silver Light Arm. Silver Light Force surged out and covered his right arm. He drew his sword. Extreme Heart Sword Style. His late 5th Heaven Saint Realm Cultivation provided Qianzong with sufficient strength. In addition to the Celestial Crystal Tyrant body, it was enough to break through his opponent's defense. The power of the Silver Light could double Qianzong's sword speed for 3 breaths of time. The Extreme Heart Sword Style sword speed was already extremely fast. When it was doubled, its speed could only be described as terrifying. Terrifying, incomparably terrifying. The extremely condensed sword light was so fast that Xiaomingji could not react in time. Before he could react, the sword had already hit him. The first sword broke through Xiaomingji's first layer of defense. The second sword broke through Xiaomingji's second layer of defense. The third sword broke through Xiaomingji's third layer of defense. In a short span of 3 breaths, Qianzong unleashed his full power. Every sword strike was the Extreme Heart Sword Style. Every sword strike contained his full power. Not only did each sword strike possess astonishing speed, but it also possessed a terrifying penetrative power. Xiaomingji's defenses were all broken. By the time he reacted, he had already been hit. Fortunately, he had experienced hundreds of battles and countless life and death battles. Only then could he react accurately. As he dodged, he brandished his long spear and attacked. However, Qianzong was too fast. He was so fast that Xiaomingji could not react in time. In the short span of 3 breaths, Qianzong unleashed his full strength without caring about the burden on his body. He executed the Extreme Heart Sword Style 15 times. It broke through all of Xiaomingji's defenses and penetrated his body, causing obvious damage. The Last Sword. Lifeless Sword Style. Taking advantage of the last breath, Qianzong's sword carried an extremely terrifying killing intent. The Extreme Heart Sword Style focused on stabbing. Even if it pierced through the opponent, as long as it did not hit the most vital part, it would be difficult to kill. However, the Lifeless Sword Style was different. It was a slash. Even if the slash did not hit the vital part, if the slash split the opponent in half, there was no need to hit the vital part. It would kill the opponent directly. This sword made Xiaomingji's hair stand on end. He was extremely horrified. He had been hit several times. Although he did not die, the terrifying sword chi was wreaking havoc in his body. He had to divert part of his strength to resist, suppress, and expel it. Moreover, the injury also affected the performance of his strength. His strength had been further reduced. Although the speed of this sword was not as fast as before, it was still very terrifying. Its power was even more shocking. The killing intent was overflowing and extremely intense. With a shake of his long spear, Qianzong suddenly thrust it out. Both of them perished together. Slash! Xiaomingji's neck was instantly cut off. His whole body was shining. However, the spear also pierced through Qianzong's heavy defenses. The tip of the spear even pierced into Qianzong's shoulder. Blazing flames were burning. A terrifying burning force quickly entered Qianzong's body through the wound. It seemed that it was going to burn Qianzong's body. Fortunately, Qianzong's sword was fast enough to kill Xiaomingji in time. Otherwise, this spear might have killed him too. Xiaomingji turned into a stream of light and fled far away. However, he did not leave behind any secret treasures. Because Xiaomingji was not very lucky, he did not obtain any secret treasures. Qianzong breathed a sigh of relief and closed the exploding Yuan Heavenly Pearl. In this battle, the exploding Yuan Heavenly Pearl's power was completely consumed and was slowly recovering. The burning force that invaded his body also needed to be dealt with to prevent it from causing continuous damage. The wound on his shoulder also needed to be treated and healed so that it would not affect his upcoming battle. On the 28th day, there were only 2 days left until the end of the competition. There were more people outside the Xianxia primordial chaos formation. There were not many of them, just a little over 200. These 200 or so people were the peerless prodigies who had participated in the competition in the Xianxia primordial chaos formation. They had been killed many times and were eliminated after exhausting their number of deaths. Since they were eliminated, they naturally could not continue to stay in the Xianxia primordial chaos formation and had no chance to compete with the other peerless prodigies. Inside the Xianxia primordial chaos formation, there was a dense forest with towering trees. Each tree was extremely huge and stood tall on the ground. They were so thick that it would take several people to wrap their arms around them. However, at this moment, a large number of trees had collapsed and shattered, and the ground was covered with countless cracks and holes. It was a shocking sight. A figure stood in the middle of it, and his body was emitting an extremely shocking aura fluctuation. He was like a divine sword that pointed straight to the sky. Qianzong, after a fierce battle, Qianzong had once again exhausted all the power of the exploding Yuan heavenly pearl. He had exhausted all his means and finally killed his opponent. He was also almost exhausted. Now, the number of deaths had accumulated to 43. However, it should be 45. Qianzong had died twice. The first time he died, he dropped the low-tier secret treasure, the swift combat shoes. The second time he died, he was not so lucky. He dropped the mid-tier secret treasure, the silver light arm. However, Qianzong was lucky enough to obtain the second high-tier secret treasure. That high-tier secret treasure was a permanent enhancement secret treasure that could permanently double one's speed. This doubled speed not only increased the speed of the sword, but also the speed of the movement technique. Its effect was much better than the silver light arm. It's almost over. Qianzong looked at the sky and tried his best to adjust his breathing and his essence, energy, and spirit. He quickly absorbed the yuan qi of heaven and earth from all directions to constantly replenish the energy he had consumed. He also replenished the energy consumed by the exploding yuan heavenly pearl. Outside the Xianxia primordial chaos formation, many people were guessing which 10 would obtain the final spot. They had basically come to a conclusion. After nearly a month of life and death battles, they were all in high-intensity battles and were extremely nervous. The 29th day. On this day, Qianzong fought 3 battles. He won 2 of them, but lost the last one. His opponent was too strong. He had 3 high-grade artifacts, and his cultivation base was at the early 6th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage. After losing the battle, Qianzong lost his low-level secret treasure, the energy-gathering pearl. Although the effect of the elemental gathering pearl was not bad, it was actually quite ordinary and did not help Qianzong significantly. Therefore, losing the elemental gathering pearl did not affect his strength at all. As for those who obtained the elemental gathering pearl, their strength did not increase by much. Day 30, everyone knew that this was the last day. Thus, the battles on this day became even more intense. Apart from themselves, no one knew how many times others had died. They were all trying their best to kill others and gain more deaths. If you don't go crazy, you won't survive. This time, Qianzong's luck seemed to be worse. He died once again. Moreover, he lost his high-grade artifact, the Energy Burst Heavenly Pearl. Losing the Energy Burst Heavenly Pearl also caused Qianzong to lose the qualification to compete with the top few people. This made Qianzong's heart sink. He did not know if he would be able to obtain a spot in the end. However, no matter the result, he had to fight with all his might. He had to give up on all his worries. Only then would he have any hope of obtaining a spot. Time was up, the battle had finally ended. Everyone, no matter what they were doing, was suppressed by a force. They could not move at all, but their minds were still clear. A majestic voice rang out, resounding through the entire formation. Even the people outside the formation could hear it. 280 people. After 30 days of fighting, there are only 15 people left. Everyone became nervous. 15 people, however, there were only 10 spots. This meant that 5 out of the 15 people would be eliminated. The number of deaths, it was based on the number of deaths an individual had. Qianzong was slightly nervous. He did not know if he would be able to obtain a spot in the top 10 with the number of deaths he had. Wei Changtian, 63 deaths. Xiaomingjia, 61 deaths. Shi Yulio, 60 deaths. Qiao Yu, 60 deaths. Zitian Luo, 59 deaths. Wu Shire, 58 deaths. Luo Kongzi, 56 deaths. Xiong Lei, 55 deaths. Jing Xiao had died 55 times. Thus, 9 names had been read out. Chen Zong's heart sank. According to this situation, he did not seem to have any hope of obtaining a spot in the top 10. However, there was still a glimmer of hope. After all, he had died more than 50 times. Soon after, the vast and mighty voice announced the 10th name. Wu Zhongyuan, 53 deaths. Chen Zong fell silent. He had died 52 times. There was only one difference. For a moment, no matter how strong Chen Zong's will was, he could not help but feel empty. Then, Chen Zong exhaled heavily. He was relieved. He had done his best in this competition. Other than the Azura doppelganger, he had used everything he had. In the end, he still fell short. There was nothing he could do. However, overall, he had gained a lot. Even though those secret treasures belonged to this formation and were condensed from the power of the formation, so they couldn't be taken out, but their cultivation, martial techniques, and Dao insights had improved greatly. It was a pity that he could not continue to compete with the other peerless geniuses to train himself. More importantly, he was not fated to enter the Lingwu sacred land. Zitian Luo was the only one in the entire Divine Black Army who had obtained a spot. After all, Zitian Luo's cultivation base was at the peak of the 5th level Saint Realm. Moreover, Xiong Lei was the peerless genius of the Divine Black Army. Out of the 10 spots, the Divine Black Army had 2 while the other 8 armies had 1 each. As for Sumu Bai and Chu Zhongyang, although they were peerless geniuses, their cultivation base was not enough. Their 4th level Saint Realm cultivation base was their shortcoming. Therefore, they were not fated to enter the 10 spots. The competition had ended and the dust had settled. Now, all that was left was for the peerless geniuses like Xin Yuanwei to represent the Mystic Dynasty and compete with the peerless geniuses from the Black Absolute Palace and Dustless Hall for a spot. Chen Zong returned to the blood-soaring branch of the Divine Black Army. What a pity. The Flame Demon sighed. I'll go into seclusion first. I've gained a lot from this battle. Chen Zong smiled. He was relieved. Chen Zong entered seclusion. The competition no longer had anything to do with him. However, he could still continue to improve himself. Heart Sword Dao Intent, 4th Revolution, Earth Fire Dao Intent, 5th Revolution, Hurricane Dao Intent, 5th Revolution, Lightning Dao Intent, 4th Revolution. His cultivation base was at the late stage 4th Heaven Saint Realm, 21st level of the Grand Mystic Formula. Chen Zong even had a feeling that if he was able to completely fuse the Heavenblaze Earthly Flames and Citadel Ravaging, then perhaps he would be able to truly fuse the Earthly Flames Dao Insight with the Hurricane Dao Insight and become a true fused Dao Insight, and not the shallow and rough fusion that stopped at the surface when it was a half-step Dao Insight. At that time, even if his cultivation base did not improve, his strength would skyrocket. However, Chen Zong was also very clear about how difficult it was to fully integrate the heaven-burning earth fire and the city-wrecking hurricane Dao Intent. Even so, Chen Zong would not cower in the slightest. He pressed forward courageously like the edge of a sword. Time passed by slowly. The potential that had been stimulated during the month of competition gradually transformed into strength. In the cultivation room, his heart domain covered an area of 500 meters. That's right, 500 meters. During this competition, Chen Zong had continuously used his heart domain to improve. The origin energy of fire and origin energy of wind within the 500-meter radius of his heart domain were instantly condensed by Chen Zong. The blazing origin energy of fire burned like a raging inferno while the violent origin energy of wind swept out endlessly. Heaven-burning earth fire, city-wrecking hurricane Dao Intent, the 2 swords were executed at practically the same time. They transformed into an extremely terrifying flaming tornado that swept out with a loud rumble. It destroyed everything in its path. Rumble, the entire cultivation room trembled as if it was about to shatter. 60%. After more than 10 days of seclusion, Chenzong had further improved the fusion of the two moves to 60%. The might of a 60% fusion had increased by more than 30% compared to a 50% fusion. On the other hand, the Great Profundity art had also improved to the 22nd level. His Saint energy had become even more powerful. All in all, compared to the battle in the Xianxia Chaos Formation more than 10 days ago, his strength had improved by quite a bit. If he had such strength back then, he might have been able to get one of the 10 places. With this thought in mind, Chen Zongwei smiled. He didn't think too much about it, because it had already happened, and it was in the past. It was meaningless to think about it and make assumptions. It would only disturb his mind and interfere with his cultivation. What surprised Chen Zong was that he had been summoned by the Killer Master less than a day after he came out of seclusion. Chen Zong was very puzzled, but he still went forward. "Greetings, Killer Master." Chen Zong bowed out of respect for the strong. This time, Chen Zong also realized that no one else had been summoned except for him. The Killer Master did not speak. He stared at Chen Zong through the mask, giving Chen Zong a lot of pressure. After a few breaths, Chen Zong was still calm when the Killer Master spoke. "I've summoned you here to give you a choice." The Killer Master's voice overlapped. It was still so mysterious that it was difficult to distinguish whether it was a man or a woman. One of the 10 places, Luo Kongzi, put himself in a desperate situation to make a breakthrough. However, he encountered an accident and was besieged by the void demons and died in battle. Chen Zong was stunned when he heard this. Then, a thought occurred to him. Luo Kongzi's death meant that one of the 10 places was missing. So, the Killer Master summoned him this time because of one of the empty places? It seems that you've guessed it. The Killer Master spoke again. There's a vacancy, and one of the other 5 will be chosen to fill it. The other 5 referred to the 15 people who had stayed in the Xianxia Chaos Formation that day. They had not been eliminated but had not been selected because they had died fewer times than the other 10. Now, these 5 people had been given a chance. "Your choice is to compete with the other 4 for a place again," the Killer Master asked directly. "Yes." Chen Zong's answer was very simple and direct. In the room, Chen Zong took a deep breath to calm himself down. He did not expect that there would be such a big reversal in the fact that the dust had settled. Luo Kongzi, one of the 10 candidates, had died. He had chosen to go out to find the demons of the void and fight for survival. He had strived to make a breakthrough in the desperate situation and increase his strength. Chen Zong understood his actions very well. As the saying goes, if you don't go crazy, you won't survive. Luo Kongzi must have felt that he was not strong enough. If he could get a spot this time, then he might be eliminated in the next competition. Therefore, he took the risk. But he did not expect that he would be so unlucky as to be surrounded by powerful demons of the void. After a fierce battle, although he had killed many demons of the void, he still died in the end. This also sounded the alarm bell for Chen Zong. He had to be vigilant. Making a breakthrough was important, but so was preserving one's life. Otherwise, one's life would be in vain. The competition between the 5 candidates was set for 3 days later. There were 3 days left. Chen Zong took out an elixir. This medicinal pill was completely golden in color, and its surface was covered with veined patterns. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that the veined patterns seemed to be lifelike true dragons that controlled the 9 heavens and 4 seas. With another spin, one would discover that the veined patterns seemed to have transformed into ferocious tigers that occupied the mountain forests. 9 Revolution Dragon Tiger Gold Elixir. This elixir did not belong to the Xinjiang army, nor did it belong to the Xiantian army. It was the Killer Master's own elixir. The effect of the 9 Revolution Dragon Tiger Gold Elixir was not to directly increase one's cultivation, but to stimulate one's potential. For those with great potential, this elixir was a divine elixir. For those with shallow or insufficient potential, this elixir was equivalent to useless. The 9 Revolution Dragon Tiger Gold Elixir was obtained by the Killer Master in his early years. There was only one left, and it was a treasure. This time, he gave it to Chen Zong because he saw that Chen Zong's potential was unfathomable. According to the Killer Master, How much potential could be stimulated by taking the 9 Revolution Dragon Tiger Gold Elixir depended on one's willpower and the depth of one's potential. This was because after consuming the 9 turns Dragon Tiger Golden Pill, one would be attacked by the power of the Golden Pill. It was not a pleasure, and the longer it lasted, the harder it would be to bear. When one could no longer bear it and fainted, it would automatically stop, and one would not be harmed. The so-called 9 transformations actually meant activating one's potential 9 times. The pain from the first time was relatively weak and could be easily endured. The amount of potential that was activated was also relatively small. The 9th time was the most painful, but at the same time, it also stimulated the most potential. That potential wasn't just capable of improving one's cultivation, it was capable of improving cultivation techniques, martial techniques, and so on and so forth. It was even to the extent that Dao insights would be affected by it. However, according to Killer Master's words, it seemed that no one could withstand the destruction of the 9 Revolution Dragon Tiger Golden Pill 9 times. 7 times at most. The 9 Revolution Dragon Tiger Golden Pill was good, but it also had a flaw. After one's potential was stimulated, one's body would be in a temporary deficit for a period of time. A period of deficiency in one's potential meant that it would be difficult for one to advance by leaps and bounds during that period of time. In fact, the effects of cultivation would be much weaker than usual, perhaps even more than double. As for the period of deficiency in one's potential, it wasn't certain. It depended on the person. For some, it would pass in a year, while for others, it might pass in 10 years. For some, it might pass in a few decades. Of course, if one could obtain some rare treasures to consume, they might be able to overcome the deficiency in a very short period of time. To put it simply, consuming the 9 Revolution Dragon Tiger Golden Pill was equivalent to bringing the effects of one's future cultivation to the present. It would cause a temporary delay in one's future, making it difficult to improve. However, it wasn't permanent and could be compensated for. This was a choice. Chen Zong didn't hesitate too much and made the decision to consume the 9 Revolution Dragon Tiger Golden Pill. Although there would be some side effects, it wasn't unacceptable. At the very least, he had to raise his strength as much as possible. Only then would he have a chance to win the competition and obtain a spot. He only had 3 days. He would do his best to raise his strength and strive to obtain a spot. This was because Chen Zong knew that the other 4 people who would be competing with him were all at least at the late 5th Heaven Saint realm. Moreover, they weren't ordinary late 5th Heaven Saint realm cultivators. In an instant, Chen Zong consumed the 9 Revolution Dragon Tiger Golden Pill and swallowed it. As soon as the golden pill entered his stomach, it started to spin violently. Chen Zong could vaguely see a ball of golden light shooting out from his abdomen and spreading rapidly. It spread throughout his limbs and bones, penetrating deep into his bone marrow and into the deepest part of his body. Potential was hidden in the deepest part of his body. The golden light transformed into a giant dragon and a ferocious tiger that charged around his body recklessly, destroying everything in its path. A wave of pain instantly spread from the inside of his body and spread throughout his entire body. However, this level of pain was still within his tolerance range. Along with the pain, Chen Zong could feel a clear stream of energy gradually emerging from the depths of his body. It was like spring water gushing out from the depths of his body and spreading throughout his entire body, bringing with it a wave of coolness. However, this coolness coexisted with the intense pain and could not be alleviated. Chen Zong realized that he seemed to have become an outsider. He could only passively endure the pain of his potential being stimulated. He could only passively feel the coolness surrounding his body. Whether it was his body, his flesh, or his spirit sea, everything was swept away by the coolness. Subsequently, the coolness began to diminish. The coolness was the stimulated potential that was being continuously absorbed. The first wave of pain lasted for a while before it suddenly stopped, allowing Chen Zong to breathe a sigh of relief. Shortly after, the second wave of pain came. The intensity of this wave was twice as intense as the first wave. This kind of intense pain caused Chen Zong's expression to change instantly. However, he couldn't ignore it and could only endure it. Fortunately, Chen Zong's willpower was astonishingly strong. He endured this kind of intense pain and even more coolness spread out. While enduring the intense pain, he also enjoyed the coolness spreading out. It was like the intersection of ice and fire, as if he was in a zone of pain and pleasure. The second wave of pain also lasted for a while. After a slight pause, the third wave of pain came. This wave of pain was twice as intense as the second wave. Similarly, the coolness that emerged was twice as intense as the second wave. The third wave of pain also lasted for a while. It paused for less than 3 breaths to give Qianzong some time to catch his breath. The fourth wave of pain immediately came. Again, it was twice as intense. The third wave of pain was completely within his tolerance range. Therefore, the fourth wave of pain had already reached the limit of his tolerance range. However, the advantage was that the stimulated potential also increased a lot. The extent of the stimulated potential was closely related to the intensity of the pain. After enduring the fourth wave, the fifth wave came. The intensity of this wave of pain made Qianzong's whole body twitch uncontrollably. It was very uncomfortable. When the sixth wave of pain came, Qianzong felt that he was about to collapse. It was a feeling that his body and soul were about to collapse. However, Qianzong's incomparably strong willpower allowed him to stubbornly hold on. The seventh wave, the intense pain came with a bang, as if the sky and the earth were falling apart. It was extremely terrifying. It seemed that his body was about to be destroyed in an instant. Even his soul could not hold on. His whole person was on the verge of collapse. Only the last bit of tenacity, like a weak light in the dark night, was still holding on. When the intense pain left, Qianzong felt that his whole body was as light as a feather, as if he was about to fly with the wind. However, he did not feel happy or relaxed at all. Because Qianzong knew that he had withstood the seventh wave of pain. However, there was still the eighth wave. According to the pattern, the intensity of the eighth wave of pain would be twice as intense as the seventh wave. Boom, Qianzong seemed to feel that his body collapsed in an instant when the eighth wave of pain came. In the next breath, his soul seemed to have collapsed as well. It was like a void explosion, extremely terrifying. The last bit of tenacity could not hold on. Like a candle flame blown by a strong wind, it flickered and went out unwillingly, returning to darkness. 20 breaths, Qianzong only withstood the eighth wave of pain for 20 breaths before he fell into a coma. As soon as Qianzong fell into a coma, the remaining power of the Jingdan in the eighth wave also quieted down in an instant. It was as if the raging sea had become calm in an instant, without the slightest ripple. The remaining power of the ninefold Dragon Tiger Golden Elixir also dissipated and ceased to exist. Although it was a pity, it was also a protective measure set up by the powerful figure who refined the ninefold Dragon Tiger Golden Elixir. It was to avoid being destroyed by the raging power after falling into a coma. That would not stimulate one's potential, but become destruction and destruction. Time passed slowly. Qianzong fell into a coma, but he felt as if he had fallen into a cool stream. He lay quietly in the stream and let the water flow over his body, taking away the dust and fatigue, leaving only comfort. This comfort was so wonderful that Qianzong was immersed in it and could not extricate himself. Suddenly, Qianzong's eyelids trembled slightly, and he slowly opened his eyes. The depths of his eyes were as clear as a stream, without a trace of dust. Immediately, a hint of understanding flashed in the depths of his clear eyes. Qianzong quickly checked his body, and his expression changed drastically. A single ninefold Dragon Tiger Golden Elixir had increased his cultivation by leaps and bounds. It was not an exaggeration to say that his cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. Before consuming the ninefold Dragon Tiger Golden Elixir, his cultivation had been at the late 4th Heaven Saint realm. Now, his cultivation had reached the mid-5th Heaven Saint realm. Although this increase was not complete, it was still a lot. The saint energy in his body was even more majestic and powerful. Moreover, when he circulated his cultivation method, Qianzong discovered that the dim mystic formula had broken through again and reached the 23rd level. It should be noted that most peerless geniuses had reached the 20th level of their supreme saint rank cultivation method when their cultivation was at the 5th Heaven Saint realm. There was an obvious gap between each level of the cultivation method. In this way, in terms of basic strength, he had reached a higher level. He was no longer inferior to those peerless geniuses who had obtained a quota. He had finally caught up. In addition to the improvement of his cultivation and cultivation method, Qianzong also checked his Tao intent. His Thunder Dao intent had broken through and reached the fifth revolution. Inside the mysterious heavenly battle fortress, the mysterious heavenly chaos array was half-activated, evolving into a small world. The mysterious heavenly army's experts were all around, and 5 figures stood at the edge of the small world. Chen Zong, Luo Jin, Su Kongming, Qing Lu, Long Feng, these 5 people were 5 of the 15 people who fought to the end in the previous competition, but they were eliminated because they died less than the others. Now that there was another opportunity, they were all excited. Who didn't want a spot? Among the 5 people, Chen Zong, Luo Jin, Su Kongming, and Long Feng were men, and Qing Lu was a woman. The 5 people competed for a spot, and the winner would take turns to fight. The rules were simple. Draw lots. The first battle was between Su Kongming and Qing Lu. Both of them were in the intermediate 5th level Saint Rudiment stage, and their strength was very strong. When they started fighting, the power was amazing. After a little test, both of them also used their full strength. Fight. Fight, kill. Kill. Qing Lu's movement and swordsmanship were extremely brilliant. After a fierce battle, she gradually gained the upper hand and finally defeated Su Kongming. The battle here was protected by the power of the array. When the attack exceeded the limit of the array's power, the array would shatter, indicating death and defeat. The second battle was between Luo Jin and Long Feng. The cultivation of these 2 people, one was in the intermediate 5th level Saint Rudiment stage, and the other was in the late 5th level Saint Rudiment stage. After a fierce battle, Long Feng, who was in the late 5th level Saint Rudiment stage, finally won. The third battle was between Chen Zong and Su Kongming. Now that Chen Zong's cultivation had reached the intermediate 5th level Saint Rudiment stage, his basic strength was not inferior to the others. Su Kongming would not underestimate Chen Zong at all. With a solemn expression, his shoulders shook slightly, and his figure was extremely fast. It was like a flickering light passing through the void, and directly appeared in front of Chen Zong, and attacked with his saber. The saber light was bright and sharp, and it cut through everything, making Chen Zong feel cold all over. Sure enough, these people's strength was terrifying, and none of them were easy to deal with. If it was before his cultivation breakthrough, perhaps Chen Zong would have to go through a fierce battle to defeat Su Kongming, but now, there was no need to go all out. Lifeless sword technique, a sword pierced through the air. Its killing intent was so intense that it almost materialized and condensed on the scarlet hell-flowing flame sword. The sword edge tore the void, smashed the saber light, and directly slashed Su Kongming's body. Its power directly exceeded the upper limit of the formation membrane. With one sword, Su Kongming died. Su Kongming's face was full of shock. The others were also surprised. The speed of this defeat was too fast. Looks like the Xianxia army will get another spot. One expert smiled. Just now, the 5 people had all made a move. Their strength could already be seen. Even Long Feng, who had the highest cultivation, could not kill Su Kongming in one blow, but Chen Zong did it. This was the difference in strength, a very obvious difference. Long Feng and the others also realized that they probably had no fate with this quota. Under the Killer Master's mask, there seemed to be a flash of a smile. A 9-revolution Dragon Tiger Golden Pill had raised Chen Zong's cultivation from the late 4th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage to the intermediate 5th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage. In addition, he had also made significant progress in other aspects. It was precisely because of this that Chen Zong's strength had become so strong, allowing him to defeat Su Kongming with a single strike. Even so, Chen Zong was not complacent and arrogant. Instead, he treated each opponent with his heart. With one sword, Luo Jin was defeated, with one sword, Qing Lu was defeated, with one sword, Long Feng was defeated. With Chen Zong's current strength, if he fought with Xianxia again, he would be able to win. Xianxia's cultivation was at the early 6th Heaven Saint Realm. The early 6th Heaven Saint Realm and the peak 5th Heaven Saint Realm seemed to have a small gap, but it was also a big gap. Now Chen Zong's strength was not inferior to a 6th Heaven Saint Realm peerless prodigy. He was even comparable to an ordinary 7th Heaven Saint Realm expert. It should be noted that the gap between the 6th Heaven Saint Realm and the 7th Heaven Saint Realm was not only one level, but also the gap between the intermediate Saint Realm and the Mastery Saint Realm. In the end, the quota was given to Chen Zong. Congratulations, Wu Sheng. Everyone in the Heaven Halberd team was overjoyed for Chen Zong. As fellow team members, they were proud that Chen Zong had obtained the quota. On the other hand, the title of Lifeless Sword had once again resounded in the blood-soaring branch. Although Chen Zong's strength was not strong enough to be ranked in the top 10 of the blood-soaring branch, there was hope for him. Chen Zong obtaining the quota was a joyous occasion. Everyone in the Heaven Halberd team held a small banquet for Chen Zong. The 10 of them celebrated together and also cheered for Chen Zong. They hoped that Chen Zong could continue to work hard and obtain the quota again. The Killer Master once again summoned Chen Zong. "Thank you, Killer Master." Chen Zong thanked the Killer Master in person. After all, his great improvement was closely related to the 9-rotation Dragon Tiger Golden Pill that the Killer Master had given him. Although the 9-rotation Dragon Tiger Golden Pill had its flaws and side effects, it was completely acceptable compared to obtaining it. In 10 days, you will depart with the other 9 people and represent the profound origin dynasty with the peerless geniuses of the Dark Absolute Palace and Unsullied Palace, the Killer Master said unhurriedly. Do your best to obtain the quota. Yes. Chen Zong bowed. In the following 10 days, Chen Zong also worked hard to cultivate and comprehend. However, Chen Zong could also feel that the effects of his cultivation and comprehension were very weak. They were more than twice as weak as usual, perhaps even twice as weak as usual. It was almost impossible to feel any improvement with such a gap. This was the side effect of overdrawing one's potential in advance after consuming the 9-rotation Dragon Tiger Golden Pill. Fortunately, it was not permanent. It could be eliminated in a year or a few decades. Of course, a few decades was a little too long. If it was a few years, Chen Zong could accept it. The recovery time was actually related to one's potential. Generally, those with high potential would eliminate the side effects within a few years. Chen Zong was confident in his own potential. Perhaps, the side effects would disappear in 2 or 3 years. Moreover, if he could find some rare treasures in advance, he could eliminate the side effects faster. What did he gain from consuming the 9-rotation Dragon Tiger Golden Pill, the 23rd level of the Great Mystery Formula? His cultivation had reached the mid-5th level Saint Rudiment stage. His Thunder Dao intent had reached the 5th revolution. His Hard Sword Dao intent had reached the 5th revolution. His Earth Fire Dao intent had reached the 6th revolution. His Hurricane Dao intent had reached the 6th revolution. His Heart Domain had reached 700 meters. His Heart Domain had increased by 200 meters. Under the cover of the 700-meter Heart Domain, his control of the spirit energy of heaven and earth had become even denser. When he executed the 2 sword techniques, Heaven Incinerating Hellfire and City Crushing Hurricane, their might skyrocketed as well. Not to mention, the Earth Fire Dao intent and Hurricane Dao intent had both reached the 6th revolution, and their might was even more shocking. Moreover, the fusion rate of the Heaven Incinerating Hellfire and City Crushing Hurricane had directly soared to 80%. 80%, he was getting closer and closer to 100%. But unfortunately, he was also affected by the side effects of the 9-rotation Dragon Tiger Golden Pill, and his speed of improvement would be slow in the next few years. But at this moment, he had no confidence in his strength. He could only be sure that Xianxia was absolutely not his match that day. Even though the speed of his cultivation and comprehension was extremely slow and practically impossible to improve, Chen Zong still did not give up. Dripping water penetrates a rock, little drops make an ocean. Perhaps under his hard work, he would also improve in the next few years. And not be stuck in the same place. When the time was up, the 10 peerless geniuses that obtained the quotas, including Chen Zong, set out. Under the lead of a half-step Great Saint Realm expert, they left the Profound Heaven Battle Fortress and headed towards the Void Passageway to return to the Profound Origin Dynasty. Inside the Zhenyuan garrison, 10 people gathered in a spacious room. Among these 10 people, 8 were men and 2 were women, and all of them were of the younger generation. Some were standing straight like long spears, some were leaning against the vermilion gilded pillar with their arms crossed, some were sitting straight on the vermilion wooden chair with their eyes closed, and some were lazily lying on the long rocking chair, looking very comfortable. Soon after, a figure silently appeared. "Time's up, let's go." The figure that appeared said. In an instant, no matter what the 10 figures were doing, when the voice sounded, their eyes all emitted a bright, cold, and sharp light. These 10 people were selected from the Xianyuan garrison, and they would represent the Profound Origin dynasty. In the depths of the Profound Origin palace. You two have cultivated with me for many years. This time, you will represent the Profound Origin dynasty in the battle. You must not disgrace my name. The voice was old, but it was shockingly powerful. Ancestor, I will do my best to defeat all opponents and show the prestige of the Profound Origin dynasty. 2 voices, one male and one female, sounded at the same time. The 10 peerless prodigies from the Profound Heaven Legion sized up the 10 peerless prodigies from the Xianyuan garrison, and the 10 peerless prodigies from the Xianyuan garrison sized up the 10 peerless prodigies from the Profound Heaven Legion. Among the 10 people from the Profound Heaven Legion, the highest cultivation base was at the intermediate 6th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage, Wei Chong Tian. Based on the fluctuation of his aura, it was obvious he had only broken through recently. Next were 3 early 6th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage cultivators, and the rest were peak and peak 5th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage cultivators. As for Qinzong, his cultivation base was the lowest among the 10. He was only at the intermediate 5th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage. Among the 10 peerless prodigies from the Xianyuan garrison, the highest cultivation base was at the early 6th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage. However, 5 of them were at the early 6th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage, and the remaining 5 were at the peak and peak of the 5th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage. In terms of the highest cultivation base, the Xianyuan garrison was inferior to the Profound Heaven Legion. In terms of the lowest cultivation base, the Profound Heaven Legion was inferior to the Xianyuan garrison. Of course, cultivation base did not completely equate to strength. Therefore, although the level of one's cultivation base was related to strength, it did not represent one's final strength. Therefore, no one dared to underestimate Qinzong just because he had the lowest cultivation base. At this moment, 2 powerful auras approached. Following that, 2 figures flew over from afar and appeared between the peerless prodigies from the Profound Heaven Legion and the Xianyuan garrison. One was a man, the other was a woman. The young man was dressed in a luxurious brocade robe. His appearance was handsome, and his body was tall and sturdy. He looked like an emperor. The woman was dressed in a luxurious palace dress. Her appearance was stunning, and she looked like a goddess who had descended to earth. The aura fluctuations emitted by the 2 of them shocked everyone. Intermediate 6th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage. Everyone stared at the 2 figures in luxurious robes. This is Chu Wangshi, and this is Chu Yuqing. A peak Saint Rudiment realm cultivator introduced. These 2 are the direct disciples of Venerable Master Xianyuan. They will be representing our Xianyuan dynasty with you. Venerable Master Xianyuan. Everyone's heart skipped a beat when they heard this. This title was terrifying. He was one of the strongest eminent saint realm cultivators in the Xianyuan dynasty. For a moment, everyone looked at Chu Wangshi and Chu Yuqing differently. They were the direct disciples of an eminent saint realm cultivator. Qinzong felt that Chu Zhongyang's title as the number 1 heavens chosen of the Xianyuan dynasty wasn't as good as it seemed. Chu Wangshi and Chu Yuqing's age didn't seem to be much older than Chu Zhongyang, yet their cultivations far surpassed Chu Zhongyang's. Chu Wangshi and Chu Yuqing both had arrogant expressions on their faces. Their eyes swept over the crowd, and at the same time, they also sensed the fluctuations of their cultivation bases. The corners of their lips curled up, and the arrogance in their eyes became even more obvious. It was as if they were superior to everyone else. However, as the direct disciples of an eminent saint realm cultivator with the highest cultivation among everyone present, they naturally had the right to be arrogant. Chu Yuqing's stunning face had a hint of arrogance and indifference. It was as if she didn't put anyone in her eyes, even if they were half-step great saints. This was because she was confident that she would become a half-step eminent saint in the future. She was the strongest half-step eminent saint realm cultivator. She might even break through to the eminent saint realm and stand at the peak of this world. Such determination, such talent, and such background gave them the right to be arrogant. They were born to be above everyone else. Forgive me for being blunt, Chu Wangshi said. His voice was calm, but it contained a hint of arrogance. His eyes swept across the crowd and landed on Qinzong's face. A disdainful smile appeared on his face as he said, "You're just a mid-5th heaven saint realm cultivator. What qualifications do you have to represent our Xianyuan dynasty? Chu Yuqing's arrogant gaze also landed on Chen Zong's face, and it seemed as if she was judging him. The mid-fifth heaven saint realm was a whole great realm lower than the sixth heaven saint realm. For peerless geniuses, the difference was even greater than what they could see. Without waiting for Chen Zong to reply, Chu Wangshi's gaze swept across the crowd again as he said, "Those who haven't reached the sixth heaven saint realm have no need to participate. If it's possible, Yuqing and I can represent the Xianyuan dynasty," Wangshi added. "Very arrogant, eh? Since you're so strong, where were you when I was fighting the void demon?" Xianxia sneered and rebuked. Chu Wangshi's countenance sank, his eyes were filled with coldness as he stared at Xianxia. It was as if he wanted to freeze Xianxia completely. Xianxia exuded a tyrannical aura, as he stared back at Chu Wangshi without fear. "You think you're invincible just because you killed a few demons? It seems like I'll have to show you the difference between us," Chu Wangshi said faintly as his aura became more and more powerful. Chu Wangshi cultivated the Shan King Shocks the World, which was the strongest cultivation technique in the Xianyuan dynasty. Moreover, his Shan King Shocks the World was much stronger than Chu Zhongyang's. As soon as it was activated, the Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi in all directions was immediately controlled. It was as if elite soldiers were obeying orders, forming an extremely terrifying pressure that suppressed the surroundings. Xianxia wasn't the only one who felt this pressure. Everyone else felt it as well. Arrogant, extremely arrogant, so arrogant that it made people feel disgusted. Alright, everyone here is a top-notch peerless prodigy who has been carefully selected. Each of them has extraordinary talent, potential, and strength. They are fully qualified to represent our Xianyuan dynasty, a half-step great saint said solemnly. As half-step great saints, apart from a few great saints, they were the strongest experts in the Xianyuan dynasty. Although Chu Wangshi and Chu Yuqing were both peerless talents, and they were the direct disciples of Xianyuan sage, there was no need for him to flatter them. They might have a chance to reach the half-step great saint realm, but it wouldn't be easy. Chu Wangshi was annoyed by the interruption, but he didn't say anything. No matter what, it was a half-step great saint who had spoken, he had to give them some face. But in their hearts, Chu Wangshi and Chu Yuqing still looked down on them. Even Wei Chang Tian, who was at the early 6th Heaven Saint realm, and even the mid-6th Heaven Saint realm, was nothing in their eyes. No one was interested in talking to such a person, not even a little bit. Chu Wangshi and Chu Yuqing also didn't show any interest in talking to the crowd. It was as if they were a group of their own. Everyone waited quietly, waiting for the next arrangement. According to the schedule, they would compete with the disciples of the Black Absolute Palace and Dustless Hall for the Xianyuan world's quota. They would represent the Xianyuan world and compete with the other 8 worlds for the quota to enter the Lingwu Holy Lands. About 2 hours passed. Everyone, according to the past, you will represent the Xianyuan dynasty to compete with the peerless geniuses of the Black Absolute Palace and Dustless Hall. The half-step great saint said, however, after the 9 worlds discussion, the rules have changed. Everyone's expression changed. The rules had changed. What had changed? In the Tianyuan Holy Region, there is a ruin left behind from the ancient war. It's called the Tianyuan Ruins. The formation of the Tianyuan Ruins is directly related to the Void Fiend. During the ancient times, the Void Fiend invaded the Lingwu Holy World for the first time. The experts of the Lingwu Holy World also joined forces to resist, and in the end, the Void Fiend was repelled. However, the Lingwu Holy World also suffered heavy losses in that battle, and the Tianyuan Holy Region became independent as a world within a world. The Tianyuan Ruins was the place that suffered the most damage during the ancient war. Countless Void Fiend and experts died there. After countless years of evolution, it became a forbidden place and is very dangerous. I've heard that the Tianyuan Ruins is so dangerous that even a half-step great saint expert might die there. Asking us to enter the Tianyuan Ruins is akin to seeking death. Wei Changtian's eyes flickered with a sharp cold light as he said in a serious tone. The Tianyuan Ruins is indeed very dangerous, but this time, we'll only be in the outer area of the ruins. The half-step great saint expert said slowly, although it's dangerous with your intermediate saint rudiment stage cultivation, you won't die as long as you don't step into the inner area or the core area. As for the content of the 9 worlds competition, it hasn't been announced yet. At the same time, the Black Absolute Palace and Dustless Hall also informed the peerless geniuses of the same news. This was actually good news. After all, according to the original plan, the representatives of the mystic Yuan dynasty, Black Absolute Palace, and Dustless Hall would compete. Only 10 of them would be selected to represent the mystic Yuan world and compete with the peerless geniuses of the other 8 worlds to enter the Lingwu Holy Land. This time, the Black Absolute Palace had 10 representatives, and the Dustless Palace also had 10 representatives. Including the representatives from the mystic Yuan dynasty, there were a total of 44 people. These 44 people would compete and 34 people would be eliminated. However, the rules had changed. All 44 people could represent the mystic Yuan world and compete with the peerless geniuses of the other 8 worlds. In this way, perhaps more peerless geniuses of the mystic Yuan world would obtain the final quota to enter the Lingwu Holy Land. Of course, there might be fewer. Since it was decided, it was time to depart. Led by a half-step Supreme Saint powerhouse and escorted by 10 peak Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses, they boarded the mystic Yuan dynasty's mystic Yuan sky-blasting ship and set off. The mystic Yuan sky-blasting ship was a powerful secret treasure of the mystic Yuan dynasty. It was shaped like a battleship and was very large. Its protective shield could withstand the attack of a half-step Supreme Saint powerhouse without breaking. It could withstand the attack of a Supreme Saint powerhouse. The mystic Yuan giant cannon could unleash the power of a half-step Supreme Saint. With this defensive power, it was enough to ensure everyone's safety. The Tianyuan ruins was very far from the mystic Yuan dynasty. It was located at the edge of the Tianyuan sacred territory. Even with the half-step Supreme Saint speed of the mystic Yuan sky-blasting ship, it would take half a month to arrive. The people from the Black Absolute Palace and Dustless Hall also set off. They would take no less time than the mystic Yuan dynasty to arrive at the edge of the Tianyuan ruins. As for the other 8 worlds, some were further away from the Tianyuan ruins and would take a month to arrive. They were already on their way. On the mystic Yuan sky-blasting ship, the 22 peerless geniuses of the mystic Yuan dynasty each had a spacious room where they could rest or cultivate. In the room, Chenzong was meditating. Although the 9-fold Dragon Tiger Gold Elixir had overdrawn his potential in advance, which led to the weakening of his current cultivation and comprehension, Chenzong did not give up. It was not impossible for him to make progress, but it would be slower than usual. This meant that he had to work harder than usual, in order to make further progress. The others were also cultivating. After all, this time, they represented the mystic Yuan dynasty. It was not only about themselves, but also about the honor of the mystic Yuan dynasty. They did not know the strength of the representatives of the other 8 worlds, but the stronger they were, the better. Only when they were more powerful could they have a chance to win the competition and get a place in the end, no matter what the rules of the competition were. Practicing swordsmanship, in the room, the sword light was shining brightly. Every stroke was exquisite to the extreme. It was fast, accurate, steady and ruthless to the extreme. Chenzong's expression was solemn as he waved his sword meticulously. He looked like a well-behaved person who was trembling with fear as if he had just started learning swordsmanship. However, Chenzong's swordsmanship had actually reached a very high level, returning to its original state. Half a month's time was actually not that long. As he cultivated, it passed by very quickly. Everyone felt that the chi of heaven and earth was gradually changing. It was still majestic, but it was no longer pure. Instead, it was a little mixed, as if it was filled with more impurities. It was a little crazy, as if it was restless. They were about to arrive at the Tianyuan ruins. The abandoned city, it was an ancient city that stood 100 miles away from the Tianyuan ruins. Every piece of the city wall was mottled with colors, leaving behind traces of time. The Tianyuan ruins was left behind by an ancient battle that shook the entire spiritual martial sacred world. After a long time of evolution, it gave birth to many terrifying evils and dangers, but it also gave birth to many treasures. Therefore, many Saint Rudiment realm experts came from all directions to enter the Tianyuan ruins in search of opportunities. Many people had found treasures in the Tianyuan ruins, and their cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. Some had also found opportunities, such as inheritances left behind by fallen experts of the ancient times, and so on. Similarly, their futures were limitless. Although the Tianyuan ruins was very dangerous, it also contained many opportunities and treasures. Therefore, many people were eager to enter. Although some cultivators had reached the Saint Rudiment realm, they had already exhausted most of their potential. It was very difficult for them to advance further in the Saint Rudiment realm. If it was difficult, they would have to find a way out. Power made people confident. Who would be willing to stay in the same place? Those who had some ambition would not be willing to stay ordinary. Even if it was extremely difficult and dangerous, as long as there was a glimmer of opportunity, no one would let it go. The path of cultivation had always been to move forward in adversity. Favorable circumstances could not sharpen oneself. Some cultivators entered the Tianyuan ruins for opportunities and treasures. Some cultivators entered the Tianyuan ruins for opportunities and treasures. Their main purpose was to use the Tianyuan ruins to sharpen themselves. The former were often itinerant cultivators, disciples of small sects, or ordinary disciples of large sections. Only true geniuses would use the Tianyuan ruins as a place to sharpen themselves. But now, something had happened. The Tianyuan sacred region's 9 realms had collectively announced to all cultivators in the abandoned city that they were not allowed to step into the Tianyuan ruins for the next month. Those who violated the rules would be killed at their own risk. As soon as the announcement was made, the cultivators in the abandoned city were shocked. This had never happened before. It was as if they were going to clear out the entire Tianyuan ruins. What a joke. I've never heard of anyone conquering the Tianyuan ruins. Even a half-step great saint would die in there. I heard that this time, it's an important matter that concerns the number 1 holy land in the Lingwu Holy World, the Lingwu Holy Land. It's actually the Lingwu Holy Land. Since ancient times, anyone who entered the Lingwu Holy Land, as long as they did not die midway, would at least become a top-notch half-step great saint and be ranked among the strongest in the world. As they spoke, everyone revealed looks of envy when they mentioned the Lingwu Holy Land. If only they had the right to enter the Lingwu Holy Land. Unfortunately, it was the number 1 holy land in the world. It was said that only 10 people could enter the Tianyuan ruins. This time, the reason why no one was allowed to enter the Tianyuan ruins was to let the peerless geniuses of the 9 realms enter the Tianyuan ruins to compete for opportunities and quotas. Of course, the summons was just a summons. It wasn't completely forced. One could ignore it and sneak in during this period of time. However, the consequences would be that if one were to encounter those peerless geniuses, it would be fine if one was lucky, but if one was unlucky, one would be killed. The strength of those peerless geniuses far surpassed their cultivation. If those Mastery Saint Rudiment realm experts sneaked in and were discovered, they would not be able to escape punishment and might even be killed on the spot. Fortunately, it's only a month. It'll be over after a little cultivation. A month was actually very short for Saint Rudiment realm experts. Therefore, some people might feel that this method was too overbearing and were dissatisfied, but it was not unacceptable. After all, it was only a month. They could just treat it as a month of rest. The peerless geniuses of the 9 realms. The competition between these peerless geniuses will be very interesting, someone in the crowd muttered to himself. In any case, the peerless geniuses of the 9 realms gathered here to compete for a quota to enter the Lingwu Holy Land. It was very eye-catching. At the same time, a huge battleship flew over from the distance. It was as if the wind and clouds were surging, and an astonishing amount of heaven and earth Yuan-Chi was surging. The sky seemed to have turned into an endless sea, and the Yuan-Chi turned into endless waves. The roar was earth-shattering, as if heaven and earth were moving and converging toward the abandoned city from all directions. For a time, the expressions of the cultivators in the abandoned city changed drastically. They all stared at the huge battleship solemnly. They only felt a heavy pressure in their hearts, as if they were being crushed by a huge mountain. Even breathing became difficult. Such power was unparalleled. Although there were many Saint Rudiment realm cultivators in the abandoned city, most of them were in the early and intermediate Saint Rudiment realm, and a few were in the Mastery Saint Rudiment realm. As for the half-step Great Saint realm, there were very few of them, and they would not stay here all the time. Among these Saint Rudiment realm experts, there were very few who could be called peerless geniuses. Most of them were ordinary Saint Rudiment realm experts. Their talent and potential were average, and their strength was relatively average. Some of them might have one or two outstanding skills, but that was it. Many people had never seen such power at all. They had only heard about it. Now that they saw it with their own eyes, the shock in their hearts was indescribable. The battleships hovered in the air, and the aura they emitted was extremely terrifying. It seemed that if they attacked, they could easily destroy the abandoned city and turn it into ruins. Immediately, figures flew out from the battleships. The aura emitted from the figure in the lead was extremely shocking. Half-step Great Saint Realm, the other 10 were at the peak of the Saint Rudiment realm, and they were not ordinary peerless Saint Rudiment realm experts. Immediately, young figures appeared one after another. Peerless geniuses. I recognize that. That's the Mystic Yuan skyblasting battleship. Those are the people from the Mystic Yuan dynasty. Strictly speaking, the Tian Yuan ruins did not belong to the Nine Realms. It was located outside the Nine Realms. Even half of the Tian Yuan ruins was in the Tian Yuan Saint Realm, and the other half was not. Naturally, the abandoned city did not belong to the Nine Realms. Some of the cultivators in the abandoned city came from the Mystic Yuan world, and some came from the other 8 realms. It was a mixed bag. Because of this, the information in the abandoned city was quite widespread, and they knew a lot about the Nine Realms. Even some secrets could be found here. Of course, they would have to pay a considerable price. In the abandoned city, people from the Nine Realms had already come in advance to tidy up everything. Therefore, as soon as everyone arrived, they were immediately arranged. As for the cultivators in the abandoned city, no one cared about them. What everyone cared about now was how to compete. Every genius had a small courtyard to live in, and they did not disturb each other. Soon, the other 8 realms arrived. For a moment, the entire abandoned city was filled with a solemn atmosphere, which made people feel nervous for no reason. It seemed that the air was filled with an unusual atmosphere. Cold and solemn, desolate and murderous, Chenzong did not stay in the courtyard to cultivate. After all, it was his first time here, so it was normal for him to walk around. Not only did Chenzong do so, but so did the other peerless geniuses. The atmosphere in the abandoned city was different from the other cities that Chenzong had stayed in before. The air was constantly filled with tension, and the people here were not so comfortable. In addition, because it was close to the Tian Yuan ruins, although the Qi of heaven and earth was majestic, it was very mixed and filled with countless chaotic auras. This was not a suitable place for cultivation, but it was a good place for experience. Moreover, there were people selling so-called treasures here, claiming that they had found the treasures in the Tian Yuan ruins. Of course, no one could be sure if they were true or not. Chenzong walked past the stalls, and his sharp eyes glanced at the things in the stalls carefully. The things in the stalls looked very old, as if they had been there for a long time. Chenzong could not see the reason for many of them. However, Chenzong just glanced at them. He did not feel that there was anything that attracted him, so he did not pay much attention to them. There were many stalls, at least 100 of them in a row. Chenzong was not in a hurry. He walked slowly and leisurely, as if he was just taking a casual look, as if he was relaxing. Cultivation required a balance between tension and relaxation. One could not be too tense all the time. Appropriate relaxation and rest were necessary. Sometimes, if one was too tense all the time, it would be disadvantageous for them. It would be difficult to make progress in cultivation, but if they relaxed properly, they might make a breakthrough. At the 19th stall, Chenzong stopped and looked around. Finally, he fixed his eyes on something. It was a black, mottled, and dirty root about the size of a palm. It looked like a weird-looking sweet potato. Such a thing was no different from a broken stone. Basically, no one would pay attention to it. At first, Chenzong also glanced at it. But for some reason, he had a feeling that this thing might be useful to him. It was a feeling that came on a whim. Chenzong had always trusted this feeling that came from his heart. Since he felt that it was useful to him, he would buy it. People who could set up stalls in a place like this abandoned city where good people mixed with bad people were all astute people. They were very good at reading people's expressions. This stall owner immediately grasped Chenzong's thoughts and immediately revealed a warm smile. "Your Excellency, you're interested in this, right?" This is the root of the magic medicine that I painstakingly found in the Tianyuan ruins. The stall owner pointed at the black, mottled root that Chenzong was staring at and said immediately, in order to get it, I risked my life. Chenzong was well aware of these tricks. He did not refute the stall owner. Instead, he smiled and said, let's cut to the chase. You and I both know what the price is. I'll buy it if it's suitable. The stall owner was stunned. Chenzong's response was a little different from what he had imagined. He was very direct and seemed to be an expert. However, the stall owner's reaction was also very fast. His mind was spinning in an instant. As an intermediate Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse, his thinking speed was naturally very fast. In just a short moment, many thoughts had flashed through his mind. Although this black root was brought out of the Tianyuan ruins, it was not his but someone else's. He had bought it from someone else at a low price. The stall owner's words were naturally to show that this thing was rare and extraordinary. His purpose was to sell it at a high price. The streets of the abandoned city were wide and filled with people. Hundreds of stalls were lined up on the side of the street with a distance of more than 10 meters between them. Many people were staring at the stalls as they passed by. 1,000 heavenly origin beads. The stall owner dared to make a bid. It was obvious that he wanted to rip off Chenzong. Heavenly origin beads were the currency used by Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses. 100 heavenly origin beads was a huge fortune for an ordinary mastery Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse, let alone 1,000 heavenly origin beads. 1. Chenzong stretched out a finger. 1 heavenly origin bead. The stall owner's eyes widened. He had never seen such a bargain before. It was obvious that this was not a bargain, but a smashing of the stall. However, the stall owner also knew that the other party was a peerless genius who made him feel threatened. He suppressed the anger in his heart and revealed a smile. You really like to joke. I'll take a loss. 900. To be honest, he could afford 900 heavenly origin beads with his current wealth. Even if he did not have 900, many things in his spatial ring were more valuable than that. However, there was no need for that. He was not a fool. 100. Chenzong made a final bid. 100. The stall owner's eyes flashed slightly. In fact, he was very tempted. After all, when he bought this thing previously, he spent less than 1 heavenly origin bead. Even if he sold it for 1 heavenly origin bead, he would not make a loss. Moreover, judging from the other party's intention, he would only make one bid. If he asked for a higher price, he was afraid that the other party would give up immediately. Sell, he made a prompt decision. Alright, 100 it is. You're a peerless genius with extraordinary achievements in the future. I'll take it as making a friend. The stall owner forced a smile and acted as if he was the one who suffered a loss. It was as if he was asking for a favor. Chenzong did not say much. He took out 100 heavenly origin beads and handed them to the stall owner. Then, he grabbed the black root. A sudden change occurred. A long whip condensed from golden light came from the side in an instant, wrapping around the black root. After wrapping around the black root before Chenzong, it was about to retreat. At the same time, a voice sounded. I'll pay 200 heavenly origin beads. This voice was very young, but it carried a trace of arrogance and unquestionable dominance. It was as if whatever he said was the truth and no one could refute it. The stall owner was startled, but Chenzong was not. He reacted quickly and slashed with his fingers like a sword. It was so mysterious and sharp that it made people feel as if a heavenly sword was hanging in the air and slashing down, cutting everything. The rope condensed from the golden light was cut in half in an instant. He reached out and flipped his palm. It was as if he could overturn rivers and seas. He caught the falling black root firmly. Whoosh! The black root disappeared into his storage ring. Regardless of whether this item was useful to him or not, since he had bought it, it belonged to him. How could others get their hands on it? Your reaction is very fast, but you still have to obediently hand it over. With a flash of light, a young man in a golden robe with an arrogant expression and sharp eyes appeared in front of him. His eyes seemed to flicker with a golden light that was incomparably sharp. He stared at him as if he wanted to see through him and suppress him. This person's aura was not from the mystic origin world, but from another world. Chenzong only glanced at him. It was just a glance, and then he turned and left. He decided not to shop anymore. He wanted to go back and see what the black root was. Why did it make him feel that way? How dare you ignore me? The golden-robed young man's expression darkened, and a trace of anger flashed in his eyes. His opponent's reaction clearly showed that he did not take him seriously. Immediately, he ignored the words of the team leader. Don't fight in the abandoned city without permission. Boom, an extremely terrifying aura exploded from his body and soared into the sky. The astonishing power turned into a raging storm that instantly destroyed all the stalls around him. A golden palm broke through the air and slammed into Chenzong's back. Its power was terrifying and merciless, as if it wanted to shatter Chenzong's body into pieces. In an instant, Chenzong turned around and slashed with his fingers like a sword. It was extremely mysterious, and brought along a burst of tyrannical power. He suddenly stabbed forward. It was just a stab, but it produced a power that could topple mountains and overturn seas. It was as if a part of the world was rushing out. Boom! The golden palm print and the sword finger collided. In an instant, the golden palm print was shattered, and the sword finger light was shattered as well. They were evenly matched. A mere fifth heaven saint rudiment stage can actually block my palm. The golden-robed young man's cultivation was at the early sixth heaven saint rudiment stage. He could sense Chenzong's aura, and his cultivation was at the intermediate fifth heaven saint rudiment stage. Even though it was not his full strength, the golden-robed young man was a top peerless prodigy. He was not an ordinary early sixth heaven saint rudiment stage. Since that was the case, he would unleash his full strength. Boom! The golden-robed young man's full cultivation of the early sixth heaven saint rudiment stage erupted. His aura became extremely terrifying as it soared into the sky. At the same time, a tyrannical and incomparably sharp aura spread out from Chenzong's body. It was like an invisible giant sword that was pointed at the sky. Their auras collided in an instant, resulting in an unparalleled shockwave. The ground around them shattered, and pieces of broken bricks floated up into the air. Then, in an instant, they were reduced to dust by the second and third shockwaves. The others retreated one after another for fear of being affected. However, their eyes were clearly telling them to hurry up and make a move. There was no doubt that both Chenzong and the golden-robed young man were peerless prodigies from the 9 boundaries. They were preparing to enter the Tianyuan ruins to compete for a spot in the Lingwu Saint Land. As peerless prodigies, they had outstanding talent, great potential, and powerful strength. What kind of place was the abandoned city? There were all sorts of people here. There were no strict rules to speak of. The strong were respected, and the weak were inferior. This was the iron law. In this place, if one did not have enough strength to rely on, it was best to keep a low profile. Only then would one not be killed. If one was unlucky, one might even be killed on the streets. Of course, there were very few people who were murderous. After all, if one was too reckless, he would be targeted and become a public enemy. Therefore, if a battle were to take place here, no one would stop it. The battle between the 2 peerless prodigies would definitely be exciting and attract a lot of attention. Wang Yu, it seems that you did not listen to my words. A voice suddenly sounded. It was faint, but it made Wang Yu's expression change. He withdrew his powerful aura. Consider yourself lucky. However, when you enter the Tianyuan ruins, you will die. The golden-robed young man stared coldly at Chenzong and sneered. A trace of murderous intent was extremely sharp. Chenzong did not reply, but he stared at Wang Yu fiercely. What was there to be afraid of when such a blatant threat was made? Wang Yu, if you come to find me, the Tianyuan ruins will be your burial ground. Chenzong said to himself and turned to leave. To Chenzong, this was just a small episode. Although they had a grudge because of a purchase, Chenzong did not care too much. Chenzong took out the black root from the storage ring and studied it carefully. It was very hard, it was very hard. With his strength, he could easily crush a hill, but he could not do anything to this strange root. Using his fingers like a sword, the heart sword Dao intent condensed on his sword fingers. It was extremely sharp and slashed across the black roots. However, it only left behind a very faint and almost invisible white mark, which disappeared with a single stroke. He pulled out the red hell flame sword. The hard sword dowel condensed and became even sharper. When the sword slashed, it left a bigger white mark, but it was still very weak. Chenzong could not help but think. Should he attack with all his strength? What if he broke it? He was hesitant. After all, he had bought it with 100 heaven elemental beads. It was not cheap. Moreover, he also felt that this item might be useful to him. If he broke it, it would be useless. After a dozen breaths, Chenzong came to a realization and could not help but smile bitterly. He seemed to have thought too much. He was not sure what this item was. Although he felt that it was very likely to be useful to him, there was also a possibility that it would be useless. He was not 100% sure. Moreover, although the value of 100 heaven elemental beads was not low, it was not a big deal to him. Why not be more open-minded? When he thought of this, Chenzong no longer hesitated. He put the black root away. Chenzong immediately used his heart domain and attacked with his sword. Lifeless sword style, this was not a full-strength sword attack, but it was still a very powerful sword attack. This sword attack alone could kill an ordinary 6th-level Saint Rudiment stage. The speed of the sword was astonishing, and the sword light was incomparably tyrannical. It directly slashed at the black root. The black root was fixed in place and did not move at all. Coupled with Chenzong's incomparably exquisite sword technique, a fine crack appeared on it. It was effective. Chenzong was secretly delighted and attacked again. Lifeless sword style, with his current ability, he could use the lifeless sword style many times in a row. Slash. Slash, however, Chenzong did not slash at the same spot on the black root. Instead, he used his heart domain to envelop it and control it clearly. He attacked again with his sword and covered the entire root. 1 crack, 2 crack, 3 crack. Gradually, the number of cracks increased, covering the entire root. The 100th sword attack, slash, this sword attack was so powerful that it was like a giant hammer that slammed hard on the entire root. Crack, a sound rang out and entered Chenzong's ears. It was incomparably beautiful. Shatter, the black root finally shattered. Chenzong withdrew his sword and grabbed the black root. He immediately smelled a fragrance from the black root. As soon as the fragrance entered his body, Chenzong felt as if his body had fallen into a clear stream. It was very comfortable. He felt as if an invisible change was happening in his body. It was a deep change. This feeling. Chenzong carefully felt the changes in his body and a touch of joy appeared on his face. His body's potential seemed to be recovering. The potential that was overdrawn by the 9 Revolution Dragon Tiger Golden Pill was recovering and the after effects were being eliminated bit by bit. This item was indeed useful to him and it was very useful. Although Chenzong knew that there were some rare treasures that could eliminate his after effects, it was not so easy to obtain them. Ordinary rare treasures would not be enough. Chenzong came on this trip to the Tianyuan ruins to see if he could find such rare treasures that could restore his potential and eliminate the after effects so that he could return to his normal state of cultivation. On his slender palm, an object the size of a duck's egg lay quietly. It was as white as jade and exuded an indescribable fragrance. The fragrance entered Chenzong's body, making him feel very comfortable. It was as if he had just received rain after a long drought. Chenzong didn't know what it was, but he could clearly feel that it was useful to him, and it would be of great use to him. Perhaps, this object could help him eliminate the side effects. After taking a bite, a rich fragrance immediately rushed into his mouth, intoxicating him like strong wine. Chew, chew, swallow. In an instant, a clear stream swept out from his stomach and spread to every part of his body, making Chenzong feel as if his body had fallen into a hot spring or was soaking in a cool stream. The Tianyuan ruins stretched for countless miles. Looking down from the highest altitude, one could see a vast expanse of darkness, like a huge spot embedded in the ground, exuding an extremely shocking and chaotic aura. In the Tianyuan sacred region, the Tianyuan ruins was a dangerous, and forbidden place. No one below the Saint Realm could enter, and there was no chance of survival. Even if one was a Saint Realm master, there was a high chance of death. At this moment, a huge flying dragon covered in bone spikes and a pair of wings that covered the sky was flapping its wings, stirring up an extremely violent airflow. It turned into an astonishingly mighty hurricane that wreaked havoc in all directions, driving the sky. This bone-winged flying dragon was more than 100 meters long, from its ferocious head that seemed to be covered in a layer of bones to its long tail that seemed to be connected by countless bones. Its wings, which also seemed to be made of bones, were also 100 meters long when spread out. The entire bone-winged flying dragon was exuding an extremely shocking aura. This aura seemed to come from ancient savagery and desolation. On this ferocious bone-winged flying dragon, there were 11 figures. These 11 figures were all more than 2 meters tall and looked very strong. Their faces were rugged, and they all wore clothes made of some kind of animal skin, exposing their arms and legs. Strong, ferocious, the leader was an old man with white hair and a beard, but his rugged face was ruddy and his vitality was vigorous. Large veins were entwined on his arms that were exposed outside of his animal skin short sleeves, like dragons and snakes coiling around him. He exuded an extremely ferocious aura, and his huge bear-like palm seemed to be able to crush a mountain if he held it gently. Speaking of which, I have never walked out of the vast wilderness, a young man with a claw mark on his forehead said with a powerful voice. Outside the vast wilderness is the so-called Tianyuan sacred region. If you want to enter Tianyuan sacred region, you have to cross the ruins. With our current ability, we can't. This time, with an elder, it is a good opportunity. I wonder how the geniuses of the Tianyuan sacred region are. Can they block my iron fist? Each of the 10 youths exuded an extremely shocking aura fluctuation. They were extremely powerful. Remember, this time, you will compete with the peerless geniuses of the 9 realms of the Tianyuan sacred region for the quota to enter the Lingwu Holy Land. You must show the prowess of the vast wilderness. The old man's voice was low and powerful, and there was a kind of barbaric dominance in it, as if a huge wild beast was roaring. Don't worry, elder. The people of the Tianyuan sacred region are all weaklings. What? Someone from the vast wilderness wants to participate in the battle of the 9 realms? The half-step great saint from the cold sky field frowned and said coldly. This was a battle of the 9 realms. The vast wilderness was located outside the Tianyuan sacred region, separated by the Tianyuan ruins, and had nothing to do with the 9 realms. Now, they had come to compete with the 9 realms for the quota to enter the Lingwu Holy Land. Impossible, the huge bone-winged flying dragon flew in from outside, and a terrifying barbaric aura covered the sky and earth, alarming the people in the entire abandoned city. What's that? I don't know. I've never seen it before. It looks terrifying. All the Saint Realm powerhouses were shocked as they stared at the bone-winged flying dragon hovering above the abandoned city. I think I know what that is. Suddenly, a skinny old man's small eyes flashed with a dignified light, and his tone was extremely solemn. That's a giant desolate beast from the vast wilderness, the bone-winged flying dragon. Bone-winged flying dragon? Everyone was surprised. That's right. The bone-winged flying dragon is a top-level giant desolate beast. At the very least, it's comparable to a half-step great saint. The old man continued as his small eyes flashed. If I'm not mistaken, this bone-winged flying dragon has probably reached the peak, which is equivalent to a half-step great saint. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. They all knew this old man. His cultivation was not very high, and his strength was not very strong, but his survival skills were very good. Moreover, he was very knowledgeable and had stayed in the abandoned city for hundreds of years. He was one of the few people who had survived the longest in the abandoned city. He had lived for a long time, and his survival skills were strong. Naturally, he was very knowledgeable, so no one doubted his words. Are these people from the Tianyuan sacred region? They're so weak. I feel like they can't even take a punch from me. A voice sounded from the back of the bone-winged flying dragon. It had a very strange accent, and it was somewhat similar to the language of the Tianyuan sacred region, but it was also somewhat different. If one listened carefully, they could barely understand it. Unfortunately, it's still not enough, Qinzong muttered to himself. After consuming the white jade-like treasure, Qinzong felt that his overdrawn potential was recovering, and the after effects were disappearing. However, when the white jade-like treasure was completely digested, Qinzong found that his overdrawn potential was not completely recovered, and the aftereffects were not completely eliminated. He tried to cultivate, and compared it to before, he had recovered about 30%. In other words, he still needed the same treasure, at least 3 pieces, to fully recover. With the aftereffects reduced by 30%, he could feel a slight improvement in his cultivation, which was better than before. Immediately, Qinzong received a message and quickly left, heading to the half-step great Saint Xiankong Luo of the Xianyuan realm. It was Xiankong Luo who had summoned him. In addition to Qinzong, the other 21 people also arrived. "This time, I called you here because something has changed," Xiankong Luo said seriously. "What change?" Chu Wangshi looked arrogant, as if he did not care about anything. Chu Yuqing also looked indifferent. She did not like the abandoned city from the bottom of her heart. The level of the people here was too low, and the chi of heaven and earth here was very mixed, which made her, who had grown up in a superior environment, very uncomfortable. If it were not for the competition, she would have left long ago, and would not even come here. She did not care about the changes, and only hoped to leave as soon as possible. People from the Grand Wilderness asked to participate in this competition. Xiankong Luo said seriously, "After the experts from the Grand Wilderness discussed with us, they agreed that 10 heavenly talents from the Grand Wilderness would participate in this competition." The Grand Wilderness? Heavenly talents from the Grand Wilderness? Everyone had the same reaction. Everyone knew about the Grand Wilderness. After the ancient war, the Lingwu sacred world fell apart, and the Tianyuan sacred region was separated and became a holy land for cultivation. The Grand Wilderness was outside of the Tianyuan sacred region and other regions, and was a completely different place for cultivation. It was said that the environment was much worse than the Tianyuan sacred region, and it was difficult to live there. In the Grand Wilderness, the air was not filled with qi, but other forces. Therefore, the way of cultivation in the Tianyuan sacred region was not suitable, and after the efforts of countless ancestors and many years of evolution, another way of cultivation was developed. Therefore, the cultivation system of the Grand Wilderness was different from that of the Tianyuan sacred region. Between the Grand Wilderness and the Tianyuan sacred region was the Tianyuan ruins. In the Tianyuan sacred region, it was called the Tianyuan ruins, but in the Grand Wilderness, it was called the wasteland. The names were different, but they were the same place. This time, when the experts from the Grand Wilderness heard about the opening of the Lingwu sacred region, they had the idea to bring 10 heavenly talents from the Grand Wilderness to participate. In the past, it was the people from the Tianyuan sacred region who competed to enter the Lingwu sacred region, and the Grand Wilderness had never participated, but this time, it asked to participate, and naturally was not agreed. One side was determined to win, while the other side was different. It was all about benefits. Therefore, after some negotiation, and after the Grand Wilderness paid a certain price, the 9 realms of the Tianyuan sacred region agreed to the request of the Grand Wilderness. It was just 10 more people participating, and maybe all 10 of them would be eliminated. Remember, the cultivation system of the Grand Wilderness is different from ours. Their cultivation system is called the Giant Wilderness Beast Martial Arts, which is based on the cultivation system of the Tianyuan sacred region and the unique environment of the Grand Wilderness. After countless years of evolution, it was finally perfected, Xiankong Luo said. However, this was information that no one knew yet. The environment of the Grand Wilderness was different from that of the Tianyuan sacred region, so the qi cultivation and body refining of the Tianyuan sacred region were not suitable for the Grand Wilderness. Countless ancestors of the vast wilderness had used the qi and body refining methods of the Tianyuan sacred region as a foundation, combined with the unique characteristics of the vast wilderness, and after countless attempts and modifications, they had finally perfected a completely new cultivation system, the beast martial arts of the vast wilderness. The cultivation of the Giant Wilderness Beast martial arts first laid the foundation, which was similar to the body refining method to build a solid foundation, but the body refining method was to bathe in beast blood, which was the essence blood of the Giant Wilderness Beast. The Giant Wilderness Beast was a beast of the Grand Wilderness, a bit like the monster beasts of the Tianyuan sacred region, but also different. Therefore, the first level of the Giant Wilderness Beast martial arts was called Foundation Establishment, just like the Tianyuan sacred region. But the second level was different, because in the second level, the cultivators of the Grand Wilderness had to integrate the giant wilderness beast's essence into their body to break through to the next level, and their strength would increase exponentially. Different giant wilderness beast's essence would have different abilities. Therefore, the second level of the giant wilderness beast martial arts was called soul refining, which was equivalent to the transcendence realm of the Tianyuan sacred region's cultivation. As for the third level of the giant wilderness beast martial arts, it was called beast transformation. As the name suggested, it was to completely refine the giant wilderness beast's essence and completely transform it into one's own. Then, one could transform into a miniature version of the giant wilderness beast, and one's strength would increase greatly. It was said that the people of the Grand Wilderness did not comprehend Tao well when they cultivated. Their cultivation was closely related to the giant wilderness beast. The beast transformation realm was equivalent to the Qi cultivation saint stage or the body refining chaotic heaven stage in the Tianyuan sacred region. The Tianyuan sacred region was divided into 9 realms, namely Mystery Realm, Cold Sky Realm, Ancient Suppression Realm, Black Origin Realm, Azure Dragon Realm, Bright Saint Realm, Horizontal Mountain Realm, Upper Yuan Realm, and True King Realm. Strictly speaking, there was no distinction between the 9 realms, but there were also differences in strength. It was recognized that the Mystery Realm, Cold Sky Realm, and Ancient Suppression Realm were the 3 most powerful realms. Their combined strength was above the other 6 realms, but the other 6 realms were not much different. They were just relatively weaker than the 3 realms. As long as there was a difference in strength, there would be a difference, and the difference would bring about a change in dominance. This time, the reason for the change in the Lingwu Sacred Land competition of the 9 realms was that the Mystery Realm, Cold Sky Realm, and Ancient Suppression Realm had jointly initiated it. They were the strongest of the 3 realms and had jointly initiated it, so the other 6 realms could only accept it. The new rules would not harm the 6 realms' interests. Although the 3 realms' combined strength was stronger, it was a competition of younger prodigies. The 6 realms were confident that even if the younger prodigies of the 3 realms were very outstanding, their own prodigies were not inferior. This time, the people of the Grand Wilderness came and requested to participate in the competition of the 9 realms mainly because of the discussion and final decision of the 3 realms. In a barren open space between the abandoned city and the Tianyuan ruins, many figures stood. Each of them emitted an astonishing aura that spread in all directions. There were 9 half-step great saints and 90 peak saint realm powerhouses from the 9 realms. In addition, there were the exceptional prodigies of the 9 realms. Among them, the Mystery Realm, Cold Sky Realm, and Ancient Suppression Realm each had 50 exceptional prodigies, while the Black Origin Realm only had 42. The difference of 8 people represented the gap between the Black Origin Realm and the 3 realms to a certain extent. The other 5 realms were similar to the Black Origin Realm. At most, there was one more. A sharp and cold gaze suddenly streaked across the sky. It was as if a sharp sword had pierced through the air and landed on Chenzong's face. It was as if it wanted to pierce through Chenzong. Chenzong also looked over and saw a golden-robed figure. It was the person who wanted to rob him of the treasure he bought with 100 heaven origin beads. Looking at their camp, they were clearly from the profound realm. Wang Yu stared at Chenzong, his eyes filled with coldness. Wang Yu didn't know what that black root was, but he felt that it was interesting and wanted to take it. To someone like him who came from a superior background, there was no difference between 100 heaven elemental beads and 200 heaven elemental beads. It was not a big deal. He just treated it as buying for fun. Her noble birth, superior environment, and outstanding talent had allowed Wang Yu to live a smooth life since she was young. No one would go against her wishes. What he cared about was not the jet black root. Even if it was some kind of sacred medicine, it did not matter. The main thing was that someone actually dared to compete with him for what he wanted. Furthermore, when he attacked, the other party was actually able to defend against it with a cultivation base lower than his. Because of this, Wang Yu wanted to kill Chenzong. If he hadn't been stopped, he would have used all his strength to kill him. But it didn't matter. It was only a matter of time. Once they entered the Tianyuan ruins, they would be in competition. By then, their life and death would be up to them. Sensing the killing intent in Wang Yu's eyes, Chenzong's expression didn't change. If Wang Yu wanted to kill him, he would be killed by him. It was only a matter of time. Chen Zong ignored Wang Yu. When Chen Zong shifted his gaze, Wang Yu's expression turned even colder. He couldn't forgive Wang Yu for ignoring him again. Chen Zong discovered that among the 50 peerless geniuses from the Profound World, Cold Sky World, and Ancient Suppression World, the highest cultivation base had reached the late 6th Heaven Saint Realm. Even though there was only one peerless genius from each world, it was still shocking. It was already shocking to reach the 6th Heaven Saint Realm before the age of 100, let alone the mid-6th Heaven Saint Realm. Look at Chu Wangshi and Chu Yuqing. They were both at the mid-6th Heaven Saint Realm, but they were incomparably arrogant. They looked down on the other peerless geniuses from the Profound Origin World. If their cultivation was at the late 6th Heaven Saint Realm, they would probably be cocky and arrogant right now. Although the 3 late 6th Heaven Saint Realm peerless geniuses from the 3 worlds had different expressions, they all had a sense of transcendence. There wasn't much difference between the mid-6th Heaven Saint Realm and late 6th Heaven Saint Realm. However, if age was limited, the difference would be magnified several times. Apart from that, there were also 4 mid-6th Heaven Saint Realm peerless geniuses from each of the 3 worlds. It was one more than the other 6 worlds. There were also quite a number of early 6th Heaven Saint Realm peerless geniuses. There were actually as many as 15 of them. The rest were all at the peak of the 5th Heaven Saint Realm. The peerless geniuses from the 9 worlds sized each other up. After all, these people were their competitors. At this time, a different but incomparably ferocious aura rushed over from the distance. It was savage and barren, attracting everyone's attention. Figures over 2 meters tall strode over. There were a total of 11 of them. The person in the lead was an old man with white hair and beard, but his face was ruddy. His arms that were exposed outside of his short sleeves were like coiling dragons and snakes. It was extremely shocking. His towering figure was like a miniature version of a giant desolate beast. He exuded a terrifying pressure that caused the surrounding origin energy to disperse. The 10 figures behind him were all young men. Each of them had a rugged face and a wild charm. The muscles on their bodies were shocking as if they were cast from iron. They were filled with terrifying explosive power. Their physiques seemed to be even more shocking than a Chaos Heaven Realm expert. Beast warriors of the colossal wilderness, these were the peerless geniuses from the colossal wilderness. They were going to compete with the peerless geniuses from the 9 worlds for a spot. It was Chen Zong's first time seeing cultivators from the colossal wilderness. Their auras were completely different. They were filled with savage and barren auras that were filled with threat. Moreover, the eyes of these 10 peerless geniuses from the colossal wilderness were filled with shocking aggressiveness and wildness. When they swept their gaze across the crowd, their eyes flickered with shocking coldness as if they were going to pierce through everyone. Since everyone is here, I will announce the rules of the competition. The half-step Supreme Saint from the Profound Realm spoke slowly. His voice was neither slow nor fast, neither high nor low. It was neutral and peaceful, but it contained a trace of indescribable majesty and Taoist charm. It was as if his words were law and could easily command the origin energy of the world. As soon as this person spoke, everyone fell silent and listened carefully. After all, it was related to the competition and was very important. The geniuses of the 9 worlds and the colossal wilderness are called the geniuses of the 10 worlds. We have gathered here to compete for a spot to enter the 1,000-year-old Lingwu Sacred Land. However, there are only 10 spots to enter the Lingwu Sacred Land, and there are more than 400 spots for you. If there are only 10 spots among more than 400 people, it means that the others will be eliminated and have no chance to enter the Lingwu Sacred Land. After all, the Lingwu Sacred Land opened once every 1,000 years, and the condition to enter was that one had to be in the Saint Realm and not be more than 100 years old. If they couldn't enter this time, then the next time, no matter what their cultivation was, they would have exceeded the age limit. Everyone was full of fighting spirit and confidence. Everyone thought they could do it. The Tianyuan ruins that you are going to enter is the periphery of the ruins. Although there will be danger in the periphery, it is safer than the inner area. The Tianyuan ruins was divided into the core, inner area, and periphery. In the core, there were even terrifying evil beings of the Great Saint Realm, and in the inner area, there might also be terrifying evil beings of the half-step Supreme Saint Realm. As for the periphery, most of them were in the early and intermediate Saint realm, with a few in the late Saint realm. With the amazing talent and strength of the peerless geniuses, the early and intermediate Saint realm evil beings were basically no threat. Only the late Saint realm evil beings were dangerous. Therefore, everyone was relatively safe in the periphery. After all, it was a competition, not a death sentence. It should be known that every peerless genius here was the best in their respective worlds. They had superb talent, deep potential, and amazing strength. In the future, they could at least cultivate to the half-step Supreme Saint realm, and even have a chance to break through to the Great Saint realm. They were very precious, and the death of any one of them would be a great loss. Moreover, many of them were from extraordinary backgrounds and held high positions in their respective forces. They had high hopes and were very precious. The time limit is 1 month. The method is to obtain the Tianyuan treasure in the Tianyuan ruins. You will be qualified. Tianyuan treasure. This was a treasure that could only be produced in the Tianyuan ruins. It was very precious and rare, and it was not easy to obtain. One of the goals of the cultivators who often stayed in the ruins and entered the Tianyuan ruins was to find the Tianyuan treasure. As long as they could find one, they would be rich. The Tianyuan treasure is divided into 5 grades: low grade, medium grade, high grade, supreme grade, and peerless grade. In the end, the quota will be decided based on the grade of the Tianyuan treasure you find. If more than 10 people are qualified, the next round of competition will be held. In other words, if only 10 of them found the Tianyuan treasure or the Tianyuan treasure they found was of the highest grade, then those 10 people would be qualified to enter the Lingwu sacred land directly. There was no need for the next round. Remember, every one of you is very precious. Therefore, in the Tianyuan ruins, you can rob each other, but you can't kill. You must not kill. The half-step great saint from the profound world said in a serious tone, with a deep warning. If you kill someone, it will be regarded as a violation. Those who violate the rules will be disqualified. No matter what grade of Tianyuan treasure you obtain, you will not be able to enter the Lingwu sacred land. Everyone was shocked. This warning was really shocking. If they were disqualified because of killing someone, it would not be worth it. Wang Yu could not help but feel disappointed. His goal was to kill Chenzong in the Tianyuan ruins, but it seemed that he could not do so now. The time limit is 1 month. Remember, come out on time. If you exceed the time limit, it will be regarded as invalid. The spiritual martial saint land only opened once. Every 1,000 years. Moreover, it was known as the #1 saint land in the spiritual martial saint world. It had incomparably shocking opportunities and inheritances. Since ancient times, as long as those who entered did not die prematurely, all of them would have extraordinary achievements. It was extremely shocking. This made the Lingwu sacred land very attractive. The Tianyuan ruins was a remnant of the ancient war. It took countless years of evolution to form the Tianyuan ruins. Countless ancient masters and powerful void demons had fallen during the war. The aura left behind by countless ancient experts and demons of the void after their deaths constantly permeated this land, giving birth to many evils, as well as many treasures. There were even many inheritances left behind. These treasures and inheritances attracted countless Saint Rudiment realm cultivators. They rushed here one after another to find opportunities to strengthen themselves. Some transcendents even came here to take the risk. Although they knew that they would die if they stepped into the Tianyuan ruins without reaching the Saint Rudiment realm, they still wanted to do so because of blood feuds or other reasons. However, those who had not reached the Saint Rudiment realm almost died when they stepped into the Tianyuan ruins. Now, the outer periphery of the Tianyuan ruins was surrounded by half-step great saints and many peak Saint Rudiment realm masters from the 9 worlds and the Great Wilderness. These peak Saint Rudiment realm masters were all extraordinary. They were much stronger than ordinary peak Saint Rudiment realm masters. If they entered the inner periphery of the Tianyuan ruins with their strength, they might die. But in the outer periphery, everyone's strength was enough to wipe them out. Their purpose was to prevent some powerful evil creatures from entering the outer periphery from the inner periphery and bring danger to the peerless geniuses. Of course, if it was just an ordinary evil creature, they would not care. If they could not even resist an ordinary evil creature, they would not be called peerless geniuses. The other point was to monitor everyone and prevent unnecessary deaths from occurring in a battle of life and death. Although you are also competitors, you must pay more attention to the people from other worlds. Remember, if you face people from other worlds, you must join forces. Even if you don't, you must not add insult to injury, Xianxia said solemnly. Everyone nodded. Only Xianxia and Yu looked proud and did not say anything. They were very arrogant. They were so arrogant that they looked down on others. However, no one had the intention to pay attention to them. Indeed, the two of them had the highest cultivation, but everyone was also a peerless genius. Each of them had their own pride and arrogance. Go, do your best. But remember to protect your own lives, Xianxia waved his hand and signaled everyone to set off. The other half-step great saints also reminded the geniuses from other worlds. Then, they set off one by one. Whoosh! Whoosh! Hundreds of peerless geniuses had already dashed into the Tianyuan ruins as they screamed. The movements of the 10 skyprides of the Great Wilderness were the greatest. Their movement techniques couldn't be considered brilliant. Instead, they charged forward recklessly, filled with a violent and savage aura. It was incomparably shocking. Its body, which was more than 2 meters tall, was like a giant beast. It was incomparably frightening. If one were to be hit by it, they would be torn apart. It was as if nothing could stop them. Such might caused everyone to feel shocked and fearful. Beast warriors of the Great Desolation, no one knew what kind of cultivation system it was. He only had a rough idea of it, but he had never truly faced it. The unknown would make people curious, fearful, and excited. Shenzong was looking forward to fighting with the geniuses of the vast wilderness. He wanted to see the profundities of the so-called beast martial arts of the vast wilderness. The opportunity lay in the Tianyuan ruins. Let's go. Xianxia said to Yu and instantly left the group. The two of them moved forward together because they were too arrogant and looked down on others. The others didn't care. At first, they were not on the same side as Xianxia and Yu. Soon, the crowd dispersed as well. After all, this wasn't a competition between teams, but a competition between individuals. It was a competition for the 1,000-year-old Lingwu sacred land, and there were only 10 spots. However, there were more than 400 people participating in the competition. Now that there were 10 more skyprides from the vast wilderness, the competition was even more intense. Apart from himself, the other 400 people would become his competitors. Although they were from the same world and had to bear the honor of their world to a certain extent, Xianxia also instructed them to unite when facing the other world skyprides. However, in essence, everyone had to think for themselves and work hard for themselves. The opportunity to enter the Lingwu sacred land was extremely important and precious. They couldn't be modest and must obtain it. Disperse. After the 400 skyprides entered the outer area of the Tianyuan ruins, they dispersed and searched for heavenly essence treasures. Heavenly essence treasures were precious treasures with many uses. They could be used in refining weapons, setting up arrays, cultivation, and many other aspects. They were very effective and irreplaceable. However, heavenly essence treasures could only be found in the Tianyuan ruins. They couldn't be found anywhere else. Moreover, the higher the grade of the heavenly essence treasures, the more shocking their value would be. For example, a block of lower-grade heavenly essence treasures could be sold for 100 heavenly essence pills. One could imagine how shocking that was. If an ordinary Saint Rudiment realm cultivator was lucky enough to find a block of lower-grade heavenly essence treasures, they could immediately obtain 100 heavenly essence pills and accumulate wealth quickly. A block of middle-grade heavenly essence treasures was worth 1,000 heavenly essence pills. A block of upper-grade heavenly essence treasures was even more shocking. It was worth 10,000 heavenly essence pills. Many powerful peak Saint Rudiment realm cultivators might not be able to take out 10,000 heavenly essence pills. Of course, most of the heavenly essence treasures were lower grade. Middle grade was very rare. As for upper grade, it was even rarer. Even after several decades, no one would be able to find one. As for the supreme grade and supreme grade that were above upper grade, they were almost a legend. This was especially true for supreme grade heavenly essence treasures. They had never appeared so far. Perhaps they existed, perhaps they didn't exist. In short, no one had ever found one. Over the countless years since ancient times, there had indeed been an extremely small number of people who had found a top-grade heavenly yuan treasure. However, each time a top-grade heavenly yuan treasure appeared, it would definitely lead to an intense battle and a bloody battle. No one knew how many people would be killed or injured. The value of supreme-grade heavenly essence treasures was too high. Even half-step great saint powerhouses would be tempted and would not be able to resist fighting for them. Of course, this time, no one thought that the peerless prodigies would be able to find supreme-grade heavenly essence treasures. It was already good enough for them to find upper-grade heavenly essence treasures. After Qinzong separated from the crowd, he quickly performed his movement technique and moved forward. After entering the Tianyuan ruins, there was a very oppressive feeling. It was as if there were shocking dangers lurking everywhere. If one was not careful enough, they would lose their lives at any time. It was an uncomfortable feeling. It was as if there was a thorn in one's back. However, there was also an indescribable excitement. Qinzong raised his vigilance to the maximum and released his divine consciousness. Originally, his divine consciousness could cover a range of 90,000 meters in the outside world. However, it was severely suppressed here. It could only cover a range of 9,000 meters. The spatial strength of the Tianyuan sacred region was even higher. Therefore, after entering the Tianyuan sacred region from the outside world, Qinzong's spiritual consciousness and divine consciousness were suppressed. Under normal circumstances, in the Tianyuan sacred region, the divine consciousness of a first-level Saint Rudiment stage was limited to a range of 10,000 meters. A second-level Saint Rudiment stage's range was 20,000 meters. And so on. A ninth-level Saint Rudiment stage's range was 90,000 meters. Even if it was raised to the maximum, it would be 99,999 meters. It was like a limit. However, a half-step great saint's divine consciousness would break through and exceed 100,000 meters. It would gradually undergo a qualitative change. Qinzong's current cultivation was at the fifth-level Saint Rudiment stage. However, his divine consciousness was far superior to others. 90,000 meters was equivalent to a ninth-level Saint Rudiment stage's divine consciousness. Moreover, the quality of his divine consciousness surpassed that of an ordinary Saint Rudiment stage cultivator. It could even reach the level of a half-step great saint. However, Qinzong had yet to master a more advanced method of using divine telekinesis. First, he lacked an inheritance. Second, he lacked the time and energy to study it. There were too many aspects that he needed to cultivate, comprehend, and improve. Although a true powerhouse had no obvious shortcomings, a person's energy was indeed limited. Moreover, his divine consciousness was not Qinzong's weakness. In fact, it was one of his strengths. After all, Qinzong's divine consciousness was much stronger than most cultivators. However, he lacked the correct cultivation and application methods. There were very few cultivation and application methods regarding divine consciousness. Therefore, Qinzong used his divine consciousness to cover his surroundings and perceive everything. It was equivalent to replacing or extending the function of his eyes. His senses were clearer and more thorough than his eyes. The ground of the Tianyuan ruins was dark and looked very dense. There was also an indescribable sense of vicissitudes and ferocity. Countless powerhouses had died here and their flesh and bones were soaked in it. No one knew how many powerhouses' killing intent, evil intent, and resentment had settled and lingered here, never to dissipate. The chilly wind blew slowly, as if it had turned into wisps of drifting in the air. It brought with it an unreasonable chill that ignored the saint energy's protection and silently invaded his body. It slowly seeped into his body and affected his body little by little like a frog being boiled in warm water. Fortunately, Qinzong's divine consciousness was strong and his mind was strong. He was able to sense it and capture it. He then used the ancient flame refining technique to resist it and dispel the chilly aura that invaded his body constantly to prevent it from affecting him. This kind of influence was not noticeable at first and he did not feel anything. However, as time went by, his reaction would be unconsciously affected and become slow. He would not even be aware of it. The result of a slow reaction was a decline in strength. If he did not react in time when he encountered danger, he would die. Silence, this was also a characteristic of the Tianyuan ruins. It seemed that no sound could be heard. There was a kind of deathly silence that made people tremble in fear. Chen Zong's eyes were sharp. Together with his divine consciousness, he carefully observed his surroundings. Nothing could escape his eyes. Here, not only was there a pitch-black ruin of land, there were also many collapsed and decayed buildings. Buildings, towers, houses. The Tianyuan ruins was like a huge spot between the Tianyuan sacred territory and the vast wilderness. It could not be erased, and it emitted an astonishing chaotic aura. Many figures stood on top of the ruins and looked down. Their bodies were filled with shocking aura fluctuations that affected the surrounding void. It was as if they were forming an independent domain. They were half-step great saint powerhouses. Dozens of others also emitted powerful auras. They were the peak saint rudiment stage powerhouses of the 9 realms. They were scattered around to monitor everything and prevent accidents from happening. After all, every peerless genius here was very precious and could not be lost. The evil and chaotic aura continued to spread in the ruins. Chen Zong stepped into a dilapidated and decaying city. His eyes and ears were alert, and he was extremely vigilant. Chen Zong already knew the appearance of the Tianyuan jade, but it would not be directly exposed. It would usually be hidden in some place. It could be in a cave or underground. Anything was possible. Of course, if one was lucky, it was possible to find the Tianyuan jade as one walked, but the possibility was very low. Chen Zong also released a 700-meter heart domain to cover all directions. Although the 700-meter range was not as wide as the 9,000-meter range of the divine sense, it was more than 10 times better in terms of penetration and clarity. It was very shocking. Suddenly, Chen Zong felt a slight fluctuation appear. It was breaking through at an astonishing speed. Only then did a strong sense of danger erupt. Too fast, too sudden, however, Chen Zong's expression did not change at all. He was calm. When the danger approached and entered the range of his heart domain, Chen Zong clearly saw it. It was a pitch-black snake. Its head was like a shuttle, and its mouth was very sharp and covered with terrifying serrated teeth. Its body was covered with countless scales, emitting a soul-stirring chill and evil. It was an evil creature. Chen Zong reacted extremely quickly. The red hellish flame sword was unsheathed instantly. It pierced through the sky and stabbed out at an astonishing speed. All the power was concentrated on the sword. It pierced through the sword and pierced through everything. It was indestructible. The void of the ruins could not withstand the sharpness of the sword. Under the heart domain, it was extremely clear and accurate. The heart domain had an obvious calibration effect on the performance of one's martial arts. It allowed one's sword to be more accurate and hit everything. The evil black snake was extremely fast. It was like a black ray of light piercing through the sky. However, Chen Zong's speed was not slow at all. In particular, this sword was the fastest sword style, the extreme heart sword style. It pierced through the sky. Even an ordinary 6th-level Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse would not be able to dodge the terrifying power of this sword and would be killed directly. However, the moment the sword struck the black snake, Chen Zong felt an astonishing hardness being transmitted from the tip of the sword to his palm. Chen Zong's swordsmanship was brilliant, and his understanding of the way of the sword was profound. The sword in his hand was connected to his bloodline, and he could truly wield it like an extension of his arm. As a result, Chen Zong could clearly and vividly feel everything that the sword could touch. This feeling was very profound. However, no matter how hard the black snake was, it could not withstand the sharpness of the sword. Break, 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 the sword trembled. An extremely powerful force shot out and shattered the black snake's head. Then, it smashed the black snake's body into pieces like a hot knife through butter. Finally, the remaining half of the snake's body fell to the ground. It was still writhing as if it was unwilling to die just like that. Black-colored blood sprayed all over the ground as a dense stench suffused the air and assaulted his nose, causing Chen Zong's expression to go slightly grim as it was unbearable. He hurriedly flicked his sleeve to sweep up a gust of origin energy and dispersed the stench, avoiding it from contaminating his body. Chen Zong's gaze fell on the evil black snake's body. It was still writhing and scratching marks on the ground. It was unusually tenacious. Evil creature. It was a unique product of the Tianyuan ruins, just like the Tianyuan jade. However, the Tianyuan jade had amazing effects. It had a wide range of uses and was extremely valuable. On the other hand, evil creatures were the opposite. Apart from being dangerous, they were useless. The breeding of evil beings, according to the research of the experts and ancestors, was formed from the remnant souls, flesh, blood, resentment, evil spirit, murderous spirit, and other negative things after the ancient war. After countless years of evolution, it was a collection of negative things. Evil creatures did not have any intelligence. They only had the instinct to kill. They would kill any living thing they saw. To a certain extent, evil creatures were already dead. They were born to hate living things and would attack and destroy. Moreover, evil creatures were extremely powerful. Up until now, they were divided into 5 grades: low grade, intermediate grade, advanced grade, top grade, and king grade. The low-grade evil creature was equivalent to the 3rd heaven saint rudiment stage. The intermediate grade evil creature was equivalent to the 6th heaven saint rudiment stage. The advanced grade evil creature was equivalent to the 9th heaven saint rudiment stage. As for the top grade evil creature, it was equivalent to the half-step eminent saint stage. As for the king grade evil creature, it was equivalent to an eminent saint stage powerhouse. There were genuine king grade evil creatures in the Tianyuan ruins. However, king-grade evil creatures were only found in the core area and there were not many of them. As for the top-grade evil creatures, they would not appear in the outer area. The outer area was usually dominated by low-grade and intermediate-grade evil creatures. A few advanced-grade evil creatures wandered around. Although evil creatures were equivalent to the Saint Rudiment stage in terms of level, they were not on the same level in terms of strength. Evil creatures did not have any intelligence, but they had terrifying strength. In addition to the negative aura and the unique environment of the Tianyuan ruins, their strength was even more terrifying. In other words, evil creatures were like fish in water in the Tianyuan ruins. On the other hand, cultivators would be affected or even suppressed. In this way, the evil creature's strength would naturally be more terrifying and the threat would be greater. Moreover, if evil creatures were injured, they would automatically absorb all the negative aura and recover quickly. They would even become stronger and stronger as they fought. On the contrary, if cultivators were injured, their injuries would be more difficult to heal unless they consumed pills. All in all, evil creatures were terrifying in the Tianyuan ruins. For example, the black serpent that had half of its body destroyed by Qinzong was actually recovering bit by bit as the remaining half of its body wriggled. Inch by inch, it was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. It seemed that it would only take a quarter of an hour to fully recover. It was simply terrifying. This kind of ability was like being immortal. After Qinzong observed for a while, he attacked again. He slashed out with his sword. The sword light was scorching hot. With the help of the earthly fire Dao Will, it instantly emitted a terrifying heat that seemed to burn everything. When it landed on the black snake evil creature, it burned with blazing flames. Popping sounds could be heard continuously. A foul stench attacked again, but it was dispersed by Qinzong. The black snake evil creature kept wriggling and struggling, but in the end, it was burnt and burned to ashes. Flames were the nemesis of negativity. They were obviously harmful to negativity. However, the purple cloud black star flame could no longer keep up with his level. Fortunately, he had comprehended the earthly fire Dao Will. Together with the crimson prison sword technique, it was extremely powerful. The bad thing about evil creatures was that they were difficult to deal with. Another bad thing was that there was nothing to gain. After an evil creature was killed, it would not leave behind anything useful. It would just be a pile of ashes. After killing the black snake evil creature, Qinzong continued to move forward. His divine telekinesis still covered a radius of 9,000 meters. After all, there were some broken buildings that blocked his vision. With his eyes obstructed, his divine telekinesis was extremely important. He also expanded his heart domain to a radius of 700 meters. If it was not for his heart domain, it would have been even more difficult to deal with the sneak attack of the black snake. In the Tianyuan ruins, there were not only treasures, but also inheritances left behind by experts. They were all opportunities. A ruin would have a lot of negative aura. However, when things reach an extreme, they would move in the opposite direction. As the saying goes, when negative aura reached an extreme, there would be an opposite change. For example, the heavenly essence jade was the most typical example. The heavenly essence jade was filled with pure, majestic, and vigorous positive aura. Therefore, it was not difficult to find the heavenly essence jade as long as one could sense a positive aura that was the opposite of the negative aura. Of course, the heavenly essence jade was not the only treasure with positive aura in the Tianyuan ruins. It was just that the heavenly essence jade was the most representative. Other than the heavenly essence jade, there would be other treasures. For example, Chenzong saw a white flower. It was palm-sized and had 5 petals. It looked like a thick and fleshy flower. Its white color was not pale, but a kind of round white. It emitted a faint halo. Traces of positive aura permeated the air. It was dignified and dazzling. It felt like a touch of warmth in the cold. During this period of time in the ruins, Chenzong had learned about some things other than cultivation. For example, the treasures produced in the Tianyuan ruins and so on. Therefore, when Chenzong saw the flower, relevant images and information flashed through his mind. The white yuan flower, this was a treasure that contained positive, pure, and boundless origin energy, and it could be consumed and refined directly to recover one's exhausted energy or assist in one's cultivation. It could also be used to refine medicinal pills with even better effects. In fact, many cultivators in the ruins would bring along elixirs to replenish energy when they entered the Tianyuan ruins. After all, the heaven and earth essence qi in the ruins was chaotic and not suitable for absorption. The white yuan pill was a relatively common elixir used to replenish energy in the ruins. It was not bad. The white yuan flower was the main ingredient to refine the white yuan pill. It was the only main ingredient. The rest were supplementary ingredients. Chenzong quickly picked the white yuan flower. After careful observation, he knew that the white yuan flower was about 30 years old. It was relatively common and its value was relatively average. However, Chenzong still kept it in his storage ring. It might come in handy in the future. Many cultivators would often enter the periphery of the Tianyuan ruins. Over the years, it was like a carpet search. Most of the treasures had been taken away, and not many were left. Even the Tianyuan treasures were the same. Therefore, it was undoubtedly more difficult to find them. The abandoned and dilapidated city was huge. It must have been a big city in the ancient times. Even though it had gone through a great war and was in ruins, its basic outline was still there. It was like the bones of an elephant were still there. Although this abandoned and dilapidated city was very large, Chenzong's speed was very fast. With a quick search, he had searched the entire city. He killed more than a dozen low-tier evil beings and 3 mid-tier evil beings. He did not encounter any high-tier evil beings. Of course, Chenzong knew that he was no match for a high-tier evil being with his current strength. After all, a high-tier evil being was equivalent to a 9th heaven saint rudiment stage powerhouse. He found 5 white yuan flowers. The oldest one was 50 years old. He found 3 yuan essence grasses. The oldest one was 50 years old. Its value was much higher than the white yuan flowers. As for the sky essence jade, he did not find any. He did not even see a low-tier one. This was the outer area. Countless cultivators had visited this place over the years. Almost every inch of the land had been searched. Chenzong was lucky to be able to find some white yuan flowers and yuan essence grasses. He had to go deeper to have a chance of finding the sky essence jade. After all, the deeper he went, the more dangerous it would be. He executed his movement skill and turned into a bolt of lightning. He streaked across the sky and flew away. The lightning flash movement skill was at the Saint grade superior realm. Chenzong had cultivated it to the perfection realm and integrated it with the 5th revolution true meaning of thunder. The other peerless skyprides also went deeper into the outer area of the Tianyuan ruins. The outer area was the place that had been visited the most. Some of the weaker Saint Rudiment stage cultivators did not dare to go too deep into the Tianyuan ruins. They could only move around the outer area. After a few rounds, they had turned the outer area upside down. They did not miss anything. Under such circumstances, one could only say that they were lucky and capable to find treasures in the outer area. However, if one wanted to obtain the best treasures, they would have to go deeper. Unless one was extremely lucky, they would not be able to obtain much in the outer area. No one would pin their hopes on luck. The Tianyuan ruins was huge. Even the outer area was vast. Let alone a few hundred people, even if thousands or tens of thousands of people entered, they would not be able to find each other once they were separated. Looks like you're out of luck. Wang Yu's eyes flickered with a ferocious glint as he stared at Chen Zong. A cruel smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. His figure flashed as he carried an incomparably sharp killing intent. His killing intent surged like a tide as he rapidly approached Chen Zong. Although they were not allowed to kill or they would be eliminated, there was no rule that stated that they were not allowed to injure or even cripple someone. Or perhaps, he could leave behind some hidden cards and wait for them to explode in the future. The terrifying murderous intent landed on Chen Zong's body and kept attacking him. It was extremely cold, especially in the Tianyuan ruins. Countless negative auras erupted and swarmed towards Chen Zong, as if they wanted to freeze his body. Chen Zong's eyes flashed with an extremely sharp light. It was as if the edge of a sword had sliced through the void and pierced through the cold force. In an instant, Wang Yu was like a gust of wind, rapidly closing in, entering the 700-meter radius of the heart domain. It was terrifying to the extreme. The golden palm print was forceful and overbearing, as if it could smash a mountain. If he was hit, he would definitely be severely injured. The crimson sword light flashed and tore through the sky. It was extremely sharp and immediately pierced through the golden palm print. It mercilessly shot toward Wang Yu like a hot knife through butter, piercing through everything. Extreme heart swordsmanship, Wang Yu had a strong killing intent and malice toward him. Although the rule stated that killing was not allowed here, Chen Zong also knew that if there was a chance, Wang Yu would not hesitate to kill him. Even if he did not kill him, he would definitely cripple him. At that time, he would have to leave, which would be equivalent to being eliminated. On the other hand, Chen Zong also had a killing intent toward Wang Yu. In other words, Chen Zong would not show mercy to anyone who wanted to kill him. However, due to the rule, he was not allowed to kill anyone. However, he could severely injure or even cripple someone. This time, Chen Zong did not hold back and directly pierced through Wang Yu's body. However, Wang Yu was a top peerless genius in the early 6th Heaven Saint realm. His cultivation was profound and powerful. In an instant, his palms changed and golden light condensed at his fingertips. It was like a golden crane's peck. With a fierce peck, it seemed to be able to peck through the void and hit the tip of the sword. With incomparable precision, a terrifying force burst out. A sharp light pierced through, turning into a wind blade that tore in all directions. Chen Zong only felt the sword tremble as the force transmitted to him. His 5 fingers loosened and his wrist shook slightly. His arm rose and fell like a wave, immediately dispersing the impact. Lifeless sword style, this sword was condensed with extreme killing intent and killing intent. It was merciless. Wang Yu's expression changed drastically. His cultivation was clearly far superior to his opponent's, but this sword made him feel a sense of danger and horror. How could this be? In this world, how could there be someone more outstanding than him? All along, Wang Yu had been very confident in his talent. In the supreme profound world, there were indeed people with higher cultivation than him, but they had also cultivated for a longer time than him. Wang Yu was confident that among his peers and at the same age, no one could compare to him. But now, although he did not know his opponent's age, his cultivation was lower than his. There was a clear gap between them, but his strength was enough to threaten him. It was unbelievable. In his heart, the killing intent was even more intense, almost gushing out like a volcano. Shocking heaven hand, killing intent erupted and anger rose in his heart. Wang Yu immediately used his strongest martial art. Shocking heaven hand, one move to shock the heavens and the earth. Boom, golden light condensed, casting a large golden hand. It was as if a palm had slammed down from the front. It was strong and domineering, but also as light and agile as a breeze. The two completely different forces appeared together. Not only did they not contradict each other, but they were also incomparably harmonious, unpredictable, and difficult to resist. Chen Zong felt as if the space around him was being suppressed by the giant golden hand. It was as if everything had stopped and solidified. This kind of stagnation and solidification was spreading at an astonishing speed, making it difficult for him to resist. He could only stay where he was and wait for the giant golden hand to arrive and suppress him. Under the heart domain, this feeling was even more intense. However, Chen Zong's strength had improved greatly in all aspects due to the 9-revolution Dragon Tiger Golden Pill that had stimulated his potential. He had long become even more astonishing. Although his cultivation was only at the mid-5th Heaven Saint realm, Chen Zong was not very clear about the extent of his strength. This Wang Yu's strength was strong enough. Perhaps he could tell his current level of strength. Heaven burning earth fire. He slashed out with his sword. Blazing flames raged and shot out in an extremely violent manner. The power of this slash was even stronger than the lifeless sword style. However, Chen Zong also sensed that the yuan qi of heaven and earth in the heaven origin ruins was very chaotic. As a result, the yuan qi of fire was not as abundant and pure as before. Therefore, the power of heaven burning earth fire could not be fully exerted. Even so, it was still tyrannical. Heaven burning earth fire, heaven startling palm, the two moves collided, instantly bursting out with a terrifying power that shook the surroundings. Gold and fiery red interweaved and spread out, transforming into layers of waves of energy that surged and surged, surging in all directions. Everywhere it passed, everything seemed to be smashed into powder, and then burned into ashes by the blazing flames. Amidst the intense energy waves, Chen Zong compressed his heart domain to a radius of 100 meters. It became clearer and clearer, and the feeling of controlling everything seemed to be more intense. Every slash of his was exquisite to the extreme, and the power of his sword reached its peak. Wang Yu performed an astonishing palm technique, and the sacred weapon on his arm was constantly emitting a tyrannical power. However, Wang Yu gradually realized that he was being suppressed by his opponent. In close combat, he was actually being suppressed. Heaven startling palm, once again, the giant golden hand appeared and struck fiercely. The giant hand shook 3 times in a row, and it was extremely overbearing. There was no agility, only violence, extreme violence. The 3 consecutive strikes turned into a terrifying power that bombarded heavily, as if it was going to shatter everything. Chen Zong's expression suddenly changed, and he performed the illusory Luo 9 transformation technique to the extreme. 9 figures flashed and intertwined, and all of them were shattered by that strike. Heaven burning earth fire, city destroying hurricane. Although each move was not as strong as when he was at his peak, with 80% fusion, the power of each move was several times stronger than a single slash. It was extremely shocking, and it was unstoppable. The giant golden hand paused for a moment, and then it was shattered and disintegrated under the terrifying flaming hurricane. The flaming hurricane blasted with irresistible force, and it hit Wang Yu, wrapping his entire body, and crazily strangling and tearing him apart. Being in the midst of it, Wang Yu's hair stood on end, and he was terrified to the extreme. This terrifying power made him feel indescribable fear. It was as if he would be strangled to death, and turn into ashes. All of his power erupted, and Wang Yu desperately tried to resist. However, the flaming hurricane's power was extremely terrifying, and it was incomparably shocking. It quickly wore down Wang Yu's resistance. Chen Zong's expression was slightly solemn. It turned out that his strength had already reached such a level. This Wang Yu's strength was not weak, and he seemed to be even stronger than Xianxia. However, he was still unable to block his sword. Of course, 80% fusion was extremely shocking. Compared to the 50% fusion from before, the power was much stronger. Suddenly, a golden light appeared around Wang Yu's body, and it turned into a rotating golden airflow. It condensed into a golden vortex, and like a giant egg, it wrapped around Wang Yu, resisting the power of the flaming hurricane. With a boom, an extremely terrifying power suddenly exploded from the golden chi flow, directly shattering the firestorm. The golden storm swept over, and Chen Zong hurriedly flew back. He used his sword to block in front of him, blocking the onslaught of the storm. He instantly retreated a few thousand meters, and his blood and chi were shaken. When the golden hurricane disappeared, there were shocking marks left on the ground. Chen Zong even felt the arm holding the sword tremble slightly, because it had withstood too strong of an impact. As for Wang Yu, he had disappeared without a trace. End of chapter 1488. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.